Chapter 1. No way, I was just joking. The ultimate slash of the 5 elements of the Aurora sword. The stretch of wood, the concealment of water, the fierce rock of fire and earth, the purity of metal. Wu He stood in the room, brandishing the battle-damaged Aurora sword he had purchased with 9 hands. He shouted amidst the dramatic scenes playing on the computer, his voice crackling with excitement. At the age of 26, this man, who was as unrefined as a rustic giant, indulged in the fantasies of a 5 or 6-year-old child. It was a predicament he could hardly escape, having just gone through a breakup and a dismissal, and being an orphan without father, mother, or siblings, a quintessential example of a youth devoid of support. In his rented room, he unleashed his emotions with reckless abandon, letting out a primal roar of frustration. Simultaneously, he took a swig from a large bottle, the flush on his face and the bravado in his mouth clashing with the grand sword he wielded with flair. Oh heavens, grant me a chance. I shall carve my path to divinity in any realm with the Emperor's armor. No sooner had he uttered these words than Wu He, feeling drowsy, collapsed on his bed, yet still clutched the sword firmly. The weapon pointed toward a poster on the wall. Double moons on the same day, a rare phenomenon, 8 stars aligned, an on-Cena Millennium event. A meteor from the sun illuminated the dark night of the Dragon Kingdom, striking a window directly. In that instant, the world lost a refugee but gained a corpse. Wu He rubbed his bleary eyes, the blinding light piercing through the darkness. A breathtaking azure sky unfolded before him, one he had never encountered. In disbelief, Wu He rubbed his eyes once more and was astonished to find his hands appeared remarkably youthful. Simultaneously, he pinched the inner thigh of his leg, a sharp pain confirming a chilling reality. Oh heavens, I was merely jesting. How did I truly cross over? Wu He surveyed his surroundings, probing the recesses of his mind for memories, utterly at a loss as to where he was. If I've crossed over, at least tell me where this is. Though he was speechless, he attempted various methods to summon his so-called golden finger, yet met with complete silence. In his moment of despair, Wu He heard the excited voices of several children outside his small dwelling. Suddenly, a flood of memories surged in his mind, akin to a tidal wave. He mused inwardly, so this is a trigger-type memory. After a brief interval, he digested most of the memories' recollections of a few companions and some basic life knowledge and worldview. Wow, heavens, you are truly benevolent. You've sent me to the Douluo continent. Thankfully my martial soul has yet to awaken, and the war between the 2 empires and the martial soul hall has not yet commenced. I still have a chance. As Wu He reveled in his daydreams, the door suddenly burst open with a loud bang, led by a snot-nosed child. Hey, hurry up. Grandpa Village Chief wants us to gather at the square. The leader of the group, with snot dripping from his nose, rushed into the room, calling out to Wu He. Without a moment's hesitation, Wu He sprang from his bed and dashed out after them. Dressing? That was out of the question. As a member of a poor household, he possessed only 2 thin garments. In truth, this village had no formal name, as the children residing here were all unfortunate orphans. However, these little unfortunate souls were descendants of the Soul Master Legion of the Tindo Empire. Every year, children were sent here, all being offspring of Soul Masters. Hence they were likely to possess soul power upon awakening. It was precisely for this reason that the Empire designated a village to care for these war orphans. Yet, the awakening of a Soul Master was not a certainty. Most of the orphans sent to this village had parents who were ordinary Soul Masters, with the most exceptional among them being merely a Soul Master of the rank of a 1,000-man leader. Thus, some children awakening without soul power had to remain in the village to care for the other kids. Over time, this village acquired a fitting name, Brotherhood Village. Wu He followed the group of small children to the square, where he beheld a sea of people, the atmosphere bustling with excitement. Although the number of attendees had yet to reach 1,000, 400 to 500 was assured. According to the explanations in his memories, every year during the awakening, only 10 of the children lacked soul power or possessed pitifully low levels of it. Should their innate soul power fall below level 3, the primary Soul Master Academy would categorically refuse admission. For those below this threshold, their training speed would be as slow as a tortoise, requiring at least 40 years to break through to Soul Sovereign, and whether they could ever reach Soul Master was akin to chasing a pipe dream. Thus, it was deemed more prudent to channel resources towards slightly stronger candidates, with the hope that they might one day join the Imperial Army and perhaps even become core members. As this was an orphanage of the Tindo Empire, more than a dozen powerful Soul Masters had come to assist the children in their awakenings. Various types of Soul Masters dazzled the audience with breathtaking displays, planting seeds of future dreams in the hearts of many children, illuminating their paths ahead. Before long, the awakening ceremony commenced with an effortless flow. One by one, children resembling little turnips stepped forward to awaken their martial souls, subsequently approaching the crystal ball behind the Grand Soul Masters to test their soul power. The children were systematically categorized based on their innate soul power levels, standing in orderly lines. However, children would be children despite standing still. Playful comparisons and antics were inescapable. Especially when they observed someone with lower soul power, a sense of pride would swell within them. Conversely, witnessing another's martial soul being less impressive than their own ignited an uncontrollable urge to show off, rendering the scene lively and animated. Unbeknownst to him, the line eventually reached Wu He. At that moment, to claim he was not nervous would be a blatant falsehood. Just moments ago, he had witnessed several girls awaken their Chinka grass martial souls, only to find themselves with a mere level 1 innate soul power, promptly retreating to a corner to sob. For them, aspiring to break through to level 25 in their lifetime was nothing short of a luxury, given the woeful quality of their martial souls. Before Wu He stood a woman of the auxiliary system, a soul sovereign with a martial soul of 9-yeared resurrection grass. With each additional tier, she could enhance life by 1, also boosting healing effectiveness by 50. Now, she was a 3-yearing soul sovereign, her healing prowess remarkable, rendering Wu He momentarily dazed. Following the woman's steady instructions, Wu He slowly extended his left hand. Under the guidance of the soul power induction array, he felt a peculiar force within him yearning to burst forth. Relax, do not resist, allow it to flow naturally. Her voice rang clear and steady, like a gentle spring, gradually easing Wu He's tension. Before long, a 5-colored array slowly materialized above Wu He's left hand, while simultaneously, the name of his martial soul surfaced in his mind. Light and Shadow, 5-element array. Chapter 2, Innately Full Soul Power. Chapter 3, Extremely Stringent Soul Ring Requirements. Chapter 4, Millennium Qin Foam Feather Eagle. Chapter 5, Wind Eagle Armor. Fusion. The surging soul power ravaged through Wu He's body like a tempestuous tide. As time flowed steadily, a main vein connected like a bridge, successfully aligning with Wu He's martial soul. Yet, at the moment of contact, the Light and Shadow 5-element array surged into action like a wild stallion, frantically operating as torrents of soul power poured into the martial soul. At that moment, Wu He's martial soul resembled an insatiable glutton, voraciously devouring the soul power within his body. Simultaneously, the core of the wood attribute within the martial soul began to shine like a brilliant star, charging and radiating light. The martial soul array unfurled behind Wu He like a magnificent painting, with waves of overwhelming vitality caressing him like a spring breeze. Those ruptured meridians visibly healed at an astonishing rate, growing increasingly resilient, as if forged from steel. Wu He's initially flushed skin gradually returned to tranquility, resembling a lake caressed by the spring breeze. A faint green glow enveloped his entire being, akin to a vibrant spirit being released boundlessly upon Wu He. Even the soul sovereign teacher, standing before him, sensed the extraordinary life force, as if the long-standing affliction of kidney deficiency vanished before this potent vitality. This lad possesses tremendous fortune, no wonder he is so bold. He dares to absorb a limit soul ring of 2.5 times its age. A limit soul ring of 2.5 times its age was far more challenging to absorb than the simple multiplication suggested. It required at least a 100-fold increase, and one would need a soul saint-level healing master for a mere 50 success rate. Empowered by the wood attribute's feedback, Wu He traversed the precarious path of having his meridians stretched and repaired by the soul power, akin to walking a tightrope over a cliff, repeatedly shifting from side to side. Time slipped by like a fleeting shadow, and before he realized it, 3 days had passed. Old Huang, it's been 3 days. Our rations are nearly depleted, and the academy's time is limited. Why is this lad still not ready? Old Liu, let's wait a bit longer. This kid's life energy is remarkably vigorous, and stabilizing it should be soon. Though Wu He may not have realized the swift passage of time, the other 6 individuals had undeniably endured a protracted 3 days within the Soul Beast Forest. While it is referred to as the Empire's wildlife sanctuary, its danger level is akin to that of a lurking tiger, not to be underestimated in the slightest. Half a day passed once more, and Teacher Liu, like a tempest, devoured the last pair of eagle wings. Unable to contain himself any longer, he set down the bones. Wu He-Yi's soul power erupted like a volcanic explosion, forming a formidable energy magnetic field that surged forth from his body. A purple soul ring, resembling a divine hand lifting the sun, elevated Wu He-Yi, yet it did not embellish his entire martial soul like stars surrounding the moon. Rather, it solely functioned at the focal point of the wood attribute. However, these details were trivial. What mattered was that Wu He-Yi had narrowly escaped death, and everyone could finally flee this wretched forest and return to the warm embrace of their academy's large bed. The young girl with the dragon phoenix, bound martial soul, bounded over like a jubilant fawn, sensing the overwhelming surge of powerful soul energy emanating from Wu He-Yi, causing her to tremble involuntarily. The soul master, surnamed Lu, strode over with purpose, his greasy fist striking Wu He-Yi's chest like a hammer. You truly are audacious, daring to provoke a 1,000-year soul beast. If it weren't for old Huang's insistence on remaining behind to protect you, you would have long since become a meal for the old wolf. Teacher Lu raised an eyebrow, gesturing for Wu He-Yi to express his gratitude to Soul Master Old Huang. Wu He-Yi understood the unspoken message regardless of the right or wrong in this situation. The Soul Master had resolutely stayed behind to safeguard him in this life-threatening predicament, and thus, a word of thanks was indeed warranted. Enough of that. Let's not linger any longer. Hurry and unleash your soul skill, so we can prepare to return to the academy. Soul Master Huang urged, his face flushed with excitement, prompting Wu He-Yi to swiftly test his newly acquired soul skill. After all, the first soul ring was a millennium old, a rare occurrence indeed. The effect of his soul skill was bound to be extraordinarily potent, and everyone was now brimming with excitement and insatiable curiosity. All understood that Wu He-Yi's martial soul was quite unique, classified by the academy as a weapon martial soul. Upon absorbing the soul ring, he had released an immense amount of life energy, leading everyone to conclude that Wu He-Yi's martial soul must be directed towards the support system, and particularly powerful at that. Yet, only Wu He-Yi himself comprehended that his martial soul and soul skill effects were certainly not supportive. If not classified as offensive, they would undoubtedly be categorized as agile attacks. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wu He-Yi spoke not a word of hesitation as he summoned his martial soul. The wood attribute focal point swiftly dominated his sea of souls. Simultaneously, Wu He-Yi gained the choice for the manifestation of his soul skill effects. The first option would manifest a summoning watch resembling the armor of a wind eagle, while the second was a one-time use would attribute crystal, granting a wind, or would attribute Soul Master a singular opportunity to summon the wind eagle armor. Both options had a current duration of 5 minutes, after which Wu He-Yi would expend a staggering 95 of the soul power, leaving merely 5 to maintain basic movement. With each additional soul ring, the duration would extend by 5 minutes, while the soul power consumption would decrease by 10. However, each soul skill release could only be chosen between affecting oneself or another. Naturally, during this initial fusion, one must first indulge oneself. Under the blessing of the soul ring, the wood attribute focal point of the martial soul expelled a bizarrely shaped watch. At this, all present were left utterly astonished. What on earth is this? Each person's mind conjured up 6 large question marks. In an instant, Wu He-Yi swiftly clasped the watch on his left wrist, while the wood attribute focal point within his martial soul transformed into a translucent emerald green orb. Cautiously, Wu He-Yi cradled the orb, scrutinizing it under the brilliant sunlight, before gently inserting it into the watch. He bellowed with fervor, "Wind Eagle Armor, merge!" In that moment, a cerulean armor descended as if from the heavens, instantly enveloping Wu He-Yi's form. The silver and white hues intertwined like the Milky Way winding through the ocean, dazzling in brilliance while the ruby-colored eye armor resembled flames ablaze, captivating all who beheld it. Most astonishingly, Wu He-Yi's modest height of 1.3 meters surged to an imposing 1.8 meters, akin to a giant towering over his peers. Chapter 6. The inability to release the wind-piercing stab. My heavens, how incredibly cool. Soul Master Huang lightly flicked Wu He-Yi's armor with his fingers, the dull thud echoing as if proclaiming the indomitable defense of this armor. The gentle touch brought a chilling sensation, and due to the armor's fusion, Wu He-Yi now stood half a head taller than Soul Master Huang. Being gazed down upon in such a manner, old Huang felt an inexplicable pressure. Yet, being a 3-ring Soul Master, old Huang's profound cultivation prevented him from being intimidated by a mere wondering novice. He promptly moved to a clearing, signaling Wu He-Yi to spar with him. Wu He-Yi was well aware of the armor's capabilities. However, he remained uncertain about the extent of its power in this realm. Without a moment's hesitation, He nodded in agreement. The two positioned themselves, adopting combat stances. Old Huang, not daring to underestimate the situation, summoned his martial soul. A withered yellow leaf drifted down as the two engaged in silence, their fists colliding like lightning in the blink of an eye. With a single punch, both combatants gained a rough understanding of Wu He's strength. Soul Master Old Huang found it hard to believe that Wu He's martial soul, paired with the soul ring, could withstand 9/10 of his force. It is worth noting that this power came without any added soul skills. If unleashed upon an ordinary soul master, it would undoubtedly send them flying like a cannonball, without a moment's pause. Moreover, what was even more astonishing was their speed. The distance they moved toward one another was equal, implying that their initial velocities were nearly identical. Wu He's ability to meet Old Huang's punch indicated that his reaction speed was as swift as the wind. Yet, Old Huang was a three-ring soul master specializing in agility, with speed as his primary means of attack. Wu He, on the other hand, was merely a special weapon martial soul, possessing only one ring. However, to Wu He, the scene appeared entirely different. He understood the prowess of the armor clearly, although he lacked confidence in his own strength. He was certain that its defensive capabilities were impressive. Thus, as soon as Wu He observed Old Huang's movement, he swiftly followed suit. Though his initial response was slightly delayed, he quickly caught up, colliding his fist with Old Huang's. Wu He exerted only a fraction of his strength, intending merely to test the defense. But upon seeing Old Huang's expression, he instantly grasped the overwhelming delight reflected therein. By the way, after this rather unimpressive exchange of blows, Wu He realized that his foundational punching power, after merging with his armor, had likely surpassed the limits of a basic soul master. Moreover, since Lao Wang was of the agility attack type and had not utilized any soul techniques, Wu He was uncertain whether he had truly transcended the realm of the soul master. Nevertheless, Wu He was exhilarated. He understood that even if he had not genuinely surpassed the soul master level, he had still achieved an impressive leap of 20 ranks. This kind of exaggerated advancement was something Wu He had never witnessed in any anime. Following their brief bout, the two swiftly separated, and Lao Wang was about to assist Wu He in exploring other aspects. Wu He swiftly raised his hand to halt the proceedings. "Teacher, our sparring is far too inefficient. I can only maintain this form for 5 minutes, so I wish to unleash all my techniques for your evaluation." Wu He spoke candidly. Indeed, when it comes to the application of soul skills, even the same skill manifests with subtle differences depending on the user. Each soul master is most aware of the true power of their own abilities. However, the strength exhibited by Wu He has transcended the conventional limits of soul master prowess, necessitating an external assessment. Inwardly contemplating this rationale, Lao Wang gestured for the others to disperse slightly, granting Wu He a measure of space while ensuring that everyone remained vigilant against potential ambushes by the formidable soul beasts. He pointed towards a grove, indicating that Wu He should freely conduct his tests there. Wu He, reminiscent of Bruce Lee, gracefully warmed up with nimble little jumps, the armor he wore clashing against each other, producing a crisp and melodious sound akin to a splendid symphony. First came the mastery of fist and feet. In the blink of an eye, two trees, each large enough to require a pair of individuals to embrace, were effortlessly shattered by Wu He's strikes, as if they were tender sprouts ravaged by a tempest. The three young children scarcely comprehended the speed of Wu He's assault before the trees collapsed with a resounding crash. Even the two esteemed soul masters could merely catch a fleeting glimpse of emotion's afterimage. Even Lao Huang, a third-ring soul master of the agile attack type, could only perceive the remnants of the punch and kick. Were he to attempt the same feat, even deploying his third soul skill, he could never match such velocity. Moreover, he could not achieve the feat of severing two massive trees with a single blow. Subsequently, Wu He gently turned the knob on his waist belt's right side, and a faint, ethereal light screen materialized before him. He raised his right hand and delicately touched the luminescent surface, causing it to shatter into emerald green particles, reminiscent of twinkling stars in the night sky. These particles, synchronized with Wu He's breath and the gentle breeze, reformed into a hand crossbow at his right wrist, with the majestic silhouette of a giant eagle hovering above it, exuding an air of grandeur. Immediately, Wu He aimed at a distant tree, one that would require at least 5 individuals to surround. He released 3 arrows in rapid succession, akin to shooting stars, piercing directly through the heart of the tree in an instant. 100-year soul ring, poised to dissipate at any moment, began to float above the tree. Amidst the astonishment of all present, Wu He twisted the knob at his waist once more, and the crossbow's head transformed instantaneously into a longsword. Wu moved with an ethereal grace, and in an instant, a colossal tree that required the encirclement of 5 individuals was transformed into a neatly stacked pile of firewood. Each piece of wood was of uniform length and width, with impeccably smooth and even cut surfaces, as if they had been born in such a state, devoid of any frayed edges. The onlookers, witnessing Wu's display, hesitated momentarily, believing that his demonstration had concluded. However, this was merely a fleeting moment of confusion for him. To his astonishment, he found that the knob to his left was seemingly enchanted, rendering it immovable. despite having reached this pivotal juncture. The steps for unleashing either the wind-piercing thrust or the wind-eagle leg vividly replayed in his mind, yet the lethal technique felt as though it were ensnared, obstructing his thoughts. In desperation, Wu had no choice but to seek alternative methods and experiment with other weapons. With a mere thought, the wind-eagle sword in his hand vanished without a trace, replaced by the wind-eagle ring he retrieved from his shoulders. He forcefully hurled the wind-eagle ring into the distance, and it soared like an arrow released from a bow, in its spiraling flight. The two rings resembled ferocious saw blades, swiftly trimming the branches within a 500-meter radius, as though a meticulous landscaping had taken place. The entire process unfolded with the swiftness of a tempest, and ultimately, the wind-eagle rings obediently returned to Wu's grasp, akin to well-behaved children. Chapter 7. Returning to the academy for a feast with his weaponry now prepared, Wu silently counted down the moments, and in less than a minute, time slipped by like a fleeting shadow. In a moment of inspiration, Wu Yi conceived a remarkable technique and resolved to take a bold leap of faith to ascertain its efficacy. The instant Wu Yi relinquished his weapon, the tension that had gripped the hearts of all present began to dissipate. Each individual's internal landscape was uniquely varied. The three young children were awash with a blend of envy and admiration, while the two esteemed soul masters regarded him with profound respect. Elder Huang, a soul sovereign, was primarily taken aback, and those who had yet to attain the level of soul sovereign might have mistakenly believed that Wu Yi's abilities were merely on par with that status. However, in truth, Elder Huang's understanding had been entirely upended. He firmly believed that Wu Yi's current prowess surpassed the realm of soul sovereign, having ascended to the domain of soul sect. Yet, as they reveled in their inner tumult, Wu Yi suddenly dismantled his armored form, rendering himself exceedingly frail, akin to a flickering candle in the wind. Nevertheless, they distinctly recalled Wu Yi stating that his soul skill could be sustained for 5 minutes. Yet it appeared he had not even reached 4 minutes. The first to regain her composure was a young girl from Wu Yi's village, who, like a swift swallow, caught him just before he fell. 5 seconds prior, Wu Yi gazed intently at the dwindling minute, resolutely deciding to attempt the Zen seal. He gently placed his hands before his abdomen, palms pressed together in a rhythmic motion, softly reciting the incantation of the Zen seal. In the blink of an eye, the world surrounding Wu Yi was enveloped in an eerie silence. The sound of the wind ceased, the chirping of birds faded away, and the roars of beasts dissipated. Even the withered yellow leaves drifting through the air and the sweat and dust seemed to be suspended in time. However, Wu Yi suddenly realized that the energy of his armor had vanished in an instant. The Zen seal lasted merely 3 seconds, and he was overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness emanating from the Sea of Souls, as if a vast reservoir of soul energy had been abruptly drained. This feeling was not merely one of physical weakness due to the loss of soul energy, but also a dual depletion of mental and physical strength, creating an unbearable sense of powerlessness under the weight of these threefold losses. Swift as the wind, several individuals hurriedly escorted Wu Yi back to the academy to report. The 3 instructors submitted their student soul ring acquisition reports. Upon hearing that Wu Yi had obtained a Millennium Soul Ring, the dean was astounded, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. What did you say? You allowed a level 10 soul master to absorb a Millennium Soul Ring? Have you lost your mind? The dean unleashed a tempest of fury upon the 3 teachers. You are responsible for the academy's 4 most exceptional students. If the student is reckless, must you all be equally foolish? The 3 teachers stood frozen, akin to statues, too afraid to move or even breathe. Soul Master Lao Wang was about to interject with an explanation when he was abruptly cut off. Thus, the 3 endured over an hour of scolding until the dean, parched and exhausted, took a couple of hearty gulps from his water cup to regain composure. Observing the 3 like deflated balloons, the vice dean inquired, "Did you bring back the child's body?" Upon hearing this question, old Lu's face flushed with shame as he stammered, "And no, we didn't bring it back." The vice dean's fury ignited, and he bellowed, "You beasts! How dare you! Just watch as I have you disciplined under military law today." Rising to his feet, a formidable staff materialized in his right hand like a bolt of lightning, 5 soul rings shimmering like brilliant stars around him. The overwhelming pressure of his soul power forced the 3 to retreat involuntarily. And no, what I meant was he is not dead. Old Lu hastily waved his hands, beads of sweat cascading down his face. He successfully absorbed the soul ring. What? The dean seized old Lu by the collar, lifting him off the ground. "Say that again." His anger remained unabated, tinged with disbelief and disdain. Director Liang remained composed, insisting he is truly alive. He absorbed the Millennium Soul Ring and is now resting in the student dormitory. The only female teacher among the trio quickly clarified. Upon hearing this, the dean's fury subsided slightly, and he released his grip. He commanded the 3 to recount the events in detail once more. The trio vividly recounted every detail, after which both deans fell silent. The dean remained mute, and the 3, having finished their account, dared not utter another word. After a moment of contemplation, the vice dean spoke, "You 3 may return for now. Go to the military department to collect 300 military sticks and then serve a 3-month penalty. Bring that lad to see me tomorrow." Receiving the orders, the 3 hurriedly departed, fearful that even a moment's delay would double their punishment. No sooner had they left than the 2 deans began to converse. Wu Yi lay in the dormitory like a corpse for an entire day, regaining his physical strength, spiritual energy, and mental clarity. However, His stomach had long begun to grumble with hunger. In a flash, he dashed to the campus dining hall and commenced a voracious feast akin to a whirlwind. His appearance resembled that of a famished ghost reborn. Before long, 3 small mountains of empty plates had accumulated beside him. His stomach seemed an insatiable abyss, as food continuously disappeared into it without a trace, leaving one to wonder where all those dishes had vanished. His manner of consumption attracted a multitude of onlookers, drawing even the chefs from the culinary department to the kitchen's entrance. Word had spread that a gluttonous spirit beast had arrived at the dining hall, voraciously devouring all the meals. Wu Yi indulged in a lavish feast at the buffet for 2 hours, devouring half of the cafeteria's provisions. And only then did he feel satisfied, patting his round belly as he departed. Were it not for his signing of the Empire's elite talent agreement, which afforded him complimentary meals and accommodation, this single meal would have cost him 500 to 600 gold soul coins, a sum he could scarcely afford. Remarkably, Wu Yi had consumed enough to deplete the cafeteria's supplies for half a month. He leisurely probed his teeth with a toothpick, ambling out of the cafeteria. At that moment, a messenger teacher hurried over to inform him that the dean was seeking him and requested his immediate presence in the dean's office. The freshly satiated Wu Yi was momentarily bewildered by this news. What could it mean? Was it because he had skipped evening study the previous night? Or had he merely overindulged? Was the school truly unable to tolerate such behavior? Despite the confusion swirling in his mind, he strode confidently toward the dean's office, buoyed by the courage bestowed upon him by the Wind Eagle armor. Shortly thereafter, he spotted 3 familiar figures standing awkwardly at the door of the dean's office, resembling students caught daydreaming during class, now sentenced to stand in the hallway as punishment. Chapter 8. Forced to perform. Teacher Huang, what are the 3 of you doing here? Wu Yi, with a toothpick in hand, approached the trio, among whom the female teacher blushed and seemed reluctant to speak. Enough of the nonsense, hurry inside, Old Huang exclaimed, delivering a swift kick to Wu Yi, which exacerbated the pain from the torn wound on his rear. Wu Yi swiftly entered the office, turning around to make a playful face at Old Huang, but alas, he missed the opportunity to kick. Within the office, a sprightly elderly gentleman sat confidently in the main seat, while beside him rested another elder radiating an impressive aura. Wu Yi felt a surge of unease, whether in his past life or the present. The sight of the stern old man, whose face bore the unmistakable mark of a disciplinary director, sent shivers down his spine, making him question if he had erred in some manner. He had closed the office door himself, and at this moment, he regretted not bringing the haughty Old Huang along as a shield. In the room, apart from the 2 deans, he found himself alone, filled with remorse. He had encountered the principal, seated at the head of the table, only once before during the enrollment process. Back then, the principal had smiled radiantly, like a blooming flower, coaxing Wu Hei into signing the elite talent contract. Beside him sat the vice dean, whom Wu Hei was meeting for the first time. Young lad, your name is Wu Hei, is it not? May I call you Little Wu? The vice dean, sensing the atmosphere was too tense, broke the silence. Wu Hei had no objection to the first part of the statement, but the term Little Wu was intolerable to him. That's fine, but you mustn't call me Little Wu. How about you call me E instead? The vice dean, taken aback by Wu Hei's bright smile, was momentarily flustered, realizing that the young boy was quite clever despite his age. Well then, E, I hear you have successfully absorbed a millennium-old soul ring. Do reveal it for the principal to behold. The vice dean wore a warm and inviting smile. This old rascal, Wu Hei thought to himself, immediately trying to make me call him Grandpa. Yet, he had no choice but to comply, extending his right hand. His martial soul, akin to a slumbering giant, began to awaken slowly, manifesting before them. Surprisingly, the 1,000-year purple soul ring floated alone above the center of the wood element, resembling a solitary dancer. Such an extraordinary sight was indeed rare. Typically, once absorbed, a soul ring clung closely to the martial soul as a loyal guardian. Vice Dean Liang swiftly enveloped the soul power around his hands and cautiously approached Wu Hei's martial soul. This action resembled a mystical ritual, however. Directly touching another's martial soul was undeniably a breach of etiquette. Such intimate contact was usually reserved for elders with profound regard for their juniors, especially in cases like Wu Hei's, where an unusually aged soul ring had been absorbed, necessitating a thorough examination of the martial soul's foundation. After an hour of meticulous effort, the vice dean concluded that Wu Hei's martial soul was entirely sound. Nonetheless, the enigma of the soul ring only adhering to the soul I remained unresolved. Yet, during their ongoing conversation, the vice dean astutely noticed a detail. The soul I adorned with a soul ring shone like the brightest star in the night sky, radiating a brilliance surpassing that of the other elements. Furthermore, it appeared that any future soul rings would accurately align with the respective soul eyes, corresponding to the elemental beast from which they originated. It seemed that what Xiao Huang and the others had said was indeed true. The martial soul had never exhibited signs of fragmentation. Dean Liang felt a profound sense of relief. Now, let us proceed to the training ground to assess the strength of your soul techniques and see if they're indeed as extraordinary as they claim, Dean Liang declared, his previous stern demeanor replaced by a hearty laugh that resonated throughout the office. With that, he tucked Wu Hei under his arm and was about to step out. Wu Yi was suddenly taken aback, flailing his arms and legs in a frantic manner, exclaiming, "No, I certainly do not wish to engage in a fight. Wu Yi has gained a considerable understanding of his own abilities, particularly the aspect of his martial soul that passively reflects the effects of soul skills. More importantly, he is currently averse to reliving that overwhelming sense of weakness. After all, that feeling is akin to being forsaken by the world, enveloped in solitude and helplessness, instilling a profound sense of despair. I am aware of your concerns, yet there is no need to dwell on them. Director Sin, after all, is a healing soul master whose cultivation has already reached the 59th level, standing just a step away from becoming a soul emperor. Director Liang exudes confidence and audacity, as if the soul emperor's power were his own. Wu Yi gazed in astonishment at Dean Sun, for it was the first time he had learned that a support-type soul master specializing in healing could ascend to the esteemed position of academy president. Furthermore, their institution was a unique amalgamation of both primary and intermediate levels, where it was customary for the leadership to be held by formidable attack-type soul masters. The role of the academy president was not only one of supreme administrative authority, but also a symbol of the institution's martial prowess. Thus, it was evident that Dean Sin's strength must surpass that of an ordinary combat soul master, instilling a sense of awe in Wu Yi as he was swiftly escorted to the training arena by the exuberant Dean Liang. Amidst the astonished gazes of passing students and faculty, those with keen eyes couldn't help but notice the usually stern Vice Dean Liang exhibiting childlike joy, an unusual sight indeed. Curiosity swirled among the onlookers regarding the identity of Wu Yi, who had garnered such attention that the Vice Dean himself led him to the training ground. As the news spread like wildfire, an uproariously humorous rumor took flight. Have you heard? The newcomer Wu Yi is set to challenge the formidable Hammer King Liang. What? Liang intends to send Wu Yi fleeing in terror, all because his first soul ring is a millennium old. Is it possible? Who would dare absorb a 1,000-year soul ring as their first? Wouldn't that result in instant annihilation? A cacophony of bizarre speculations filled the air, and before long, the training arena was brimming with spectators. Were these idlers not supposed to be in class? What brought them all here? Dean Liang surveyed the throng of students gathered to witness the spectacle. To his surprise, some even began placing bets, with odds centered around how many moves Wu Yi might withstand against the legendary Liang. Among the more eccentric wagers, one stood out, 1,000-to-1 bet on Wu Yi defeating Liang. It was utterly ludicrous, 1 ring against 5, and yet someone had actually placed a bet. A charming girl, with a dragon phoenix bow slung over her back, boldly wagered a golden soul coin. Wu Yi found himself at a loss, wondering how a perfectly ordinary situation had devolved into a fierce combat competition. Yet, there was no alternative. He had to confront this challenge head-on. Chapter 9. The Battle with Dean Liang. So be it. Wu Yi took a deep breath, striving to calm his racing heart, which felt as frantic as a frightened fawn. After all, he wished to seize this opportunity to hone his combat skills. It is essential to note that the combat techniques class was not something accessible to someone of his grade level. Having a Soul King as a sparring partner was an opportunity more precious than gold. Dean Liang stood before him like an immovable mountain, a mere 10 meters separating them as they locked eyes. A slight smile graced Dean Liang's lips as he deftly flicked his right hand, summoning a powerful dragon hammer that appeared as if conjured from thin air. His right foot lightly touched the ground, reminiscent of a dragonfly skimming the surface of water, as 5 soul rings emerged from beneath him, unfolding like layers of lotus petals. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. The black soul ring, in particular, emanated a forceful wave of soul power akin to a raging tsunami, causing the hearts of the 80 spectators to race with trepidation. On the obsidian ring, faint wisps of black soul light twinkled like stars in the night sky, and the pressure it exerted on Wu Yi in such proximity felt as oppressive as Mount Tai itself. From the initial calm demeanor of Wu Yi to the furrowing of his brow, the moment the black soul ring manifested, it was as though an immensely heavy mountain had suddenly descended upon his shoulders. Wu Yi felt like a monkey firmly pressed down by the weight of Five-Finger Mountain, harboring a spirit of resistance, yet lacking the strength to oppose. In a moment, his martial soul unfurled behind him like a peacock spreading its magnificent tail, and in that instant, Wu Yi sensed a slight alleviation of the burden on his shoulders, finally granted a fleeting opportunity to breathe. Wu Yi silently thought to himself that the situation was dire. Indeed, the disparity between a Soul King and a Soul Master was as vast as the heavens and the earth. My martial spirit is the Dragon Hammer, a formidable assault-type spirit at level 58. The blunt instrument in Dean Liang's hand, the Dragon Hammer, emitted a resonant clang, spinning like a mighty dragon emerging from the sea. The obsidian weapon released a unique silvery sheen as it whirled, akin to lightning streaking across the night sky, showcasing its lethal sharpness. Upon witnessing Dean Liang reveal his identity, Wu Yi could not remain indifferent. A purple soul ring, resembling a graceful purple butterfly, fluttered forth from the core of the wood element formation, elegantly hovering around Wu Yi. The appearance of the purple soul ring was like a dazzling meteor traversing the night sky, instantly eliciting gasps of astonishment from the audience. It was indeed the first ring of a millennium, truly astonishing. My martial spirit is the Shadow 5 Elements formation, and I am currently a 16th level weapon master specializing in agility. Wu Yi paused for a moment, scratching his head awkwardly as he spoke. It is what it is. If it is not, then it is not. What do you mean by currently? Dean Liang chided with a laugh. Never mind, let me see what is special about your soul skills. All right, Wu Yi replied resolutely. Ready for the challenge. The wood element at the core of the Shadow 5 Elements formation behind him instantly transformed into a valiant warrior, taking the lead. While the purple soul ring adorned him like an exquisite cloak. At that moment, a delicate blue watch emerged from the core, shining like a brilliant sapphire. Landing steadily in Wu Yi's right hand. A soul guiding device? Dean Liang exclaimed. In his youth, although lacking in power, Dean Liang had traveled extensively, gaining insights broader than those of his peers. The operation of the 5-in-1 strategy has been accurately anticipated by Dean Liang with remarkable precision. The quintuple fusion soul skill primarily involves the summoning of a conjurer, which serves as the true manifestation of the martial soul. In other words, the quintuple fusion practitioner does not conform to the traditional archetype of a weapon soul master, but rather embodies the essence of a soul guide master. Wu Yi affixed the summoner onto his left hand, and with a swift motion of his right hand, the wood element's focal point transformed into a translucent crystal core coin, resembling a mysterious mirror. As it caught the sunlight, his entire being radiated a brilliant glow, enveloped in a resplendent luminescence. The crystal core was loaded into the summoner, and the sunlight streamed through the summoner's cover like a golden river, continuously infusing him with energy. The purple soul ring around Wu Yi pulsed erratically, as if performing a mystical dance. First soul skill, Wind Eagle Armor, Fusion. At the command, the surrounding glow swiftly morphed into tangible form, akin to a nimble sprite. The armor, predominantly deep blue, resembled the boundless night sky, evoking the sanctity of a divine realm, captivating the eye endlessly. Upon witnessing Wu Yi unleash his soul skill, Dean Liang beckoned him with a wave, proclaiming, "Come, let us test it." "Very well, let us see what happens," Wu Yi replied, undaunted, his voice resonating with strength. Faced with a soul king-level powerhouse, he did not adopt a cautious approach as he had with Old Huang. Instead, he summoned the Wind Eagle Sword without reservation. In an instant, the air was filled with the fierce clashing of metal, a rhythmic and continuous series of impacts akin to a resounding war drum, stirring the hearts of all present. Everyone stood in stunned disbelief, unable to fathom that Wu Yi could rival Dean Liang, even forcing him into a position of passive defense. Wind Eagle 100 Strikes. The Wind Eagle Sword wielded by Wu Yi unleashed a torrent of blades, reminiscent of a volcano erupting, weaving a dense and impenetrable web of attacks. Witnessing Wu Yi's ferocious onslaught, Dean Liang felt a surge of astonishment. He had come to believe Teacher Huang's assertions. This offensive was indeed terrifying, its rhythm and power reaching the caliber of a Soul King. Quickly shaking off his shock, Dean Liang summoned his soul power, which surged like a tempest, as he swung his dragon hammer with a ferocity akin to a raging dragon, forcing Wu Yi back. Fifth soul skill, Dragon's Hammer Demonic Prison. A square-shaped dueling platform materialized, resembling an indestructible fortress that ensconced the two combatants within. For shadowy figures wielding dragon hammers emerged from the confines of the soul skill's reach, their eyes glowing crimson, exuding an aura of malevolence, as if they were messengers from the depths of hell. My heavens! To unleash the fifth soul skill right away, I fear Wu Yi is doomed. The four avatars surged forward like arrows released from a bow, yet their targets diverged dramatically, akin to ravenous wolves lunging for legs, abdomen, arms, and head. Meanwhile, Dean Liang's true form remained outside the arena. The dark energy forming the platform barely reached a step in front of him. In the blink of an eye, however, Wu Yi, brandishing the dual rings, darted out of the perilous zone like a startled hare. Just as the onlookers were momentarily entranced, believing the outcome was sealed, Wu Yi executed a rapid transformation of his weapon as if by magic. The dual rings flew forth like shooting stars, his hands gracefully positioned before his abdomen. Before he clapped them together, unleashing the Zen seal, the shadowy avatars, unable to even graze Wu Yi, were mercilessly obliterated. In a mere 2 seconds of control, Wu Yi's armor time diminished by half a minute, yet to the spectators, his speed appeared as swift as lightning, his attacks flowing with an elegance that betrayed no hint of discord. Chapter 10. Fierce Battle. The testing phase for Dean Liang concluded. It was time for him to get serious. A sound, reminiscent of metal machinery, resonated from within the armor. Before Dean Liang could react, the Wind Eagle ring, spinning like a top in Wu Yi's grasp, darted towards his throat with the swiftness of lightning. If Dean Liang was known as the Old Demon, it was evident that his teachings were as fearsome as the Inferno. Thus far, no student had ever dared approach him with such spectral audacity. Dean Liang retreated with the speed of a gale, yet the dragon hammer remained, a mere shadow left behind. As the 5-in-1 strike merely hit the afterimage, the realization of having missed the target dawned upon him, only to witness Dean Liang retreating several meters like a specter. Wu Yi did not become enraged by the miss, but rather, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a sly smile akin to that of a cunning fox. Indeed, one must not underestimate the soul masters of this world. This group comprises individuals who are akin to frenzied war machines. All the formidable warriors have risen through battles that resemble life and death duels, their cultivation, combat skills, and battle awareness honed through the crucible of real combat, much like the forging of steel. At present, Wu Yi relies solely on his familiarity with the capabilities of his armor, compensating for the disparity in combat power. In essence, he wields a weapon as formidable as a Gatling gun, yet lacks the knowledge of how to utilize it effectively and the ammunition to support it. Thus, he flails about like a child in battle, appearing vigorous and spirited, yet ultimately ridiculous and laughable. Should his initial strike fail, he simply attempts again, cherishing the rare opportunities that allow him to fully unleash the potential of his armor's abilities. Wu Yi advanced with the ferocity of a hungry tiger pouncing upon its prey, executing an upward thrust reminiscent of a dragon emerging from the sea. A diagonal slash akin to a fierce tiger descending from the mountain, a horizontal cut like a tempest sweeping through the leaves, and a throat-cutting maneuver as swift as a venomous snake emerging from its lair. In stark contrast, Dean Liang exhibited an air of nonchalance, moving with the grace of a leisurely stroll, displaying no intention of employing his soul skills for defense. Even his martial spirit remained motionless, resembling a statue firmly anchored to the ground. Wu Yi felt like a mere jester, embarrassed and exposed. Realizing that he could no longer charge recklessly like a formidable soul master, such behavior would squander the extraordinary agility of the Wind Eagle armor, which was akin to that of a soaring bird. He needed to feign an attack. If he could not provoke Dean Liang into action, he would remain excessively passive. As he observed that he was merely 2 punches away from reaching Dean Liang, the distance felt as insurmountable as a chasm. Resolutely, Wu Yi abandoned the pursuit once more, launching his dual rings like meteors, slicing through the air in an X formation. Wu Yi swiftly retreated, attempting to create distance from Dean Liang. The little fellow seemed intent on engaging in a game of kite warfare. Dean Liang, embodying the wisdom of age, was acutely aware that despite the lack of explicit information from teacher Huang and his companions regarding the duration of Wu Yi's armor, his own experience indicated that such soul skills, which significantly enhance combat prowess, do not last for an extended period. Thus, Dean Liang diligently avoided a direct confrontation with Wu Yi, who, due to his lack of combat experience, had failed to land a single hit even after a minute of engagement, not allowing Wu Yi to truly create distance. Dean Liang had long since recognized the latter's capability for precise ranged attacks. With his soul power enveloping his hands, he effortlessly deflected the twin rings aside while simultaneously condensing his soul energy at the tip of his right finger. The previously motionless dragon hammer sword with a resounding whoosh towards Wu Yi's back. Upon reaching the rank of Soul King, his control over soul power and mental energy had achieved an exceptional level, allowing for effortless manipulation of his martial spirit from a distance, akin to a third hand for the Soul Master. Upon hearing the sound, Wu Yi realized that Dean Liang had underestimated the situation. The military strategies of Huaxia, honed over 5 millennia, far surpassed any mere combat experience. The principle of strategic retreat, as outlined in the 36 stratagems, suggests that in unfavorable circumstances where power disparities exist, a planned and proactive withdrawal is essential to seek new opportunities for engagement. By retreating to draw the enemy in, one may find the chance to counterattack. As Dean Liang employed his martial spirit to sever Wu Yi's escape route, he had already fallen into a trap of his own making. At this moment, the Wind Eagle ring had circled around and returned, having maneuvered through Dean Liang's visual blind spot. The distinctive characteristics of the Wind Eagle armor were speed and opportunism, akin to the nature of the eagle itself. Wu Yi pretended to have just realized an ambush from behind, swiftly turning to shield himself with his arms, bracing to absorb a powerful blow. Wu Yi naturally utilized the gliding capabilities of the Wind Eagle armor to simulate the illusion of being struck and propelled backward. However, enduring such a blow required considerable courage from Wu Yi, and fortunately, the armor's defenses were sufficiently robust. To most spectators, Wu Yi's flailing movements after being hit appeared as if he had been caught off guard. Yet for those with greater cultivation, his actions seemed rather clumsy, revealing an overt intention. His desire to draw closer to Dean Liang had never wavered. Of course, the onlooker's clarity often eludes the one directly involved. By the time Dean Liang realized what was unfolding, Wu Yi had already approached with the Wind Eagle sword in hand. Meanwhile, the Wind Eagle ring was also in position, and Wu Yi was eager to see whether Dean Liang would choose to advance or retreat at this critical moment. "You little rascal!" Dean Liang's thoughts shifted, and his martial soul returned to his grasp, simultaneously unleashing his second soul skill, the Dragon's Flame Barrier. A wall of flames emerged, directly intercepting the incoming Wind Eagle ring. When the Wind Eagle ring collided with the fiery barrier, it produced a resounding clang, reminiscent of iron striking fiercely and igniting sparks. Although the ambush was thwarted, it did not signify the end of Wu Yi's frontal assault. He bent low and made a swift upward thrust. In that fleeting 3 minutes, Wu Yi had genuinely landed a hit on Dean Liang, albeit without inflicting any damage. Nonetheless, this spectacle elicited sharp intakes of breath from the audience, particularly from those senior students who had attended Dean Liang's lectures. With a swift twist of the Wind Eagle sword's hilt, he instantly transformed it into the Wind Eagle crossbow. "Come on, old man Liang, keep dodging," Wu Yi exclaimed with abandon, his hands never ceasing their movements as bolt after bolt from the crossbow struck the air above, hitting Dean Liang. The ensuing explosion sent plumes of smoke and debris swirling into the atmosphere. The rhythm of Wu Yi's assault conveyed a resolute intention to remain unyielding. The first soul technique, immense, a rectangular object pierced through the swirling dust, appearing in the sky. "This is troubling. Old Liang is serious now." Dean Sin immediately rose, A colossal tree ascending from the sidelines, poised for rescue. After all these years, you are the first to dare address me as Old Liang. As the dust settled, Dean Liang was encircled by a protective shield of soul power. Although each strike from Wu He bore the potency of a soul king. The strength among soul kings varies. It seemed he had landed a blow, yet in reality, it was but an illusion, leaving no harm. The dragon's hammer descended with a powerful vertical strike, grand in its display but slow in execution, allowing Wu He to evade effortlessly. Before he could relish his success, the dragon's hammer swept horizontally, and as Wu He attempted to dodge, he leapt into the air. A whip-like kick struck his armor, leaving Wu He no time to react, sending him hurtling away. A clever ruse indeed. Chapter 11. An Instructed Legacy. Old Liang. Your martial ethics leave much to be desired. Wu He sprang up with the swiftness of a spring, adopting a defensive stance, inwardly lamenting the situation. This old fellow's capacity to learn was nothing short of lightning speed. It was entirely his own fault for his lack of experience, having been blinded by trivial gains. Yet, for reasons unknown, his lethal move seemed sealed, unable to be unleashed. Wu He cast a resigned glance at the timer of his armor, noting that only a minute remained. Just moments ago, it had still indicated 1.5 minutes. Shocked, he stood there, dumbfounded. Yet, upon reflection, it became somewhat understandable. The armor he summoned possessed combat capabilities at the level of a Soul King, and it was only logical that it would come with certain limitations. Skills that transcended the world's rules, like the Zen Seal, required a significant expenditure of time. Therefore, it seemed reasonable that his agile Wind Eagle armor, after enduring excessive attacks, would have its fusion time reduced. As he observed the dwindling seconds, Wu He became acutely aware of the disparity in strength. Yet he was unwilling to concede defeat so easily. However, Old Liang had already taken precautions, making any attempt to exploit the same tactic again exceedingly difficult. Wu He, filled with reluctance, possessed nearly equivalent combat prowess, yet lacked the corresponding strength and experience. In a moment of frustration, a thought seemed to dawn upon him. Once, in a certain classic anime, there existed a magical technique capable of momentarily halting time, accompanied by a corresponding offensive mode. Now, all he needed to do was to unleash the speed of the Wind Eagle armor to its utmost potential. Wu He stood resolutely before Dean Liang, exuding an air of youthful exuberance as he proclaimed, self-created soul technique, flash time skill, pseudo, Wind Eagle 100. His voice abruptly ceased. With a swift motion, Dean Liang prepared to defend himself, when an overwhelming sense of imminent danger surged upon him like a tidal wave. Despite Wu He being 10 meters away, the attack seemed to shadow him relentlessly, leaving no room for evasion. Dean Liang's reflexes were as swift as lightning. His first and second soul techniques burst forth like two resplendent beams of light, instantly countering the deluge of attacks from all directions. However, his soul power was swiftly depleted, akin to a dam breaking under relentless floodwaters. After all, Wu He was exerting every ounce of his strength, uncertain of how much longer his armor could endure. Thus, each strike was akin to a blazing meteor, representing the utmost output of his armor's capabilities. 3 seconds later, Dean Liang gasped for breath, half kneeling on the ground as if crushed by an immense weight. Were it not for the dragon staff he clutched tightly for support, he might have collapsed entirely. Over 100 slashes descended upon him like a torrential storm from every conceivable angle. Dean Liang was not primarily a defensive soul master. His techniques were predominantly focused on fierce offense. Now, forced into a defensive stance, not only was his soul power draining rapidly, but his physical stamina was being ruthlessly expended. You little rascal, Dean Liang chided with a chuckle. If only I were 10 years younger, ha. His voice resonated like a mighty bell, echoing through the air. With a wave of his hand, a look of satisfaction graced his face, reminiscent of flowers blooming in the warmth of spring. You have won. Wu He, clad in armor like a triumphant general, approached Dean Liang and took a seat before him. However, the moment he settled down, the armor disintegrated like shattered ice, causing him to fall in a most undignified manner. Old man, I didn't win. I merely took a shortcut. It's a draw. Wu He's voice, though youthful, rang out clear and crisp like a lark's song, yet it bore the weight of profound fatigue. Do you still require my assistance? Dean Liang retorted with a haughty push towards Wu He, his gaze ablaze like a raging inferno. Having lost, there is nothing to explain. His voice boomed like thunder, echoing in the ears of all present. Then, slowly rising, Dean Liang's figure loomed like a towering mountain as he declared with authority, from this day forth, I shall personally mentor Wu He. He will henceforth be my direct disciple. Instantly, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Even Dean's son was so taken aback that he momentarily forgot to unleash his healing soul skill. Good heavens, the old demon Liang has actually been defeated. Someone gasped, disbelief saturating their tone. An unexpected turn of events. Another murmured, still reeling from the shock of the moment. The student who had been managing the betting was pale with fright. He had forgotten to close the betting, and, midway through, someone had raised the stakes by 1,000 gold soul coins on Wu He, leaving him utterly flabbergasted. Once again, Wu He found himself drained of spiritual energy, as if every ounce of strength had been siphoned from his being. The sensation of emptiness and weakness engulfed him like a relentless tide. Before he could fully grasp the taste of helplessness, a gentle surge of soul power washed over him, akin to a spring breeze caressing his veins, reaching every part of his body. The mental fortitude of his soul, akin to a parched land finally receiving rain, began to rejuvenate gradually. His physical recovery followed suit, albeit at a snail's pace. Only then did Wu He languidly open his eyes, realizing he had returned to the dean's office. Dean's son, usually so stern, wore a countenance as warm as the sun. In stark contrast, old Liang maintained his grim demeanor, as if Wu He owed him a staggering debt. The sight of old Liang in his tattered, battle-worn dean's robes resembled that of a destitute beggar. From now on, you need not report to class. Come to us, and we shall nurture you with utmost care. Hearing these words, it seemed as though he was to be cultivated with great significance. Had it not been for old Liang's ominous cracking of his knuckles, as if he were about to break his own fingers, Wu Yi might have almost believed him. Time passes swiftly, and the years fly by like arrows. Wu Yi spent 5 joyful years at the academy, dedicating his mornings to the pursuit of cultural knowledge and his afternoons to rigorous physical training. Upon reaching the 20th level, old Liang took Wu Yi on a perilous hunt for a 2,000-year-old Silver River armored rhinoceros, which enabled him to unlock the black rhinoceros armor. The experience was fraught with danger, yet with the assistance of Dean San, he forcefully absorbed the soul ring, shattering the conventional limits of soul ring absorption once more. The appearance of the black rhinoceros armor was enhanced with silver crystalline patterns resembling a starry sky, amplifying its defensive capabilities. However, a slight drawback remained, as the armor's combat prowess still lingered at the Soul King stage. Subsequently, Wu Yi embarked on an unending journey of guiding his companions to higher ranks. Having completed all the cultural courses offered by the dean, he resorted to self-study at the library. Nonetheless, he remained committed to his daily physical training and took on the additional responsibility of leading hunting expeditions. The once petite girl who followed him around had now blossomed into a graceful young lady, exuding an air of aloofness from afar, deterring strangers from approaching. Yet, when she neared Wu Yi, she transformed back into the familiar girl next door. Wu Yi, with his experiences from 2 lifetimes, discerned her thoughts, but he felt unsteady himself and preferred not to dwell on such matters. Chapter 12. The Initial Friendship Exchange Competition. Mir, what brings you here? Wu Yi's gaze softened as he regarded her like an elder brother, gently stroking her head and speaking tenderly. Don't mess with my hair. It'll stunt my growth. Mir's cheeks flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple. She hastily swatted Wu Yi's hand away, yet hesitated to release his grasp. Dean San summoned me, apparently regarding the Junior Academy exchange competition. Upon hearing this, Wu Yi understood immediately as he spent his days in the dean's office, where even minor proposals were seldom withheld from him. This exchange event seemed to involve all the junior academies within the Heaven-Do Empire. The Heaven-Do Royal Academy, where Wu Yi studied, was a merged institution of junior and intermediate academies, thus naturally assuming the role of host for this gathering. Each academy was required to nominate 3 students to participate, and as the host academy, Dean San hoped Wu Yi would take Mir along. In truth, even with Mir alone, they would be more than sufficient, for both had reached the limit of 29th level Great Soul Masters, with a mere 2 days of cultivation standing between them and the breakthrough to level 30. However, Wu Yi had been suppressing his cultivation, and Mir followed suit. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly become the youngest soul emperors in history. Initially, Wu Yi did not give much thought to the exchange event. Over the years, he had played both student and teacher, nurturing numerous talents. A small circle of prodigies had begun to form around him, almost becoming an exclusive society for the gifted. Among them were individuals of exceptional caliber, which led Wu Yi to pay little attention to the event at first. However, when Dean San mentioned that all junior soul master academies would participate, Wu Yi felt a surge of excitement. This implied that a certain person might attend. Are you all right, He? Mir asked, noticing Wu Yi lost in thought with a silly grin. She quickly shook him to bring him back to reality. I'm fine, just reminiscing about something amusing, he replied, regaining his composure. Wu Yi quietly explained to Mir, then turned to the side where Dean Liang was silently sipping tea. Old man, have you been plotting for my departure all along? Why didn't you give me a heads up beforehand? In response to Wu Yi's inquiry, Dean Liang calmly set down his tea bowl. Why should I inform you? You are no longer a faculty member of the academy. This is merely a timely notification. Dean Liang spoke with a sense of righteous authority. Yet both were subtly probing each other. Wu Yi wishes to inquire whether there are any prizes for the exchange competition, yet it has never been mentioned to him. After all, Wu Yi follows the 2 deans closely every day, making him the first student to be aware of nearly all significant matters within the academy. Dean Liang, of course, is well aware that Wu Yi has long known about the upcoming friendly match. Inviting him to participate is tantamount to directly presenting him with an award. It seems that the bonds of camaraderie have indeed grown faint. Wu Yi turned his head, adopting a sulky demeanor. However, Dean Liang paid him no mind. Having shared 5 years together, they were as familiar with each other's thoughts as if they were intertwined. Noticing there was little to discuss, he dismissed Wu Yi and his companion. Nevertheless, as the host, he had a wealth of information and materials readily available. As Wu Yi walked while flipping through the pages, he contemplated the nature of the inaugural exchange competition. Although the format was not particularly intricate, it was undeniably brutal. Meyer looked at Wu Yi with a face full of confusion. What does this mean, he? The competition is divided into 3 segments: elimination rounds, point-based contests, and challenge matches. Firstly, there are 36 participating teams, yet the elimination rounds occur simultaneously across 6 venues, each hosting 6 teams that plunge into the maze for an all-out brawl. Ultimately, only one team can emerge victorious from each venue. This evokes a sense of nurturing a venomous creature, where only the mightiest of them survives. Following this is the point-based contest where the winning team earns a point, the losing team incurs a penalty of 2 points, and ties yield no penalties, with rankings determined by the total points accrued. While the initial 2 stages appeared deceptively simple, Meyer soon recognized an underlying issue. Once the points are ranked, won't the outcomes become glaringly obvious? Her charming and agile face bore an expression of bewilderment, akin to a lost fawn. Not at all. The elimination rounds are fraught with uncertainties. Many formidable teams may falter in this phase. Wu He, employing the perspective of an adult from another world, provided a thorough yet accessible analysis. Not all teams behave like docile sheep. There will inevitably be some headstrong individuals. Within the maze, if discord arises among team members, they may well part ways and fight independently. Consequently, the teams that ultimately reach the center of the maze will be incomplete. Such fragmented teams either face total annihilation or must hastily regroup to confront the intact teams. Among those ultimately eliminated, there will surely be individuals harboring grievances. The rules of our Academy's game are akin to a timely assist in the snow, granting these eliminated teams the opportunity to challenge the victorious teams in the point-based contest. However, Meyer hesitated, as if a fishbone had lodged in her throat. Are you suggesting that while it appears equitable, it feels less like a competition and more akin to an examination? Wu He, like a skilled butcher dissecting an ox, articulated the unspoken discomfort lingering in Meyer's heart. Indeed, it resembles offering a retake to those who have failed an examination. Upon hearing Wu He's words, Meyer experienced an epiphany, immediately laying bare her previously elusive concerns. You are absolutely right. This is no trivial friendship exchange. This is an entrance examination. Wu He suddenly set down the documents in his hand, and in an instant, realization dawned upon him. The Empire orchestrated this scheme to identify the exceptionally gifted students who had been overlooked by society. He swiftly perused the materials and soon discovered the name of the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. However, as he continued to read, a frown creased Wu He's brow. What troubles you, He? The spirit of the 5-in-1 suddenly tensed, incredulously gazing at the information of the contestants. To their astonishment, the representatives sent by the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy were neither Tang San nor Xiao Wu. Wu He murmured to himself, this is impossible. There must be some mistake. According to reason, Tang San and Xiao Wu should both be of my cohort, having presumably advanced to the rank of Great Soul Master. How could their academy possibly send 3 mere children of level 19 into battle? Unbeknownst to Wu He, the crux of the matter lies in the calendar he glimpsed during his awakening in the village. He had always presumed that he was among the same cohort of children as Tang San, who had also awakened their martial souls. However, in reality, the brother village, being comprised solely of orphans, lacked individuals to keep track of the calendar, resulting in the continued use of outdated calendars. Upon careful consideration of the timeline, it is probable that Tang San and Xiao Wu are already en route to Shrek Academy at this very moment. Chapter 13. Setting New Goals. Wu Yi meticulously sifted through the historical tomes in the library, his heart brimming with certainty. He was undoubtedly transported to the era of the Tang dynasty. He mused to himself, could it be that a single time and space can harbor only one traveler from another realm? Wu Yi racked his brain, unable to discern where the misstep lay, and thus lay in his dormitory, lost in thought. However, his peripheral vision inadvertently caught sight of something. In an instant, he sprang from his bed, seizing the calendar from his desk, and dashed out. After a considerable time, he returned to the dormitory, dejected, collapsing onto his bed. I truly am a fool. How could I have miscalculated such crucial information? In truth, Wu Yi had been aware of the friendly match all along, contemplating the opportunity to meet that esteemed time traveler. Consequently, he had meticulously suppressed his own cultivation. For the disparity between a soul master and a great soul master was undeniably vast. He longed to engage in a fair duel with Tang San, replete with strategy. Yet, due to a momentary lapse in attention, he allowed this opportunity to slip through his fingers. Wu Yi swiftly adjusted his mindset, having missed this opportunity. He vowed never to let the next one slip away. He must hasten to elevate his cultivation, for in 3 years he would undoubtedly participate in the Grand Soul Master competition across the continent. By then, he would not only have the chance to meet his predecessors but also to engage in combat with various esteemed masters. Wu Yi gently patted his own cheek and stepped outside once more, this time determined to strive for greater mastery at the training grounds. As Wu Yi stepped out, Mier followed closely behind. Over the past 5 years, they had been inseparable, and Wu Yi had grown accustomed to Mier's presence. After a day of training, Wu Yi's cultivation had only seen a slight improvement, while Mier had already reached level 30. Originally, Mier had planned to wait for Wu Yi to also attain level 30 before embarking on their journey together. However, this year, she had taken in several young prodigies who required their first spirit ring. Consequently, Mier accepted a task half a month ago, necessitating her departure to hunt for spirit rings. With Mier gone, Wu Yi felt a palpable sense of emptiness. The atmosphere around him had grown significantly quieter. As evening descended, Wu Yi entered the training ground like a radiant star. The expansive arena had been ingeniously divided into 6 labyrinthine battlefields. Though referred to as mazes, they were more akin to 6 distinct sanctuaries for cultivation. The academy had endowed each battlefield with the remarkable ability to simulate training environments, a testament to the institution's grand aspirations. Undoubtedly, for those children yet untouched by the trials of life, witnessing these arenas would surely ignite a fervor within their hearts. Wu Yi pondered the 2 sets of armor that adorned him. While they enhanced the duration of his fusion and diminished the depletion of his soul energy, they still fell short of fulfilling his desire for the continuous utilization of both armors. Ever since he acquired the Black Rhinoceros armor, Wu Yi had conducted personal experiments, discovering that when his remaining soul energy dipped below 50, he was utterly incapable of summoning the next set of armor. By such calculations, to achieve the uninterrupted use of his armors, he would need to attain the cultivation level of a soul emperor. Yet, by the time he reached that pinnacle, would he truly require the assistance of armors that could only manifest the strength of a soul king to maintain his presence? Well, why could only smile wryly? Yet he sensed that the power of the armor still held the potential for further enhancement. When he first acquired the Wind Eagle armor, its exhibited combat strength was approximately at the level of 51 or 52. However, upon obtaining the second set, the Black Rhinoceros armor, his combat prowess soared like a rocket, rising by 2 levels. Following this pattern, once he amassed all 5 sets of armor, he would undoubtedly possess the strength of a soul emperor. As Wu Yi leisurely wandered through the training ground, he finally discovered a relatively spacious area that had yet to be occupied. Without hesitation, he summoned the Black Rhino armor. This armor resembled a war deity emerging from the depths of darkness, predominantly adorned in a mysterious and profound black hue, interspersed with brilliant blue and silver crystals reminiscent of a starlit sky, creating a captivating and formidable atmosphere. The lines of the armor flowed like a graceful dragon, exuding a unique and indomitable beauty. The Black Rhino armor was equipped with only 2 weapons, the invincible meteor spear and the versatile silver shield. The silver shield, significantly larger than the original water armor's shield, displayed a striking silver-black design, featuring a formidable rhinoceros skull at its forefront. The 2 horns of the rhinoceros varied in size, each gleaming with a sharp luster. The smaller horn possessed the extraordinary ability to release electric currents and icy spikes at random. Upon impact, the electric current would momentarily paralyze the enemy for 2 seconds, while the icy spikes would ensnare them in a brief freezing state for the same duration. Although both effects bore similarities in their offensive capabilities, their efficacy transformed dramatically when paired with the unique attributes of the Black Rhino armor, belonging to the water element. Any triggered effect during an attack could instantaneously convert single target damage into more potent area damage, potentially unleashing multiple control effects. However, what captivated Wu Yi's attention most was the weapon manual procured by Elder Liang. An old friend of his had a profound affinity for various weapon souls, leading him to compile a tome detailing the correct usage and corresponding countermeasures for a multitude of weapons. Although it was the Elder's first time taking on a disciple, and he was only adept at using a club, he sought this book for Wu Yi. Despite being merely an introductory guide to 100 types of weaponry, Wu Yi discovered that the knowledge within was far more nuanced and fluid than that of the armor's inherent capabilities, thus enhancing his combat prowess and allowing him to manifest his skills effectively. After practicing for a few rounds, Wu Yi set down the spear and directed 3 dummies nearby to hone some special techniques. Observing him from above, Elder Liang immediately shifted to a serious demeanor. He had secretly monitored Wu Yi's training and had requested demonstrations of the skills that had once triumphed over him 5 years prior. Each time Wu Yi showcased these abilities, he would chuckle and remark, "Elder, do not be stubborn. Your cultivation is too low for you to perceive them." This statement invariably provoked Elder Liang's ire. Nonetheless, he believed that the inability to see was due to proximity, doubting the existence of such sweeping skills. Thus, he spent 5 years determining the distance at which they could be perceived. This time, however, he was truly able to witness the spectacle. As a Soul King, his spiritual perception extended remarkably far. He stood 10 kilometers away from Wu Yi's training site, elevated above, rendering Wu Yi a mere speck in his vision. Chapter 14. Mi'er weeps. Observe as Wu Yi steadies the spear beside him, his hands coming together at his abdomen. From afar, a surge of energy erupted like tumultuous waves, expanding wildly. Yet, this time, Elder Liang happened to be situated just outside the range of this energy. Although the energy was formless and intangible, as a Soul King, he could still vaguely sense something amiss. As Wu Yi swiftly pivoted, he seized the long spear in his grasp and unleashed a formidable strike akin to a tempest, advancing instantaneously towards the trio of puppets. Following this, the spear danced like a dragon emerging from the sea, delivering a series of thrusts, sweeping motions, and upward jabs, culminating in a dazzling array of spear techniques. In the past, had a puppet been struck by such a barrage, it would undoubtedly have crumbled into fragments. Yet, from a distance, the trio of puppets appeared entirely unscathed. evoking a sense of bewilderment. Could it be that the formidable defense of this armor had mitigated the potency of his attacks? Although Dean Liang murmured to himself, he had previously experienced the might of this armor firsthand, and the anticipated decline in offensive power had not materialized. Amidst his growing perplexity, Wu Yi transitioned to wielding the silver shield. Despite its seemingly diminutive size in his hands, the shield became an impenetrable bastion. Employing a fist-fighting technique, he executed strikes that yielded an unexpected effect. Bolts of lightning flickered from his hands, and shards of ice unexpectedly assailed the trio of puppets like concealed projectiles. At that moment, Dean Liang suddenly discerned an anomaly. Everyone within a certain radius appeared as if ensnared by a spell of paralysis, halting their actions. This was particularly evident among the 6 principal workers on the special battlefield, who stood as if manipulated marionettes, frozen in place. Had only a few individuals exhibited such behavior, one might attribute it to a mere mishap on their part. However, within the vast vicinity centered around Wu Yi, all beings, whether human or flora, even the drifting leaves in midair, ceased all movement. Dean Liang finally sensed an eerie essence intertwined with the fabric of time. As though hidden within the currents of time lay undisclosed secrets. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Wu Yi resumed his poised stance, spear held at his side. In an instant, the viscous energy that had enveloped the scene dissipated like a mirage, restoring everything to its original state. In mere moments, the cacophony of the environment and the actions of all resumed as if the passage of time had gone unnoticed, each person methodically attending to their tasks. Indeed, a mere 10-second discrepancy would escape the notice of all. At last, Dean Liang comprehended the terrifying nature of Wu Yi's skill, crashing over him like tumultuous waves. As he marveled, he beheld the grim fate of the 3 puppets, a veritable nightmare. Though constructed from wood and foliage, they had endured relentless strikes of lightning and the savage onslaught of ice, and this was merely the prelude. Dean Liang had witnessed the razor-sharp flashes of blades each time Wu Yi demonstrated his prowess, the ferocity of which was astounding, making defense seem an insurmountable challenge. It was not merely challenging. For the first time, the old man fully grasped the terror of this skill, feeling like a headless fly, unable to conceive a countermeasure. Without the capacity for rapid reactive defense, the ultimate fate would mirror that of the 3 puppets, reduced to ashes following a relentless barrage. Observing this heart-stopping spectacle, he had once marveled at the mechanics behind the release, but now, understanding its nature, he was engulfed by a chilling dread, uncertain of how to confront it. After attempting the 5-in-1, Wu Yi felt an unsettling sensation in his heart, as if countless eyes were lurking in the shadows, raising the hairs on his neck. That singular trial had nearly exhausted the fusion time of his armor. He had practiced various gun attacks, achieving an outcome that was, at best, mediocre. Nevertheless, Wu Yi sensed that the efficacy of these attacks paled in comparison to that of the Wind Eagle armor. Although the surface damage appeared substantial, he had just been left breathless, barely achieving the level of the Wind Eagle armor. Fortunately, the Zen Seal was indeed usable with all 5 elemental armors. However, its immense consumption was staggering. It was essentially a lifeline in dire straits, yet once invoked, it felt akin to plunging into an abyss from which one could scarcely escape. Given the circumstances, there was little choice, with the Demon Sealing Talisman unable to summon help and lacking a powerful finishing move. Victory required possessing a technique capable of delivering a decisive blow. Therefore, Wu Yi resolved to adopt a cautious approach, opting to minimize its use and dedicate himself to studying the various soul techniques devised by his predecessors. After years of dedicated training, Wu Yi had gained considerable mastery over his armors. The Wind Eagle armor, for instance, moved through the forest like a graceful bird, swiftly navigating between trees and capable of remaining concealed within dense foliage for extended periods, thus prolonging its duration. Conversely, the Black Rhino armor proved elusive in aquatic environments. With but a thought, Wu Yi could seamlessly merge with the waters, appearing in any corner, even temporarily manifesting oversized body parts or weapons. In light of this, Wu Yi even hoped that the Academy might bend the rules to place him in an arena rich in water elements, where he could astound everyone. Yet, all of this remained a fleeting fantasy in his mind, as time slipped away like a fleeting shadow, and 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. It was only then that Mi-Er returned, seemingly lost and despondent, accompanied by 2 fewer children than before. Upon seeing Wu Yi, she erupted into tears like a dam bursting, leaving no one able to console her. "It's all my fault. It's all my fault." It turned out that during a soul-hunting expedition, 2 children had inadvertently provoked individuals from outside the academy. Mi-Er had stepped forward to assist, but her efforts were in vain, ultimately resulting in the shattering of the 2 children's martial souls, leaving them with little hope of ever becoming soul masters again. Even Mi-Er's 3rd soul ring was forcibly taken from her in front of others. The opponent's martial soul was exceedingly strange, possessing the ability to directly seize the soul rings of soul beasts hunted by others. Upon hearing this news in the director's office, the higher-ups immediately adopted grave expressions. Especially with the competition looming in less than a week, how could they swallow the indignation of their students being so brazenly bullied at the school gates? Wu Yi shared a similar sentiment, and promptly resolved to assemble a formidable team of nearly 100 individuals. Those audacious enough to assault our Junior Royal Soul Master Academy would undoubtedly witness the might of our institution. Chapter 15. The Soul Ring devoured almost all core students of the Junior Academy, surged forth like a tidal wave. A grand spectacle that would be impossible for the principal to overlook. However, it was too late to intervene. Although Wu He had not deliberately formed a faction over the past 2 years, those who had benefited from his kindness were numerous as fish crossing a river. The most crucial factor remained that the Academy revered strength, and Wu He's prowess was unparalleled among his peers, earning him the admiration and loyalty of many who were eager to follow him. At just over 10 years of age, these were spirited youths, brimming with passion and camaraderie. And thus, when Wu He called, a throng of supporters gathered immediately. Wu Laoda, Wu Laoda, Wu Laoda. Though Wu He did not allow himself to be swayed by the adoration, a hint of bashfulness crept in. Initially, he had only summoned a few acquaintances, all of whom had reached levels 25 or 26, capable of assisting him in restraining the opposing Soul Master team. However, he was taken aback when so many followed closely behind him. He could hardly chastise them and had no choice but to accept their company. At that moment, Wu He, awakening from his reverie, remembered to inquire with me about the events that had transpired, having overlooked it in his previous haste. Yet, he failed to notice how much more composed he had been in the past. That day, I set out with 2 teachers and 3 junior students. Mier began to recount. She and her familiar teachers had discovered a 300-year-old blue-silver grasshopper and an emerald dragonfly in the Soul Beast Forest. For those 2 boys, the age of these soul beasts was a perfect match. After all, not everyone possessed the extraordinary talent of Wu He, who could absorb a 1,000-year soul ring at the first attempt. Most had to adhere to the limits of their soul rings. The 2 soul beasts seemed tailor-made for them. And with a swift release of her arrows, Mier struck true, shattering their wings and rendering them incapable of flight. Just as the 2 boys absorbed their soul rings, a tongue shot forth like lightning towards the now vulnerable soul beasts, instilling terror in everyone present. That sudden strike was spine-chilling. Although the dragonfly and grasshopper were no larger than an adult's fist, the speed and agility of the tongue suggested it was no ordinary 100-year soul beast. Mier, gripped by fear, found it daunting, being her first encounter with such a situation, while her 2 teachers, more seasoned, managed to maintain their composure. Many soul beasts preyed upon grasshoppers and dragonflies, yet only a few possessed long tongues: frogs, chameleons, salamanders, and giant salamanders. Just as they pondered this, the tongue struck again, swiftly snatching another soul beast's carcass. This time, Mier's gaze fixated on the direction from which the tongue had come, and at last, she caught a glimpse of its source. It was a fire bullfrog, its body ablaze with a fiery red hue, the tongue a delicate pink, yet exuding a charred aroma in the air. Though she could not discern the age of the soul beast, Mier surmised it to be at least 1,000 years old, making it an ideal candidate for her 3rd soul ring, if only it hadn't instilled such fear. Without hesitation, Mier unleashed 3 arrows, enhancing their piercing power and speed with her 1st and 2nd soul techniques. However, contrary to her expectations, the arrows did not strike the soul beast. Rather, the creature displayed an expression of human-like terror. The arrows halted mere meters from the soul beast, and an enigmatic figure began to materialize. That figure grasped Mier's arrows tightly, crushing them effortlessly. "You dare to harm my son." Upon the figure's appearance, a teacher beside Mier gasped, "Chameleon." The chameleon was both the figure's soul and moniker. Yet, as the figure turned towards the teacher's exclamation, a derisive smile crept across his face. "Chameleon, you disgraced student expelled from the Intermediate Academy. How dare you set foot in the Academy's exclusive Soul Beast Forest?" The word expelled struck like a thunderclap, instantly piquing the curiosity of several students. "Enough of your chatter. That little wretch dared to harm my son. You shall all pay the price." The chameleon's gaze swept over the 2 boys who had just acquired their soul rings, fixating on their souls with the hunger of a ravenous wolf. In a blink, he vanished from sight. While everyone remained in shock, Mier's instincts kicked in, alerting her to danger. "Be careful," she cried, launching 2 arrows at the 2 boys. Startled, they could not comprehend why their senior sister suddenly attacked. Yet even aware of their disadvantage, they summoned their souls. Mier sensed something amiss. Despite her arrows being loosed, the chameleon had not moved again. However, the instant the boys released their souls, he sprang into action like a bolt of lightning. Finally, Mier's mind grasped the truth. He was not afraid of her assault. His true target was never her. At that moment, it was too late to prepare. Her earlier arrows had merely been a feint, lacking any real power to deter him. The 2 boys, trembling with apprehension, leapt aside in synchrony, but before they could regain their footing, they felt as if they had become kites with severed strings, soaring through the air. In the next instant, a tongue as hard as steel shot forth, sweeping away their souls in one swift motion. 3 seconds later, both boys collapsed to the ground, clutching their heads in agony, as though enduring unspeakable torment. "What is happening?" Mier rushed over to check on them, and one boy, barely conscious, murmured before fainting, "My soul, shattered." How could this be? She thought in disbelief. While souls were not particularly resilient, She had only heard of them bursting from the absorption of overly aged soul rings, never of being devoured. The enormous frog transformed back into a humanoid form. Though it appeared anything but human, its head oddly shaped. My son is my masterpiece. His soul is the mutated devouring frog, capable of consuming various enemies to enhance his cultivation. Those two worthless fool souls are truly a delightful feast. The man materialized, one hand caressing his son's head, laughing maniacally. Chapter 16. The Half-Beast. Chapter 17. The dying counterattack. The chameleon vanished like a specter, disappearing from sight in an instant. Wu Yi suddenly raised his voice and shouted, "Run! They're onto us!" Everyone understood instantly. In that fleeting moment, their martial spirits manifested, and soul skills erupted like radiant fireworks. Had this been a performance at the academy, the spectacle of such soul skills would have been nothing short of magnificent. However, they were in a life-and-death situation, facing an enemy capable of invisibility, rendering them oblivious to the direction of the impending attacks. In an instant, nearly everyone fled like startled birds. But Wu Yi and Mi Er remained as steadfast as mountains, for they were acutely aware that their adversaries had yet to make a move. Mi Er relied on her keen hearing, while Wu Yi focused intently on the movements in the air. Invisibility did not equate to invincibility, after all. The physical form remained tangible, and even the swiftest of movements would leave traces behind. Yet, Wu Yi hesitated to merge with Mi Er. Unsure of the enemy's primary target, a miscalculation could lead to dire consequences. In this prolonged stalemate, Wu Yi chose to remain still, and at long last. He awaited a brilliant signal of fireworks. This was a carefully prepared signal for a few close companions. A beacon to be released once safety was assured after a successful escape. Wu Yi's anxious heart eased slightly. Mi Er, why do you not depart? He asked with urgency. I wish to fight alongside you. Mi Er replied succinctly, her gaze darting around like a hawk surveying its domain. At that moment, the chameleon was consumed by unease. His martial spirit was not adept at offense, leading him to favor soul skills that leaned toward assassin and scout techniques during his training. Even the slightest movement would draw the sharp, piercing gaze of Wu Yi, as if his thoughts were laid bare before the latter. He noticed the firework display, deducing its implications, which ignited a flicker of irritation within him, though it was not entirely fueled by rage. The two individuals before him appeared to possess talents that surpassed the combined abilities of all others. Having let my prey escape, I shall take my frustrations out on you. The chameleon shifted his form, immediately alerting the duo. Wu Yi's black rhinoceros armor melded with him, transforming him into an impenetrable fortress. Simultaneously, Mi Er drew her dragon phoenix bow, ready to unleash a volley, although she could discern the direction of the sound. The chameleon evaded her shots with the ease of a cunning rabbit. Just as he lunged towards Wu Yi with his blade, a shield materialized before him, solid as a wall of bronze. Allow me to teach you how to properly engage. A voice rang out from behind the shield, clear and laced with provocation, akin to thunder breaking the stillness. The black armor of the 5-in-1 black rhinoceros glimmered with a dark radiance, exuding an aura of formidable majesty, as if the god of war had descended, instilling a sense of dread in all who beheld it. With a gentle tremor, the small blade on Wu Yi's shield floated away like a falling leaf, and then his fist descended upon the chameleon soul master with the force of a sledgehammer. The once invisible chameleon soul master, now revealed, was struck with such impact that he was instantly exposed. Following this, Wu Yi unleashed a powerful Iron Mountain strike, sending his opponent soaring through the air as if crushed by the weight of a mountain. Simultaneously, his hands moved with the swiftness of a tempest, seamlessly transitioning to wield the Lu Xing spear. In that fleeting moment, the chameleon soul master, propelled high into the air, resembled a kite pinned in the sky, utterly at the mercy of Wu Yi's spear tip, with no chance of descent. It was not that Wu Yi wished to abandon him. Rather, the delay in executing his lethal technique resulted in this awkward series of strikes. Nonetheless, this seemingly trivial control allowed him to dominate a once mighty soul master, showcasing the formidable strength of Wu Yi. Meanwhile, Mi Er anxiously scanned the surroundings, her heart heavy with worry for her son, who bore the head of a frog. His tongue was remarkably powerful, not quite as sharp as a blade, yet undeniably akin to a whip. Just as they both prepared for action, an enormous frog darted forward like an arrow, colliding forcefully with the black rhino armor, causing it to stagger backward, even in its strongest shield form. The black rhino armor felt the impact of the giant frog, its arm tingling slightly, yet it quickly regained a defensive stance against further attacks. The frog's size was astonishing. In Mi Er's descriptions, Wu Yi had never envisioned a creature of such magnitude. As Wu Yi pondered whether these two frogs were indeed the same, the giant frog abruptly transformed into a humanoid shape. Although the figure appeared quite peculiar, it was unmistakably human, comparing the frog's previous and current forms. Mi Er contemplated how many souls it must have devoured to grow from a small, naive creature into such a colossal being. The giant frog turned its gaze towards Wu Yi, yet in an instant, it locked eyes with Mi Er. This fleeting glance sealed its focus permanently upon her. Mi Er, acutely aware of the malevolent intent in the frog's gaze, wondered why this grotesque creature had chosen her as its target. Its head was riddled with repulsive bumps, resembling malignant tumors, eliciting both annoyance and amusement from her. However, in this life-threatening moment, any misstep could lead to dire consequences. The dragon and phoenix bound Mier's hands seemed ready to spark with energy, yet against the stealthy chameleon, it was nearly futile. Yet, the chameleon faced Wu Hii, whose every movement and breath were etched into his memory, making evasion a mere fantasy. In this 2-on-2 confrontation, Wu Hii felt prepared to engage, despite Mier's foreboding sense of impending hardship, and the chameleon was no exception. Although lacking a finishing move, Wu Hii was confident that seizing a fleeting opportunity could lead to their demise. In an instant, he seized that opportunity. Indeed, in the heat of battle, a momentary advantage could vanish like a shooting star. Zen Seal, allow me to teach you what true combat entails. Rest in peace. In that moment, the world fell into a profound silence, as if time itself had frozen. Yet this also foretold the grim fate that awaited his adversaries. Within mere seconds, a tempest of thunderous energy poured down like torrential rain between the two combatants. As they attempted to resist, an endless barrage of icy blades swept in like a gale. The unavoidable 108 strikes launched from all directions, a relentless assault. When Wu Yi looked again, the chameleon was already spewing black blood, teetering on the brink of death. Yet, even in its final moments, it could not comprehend why, despite possessing the strength of a soul ancestor and the frog wielding nearly soul ancestor-like power, it would fall at the hands of mere novice practitioners. Chapter 18. Lin Bei witnessing the chameleon's demise, the two felt a wave of relief wash over them, fatigue surging like a tide. However, in the next moment, a pressure descended from above, as overwhelming as a mountain crushing an egg. Wu Yi was taken aback, realizing that in eliminating the younger, he had inadvertently summoned the elder. You two truly possess the audacity of bears and leopards. A familiar voice, akin to a tranquilizing agent, allowed the two to finally relax their tense demeanor. It turned out that the core students who had been escaping encountered Dean Liang and had gathered together. Therefore, when the signal flare was launched, several deans of the academy descended like divine warriors. Before they could calm the students, Dean Liang sensed the time fluctuations emanating from Wu Hii. In that instant, he was filled with urgency, akin to an ant on a hot stove. For he had witnessed the full extent of Wu Hii's skill before. Unfortunately, he found himself ensnared within the scope of that very skill, paralyzed despite his desperate desire to rush forward. Consequently, the moment the skill concluded, Dean Liang exerted every ounce of his strength, racing forward with unprecedented speed. He could not bear the thought of his beloved disciple meeting a tragic fate in the next moment. Yet, as he anticipated, the skill was virtually invincible against those below the Soul Saint level. After all, this was a formidable control soul technique capable of halting time within a certain range. Those unfamiliar with its principles could find no means to counter it, and even those who understood it would be powerless if lacking the requisite strength. Who granted you two the authority to lead a charge against the enemy? Do you not realize that recklessly deploying troops without fully grasping enemy intelligence is a cardinal sin of warfare? If, next time, you find yourselves facing an insurmountable foe or fail to receive timely reinforcements, can you fathom the calamity that would ensue? Dean Liang delivered a tempestuous reprimand to Wu Hii, highlighting his recklessness in this regard. Once the matter concluded, the group returned to the academy, much like weary birds returning to their nests. Before heading back, Wu Yi personally assisted Mier in acquiring her third soul ring by a small river. A still unhatched frog egg lay submerged in the mingling waters, resembling a slumbering infant. The undulations within the egg mirrored the rhythm of a heartbeat, pulsating with the vitality of life. Upon their return to the academy, Mier transformed into the undisputed leader of the junior division, surpassing even the teachers in prowess. However, she had yet to pass the advancement examination and was still deepening her studies in the junior division. With only 2 days remaining until the exchange competition, Mier and Wu Hii exhibited an impeccable synergy, yet further collaboration was needed with the support soul master, Lin Bei. Lin Bei had once been regarded as the foremost prodigy in the junior academy, but since the enrollment of Wu Hii and Mier, his status plummeted like a shooting star. Lin Bei possessed the 7-colored stone as his martial soul, an extraordinary variant with a unique supportive effect. His assistants focused on compensating for deficiencies. For instance, his first soul skill, soul power, did not merely restore soul power but replenished it in percentage form based on the remaining soul power of the recipient, as if they had never expended any at all. His second soul skill, stamina, functioned similarly, proving truly exceptional. Yet, this was not the most distinctive aspect of his martial soul. Each of his soul skills was followed by a second release, which was crucial. The law of conservation of energy applied in Douluo continent as well. While Lin Bei restored the stamina and soul power of his allies, he himself would incur some expenditure. Thus, his second release of soul skills became particularly practical. Within a certain range, after bestowing soul skills upon his teammates, he could impose a formidable debuff upon the enemies within that same radius. The soul skills and stamina he provided to his allies were drawn from the foes, while Lin Bei himself needed to expend some soul power to maintain the continuity of his skills. 3 years prior, when Wu Yi first heard of Lin Bei, he was overwhelmed with excitement akin to a surging tide. However, at that time, Lin Bei was proud and aloof, like a peacock, unwilling to team up with Wu Yi. Now, fate had intricately woven their paths together, and Lin Bei had matured significantly through the trials of time. His former arrogance had long since ebbed away like the retreating tide. Their collaboration required time to foster synergy. The three of them articulated the utilities of their soul skills, ultimately finalizing two strategies. In the labyrinth, Wu Yi would take the lead, striving to vanquish all foes in the shortest time possible. In the subsequent attrition battles, Mier would serve as the core, while Wu Yi would strive to disguise his presence. This unforeseen shift greatly increased Wu Yi's responsibilities. Should concealment be necessary, his soul skills would be rendered as ineffective as a sealed sword, relegating his martial soul to mere ornamental splendor. Wu Yi had to undergo a brief but intensive training session to master the art of weaponry while simultaneously becoming acquainted with his formidable powers as a Grand Soul Master. Furthermore, he and Lin Bei needed to harmonize with each other, delving deep into the unique characteristics of their soul techniques. However, who could have anticipated that within less than an hour of this synergy, all three would reach their limits? Lin Bei was astonished to observe that after Wu Yi unleashed his soul technique, his soul power remained as steadfast as a mountain, showing no signs of decline, as if under the influence of a binding spell. Yet, paradoxically, his physical stamina plummeted like a slide, correlating directly with the intensity of the armor's abilities. Even more troubling was the fact that at the very moment the armor's duration concluded, his mental acuity, physical strength, and soul power would experience a catastrophic drop akin to a flood breaching a dam. This predicament implied that Lin Bei had to pay extra attention to Wu Yi. Particularly at the instant the armor's effect waned, he needed to reinforce the soul technique's efficacy once more. Otherwise, the abrupt extraction could lead to a severing of the skill bridge, resulting in a monumental tactical blunder. Upon realizing this, they began a frenzied series of tests on the armor-switching technique, which ultimately led to Mier being the first to succumb. The sensation of having one's soul power, physical strength, and mental fortitude completely drained in an instant was a novel experience for Wu Yi, one that he was surprisingly able to share with another, creating a rather amiable feeling. Before he knew it, 2 days had passed in a blur. Each day, Wu Yi diligently practiced weaponry in the morning, worked on coordination in the afternoon, and spent the evenings in a state of utter exhaustion. For the first time in 5 years, he felt a palpable tension and fatigue. Despite being virtually assured of victory in the upcoming competition, he exerted himself with sincerity and diligence. Aside from the initial coordination test with Wu Yi, Mier participated solely in cooperative training. When Lin Bei mentioned training for armor switching with Wu Yi, Mier promptly summoned the elder Liang, leaving the latter appearing rather listless during the opening ceremony of the exchange competition. Chapter 19. The competition begins as the curtain of the opening ceremony for the exchange competition was about to rise. The entire academy was enveloped in an atmosphere thick with tension and excitement, akin to an invisible net ensnaring every individual. Students donned their immaculate uniforms, resembling warriors poised for battle, their faces alight with anticipation and exhilaration, a manifestation of their yearning for victory and pursuit of honor. With the dean's impassioned inaugural speech, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, a ripple of applause and cheers erupted, echoing like thunder throughout the venue. The teams from the junior colleges entered the arena with heads held high, their strides confident and imposing, reminiscent of a ceremonial guard awaiting inspection, each showcasing the distinctive flair of their respective institutions. Subsequently, the various colleges streamed in, taking their designated positions, clad in uniform attire. They resembled a vibrant bouquet of blossoming flowers, each college's pride radiating their unique personalities. The entire opening ceremony was infused with a magnificent ambience, reminiscent of a grand concert, allowing everyone to feel the vitality of youth and the passionate melodies of ambition. The students' eyes sparkled with confidence and a fierce determination, as if they could already envision the fierce sparks of competition on the battlefield, each one resolutely intent on seizing victory, akin to hungry wolves eyeing a delectable prey. Observing the arrogance of the younger participants, Wu Yi inwardly grumbled, feeling a twinge of regret for the training of the past 2 days, which seemed utterly futile. However, not everyone shared Wu Yi's sentiments. Watching the entering teams, Mier and Lin Bei were as excited as two jubilant birds. For not everyone possessed Wu Yi's unique juxtaposition of a youthful physique and an adult soul. Particularly, as they listened to the fervent speeches of the Elder Sin and Elder Liang, Wu Yi felt akin to a hypnotized lamb, growing increasingly drowsy. Perhaps his ears had grown calloused from the abundance of motivational rhetoric he had endured in his previous life. Yet soon, the competition transitioned to the main event, the draw for the knockout rounds. To Wu Yi's astonishment, everyone was required to participate in the draw. With the competition venues divided into 6 numbered zones, the team leaders were tasked with drawing the venue, while the other members would randomly select one of the 6 numbered areas within the corresponding venue. At that moment, Wu Yi was utterly taken aback. He raised his head in search of Elder Liang, but alas, there was no sign of him to be found. Wu Yi suddenly realized that he had been deceived. Akin to a little monkey led astray, spinning in circles, his original plan was flawless. He began like a fierce tiger descending from the mountains, swiftly sweeping away the other teams with a ferocity akin to a whirlwind. However, contrary to his expectations, each small team now consisted of 3 members, randomly assigned to their respective areas like petals scattered by a celestial maiden. making it exceedingly difficult for them to coordinate seamlessly in the short term. Ideally, each team would be equipped with a support Soul Master or a control Soul Master. Yet, given the current circumstances, the members positioned in this manner were undoubtedly in the most perilous situation. As he prepared to step onto the battlefield, Wu Yi shared a tacit understanding with Mi-Er, disregarding everything else as they charged toward the center of the arena, destined to reunite. Lin Bei remained silent. His task was clear and straightforward: ensure his own safety until the very last moment. What appeared to be a simple endeavor was, in reality, far from easy. To endure until the end, he would need to eliminate the other two from his birthplace, for otherwise, even in flight, he would find himself ensnared in a dire predicament, with dangers lurking both ahead and behind. Before the trio could finalize their plans, a sharp whistle pierced the air, and everyone transformed into streaks of light, teleported into the competition arena. Simultaneously, the voice of the referee echoed once more. All students were assured they could engage in fierce combat without worry. Should a student sustain a fatal injury, they would be forcibly teleported out by the protective array, which signified elimination. Upon hearing these words, the students scattered throughout the arena felt their initial trepidation dissipate like clouds before a gentle spring breeze. Some became even more exhilarated, eager to showcase their prowess, akin to warriors preparing for battle. However, it must be noted that this simulated arena served as a boon for some, amplifying their abilities and accelerating their cultivation by 2 to 3 times. As Wu Yi landed and assumed a combat posture, he was astonished to discover that his immediate vicinity, within a 10-meter radius, was utterly devoid of any presence. He then carefully revisited the rules, only to realize the insidious nature of the regulations. A total of 36 teams had entered the competition, with an average of 6 teams allocated to each arena, each comprising 3 members. When further divided among the 6 designated zones within the arena, each zone would ideally host precisely 3 individuals. However, this was merely a theoretical scenario. No one had ever claimed that the teams across the 6 arenas were distributed evenly. They only asserted that ultimately, only one team could emerge victorious from each arena. Moreover, each arena contained 6 zones, and similarly, the distribution of participants within those zones was neither consistent nor predetermined. This meant that while Wu Yi found himself in solitude, others might be engulfed in a throng. Particularly in the zone occupied by Mi-Er, the situation was nothing short of despairing. It harbored a staggering 12 individuals, none of whom belonged to the same team. Had Wu Yi been present, he would have exclaimed in awe at the matchmaking mechanism. For Mi-Er was the sole Soul Master of the 3rd ring, while the strongest among the 11 others was merely a 22-level Soul Master who had just acquired their first Soul Ring. The rest were primarily first-ring Soul Masters, exemplifying the adage that many ants can take down an elephant, as they collectively aimed to eliminate Mi-Er. However, these individuals underestimated the resolve of youth. Without uttering a single word, they launched themselves into battle. Observing this, Mi-Er feigned weakness and quietly retreated, adhering to Wu Yi's teaching that there was no need for a brawl. Defeating the strongest foe sufficed. Once she was at a sufficient distance, she concealed herself behind a tree and drew her bow. Her 3rd soul skill, Frenzied Blood, derived from a millennium-old fervent gorilla spirit, activated a poisonous effect upon hitting its target. In its phoenix form, it could manipulate the minds of adversaries, inciting them to attack their own allies. While in its dragon form, it would create a sensation of soaring soul power, amplifying the skill's effects exponentially, albeit at a considerable toll on stamina. Witnessing the unfolding chaos, Mi-Er unleashed an expansive barrage of arrows, akin to a rain of swords, as each arrow was released with precision from her drawn bow. Instantly, what had begun as a tentative skirmish transformed into utter pandemonium, and the temporary alliances crumbled in an instant. Chapter 20, Come on. Pull and tug. Hey, hey, hey. Do not pursue me, I have no life-saving syrup. Lin Bei darted away like a startled rabbit, pursued relentlessly by 11 hungry wolves masquerading as Soul Masters. The origins of this frantic chase could be traced back 10 minutes prior, when he had observed Wu Yi signaling A3 and gesturing towards himself, prompting Lin Bei to grasp the situation instantaneously. During the transportation, everyone had been rendered mute, akin to sheep, unable even to glimpse the zone numbers held by their teammates. The gesture of 5 and 1 conveyed the message that he was located in Zone 3, urging him to seek him out at the earliest opportunity. Yet, who could have anticipated that upon landing and opening his eyes, he would be met with the predatory gazes of 11 pairs of eyes, fixated upon him like ravenous wolves. In that instant, a wave of panic surged through him. It was uncertain who spoke first, but as a student of the Tiando Royal Academy, he was undoubtedly the strongest, and they aimed to eliminate him swiftly. In a heartbeat, the previously tense atmosphere erupted like an ignited powder keg, with everyone revealing their martial spirits and soul rings. What a stroke of misfortune. There were 6 Soul Masters of the 2nd ring among them, 2 of whom wielded beast spirits, leaving Lin Bei feeling as if the sky were collapsing upon him. In mere moments, Lin Bei determined a direction and fled without a backward glance, lacking even a moment to offer reassurances or introductions. However, the terrain of the mountains and forest was intricate and labyrinthine. Each step felt precarious, and a single misstep could lead to capture. At this time, aside from Lin Bei and Mi-Er, who appeared somewhat occupied, the others were largely at ease, either locked in a stalemate or beginning to search for teammates or prey. Lin Bei displayed considerable astuteness. Recognizing that based on the signal tower at the center of the area, he was situated in Zone 4. The normal order for individuals was clockwise. So he needed only to sprint towards the upper right along the edge of the map. Yet, he overlooked a crucial detail. This arena was meticulously arranged by old Master Liang, who would certainly not neglect his own disciples. While typical arrangements might follow a sequence of 123,456 or 654321, this 5-in-1 arena featured a leapfrogging pattern of 142,536. Had Lin Bei known this, he would have undoubtedly expressed his displeasure towards old Master Liang. Abandoning the shortcut before him, Lin Bei resolutely charged toward the furthest direction. The relentless pursuers, like mad dogs, trailed closely behind, exhibiting remarkable unity with no inclination to turn on one another. Their singular focus was to capture Lin Bei. However, they were perplexed, questioning why Lin Bei possessed such abundant stamina while they felt utterly exhausted. To their frustration, the detestable figure ahead periodically tossed stones back at them in a taunting manner, only fueling their anger. They all believed that if they did not eliminate him first, they would find it difficult to swallow their humiliation, thus they pursued with fervor. Douluo from the Tianhe Junior Soul Master Academy has lost combat capability due to exhaustion. Eliminated. Li Lele from the Tianqing Junior Soul Master Academy has lost combat capability due to exhaustion. Eliminated. Han Xin from the Tianhui Junior Soul Master Academy has lost combat capability due to exhaustion. Eliminated. The three announcements echoed across the arena, and in an instant, the three individuals were transported out, significantly alleviating the pressure on Lin Bei. Yet, those behind him pondered in silence, wondering if the figure ahead was some kind of monster. They had exhausted 3 of their comrades, yet his stamina remained astonishingly robust. Nonetheless, Lin Bei remained oblivious to their complaints, tirelessly continuing his sprint towards the direction he had determined, with those pursuing him becoming unwitting energy reserves. Chase, chase, chase. Exhaust yourselves. Lin Bei chuckled as he ran. A clever tactic imparted to him by the 5-in-1 training over the past 2 days. Wu Yi remarked. Do you truly only comprehend the art of assisting others? That is an utter waste of potential. Had we met sooner, I would have enlightened you. Apply the first segment of your soul skill upon yourself, while unleashing the second segment upon others with the ferocity of a tempest. Encourage them to squander their stamina and soul power without restraint, consuming as much as possible, particularly with the second segment small stones, once they strike the target. The effect lingers. In moments of fury, individuals often neglect to evade hidden weapons. Most would instinctively attempt to deflect or catch them with their bodies or weapons. At that moment, Wu Yi sensed that Lin Bei had not fully grasped the concept, so he took him to the dean's office for an experiment. The experience, while exhilarating, resulted in a rather severe beating. As Wu Yi articulated, among that group of lamenting souls, none managed to evade the stones upon contact. The second segment of the soul skill was activated, maintaining a delicate balance of attrition, with the enemy advancing as he retreated. Lin Bei gradually increased his speed while deliberately feigning near misses from the soul skill. Were it not for the necessity of continuous movement, Lin Bei would have truly relished the opportunity to unleash a few punches at the sky. Exhilarating, indeed. Yet, reality dictated otherwise. Lin Bei persisted in a frantic, evasive manner, occasionally tossing a handful of gravel behind him. I am but a mere support. Cease your pursuit. The arena steadily contracted towards its center, perceptible only to the soul masters lingering at the outer fringes, as they had fallen out of contention. Overhead, announcements echoed continuously as students returned to their respective academy zones. Confronted by their returning peers, most faced reprimands from their supervising instructors, while a select few teachers, possessing self-awareness, understood the inevitability of elimination and offered their students words of consolation. Wu Yi had been walking for half an hour without encountering a soul, and by now, he found the monotony utterly unbearable. Just then, the sounds of a skirmish reached his ears from the left, instantly igniting his excitement. Retrieving a packet of sunflower seeds from his soul guidance ring, he stealthily crept toward the commotion. Lingling, wait for me. A serpentine girl was chasing after an aloof maiden. Their school uniforms clearly marked them as belonging to different academies, yet no conflict arose between them, merely one walking away while the other pursued. We're not from the same academy. Stop following me. The Yulingling maintained a frosty demeanor. She was inwardly fragile and anxious. As a pure support-type soul master, she could be eliminated in an instant. The serpent girl, De Guyen, had been assigned to the same region as her. From the outset, neither had any intention of fighting, so they exchanged introductions before planning to part ways. However, De Guyen caught a whiff of an oddly soothing fragrance emanating from Yulingling and decided to stick with her. Well, where might you two beauties be heading? A rotund boy, stout as an elephant, blocked their path, his face plastered with a lecherous grin and brimming with misplaced confidence. Care to see my elephant, ladies? The chubby boy was referring to his mammoth martial soul. But De Guyen could only feel revulsion. Get lost. De Guyen's serpentine martial soul coiled protectively around her, and Yulingling, hissing threateningly at the boy. Chapter 21. The lecherous fatty De Guyen's venom slithered like ethereal spirits, seeping through the air as her martial soul spiraled. Her eyes shifted hue, gleaming like dazzling gemstones. She resembled a bewitching blossom, a haughty yet enchanting young maiden. The sight sent the boy into raptures. Rubbing his hands eagerly, he yearned to caress Douluo's scaled cheeks. Yet, the poisonous mist formed an impenetrable barrier. Undeterred, he assessed the situation and deemed it manageable. A radiant golden-yellow soul ring, resplendent as a jewel, emerged beneath him. Simultaneously, the towering phantom of a mammoth materialized behind him, majestic as a mountain. Martial soul possession, colossal mammoth. Seeing the boy summon his martial soul, Yilingling, standing behind Douluo, felt as though plunged into an icy abyss. Cold sweat trickled down her trembling frame, her fear palpable. Douluo, however, brimmed with exhilaration. Though a control-type soul master, her combat prowess was nothing to scoff at. First soul skill, mammoth trample. In an instant, dust billowed like surging waves, and a formidable force pierced through Douluo's venomous mist defense. The two girls were exposed once more as the faint toxic haze parted like receding tides. Humph. Douluo scoffed but showed no retreat. Instead, she lunged forward like a swift bird, her palm striking toward the boy's chest with the speed of a gale. First soul skill, emerald phosphorus venom. Her palm concealed a lethal toxin, an envoy of death. A single touch would eliminate the boy instantly. You venomous wench. The lecherous boy's eyes sharpened like a hawk's. In that moment, his lustful demeanor seemed but a facade. Surprisingly agile, the boy sidestepped with the fluidity of an eel, evading the strike effortlessly. Seizing the opening, his right leg lashed out like lightning toward Douluo's abdomen. Missing her mark, Douluo reacted with equal swiftness. The moment her palm touched the ground, she twisted her waist and wrist with serpentine grace, adjusting her stance instantly. Her body slithered away like a slippery eel, narrowly avoiding the kick. A single exchange had given them a vague understanding of each other. This girl's reflexes and physique are a match made in heaven. This fatty's agility is absurd. Their gazes locked, neither yielding, both poised like panthers waiting for the other to falter. A withered leaf fluttered between them like a dancing butterfly, capturing their attention. Both waited for it to descend. Beside them, Yilingling's forehead beaded with sweat like glistening pearls. As a pure support type, her combat experience was pitifully lacking. As a droplet of sweat and the leaf touched the ground simultaneously, the two combatants vanished from sight. In a flash, the boy shifted targets. Realizing the timid girl behind Douluo was an easier mark, a fact Douluo also noticed. Yet, proximity allowed her to intercept. Her palm blocked the boy's kick like a shield before she retaliated with a phantom-like strike, sending him flying. Truthfully, Douluo excelled in close-quarters combat, provided her opponent was a dashing young man. Against this repulsive fatty, the mere thought of prolonged entanglement made her shudder. The boy, however, observed her fluid movements, offense and defense executed with effortless grace. And that kick? It hurt like hell. At this moment, Wei leisurely sat on a small hillock not far away, munching on sunflower seeds while keenly observing the captivating spectacle of the fierce battle between the little snake girl and the clumsy elephant. The duel was nothing short of extraordinary. Both combatants had merely activated their first soul abilities, yet the clumsy elephant initially appeared rather dull-witted. The portly lad, rubbing his waist, felt the pain surge like relentless tides, accompanied by a sense of numbness and weakness. Instinctively, he reached down and hastily lifted his shirt, revealing a deep imprint from his shoe, along with a spiderweb-like pattern of poison spreading across his skin. Cursed be that venomous woman. How careless of her to neglect protection. Under normal circumstances, the purple toxin spread at a sluggish pace, akin to a snail's crawl. However, once soul power was utilized, the toxin surged forth like a runaway stallion, accelerating tenfold. What was most alarming was that the poison erupted once every minute, resembling a demonic curse, randomly inducing states of weakness and intensified toxicity. The escalating toxicity acted like pouring oil on flames, shortening the intervals of toxin eruptions and consequently leading to more frequent poisoning effects. If this continued, the loss of the match would be trivial compared to the threat to his life. The chubby boy understood the urgency. He could not afford to delay further. A swift resolution was imperative. If he could locate his teammates, their purifying abilities would surely rescue him from this perilous situation. Activating his second soul ability, Elephant Body. In an instant, his physique ballooned, doubling in size. His muscles tightened significantly, greatly slowing the spread of Douluo's poison. Moreover, the elephant body allowed him to transform any part of his body into that of a mammoth, facilitating various unique combat effects. Seeing the portly boy unleash a 500-year soul ability, Douluo was momentarily taken aback, though her astonishment was fleeting. For not everyone possessed the depth to acquire high-age soul rings. Unwilling to be outdone, she summoned a deep yellow 600-year soul ring. Her hands entwined with a denser miasma of poison, activating her second soul ability, Death of Wounds. She instantly amplified the poisonous damage while hastening the spread of the toxin and the intervals of its eruptions for those afflicted. The previously dissipated poisonous barrier enveloped her once more. Without hesitation, the portly boy utilized the immense attributes of his elephant legs to unleash a stampede, aiming to clear a path through the clouds of poison. Simultaneously, he transformed one leg into an elephant's trunk, striking at Douluo like a colossal whip. Douluo deftly rolled backward, evading the assault, and counterattacked with precision, her toxin striking true. However, the mammoth's thick skin rendered the poison's penetration exceedingly slow, and Douluo felt her soul power depleting rapidly. As the two were locked in a stalemate, a live figure suddenly burst forth from the nearby thicket. Moving with the grace of a cheetah, Activating his first soul ability, Shadow Claw, countless claw shadows surrounded Du Guyan, revealing the identity of the newcomer. Chapter 22. Did your mother not teach you to cherish the delicate? The sudden assault struck like a tempest, leaving Du Guyan with no opportunity to retaliate. She endured the full brunt of the attack, resulting in severe injuries. Yet, this turn of events was irreversible. Like a flower battered by a tempest, she absorbed the entirety of the damage, and clouds of dust billowed around her. How dare you, elephant skin, hide in such a corner? Frolicking with two young ladies while excluding me. A boy, dressed similarly to the portly lad, emerged, though he was much more slender, resembling a tall bamboo stalk, creating a stark contrast with the chubby boy. Leopard Rod, is that you? I never expected the first teammate I would encounter to be you. Alas, you lack a supportive spirit, so you cannot assist me in purging this toxin. At this moment, the chubby boy appeared somewhat weakened. Had it not been for the support of his second soul skill, which painstakingly slowed the spread of the toxin, he would have likely collapsed and been eliminated. Though lean, the Leopard Rod walked with a grace reminiscent of a model on the runway, revealing his upbringing in a well-mannered family. However, his coarse eyes, akin to those of a vulture, betrayed a personality strikingly similar to that of the chubby boy. Since laying eyes on Yilingling, his gaze was magnetically drawn to her, never wavering for even a moment. In the midst of the swirling dust, Du Guyan endured a barrage of attacks akin to those of a venomous snake. Although each strike was not lethal, they ruthlessly lacerated her flesh like the fangs of a serpent. Pain surged within her like a tidal wave, threatening to overwhelm. Fortunately, her opponent's soul power remained at the level of a great soul master, lacking the terrifying ferocity of 100 strikes. Yet, Du Guyan soon realized that her wounds were healing at an astonishing rate, a faint green glow flickering at the sites of injury, reminiscent of tinder buds in spring. The pain receded just as swiftly, and within mere seconds, she felt no trace of agony, her smooth and supple skin unmarred as if she had never been harmed. Observing her wounds heal, Du Guyan harbored no suspicions and, like a light and nimble swallow, soared out of the dust-laden area. A punch, swift as a tempest, landed squarely on the Leopard Rod's horse-like visage, a wave of purple toxin spreading like a spider's web from the impact. In that instant, the Leopard Rod was sent flying, akin to a spinning top, fortunate enough to be caught by Xiang Qiu, who stood like an unyielding wall behind him. Thus, he avoided crashing into nearby trees, sparing the flora from destruction, earning a modicum of virtue. In an instant, both Xiang Qiu and the Leopard Rod succumbed to the poison, particularly the latter, as the toxin threatened to encroach upon his eye sockets. They exchanged knowing glances, acutely aware that Du Guyan was no ordinary adversary. Most crucially, she was a poison-type control soul master. If they could not resolve the matter swiftly, the likelihood of their defeat would only increase with time. Sensing a shared understanding, they acted in unison, with Xiang Qiu setting his sights on Du Guyan. He noted that although her martial spirit was a snake, indicating proficiency in close combat, she seemed averse to engaging him at such proximity. This played to his advantage. If she wished to avoid close quarters, he would attack from a distance. A slight smirk crept across Xiang Qiu's lips as he unleashed a series of attacks, each one reminiscent of an elephant's trunk, capable of striking far and delivering immense force. While Du Guyan, as a woman, was not lacking in strength, this dynamic deprived her of a combat style that suited her well. Her thoughts were consumed with how to expedite the spread of her toxin throughout her opponent's body, rendering him powerless. However, in her preoccupation with Xiang Qiu, she momentarily forgot about the agile attacking soul master, the Leopard Rod, who was poised to ambush her. In truth, the moment the Leopard Rod revealed himself, Yilingling experienced no hesitation. It was clear as day to her that Du Guyan could scarcely defend herself against both foes simultaneously. Furthermore, Du Guyan was already gravely injured, her body marred with wounds, prompting her to hastily employ her soul skill for healing. A pristine, snow-white nine-heart sea flower blossomed in her hand, its gentle yet potent healing effect swiftly mending her injuries, akin to a spring breeze nurturing the earth. As a support soul master, she had been taught by both her academy instructors and her family lineage to excel in her designated role. However, because of her supportive nature, she was typically the most shielded in ordinary combat situations. Thus, in the face of such fierce reality, she became the sole vulnerability, the critical point at which her adversaries could gain an upper hand. In that moment, her peripheral vision caught sight of a slender figure, as lithe as a bamboo pole, darting towards her like an arrow released from a bow. Though she could move, her opponent was swifter still. That individual bore the martial spirit of an extreme shadow leopard, a soul beast renowned for its incredible speed, so swift that it seemed a mere shadow, almost ghostly in its agility. Upon becoming a martial spirit, its wielder inherited this remarkable swiftness. Moreover, his claws were extraordinarily sharp, and his extreme Shadow 100 Claws soul skill served as irrefutable evidence of that prowess. Yilingling understood that her escape routes had dwindled to nothing. She was trapped, her soul skill faltering under the pressure, leaving her nearly paralyzed with fear. Deprived of Yilingling's support, Du Guyan felt an acute pain radiating from her arm as she exchanged blows with Xiang Qiu. This was no ordinary muscle strain. It felt as though it had struck bone. Only then did she comprehend the source of the healing power that had just aided her. However, it was too late to turn back and seek rescue. No matter how swift she was, she could not outpace a pure agility-type soul master. In that moment, Both found themselves ensnared in a state of helplessness, a singular thought echoing in their minds. Is this how it ends? Zen seal. A subtle voice resonated. Has no one ever told you to cherish the delicate? A dark figure stood before Yu Lingling, wielding a shield that shone like a beacon of hope, illuminating her heart. Yu Lingling gazed incredulously at the armored figure before her, unable to identify the individual, but recognizing that they must belong to another academy, a competitor in this arena. Why would they save me? This singular question consumed her thoughts. Chapter 23. There's a hook to bully a girl. You truly possess a wicked heart. Wu Yi abruptly raised his shield, a bastion of impenetrable strength that deflected the leopard rod's assault, and then, with fluidity, he launched a punch, like a cannonball discharged from its barrel, striking the leopard rod squarely in the abdomen. This seemingly simple blow bore the weight of a mountain, leaving the leopard rod gasping in agony, nearly retching bile. He lifted his gaze to meet Wu Yi, clad in black rhino armor, clutching his painfully throbbing belly and panting heavily. Who are you? How dare you meddle in affairs that do not concern you? Upon witnessing his brother being struck, Xiang Qiu ceased his engagement with Douluo Yin, racing to the leopard rod's side with lightning speed. Leopard, are you all right? I'm not dead yet. Leopard spat vehemently to one side and wiped the corner of his mouth. Although Wu Yi's previous punch had not been delivered with full force, the power unleashed, encased as it was in armor, was undeniably formidable. At this moment, Wu Yi stood before Yu Lingling like a towering mountain, his imposing figure instilling a profound sense of security within her. The martial spirit in her hand once again radiated brilliance, and a healing soul technique enveloped Douluo Yin like a gentle spring breeze. As she felt the warmth of the healing energy, Douluo Yin lightly shook her hand, and the excruciating pain that had felt like a knife had vanished without a trace. The muscle strain in her arm miraculously healed. Douluo Yin also took note of the tall and powerful black rhinoceros armor, her heart brimming with curiosity as she yearned to discover the origins of this hero. Yet, this was not the time for such inquiries. Wu Yi's intervention had thwarted Leopard's attack, disrupting both of their plans. In an instant, the focus of both Leopard and Elephant had shifted entirely to Wu Yi. Second soul skill, Swift Shadow Thrust. Second soul skill, Elephant Body. Leopard and Elephant simultaneously launched their attacks. However, Wu Yi stood resolutely like a statue, exhibiting no intention to defend himself. Furthermore, prior to their strikes, he had instructed Douluo Yin to swiftly retreat with Yu Lingling to avoid collateral damage. Elephant's hands transformed as if they were replaced with easily graspable ivory, becoming robust like pillars, adorned with sharp tusks that resembled lethal spikes. Each punch resembled the forceful charge of a mammoth, incredible in its might. Leopard soared into the air like a bird, channeling all his strength into his hands, utilizing the speed enhancement of the soul skill Swift Shadow Thrust to leap around Wu Yi like lightning, seeking every possible weak point to launch a fierce assault. Yet, Wu Yi remained still, resembling an unyielding statue, his gaze towards the two as cold and indifferent as ice, as if looking down upon insignificant ants. 3 minutes elapsed, and both of their soul powers were over half expended, panting heavily as they stood aside, ready to mock Wu Yi as a fragile jester. However, upon looking up, they saw Wu Yi's black rhinoceros armor still standing like an indomitable black iron tower, firmly rooted in place, not having budged an inch. In that moment, all mocking words caught in their throats, rendering them utterly impotent. Was this truly all the strength they possessed? Wu Yi spoke with a tone as tranquil as still water and as indifferent as cold ice, uttering a remark laden with sarcasm. You two had better learn how to fight properly. With a swift motion, Wu Yi appeared before the two like a wraith, accompanied by an overwhelming force. His palms struck their chest with the weight of a mountain, sending them hurtling backward like kites severed from their strings, crashing to the ground. They felt as though their backsides had shattered into fragments, while the pressure on their sternums made it seem as if their chests might splinter apart. The already frail leopard rod coughed up a mouthful of blood, laced with tendrils of toxic vapor. You scoundrel! Leopard rod exclaimed weakly. If it weren't for the poison afflicting us brothers, who knows how we would have dealt with you? Seeing leopard rod struggle to articulate his thoughts, Xiang Qiu, clutching his chest, responded with indignation. Is that so? Wu Yi nonchalantly waved his hand and continued. So, are you implying that I am preying upon your delicate physiques? To his astonishment, both Xiang Qiu and leopard rod shamelessly nodded in agreement, their expressions unmistakably conveying, indeed, that is the case. With a slight smile, Wu Yi was genuinely taken aback by the audacity of these two fellows, whose faces were thicker than city walls. Very well. He elegantly turned around and instructed the two lovely ladies behind him. Douluo Yin, extract the poison from their bodies. Yu Lingling, you are responsible for healing their injuries. Upon hearing Wu Yi's words, the two were momentarily stunned, their mouths agape. Wait, how could you possibly trust these shameless scoundrels? Douluo Yin exclaimed. Her face flushed with indignation, yet she found herself at a loss for a rebuttal. After all, in the realm of soul masters, fair and honorable duels were held in high esteem. No worries, just do as I say, these clowns won't stir up any trouble. Wu Yi's nonchalant demeanor struck like a resounding slap to the faces of the two. Douluo Yin, fuming with frustration, stamped her feet but ultimately complied with Wu Yi's command, administering the antidote. Seeing Douluo Yin take action, Yu Lingling too felt an inexplicable instinct to trust Wu Yi unconditionally. Two beams of healing light enveloped Bao and Xiang Qiu, akin to warm sunlight. In but a moment, the two slowly rose to their feet, Although their strength and vitality had been depleted, they could not help but praise Yu Lingling's remarkable healing abilities. All their injuries had been mended. Even the internal damage inflicted by Du Guyan's poison had returned to its original state, as if they had never been harmed at all. Instantly, their lecherous smiles reappeared, mocking as if to say, "Never have we encountered such foolish individuals. Without waiting for you two to regain your strength. Shall we consider this a fair fight now?" Upon hearing Wu Yi's words, the two, though cursing him internally, had no choice but to acknowledge his mercy. Fairness. Then let us begin. Very well, allow me to conclude this swiftly. As he spoke, Wu Yi summoned the meteor gun, showcasing a series of dazzling maneuvers before charging towards the two. When they witnessed him conjuring the meteor gun, they were utterly flabbergasted. Their minds racing with a singular thought. Isn't he wielding a shield? How does he possess a long weapon? Wu Yi paid no heed to the thoughts swirling in the minds of the two adversaries. The meteor gun struck them directly, launching a flurry of relentless blows. They scarcely had a moment to react before being sent flying from the arena. At the Tianyi Junior Soul Master Academy, Xiang Qiu and Bao Gan were automatically eliminated. Though they found themselves largely unharmed, the painful impact of landing on their backsides brought forth tears, for they were still but children. "Oh, mama, it hurts." Chapter 24. Ambush. Chapter 25. Let me at them. Chapter 26. Watch how I torment you. The trio's gazes shot like arrows toward the direction of the cold, female voice. The previously immobilized Mi-Er, confined beneath the tree, had mysteriously vanished without a trace. Suddenly, they felt the chilling onslaught of arrows descending upon them from all directions. As if a storm had erupted, they instinctively dodged with the agility of a cunning hare. Yet, whether it was their lightning-fast reflexes or their ghostly movements, every arrow seemed to possess a will of its own, landing with precision just 0.5 meters in front or behind them, creating an illusion that their foes were feeble, while they appeared like gods of war. It was only when a barrage of arrows, fanning out like a vast storm, rained down from 3 directions that they awoke from their stupor, hastily leaping back to evade the assault. In their panic, they collided against one another, with nowhere to retreat. At that moment, Mi-Er was like a hidden archer in the shadows, methodically driving her prey into an inescapable abyss. As the arrows descended upon them like raindrops, the impact was not overwhelmingly damaging, yet the passive effects ensnared them in a chilling grip. Each was struck by 5 to 10 arrows, and as control-type soul masters, their defenses were already feeble, allowing the arrows to pierce their flesh with ease. Instantly, they found themselves grappling with an oppressive environmental gravity, compounding their exhaustion. The wounds bled, and the weight of the surroundings pressed down upon them, leaving them in a state of torment. Their faces turned as pale as parchment, as if death were imminent. But this was merely the beginning. Mi-Er would not allow them to be eliminated so easily. The environmental gravity intensified, coiling around them like a venomous serpent, suffocating in its embrace. Even Lin Bei, standing nearby, narrowly evaded its reach, having jumped aside with the swiftness of a bird. Mi-Er's second soul skill, the Dragon Soul and Phoenix Soul, was terrifyingly potent. The increased environmental gravity merely complicated their movements, while the lightning chains were a source of dread and unyielding control. The trio was rendered listless, like frostbitten eggplants, exhaling white mist, as if they were reliving the bittersweet experiences of their lives. They yearned to escape this terrifying place, yet hesitated, trapped in indecision for 10 long minutes. Only when they saw no one obstructing their path did they cautiously tread forward, like walking on thin ice. However, Mi-Er lay in wait like a leopard crouched upon a branch, having anticipated this moment for far too long. Oblivious to the danger, the trio ventured towards what they believed to be safety, taking only a single step. Suddenly, one of them collapsed to the ground as though crushed by an immense weight. The tenfold gravity pressing down like a mountain, rendering him nearly breathless and voiceless. He was the third member of their group. His soul skill acted as an indomitable barrier, disrupting the flow of other soul power and stripping away their autonomy. Thus, Mi-Er had become the bait for that humiliating maneuver. Unable to cry for help as if her throat were constricted, the other two dared not assist him, forced to choose another direction. Yet, just 3 steps later, they found themselves akin to kites with severed strings, soaring helplessly into the air, unable to find solid ground. This individual was the one who had used a capturing soul skill against Mi-Er, and she intended for him to taste the same sense of helplessness. After all, those who have endured rain often wish to tear apart the umbrellas of others. Lastly, there was their leader, the one Mi-Er most desired to apprehend. Not only had he leered at her with lecherous eyes, but his cunning intellect was like that of a sly serpent, both astute and malevolent. Allowing him to survive would pose a significant obstacle for Wu Yi. The leader observed his 2 subordinates ensnared in dire straits, and he too refrained from moving. Paralyzed with fear like a startled bird, rooted in place, unwilling to venture forth, he had come to realize that those seemingly harmless attacks were, in fact, invisible traps imbued with a unique hunting attribute. Stepping into the trap's vicinity would ensure entrapment and despair. Too clever for your own good. Mi-Er finally emerged from the darkness, her face etched with disdain and fury. As a 3-ringed Great Soul Master, she had been humiliated by 3 Great Soul Masters, and she could not swallow this grievance without retribution. She retracted her martial spirit and glided gracefully toward the leader, with Lin Bei's supportive enhancement. Mi-Er's stamina and soul power surged like seedlings nourished by spring rain, swiftly restoring her to a state of vitality. Even the energy expended during her rapid movements and skill release was drawn from those three, making it no exaggeration to assert that Mi-air was defeating them with their own strength. The mustachioed leader, despite his initial desire to fight, found himself devoid of energy. His nearly depleted reservoir of soul power left him feeling drained, making even the release of soul skills an arduous task. While he still possessed some stamina, he dared not act recklessly, providing Mi-air with the perfect opportunity to strike. She dashed forward in a blur, delivering a powerful blow to his chin. Though her strength was not immense, it sent him hurtling away, akin to a kite severed from its string, landing squarely within a preordained trap. At the moment of impact, the trap erupted violently, akin to a volcano's eruption. In an instant, the mustachioed leader felt utterly drained, as if his very soul had been siphoned away. He could neither hear sounds nor perceive his surroundings. Even his sense of smell seemed to fade. The only certainty he clung to was that he was still alive. For he could not hear any sounds, feel the movement of air, nor detect Mi-air's approach. 5 seconds later, his senses gradually returned. Yet his soul power and stamina had reached their limits. Aware of his impending doom, he lay sprawled on the ground in a starfish position, hoping for a merciful soul to eliminate him. "Please show mercy," echoed a familiar plea from afar. They looked up to see a towering black figure crashing through the forest, its formidable defenses rendering even a tree that required 3 to encircle powerless against its charge. Chapter 27, The Tenfold Soul Power Core Zone. Chapter 28, You Capture Him. Why should we stop? Chapter 29, Join Forces. Chapter 30, The Moment of Truth. Poison. Yu Shenheng gazed at the toxic mist, which gradually engulfed the arena like a relentless tide. And he could not help but pale in astonishment, instinctively taking a few steps back. The blue lightning in his hand flickered amidst the poisonous haze, resembling the twinkling stars in the night sky, crackling and leaping about. Yet, this blue lightning was as futile as an ant trying to shake a tree, possessing not the slightest ability to dispel the miasma. A slight smile played at the corners of his mouth, exuding an air of nonchalance, as if he had already anticipated the unfolding events. Indeed, those remaining were all formidable individuals. As the scion of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex lineage, he naturally carried an innate air of pride, viewing ordinary soul masters as mere insects, worthy only of being eclipsed by geniuses of his caliber. Observing the specter-like dispersal of the toxic mist, a thin veil of electric netting began to rise around him, enveloping his form like an indomitable suit of armor, preventing the noxious gas from penetrating even the slightest degree. Simultaneously, he caught a glimpse of a glimmering light within the fog, racing towards him like a shooting star. A spear, swift as lightning, with its tip seemingly ablaze, charged directly at his face. Yu Shenheng exhibited no fear. The spear halted abruptly at the center of his brow, showing no intention of advancing further. He smiled calmly, and in the next moment, his gaze met that of Wu He. The two stood facing each other. This seemingly simple probe was, in fact, a clash of titans. Wu He retracted his spear, yet in the next heartbeat, his figure vanished like a wraith. Simultaneously, Yu Tianheng's silhouette followed closely in his wake. Within the noxious mist, the two engaged in a dance of feints and fierce strikes, their movements a blend of deception and raw power. The dragon claws of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus clashed with Wu He's spear, each collision erupting like a firework, scattering vibrant sparks in every direction. Each separation and rejoining foreshadowed an impending clash that promised even greater ferocity. Remarkably, amidst this intense rhythm of combat, neither combatant showed any signs of discomfort. Rather, they reveled in the exhilarating experience. Lin Bei observed the evenly matched duel with astonishment, only to realize that both of these extraordinary individuals were smiling, while he himself found it impossible to muster a smile. At this moment, Wu Yi relied solely on his physical strength in battle. However, he soon found that he would no longer need to endure alone. Utilizing the cover of the toxic mist, he stealthily approached the Stone Brothers from behind like a specter. "Hey, you two dimwits." Lin Bei lightly tapped the shoulders of the Stone Brothers, a cunning smile adorning his face. Simultaneously, several concealed crystals hidden in his palm struck them with the speed of lightning. The Stone Brothers turned at the sound, only to find two impenetrable Xuanjia shields steadfastly positioned before them, forcefully repelling the unexpectedly close Lin Bei, their faces betraying a flicker of anger. Yet, almost immediately, they sensed their stamina waning as if it were a river breaching its dam, and even their soul energy began to dissipate like mist. Confused, they could only speculate that the toxicity of this fog was extraordinarily potent. Gradually, the clash between Wu He and Yu Tianheng reached an intense climax. As they fought fiercely, Wu He unexpectedly revealed a flaw at an inopportune moment, his head tilting slightly in a peculiar direction, creating a gap. Yu Tianheng seemed to seize this rare opportunity, yet a sense of unease stirred within him. As anticipated, 3 arrows shot forth from that opening like venomous serpents escaping their lair. Yu Tianheng hurriedly protected his face with his dragon claw, initially believing the arrows to be mere trifles. He was unprepared for the force behind them, which surpassed that of an ordinary soul master's iron fist. Moreover, it was not a disordered barrage of 3 arrows, but rather 9, flying in perfect formation like well-drilled soldiers, 3 by 3, aimed directly at Yu Tianheng. The power of the 9 arrows was overwhelming, akin to a tidal wave, propelling Yu Tianheng backward. Yet, he was no ordinary adversary, executing a graceful mid-air twist. He landed swiftly, kneeling and gazing intently into the depths of the toxic haze. You despicable cowards! Resorting to ambushes in a one-on-one fight. Yu Tianheng's dragon claw struck the ground in fury, as if he intended to shatter the earth beneath him. What nonsense! Who said anything about a fair duel? Don't be so naive. The shameless laughter of Wu He echoed in Yu Tianheng's ears, akin to a bewitching melody that ensnared his senses. Just as he was on the brink of despair, preparing to move, he suddenly discovered that the gravitational force surrounding him had inexplicably quintupled. This abrupt surge in gravity exerted immense pressure on his internal organs. At the tender age of 11 or 12, being a prodigy, he primarily focused on soul power cultivation. Even though he was aware of his formidable beast martial soul, one so young seldom engaged in physical training. Consequently, the instant the fivefold gravity manifested, Yu Tianheng nearly lost his grip on his martial soul. A trickle of blood escaped his lips, intensifying his animosity towards Wu He. Very well. You lot are resorting to underhanded tactics. In that moment, Yu Tianheng's body was enveloped in a dazzling blue lightning, and his furious demeanor resembled that of a rampaging divine beast. All attention is drawn. This fellow is about to unleash his full power. Before Wu He could complete his words, the figure of Yu Tianheng had already vanished from his sight. A claw lunged towards Du Guyan in an instant. During his struggle with Wu He, Yu Tianheng was not idling. Through swift movements, he had managed to grasp the whereabouts of everyone except his teammate. Although he had yet to uncover Mier's location, he was acutely aware of the positions of others and their roles in the current situation. His immediate goal was to neutralize Du Guyan, for her poisonous mist was not only highly toxic but also obstructed visibility, hindering his combat effectiveness. However, Control-type Soul Masters were notoriously fragile. A single skill could easily eliminate them. Yet, he entertained a flicker of hope as the healing light originally focused on Wu He instantaneously shifted to Du Guyan. Du Guyan was no fool. Through clever displacement, she evaded Yu Tianheng's attack, and with her martial soul manifested, her feet transformed into elongated serpentine tails. With a swift lash, she struck Yu Tianheng at the waist. At that moment, Yu Tianheng found himself in the central position of Wu He's temporary squad. In front of him stood Du Guyan, behind him was Mier, to his left was Wu He, and to his right was Lin Bei. Such a central role was not one for the faint-hearted. A moment's negligence would lead to utter destruction. He soon realized that the Sher brothers, who had only recently been resisting, were now incapacitated on the ground. What he had intended as mere probing had swiftly escalated into a 5-on-1 confrontation. Chapter 31. The first encounter with treasures. Yu Tianheng still harbored hopes of resistance, but the moment he took a step forward with his right foot, an overwhelming sense of weightlessness engulfed him, as if he were in an environment with merely 1/10 of normal gravity. In an instant of distraction, his body floated like a drifting reed. However, with any movement, the others followed suit. Before he could adjust his stance, Wu Yi's spear struck like a tempest. Simultaneously, Du Guyan's fist descended with the force of thunder, and in mere moments, Yu Tianheng was sent flying like a kite with severed strings. He crashed to the ground, disheveled and covered in dust, transforming from an enraged little wolf pup into a pitiful, defeated creature in the blink of an eye. Wu He initially intended to persuade Yu Tianheng to abandon his reckless pursuit. However, the obstinacy of a soul master, once ignited, is as indomitable as a herd of tin bulls. Yu Tianheng simultaneously unleashed his first and second rings, desperately attempting to exhaust his soul power. Even if faced with elimination, he sought to drag someone down with him. His sights were firmly set on Wu He, whom he perceived as the strongest among the temporary team. If he could unseat Wu He, the outcome of the ensuing 2-on-2 battle remained uncertain. Yet, some events are predestined to unfold contrary to one's desires. As Yu Tianheng, trembling yet determined, rose once more, Wu He wasted no time and lunged at him with the ferocity of a ravenous tiger. Within a mere 3 minutes, Yu Tianheng, resigned to his fate, ultimately raised the banner of surrender. It was not a matter of Yu Tianheng's lack of strength, rather, he was simply unfortunate to encounter an array of exceptionally gifted individuals. As Yu Tianheng departed with his 2 subordinates, the noxious gas released by Du Guyan began to permeate the air like a plague. The 5 of them, as if sharing a silent understanding, collectively moved to the perimeter of the occupied zone. Now, only we remain. Will you uphold your promises? Their expressions seemed to convey a warning. Should you dare to renege, I shall unleash my venom. Among the trio of Wu He, only Mier was left feeling discontented. Nevertheless, Wu He remained steadfast in his verbal agreement, opting for a 1-on-1 duel. To everyone's astonishment, Du Guyan unexpectedly sent Yi Ling to the arena. In that instant, both Lin Bei and Mier were left speechless. What on earth is happening? Lin Bei suddenly speculated that perhaps this was a gesture of benevolence. The opponent, fully aware of their inability to win, had chosen to send forth a mere healer as a competitor. Lin Bei's wild imaginings could have spun an entire narrative, and given a moment longer, he might have even conjured names for future offspring. Though this notion was utterly preposterous, as the opponent had dispatched a support character, Mier still insisted on entering the fray. However, Wu Yi firmly restrained her. What are you doing? They have already conceded defeat. Let me take the stage, and I promise to show mercy, Mier exclaimed, exuding an air of fierce determination while uttering the most endearing words in the harshest tone. Yet, Wu Yi replied, you two stand aside and observe. You cannot prevail against her. Upon hearing Wu Yi's words, Lin Bei was engulfed in confusion, while Mier's fury escalated. Mier was genuinely incensed, for Wu Yi had asserted that she, a soul master, could not possibly contend with a great soul master's support, who, with her frosty demeanor, appeared to possess a delicate vulnerability that evoked sympathy. This seemingly frail woman instilled within Mier an inexplicable sense of foreboding. Be good, listen, and wait over there. Wu Yi gently stroked Mier's head and said, This is a calamity of my own making. It is only right that I resolve it myself. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei felt increasingly bewildered. What on earth was happening? How had the mere choice of a support character transformed Wu Yi into the source of misfortune? Was it possible he had incurred some debts of passion in secret? If Wu Yi could fathom Lin Bei's current thoughts, he would be tempted to pry open his head to discover how such an array of notions could take root. And yet, some of them bore a semblance of validity. Ultimately, Lin Bei and his companion could not withstand Wu Yi's insistence and slowly retreated to the side, granting the two combatants ample space to engage. De Guyen consciously stepped aside, for the outcome of the battle bore little significance to her. As she and Yi Ling belonged to entirely different academies, her decision to let Yi Ling take the stage stemmed from two principal reasons. First, since the inception of the competition, Yi Ling had repeatedly rescued her from peril, without her healing powers. De Guyen would likely have been forced to withdraw from the contest due to injury. Second, and perhaps most crucially, Yi Ling possessed a trump card, a mysterious armor bestowed upon her by a legendary hero, rumored to unleash the power of a Soul King for a maximum duration of 10 minutes. Given this, even if Wu Yi were to dispatch the formidable Soul Master Mier, it would surely be in vain. Thus, she decisively relinquished her opportunity for a one-on-one duel. However, what took her by surprise was the revelation that Wu Yi would be her opponent, a boy who had scarcely employed his soul skills throughout the competition, relying instead on conventional weapons and physical techniques during combat. Although his offensive strategy was exceptionally fierce, it was not rooted in the realm of soul skills. And without the enhancement of support, his combat prowess might well be comparable to that of an ordinary support soul master. De Guyen found herself perplexed as to why they did not allow a soul master to compete. Could they truly underestimate a high-level support soul master? Yi Ling gazed at Wu Yi before her, her beautiful visage cooling slightly. She had encountered his martial spirit before, a peculiar formation that had shown little special function during battle, and his soul rings had never been unleashed. She sensed a hint of disdain directed at her. Despite the claims of his status as a soul master, there lingered an uncomfortable impression. Wu Yi stood awkwardly, as the time displayed on the signal tower dwindled to the final 5 minutes, and the arena shrank once more. The energy emanating from the signal tower promptly replenished the exhaustion of several individuals. It was also Wu Yi's first time releasing his soul ring in this arena. His 5-element shadow array martial soul gradually materialized behind him, followed by the emergence of 2 soul rings at his feet, one purple and one black. The instant the soul rings appeared, both Du Guyen and Yi Ling were genuinely startled, for the age of the soul rings surpassed their comprehension. Meanwhile, Lin Bei, standing nearby, covered his mouth in quiet amusement, as he relished the fact that someone else was equally astonished and momentarily stunned. How could there be such a person? The first 2 soul rings were not merely a century old. One was a millennium, and the other a 10,000-year ring. De Guyen gasped in astonishment. You have seen my soul rings as well. I grant you the opportunity to strike first. The voice of Wu Yi floated lightly, exuding a profound sense of powerlessness. Yet each word struck their hearts like a heavy hammer. For a fleeting moment, Yi Ling felt as if her heartbeat had ceased. Slowly, she withdrew a vibrant green crystal from her chest, its core intricately carved with the character for wood. Upon seeing the crystal in Yi Ling's hand, Mier gazed at Wu Yi in astonishment, suddenly comprehending the meaning behind his words. Simultaneously, her anger intensified. How could he bestow such a precious first gift upon another girl? Yi Ling raised the crystal above her head, allowing sunlight to filter through it, and loudly recited an incantation. Wind Eagle Armor, Unite. Chapter 32. Wind Eagle Black Rhino. As Yi Ling uttered the command, the crystal in her hand shimmered like a brilliant gem, ascending gracefully toward the sun. At that moment, Wu Yi's first spirit ring burst forth like a wild stallion, detaching from him and, with astonishing precision, encircling the wooden crystal before Yi Ling's astonished gaze. What was happening? Not only was Yi Ling left speechless in her surprise, but even Du Guyen was rendered utterly dumbfounded by this unexpected turn of events. It was the first time he had witnessed his spirit ring willingly assist another. To be candid, both Lin Bei and Mier were equally astonished, having never encountered such a spectacle. Although they had previously heard Wu Yi speak of his spirit ability's secondary function, which could grant another the opportunity to don armor, this stroke of fortune had never been experienced by even his closest companion, Mier. Instead, it was Yi Ling who reaped this unexpected boon. The purple spirit ring, encircling the wooden crystal, resembled a sinuous python, gradually constricting. With a crisp sound of shattering, the purple ring seamlessly merged into the wooden character, akin to raindrops melting into the ocean. In an instant, a massive azure eagle darted around the area like a bolt of lightning before emitting a resounding cry and landing firmly upon Yi Ling's forehead. Shortly thereafter, a beam of sunlight, akin to golden threads, gently cascaded onto her figure. The shattered crystal, as if enchanted, reassembled into a unique suit of armor, fitting perfectly against Wu Yi's form. Then, the sunlight faded, and with another eagle's cry, a deep blue silhouette appeared before Wu Yi, almost ghostly in its presence. For the first time, Wu Yi felt the overwhelming pressure akin to a mountain pressing down on an egg as she faced the wind falcon armor. In the instant the azure wood giant eagle melded with Yu Lingling's forehead, a torrent of memories not belonging to her surged into her mind. Combat techniques, armor manipulation, weapon usage, and even the intricate details of the wind falcon armor coalesced within her consciousness in a heartbeat. It was as if this armor had been tailored specifically for her. Remarkably, utilizing the armor did not deplete a single fragment of her soul power, with only a negligible drain on her physical stamina. Simultaneously, her martial soul functioned normally, as if everything unfolded with such naturalness and harmony. Once Yu Lingling completed the fusion with the wind falcon armor, a flash of crimson light flickered in her eyes, and she moved with the swiftness of a gale. A force reminiscent of a hurricane gathered around her legs, pulsating with energy and radiating a delicate green light, dazzling like emeralds. Wind God Leg. Her figure vanished like a specter, only to reappear at an angle above Wu Yi. Her movements were as graceful as a dancing fairy, imbued with an aura of terrifying intimidation. Merely gazing at the soles of the wind falcon armor, one could sense the tremendous power encapsulated within each step. The onlookers were bewildered, witnessing Wu Yi standing there like a statue, utterly unresponsive, leaving them perplexed about his intentions. However, in the eyes of Du Guyan, Wu Yi was clearly petrified, yet she could not fathom why his first soul ring had detached from him like a bird leaving its nest. In that fleeting moment, Wu Yi's 10,000-year soul ring streaked past like a meteor, enveloping him in an unusual radiance. He lightly lifted his right foot and stamped it on the ground, causing a cloud of dust to rise like a surging wave, obscuring the events unfolding within. Yu Lingling gazed intently at the billowing dust. For her, it offered no obstruction to her sight. She perceived Wu Yi as merely putting on a show. Yet, in the next moment, astonishment flickered in her eyes as she beheld something she had longed for. Amidst the swirling dust, a high-grade, silver-glimmering rhinoceros horn appeared, along with the unwavering will reflected in his eyes, manifesting before her like a miracle. However, by then, her offensive had already been unleashed with the swiftness of an arrow, leaving no room for retreat. Consequently, the wind god leg landed squarely upon Wu Yi, the solid impact conveying not the warmth of a hero but a chilling, piercing cold. Yu Lingling, agile as a cunning rabbit, executed a flip and leaped away from the dust-laden area, clad in the heavy wind falcon armor. She moved with the grace of a soaring swallow. Once she landed firmly, she gently released her wood-based energy, dispersing the dust like a flowing breeze. Du Guyan had anticipated witnessing Wu Yi sprawled on the ground, for even a partial strike from Yu Lingling, a soul king of the fifth ring, was beyond the endurance of a 30-level soul master without a third soul ring. Yet, the unexpected unfolded, leaving her equally stunned and speechless. The black rhinoceros armor adorning Wu Yi resembled a colossal hammer imbued with lethal, genuine harm. A single strike from it shattered all her pride. Not long ago, that very armor had bestowed upon her a robust hope. In her eyes, even if the black rhinoceros armor possessed only the strength of a soul king, it was an invincible force. At this moment, she finally comprehended why Wu Yi had never once employed her skills. She also grasped the profound foundation of the Tiando Empire's Junior Soul Master Academy. To her, Wu Yi's abstention from using soul techniques seemed a mere disdain for engaging with them. Yet she could not fathom why Wu Yi had chosen to intervene and rescue them. Of course, such inquiries would remain unvoiced by the proud little princess, Du Guyan. Despite her astonishment, both sets of armor exhibited the prowess of a soul king, leading her to believe that Yu Lingling was not entirely devoid of the chance to overcome Wu Yi. Yu Lingling's heart trembled. She was reluctant to confront her idol. Yet circumstances compelled her, akin to an arrow drawn taut, destined to be released. For a fleeting moment, she perceived Wu Yi as an illusion, convinced that there must be an issue with Wu Yi's soul techniques. In that instant of contemplation, she almost entirely assured herself that Wu Yi was not the hero she had envisioned. It was certain that Wu Yi's soul techniques possessed some unique hallucinatory effect, capable of conjuring illusions from the strongest aspirations within others' hearts. Particularly notable was Wu Yi's complete stillness following an attack. This alone aligned perfectly with her conjecture, for illusions are inherently false, and even a slight movement could render them ineffective. Chapter 33, Black Rhinoceros vs. Wind Eagle. Wu Yi stood as still as a statue. Not due to any other reason, but because Yu Lingling's fierce kick lightly landed upon the impenetrable black rhinoceros armor, akin to a feather brushing against it. It seemed as though her strike stirred not a ripple, requiring no effort to brush away the dust. The black rhinoceros armor, with its formidable defensive and offensive capabilities, stood as a paragon among the 5 elemental armors. Its unparalleled defense meant that only the fire dragon and snow mastiff armors might inflict even the slightest mark upon it. The wind eagle armor, embodying the essence of agility and support, excelled in ambush and aiding allies, showcasing remarkable penetration under specific circumstances. However, when these two armors stood side by side, their strengths and weaknesses became glaringly evident. In comparison to the wind eagle armor, the black rhinoceros armor appeared increasingly cumbersome and sluggish. Its rock-solid defense might not even graze the wind eagle armor. Conversely, the wind eagle armor was vulnerable and could sustain severe damage from a mere misstep. Yet, such assessments existed solely within Wu Yi's understanding. No one else possessed a deeper insight into the characteristics of these 5 armors than he. Ling moved with the swiftness of a gale, scrutinizing Wu Yi from various angles. The luster of his black rhinoceros armor was flawless, yet it was this very perfection that ignited a fierce hatred within her. She would not allow anyone to desecrate the sacred light that resided in her heart. As she continued to maneuver, her surmises were confirmed. Wu Yi's soul skill was undoubtedly a unique illusion, capable of manifesting special attributes while remaining still. The black rhinoceros armor he had transformed into possessed an impenetrable defensive quality. Therefore, her immediate objective was to compel Wu Yi into motion. She firmly believed that once he acted, everything would unravel. With the grace of a butterfly, Ling removed the wind eagle rings from her shoulders, executing a specific technique akin to a dance as she flung them. The 2 wind eagle rings spiraled through the arena like lightning, cutting through the air with a resounding crack, as if proclaiming their sharpness to the world. Subsequently, a wind eagle crossbow appeared in Ling's right hand as if by magic. However, instead of discharging it from a stationary position, she unleashed a barrage of crossbow attacks in a circular formation, like a blossoming flower surrounding Wu Yi. Each bolt struck the surface of the black rhinoceros armor like raindrops, leaving only faint traces, yet each tremor erupted into a cloud of dust, reminiscent of a volcanic eruption, showcasing the might of each shot. Amidst the swirling dust, the wind eagle rings became stealthy assassins, executing surprise attacks on Wu Yi with ethereal precision under her command. This left Wu Yi in awe. Ling was merely an ordinary support-type soul master. Despite her lack of experience in agile or powerful combat, she had mastered the offensive capabilities of her wind eagle armor with remarkable finesse, akin to an artist meticulously crafting a masterpiece. It was noteworthy that even the original summon of the wind eagle armor would only engage in hit-and-run tactics, never demonstrating the unique rhythm of attack that Ling exhibited, like a conductor leading a grand symphony. Wu Yi found himself wanting to applaud her brilliance. Although her offensive rhythm was spectacular, it barely left a mark on the black rhinoceros armor, had she been wielding the earth tiger or fire dragon armor. She might have inflicted genuine damage. Just as Ling seized the moment of obscured vision amidst the billowing smoke, her wind eagle crossbow transformed into a wind eagle sword. With the relentless assault of the wind eagle rings, she charged forward like a cheetah, preparing for a decisive strike. Just as the blade's tip was about to pierce Wu Yi, he finally moved, raising his shield instinctively in defense. In an instant, their weapons clashed with a thunderous clang, echoing like the roar of 2 ferocious beasts. In that moment, Ling was stunned. She had never anticipated Wu Yi would act, let alone defend himself. In that fleeting instant, she silently acknowledged a truth she had long refused to accept. Suddenly, the eyes of Wu Yi's black rhinoceros armor glowed with a strange light, and his shield descended upon the chest of the wind eagle armor like a shooting star. After enduring so many strikes, it was now my turn. The force of the blow sent Ling reeling backward like a kite severed from its string. Although her wind eagle armor absorbed much of the damage, she felt as if her ribs might crack. Wu Yi, typically the epitome of chivalry, would never strike a girl. Yet, in that moment, instinct propelled him into a defensive posture followed by an offensive strike. The instant he threw that punch, regret washed over him, realizing that he was not facing a mere warrior but a delicate girl within that armor. The spark generated upon impact with her chest must have been excruciating. Guilt surged within him. The intense pain severed Ling's misconceptions, grounding her in reality. She was finally willing to accept the truth of Wu Yi's existence. However, following that punch, she clearly sensed her injury, and then a magnificent 9-heart begonia, like a radiant pearl, emerged behind her wind eagle armor. A pure healing beam cascaded over her armor like warm sunlight. I can't believe it can be played this way, Wu Yi exclaimed in astonishment. He had not anticipated that his armor could summon its own spirit and soul skills while being wielded by another. Yet, upon reflection, the reason became clear to him. Wu Yi suddenly realized that this mode of play significantly enhanced the enjoyment of the game. By lending his armor to others, the scope of possibilities expanded even further. Returning to the battlefield, Wu Yi resolved to retaliate, even if he was unable to strike effectively. A victor must emerge from this conflict. Ling still had the ability to restore her health, putting him at a considerable disadvantage. He decided to bring the battle to a swift conclusion. Chapter 34, Another Advantage Unleashed. Wu Yi brandished the meteor spear, exceeding 2 meters in length, resembling a formidable dragon, exuding an aura of dominance. In that moment, Du Yin and Ling suddenly comprehended why Wu Yi had chosen to wield a spear during their temporary alliance. It appeared to be intricately linked to the armor he donned. With the meteor spear in hand, Wu Yi performed a dazzling display of spear techniques, the tip glistening with a chilling radiance akin to twinkling stars. However, within the cold gleam, there was an absence of murderous intent, a detail that Ling perceptively noted. The only weapon she possessed apart from the wind eagle rings was not readily deployable. Nevertheless, Wu Yi's stance clearly indicated an impending offensive. After a brief moment of hesitation, Ling swiftly devised a strategy to counter the situation. She launched 2 wind eagle rings, akin to bolts of lightning, in an unusual manner. As Wu Yi beheld the rapidly approaching rings, a look of embarrassment crossed his face. After all, employing the same tactic against him twice would be a grave underestimation of his capabilities. Yet, Wu Yi merely cast a fleeting glance before dismissing it, for with his formidable defenses, the two wind eagle rings posed little threat. Moreover, wielding the meteor spear, which grew more formidable with every inch, he could effortlessly fend off any ordinary ambush with the natural motion of his consciousness. Wu Yi dragged the meteor gun, resembling a ferocious beast charging towards Yi Lingling. The tip of the gun scraped against the ground, producing a shrill sound accompanied by flying sparks, as if the meteor gun bore an immense weight. Subsequently, Yi Lingling witnessed a robust object descending upon her like Mount Tai pressing down on an egg. Without a moment's hesitation, she swiftly retreated, only to discern the true nature of the object. It was indeed the meteor gun. While others flaunted their skills with the weapon through various flashy maneuvers, Wu Yi's approach could be succinctly summarized as sheer force. It gave the impression that a fine weapon was being handled as though it were mere refuse. Yet, this act of smashing forth unleashed an extraordinary sense of power. The typical thrusts and jabs paled in comparison to the sheer force of his blows, which exuded an unparalleled destructive force that was utterly captivating. Yi Lingling's evasive maneuvers were akin to a specter, maximizing the agility and speed of her wind eagle armor. However, mere evasion was not a sound combat strategy. As the ancients of Huaxiao proclaimed, offense is the best defense. Whether this principle was known in the world of Douluo continent remained uncertain. Upon retreating a sufficient distance, Yi Lingling transformed her wind eagle sword back into the wind eagle crossbow. Each time Wu Yi ready to strike, she, like a precise huntress, would deftly target the joints of his weapon with her projectiles. This promptly disrupted Wu Yi's rhythm, and after several such interruptions, he realized that his attacking cadence was firmly under her control, prompting him to adapt his tactics. If smashing proved ineffective, he would resort to a series of thrusts, followed by sweeping strikes, then upward and downward slashes. Wu Yi executed various stances with his long spear while Yi Lingling frequently employed the wind eagle ring for harassment. This relentless barrage of attacks resembled an annoying fly, perhaps tolerable once or twice, but increasingly unbearable with each repetition. Thus, an intense back-and-forth battle ensued for 6 or 7 minutes. Wasn't Wu Yi intent on a swift resolution? Initially, that was his plan. Yet Yi Lingling's proficiency with the wind eagle armor had reached new heights, and she had perfectly evaded a direct confrontation with him. Even Wu Yi, eager for a quick victory, could not lay a finger on the agile wind eagle armor. This feeling of being toyed with reminded Wu Yi of a past experience. Suddenly, he halted his assault as if struck by a spell of stillness, and in that moment, he seemed to grasp something profound. Yi Lingling, observing Wu Yi's cessation of pursuit, felt a flicker of surprise. Now, she had become increasingly adept at wielding the wind eagle armor, seemingly merging with it. Utilizing her clever mind, she had even discerned a unique attacking style that harmonized with the wind eagle armor. Truth be told, her innate talent was remarkable. In just a few minutes, she had successfully drawn Wu Yi, who was well-versed in the armor's capabilities, into her rhythm. Thus, his astonishment. The sensation of controlling the pace was not easily escaped by the average individual, and she could not fathom how Wu Yi achieved it. In the next moment, to her astonishment, she beheld Wu Yi, who had been 5 meters away, suddenly materialize within a mere 0.3 meters of her. His weapon had seamlessly transformed into a hand shield, leaving her no time to defend or evade. She was struck and sent flying like a kite severed from its string. Before she could land, she witnessed the figure that had just propelled her away vanish like smoke. This time, he reappeared directly beneath her falling position, and once again, his weapon transformed back into the meteor gun, launching a fluid and seamless series of attacks that sent her flying anew. Yi Lingling was utterly perplexed. What hidden ability had Wu Yi's defensive armor triggered to cause such a dramatic increase in his mobility? She realized that if she did not retaliate soon, defeat would be her only option. As she attempted to adjust her position using the characteristics of the wind eagle armor, a shadow loomed behind her, akin to Mount Tai descending upon an egg. Wu Yi, like a colossal rhinoceros imbued with immense strength, charged and sent Yi Lingling crashing back to the ground. The moment she landed, her armor dissipated, revealing various abrasions on her waist, abdomen, hands, and face, reminiscent of a flower ravaged by a tempest, evoking a sense of pity. However, the deepest wound lay hidden within her heart, as Wu Yi's armor had taken root within her psyche like a seed of a demon, sowing seeds of endless uncertainty and dread. Despite having held the upper hand, soaring like an eagle in the skies, how could she have plummeted like a bird with broken wings? She yearned to cry out, to vent her frustration and defiance. Yet she suddenly recognized her own insignificance as a mere support-type soul master. Even the fleeting display of strength she had exhibited as an agile attack-type soul king was but an illusory bubble bestowed by others. Though her heart brimmed with turmoil and conflict, akin to being gnawed upon by a myriad of ants, she slowly lifted her right hand, her voice trembling as she uttered, "I concede." Upon hearing Yi Lingling's words, Wu Yi remained silent, instead casting a profound gaze towards Lin Bei, before trudging forward with heavy steps towards the occupied area. As he entered the designated zone, Lin Bei's soul skill descended like a resplendent rainbow, simultaneously shielding his own weakened form from Wu Yi's vulnerability post-transformation. Chapter 35. Encountering old friends. After the speed pass points competition with Wu Yi successfully capturing the signal tower, Du Guyan swiftly led the battered Yi Lingling away, resembling a hen guarding her chicks. As they departed, Lin Bei stood resolute like an indomitable mountain, his unwavering presence shielding their retreat from view. At this moment, Wu Yi appeared utterly drained, his soul power, physical strength, and mental clarity seemingly exhausted to the point of desiccation. Fortunately, Lin Bei's timely soul skill rained down upon him like a refreshing deluge, preventing him from losing consciousness immediately. In truth, it was their recent camaraderie that enabled an unspoken understanding between the two boys. Sometimes, a mere glance sufficed for mutual comprehension. As the fusion of the 5 entities came to an end, Lin Bei fortuitously stepped into the dominion of the signal tower, where the soul power and mental energy surged tenfold compared to the outer circle, akin to a roaring tide, ready to be absorbed at will in an instant. This was precisely why, after sharing both his soul power and physical strength with the 5 entities, Lin Bei remained composed and steadfast before them. Time slipped away like a fleeting shadow. In less than 40 minutes, the trio of the 5 entities witnessed the entire arena descend as if by magic, seemingly as if it had never existed. Once the outermost walls of the venue lowered like a curtain, all buffs within the arena dissipated like mist scattered by the wind, vanishing without a trace. Although the 5 entities had not yet returned to their peak form, they were sufficiently empowered to summon their armor once more, ready for battle. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noted that all the walls of the arena had fallen, and above, a translucent veil of light slowly unfurled. In that moment, the remaining teams present in the arena awoke from their stupor, realizing that their recent match had been broadcasted live to the outside world. Moreover, none had anticipated that once the venue was fully lowered, all signal tower territories would converge into the central area, assembling into a final stage, encircled by layers of audience seating like stars surrounding the moon. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the 5 entities could not help but disdainfully scoff. Was this not a barefaced gladiatorial arena? Ahem, let us congratulate the 6 teams on the field. They have successfully advanced to the points competition. The impassioned voice of old Liang resonated throughout the arena like the tolling of a great bell, reaching every corner. Nearly everyone was raptly attentive to old Liang's speech, save for the slightly weary 5 entities, who casually picked at their ears, indifferent to the elder's presence on stage. Once old Liang's fervent oration concluded, he requested Dean Sin to unleash his martial spirit and soul skills. Instantly, a gentle green glow enveloped all present, swiftly restoring their fatigue and exhaustion. Even the 5 entities, who had consumed their energy proportionately, felt a rapid resurgence of vitality and mental acuity. Now, allow me to elucidate the rules of the points competition. As Dean Sin activated his soul skills, he began to explain the second part of this exchange competition. Points competition. We are left with only 6 teams, and the initial score threshold we have recorded is set at 6 points, 5 points, and 4 points. Each small team received their starting score, however. The team with the lowest score of 1 point was filled with grievance, questioning why other teams could secure 5 or 6 points while they languished with just 1. Understanding your doubts regarding the initial scores, allow me to clarify. This initial score is determined by the order in which teams achieved victory in the elimination rounds. The last team to complete the elimination naturally receives the minimum score of 1 point. However, not every participant is as clear-headed. They could hardly fathom that their team was below this threshold. Yet, unexpectedly, the 5 entities team garnered an initial score of 6 points. Astonishingly, amid such fierce competition, akin to a battlefield, they swiftly emerged as the first to conclude their battles. Following this, the content of the ensuing points competition was laid out. Winning a match grants 2 points, losing deducts 1 point, and a draw leaves the score unchanged, like a placid lake. All teams became cogwheels of fate, each presented with an opportunity to battle against the other 5 teams, with the format revealed through a lottery, shrouded in mystery. In truth, there were only 2 formats for the matches. The first, reminiscent of warriors in a wheel battle, where each side sends forth 1 participant per round, and the defeated side, like fallen soldiers, must send forth the next contender, continuing until all 3 from one side lay defeated, at which point victory would be proclaimed like the dawn of triumph. Alternatively, the second format involves direct team PK, a fierce 3-on-3 clash, where the outcome is decided in the blink of an eye, akin to a shooting star traversing the night sky. Upon hearing of the additional formats, the corners of the 3 participants' mouths turned upward, as if the remaining points competition had been tailored specifically for them, with each match moving as swiftly as the wind. In no time, Mia returned, embodying the goddess of victory, adorned with the glory of 5 consecutive wins. Wu Yi remained oblivious to the gazes of other teams, for in this fleeting point competition, he once again transformed into a debauched scion, exuding an air of disdain as frigid as the winter wind. However, in truth, any soul master with even a modicum of understanding regarding Wu Yi and his team structure would be struck by the realization that he resembled a leopard concealed in the shadows of night, with an unparalleled level of abnormality and formidable strength that left onlookers astounded. Regrettably, not everyone possesses the insight to discern the true nature of Wu Yi. They only noticed that Dugu Yin and Yi Lingling, for reasons unknown, had aligned themselves with Yu Tianheng. The 3 appeared as a brand new team, their uniforms impeccably coordinated, and their resources remarkably similar. This suggests that Yu Tianheng's background, stemming from the affluent Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, had indeed amalgamated several schools, were it not for the outstanding qualifications and substantial power wielded by the institution Wu Yi belonged to. It is likely that no one would have heard of any successful acquisition to date. Naturally, such matters are beyond the ken of ordinary students, yet, When these three reappeared before Wu Yi, he was genuinely taken aback. Despite his meticulous efforts to separate them, they still gravitated toward one another just as they had in the original narrative. Wu Yi could not help but marvel at the wonders of nature. Chapter 36, The Opening of the Challenge Match. All teams entering the points competition ascended to the final arena like valiant warriors. The final scores of each team sparkled upon the stage like brilliant stars, with the Wu Yi team triumphantly claiming 10 points, complemented by 6 points from the elimination round, culminating in a remarkable total of 16 points. Amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd, the exhilarating exchange match segment finally commenced. Known as the Resurrection Match or the Challengers Contest, Deanson waved his hand grandly, reminiscent of a conductor, as the rules magically appeared on the large screen beside him. Any eliminated team possessed a golden key to challenge the victorious team. Success in their challenge would grant them control of the arena, while failure would lead to their merciless elimination. The guardians of each arena stood resolute like warriors protecting treasures, ready to accept challenges based on the remaining points. When the points reached 0, it signified the emergence of the ultimate champion of that arena. However, if no one continued to challenge a particular arena for over an hour, the current champion would ascend to the throne of victory, becoming the final champion. Every 2 points burned like flames, necessitating a challenge until the points were depleted. When challengers successfully confronted the reigning champion, they would automatically inherit the remaining points and receive an additional 6 points, akin to a gentle spring breeze. At that moment, all competitors, having absorbed the challenge match rules, turned their intense gazes towards the first arena. The individual standing on that stage, though enveloped in golden light and appearing formidable, seemed, in the eyes of others, like a lamb awaiting slaughter, creating a deceptive illusion. The massive digits on the first arena, 16, stood like towering peaks, narrating their victory while foreshadowing that this arena would require at least 8 challenges. Those who had previously faced the individual on this stage were acutely aware of the team's strength. No one dared to be the first to challenge. Yet all yearned to be the one to ultimately savor the fruits of victory. With a grand gesture from Deanson, signaling the commencement of selections, participants only needed to raise their hands and vocally declare the arena they wished to challenge. The audience remained largely motionless, akin to wooden sculptures, though whispers circulated among some. However, no one had the courage to raise their hands and select a team to challenge. This was not due to a fear of the champions occupying the first and second spots, but rather a disdain for those ranked below the first arena. These individuals, possessing lofty ambitions, aspired to be number one, yet most were timid as mice, acutely aware of their own capabilities, understanding that to seize the crown, extraordinary strength was essential. Minutes passed, yet no one chose to challenge. Deanson and Dean Liang exchanged glances, momentarily flustered like ants on a hot pan. At this juncture, a figure on the fourth arena raised their hand, standing out like a crane among chickens. Surely we have the right to challenge others? Upon hearing the inquiry from the stage, Dean Liang did not reprimand but instead rose gracefully, responding as if stirred by a gentle spring breeze. All teams in the challenge match were permitted to challenge other teams on the arena, yet those on the arena could only challenge teams ranked higher, with each team allowed only one opportunity. After Dean Liang's explanation, the student nodded eagerly and raised their hand once more, declaring, "We challenge the team on the second arena." Instantly, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Some were bewildered, while others joined in the uproar. The words from the fourth arena struck the ears of all present like a sharp blade, clearly announcing, "Though I may not defeat the first arena, I shall not bow to the strength of the second arena's team." Then, at the referee's command, the contestants from the fourth arena surged towards the second arena like arrows released from a bow, introducing themselves and unleashing their martial spirits, preparing for an exhilarating duel. With one team having initiated a challenge, others felt compelled to follow suit, resembling a swarm of fish seeking to cross a river. However, an intriguing scene unfolded. After the rules were announced, all eyes fixated hungrily on the first arena, yet no team dared to challenge the reigning champion there. This left Wu Yi feeling rather bored. He had anticipated a leisurely battle, but no one dared to approach. After waiting for more than half an hour without a challenger, he even contemplated pulling out playing cards to teach Mier and Lin Bei how to play Douluo. Just then, a familiar yet piercing voice echoed. "Our team challenges the first arena." Upon hearing the declaration, Wu Yi sprang to his feet like a fish leaping over the dragon's gate, and indeed, the person raising their hand was none other than the representative of the Douluo team. Originally, the three had belonged to different teams, however. Injuries among their respective members led some to abandon the competition, while others, burdened by severe injuries, opted to withdraw even after treatment. Ultimately, the three approached the academy to request a reformation of their team, effortlessly obtaining the notification. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the academy's elders had long been keeping a watchful eye on them. Through prior matches, they discerned that the three, when acting independently, were no match for Wu Yi. However, united, they might serve as a touchstone for him. Indeed, the academy had no expectation that the trio would triumph over Wu Yi. Rather, they hoped to awaken his latent potential through this encounter. Du Guyan, leading Yi Ling, followed closely behind Yu Tianhong. As they ascended to their first arena with buoyancy, there was a glint of determination in their eyes, though it did not convey a desire to eliminate one another. It radiated an air of superiority. Each sought to conquer their foe, and thus, when they united, they forged a considerable force. Yu Tianheng's gaze fixated on Mi-Er. Recalling that his elimination was primarily due to her soul skill, which had inflicted great torment upon him. Conversely, Du Guyan's eyes were locked on Wu Yi. Recognizing his unique prowess and deeming his soul skills somewhat inadequate, Yi Lingling harbored no particular animosity towards Shanren, but Lin Bei's expression filled her with disgust. Chapter 37, the challenge match begins. As the trio leisurely approached the first arena, all combatants in the midst of their duels halted as though cast under a spell. Even when the referee signaled that their matches were not yet concluded, they remained statuesque, as if witnessing a breathtaking spectacle. Truly, there are brave souls. What could their strength be? Are they jesting? Do they genuinely dare to challenge the first arena? Have they consumed the hearts of bears and the gall of leopards? In an instant, a flurry of words cascaded like snowflakes through the air, evoking not merely a sense of ordinary astonishment, but also an ineffable emotion akin to being enveloped in a thick mist. As the three individuals ascended the stage, Wu Yi vigorously brushed off the dust from his attire, transforming in an instant from the demeanor of a frivolous scion into that of a vigilant and cautious student. Ready to face a formidable challenge. Is it just the three of you? Upon hearing Wu Yi's inquiry, Yi Lingling interjected with an ill-timed retort. With just the three of us, we could scatter you like petals in a tempest. Yi Lingling had never envisioned himself employing such crude language to describe a situation. His carefully curated persona of aloofness and pride was abruptly shattered, leaving him feeling akin to a bashful maiden. Noticing Yi Lingling's demeanor, Du Guyan sensed the gravity of the situation and quickly chimed in. What Lingling said is absolutely correct. You might as well prepare to be thoroughly vanquished. Despite her unwavering tone, her heart raced like a startled fawn, fully aware that her bravado was merely a fade, lacking any genuine prowess. Yet among the trio, the relatively composed Yu Tianheng exhibited no inclination for mere verbal sparring. Instead, he fixated on Mi-Er with the predatory intensity of a ravenous wolf, as if poised to pounce upon this woman whom he found exceedingly distasteful at a moment's notice. Observing Yu Tianheng's gaze directed at Mi-Er, devoid of the tender glances akin to Lin Bei's, Wu Yi immediately deduced that he was seeking a confrontation. However, Wu Yi refrained from interrupting their silent exchange, fully aware that such a stare-down resembled a blazing torch, capable of igniting Mi-Er's fighting spirit. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to interject. For to disrupt someone mid-casting was akin to plucking at the strings of another's heart, a most disconcerting psychological tactic. What are you staring at? Have you never encountered such a charming, beautiful, and captivating girl? You resemble a lovesick fool, utterly disgracing your school. As Wu Yi's words fell, Yu Tianheng exhibited little reaction, for he comprehended that Wu Yi's utterances were merely a diversion intended to shift his focus. However, Lin Bei's response was markedly intense. He perceived that each word spoken by Wu Yi was as unfamiliar as if it had originated from another realm. Yet, when these words coalesced, they transformed into piercing arrows, aimed directly at his heart, evoking a sensation that rendered it impossible for him to dismiss. Ah, you must be referring to that fool beside you, Du Guyan remarked, gesturing toward Lin Bei. Wu Yi, without even turning his head, instantly grasped the meaning behind Du Guyan's words. In that fleeting moment, he felt as if the air around him had solidified, an awkward atmosphere permeating the surroundings. What was intended as a provocation to the opponent's mindset unexpectedly caused his teammates' psychological defenses to crumble instantaneously. However, Mi-Er, with impeccable timing, interjected. Enough of the idle chatter. If we are to fight, let us do so without further ado. Come on, unleash your martial souls. In an instant, a bow materialized in Mi-Er's right hand, adorned with magnificent dragon and phoenix patterns, resembling two brilliant stars. The two yellow and one purple soul rings beneath her shimmered like a string of dazzling pearls, fully displayed. Keen-eyed members of the team quickly noticed that the hue of each yellow soul ring was deeper than usual, akin to ripe fruit, exuding an alluring luster. This indicated that Mi-Er's 3 soul rings originated from soul beasts that were exceedingly close to the limits of absorption, their rarity beyond measure. In a collective gasp of astonishment, the onlookers at the arena marveled at Mi-Er's unfathomable cultivation. Yet, it was not enough for Mi-Er to showcase her prowess alone. Yu Tianheng and the other two, equally unfaltering, revealed their martial souls and corresponding soul rings. When it was Wu Yi's turn, a smirk graced his lips as he remarked, "Given our familiarity, is it necessary for me to introduce myself?" Despite his playful demeanor, Wu Yi sought to conceal his vulnerabilities. Once the fusion period concluded, he would become exceedingly feeble, perhaps even weaker than a level 20 Great Soul Master. Thus, he was reluctant to summon his armor before the crowd, only to see it end in a hasty 10 minutes. Absolutely not. With unwavering resolve, Wu Yi stepped forward, swiftly conjuring a nearly 2-meter-long iron sword from his storage soul guide. However, the dazzling brilliance of his 2 Great Soul Master soul rings, one purple and one black, blinded the eyes of all present. The manifestation of a 1,000-year soul ring and a 10,000-year soul ring struck like a tempest, shaking the hearts of everyone, leaving them bewildered as to how Wu Yi had defied the laws of the soul world. Yet, such an extraordinary event was undeniably real, and Lin Bei, standing beside Wu Yi, seemed to lose all radiance, rendered trivial in comparison. In truth, his martial soul was equally impressive, a resplendent, multicolored stone. His soul ring configuration also consisted of 2 yellow soul beasts at their limit, But when juxtaposed with Wu He, it appeared utterly mundane. With both parties having revealed their martial souls, the referee gave the signal, and Wu He and Mi-Er, as strong attack and agile attack soul masters, dashed towards the enemy with lightning speed, testing their opponent's strengths and weaknesses. In this regard, Yu Tianheng and the others were not as swift to react, however. Upon seeing the enemy adopt an offensive stance, he immediately conveyed a knowing glance to Yi Lingling. In an instant, Yi Lingling understood, and a green light enveloped Yu Tianheng. Feeling the effects of the healing soul technique, Yu Tianheng erupted with energy, his hands morphing into dragon claws imbued with lightning elements, and with the propulsion of his soul power, he positioned himself in the path Mi-Er was bound to take. Yet, with considerable combat experience, Mi-Er decisively abandoned her feigned assault, swiftly increasing the distance between herself and Yu Tianheng. At that moment, she realized that facing a strong attack soul master head-on would only lead to her inevitable defeat. The scene shifted to another corner of the arena. Little girl, do not flee. Du Guyan's whip-like legs struck like a tempest. Although Wu He and Mi-Er initiated their attack a moment earlier, Du Guyan's response was somewhat delayed, yet this did not indicate a deficiency in her team combat abilities. Just as Mi-Er evaded Yu Tianheng's frontal attack, Du Guyan was already in motion, successfully intercepting Mi-Er's opportunity to assist Wu He. Recalling her experiences fighting alongside Wu He and gaining insights about the Wind Eagle armor from Yi Lingling, Du Guyan had amassed considerable knowledge. Having undergone numerous fierce battles, her combat style had undergone subtle transformations. Her kicks, seemingly short and frail, were accompanied by the embodiment of her martial soul. A 2-meter-long serpent tail surged forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, exuding an undeniable pressure. Mi-Er, well-versed in combat, was not unfamiliar with large serpent-type soul beasts. As a hunter, her gaze was as sharp as an eagle's. Only by understanding her opponent could she evade unnecessary fatal injuries. Gifted with exceptional combat talent, Mi-Er's training regimen, meticulously crafted by Wu He over the years, diverged significantly from that of ordinary soul masters. With no instructors specializing in archery within the academy, adhering strictly to conventional teachings would undoubtedly stifle the potential of an extraordinary warrior. Ultimately, Mi-Er's journey in combat would lead her to the pinnacle of penetration and accuracy, ensuring she would emerge as a formidable sniper rather than merely a talented soul master. Wu Yi sought out a hunter mentor for her. This hunter, though lacking in soul force and unlikely to ever become a soul master, possessed nearly 50 years of invaluable hunting experience. Throughout numerous hunting endeavors, he played a pivotal role, amassing a wealth of expertise. Mi-Er's combat prowess was nothing short of remarkable. She absorbed every lesson imparted by her teacher and seamlessly transformed them into soul master techniques. Before confronting an adversary, it was imperative to gain a profound understanding of them. Should any signs of overwhelming strength arise, one must decisively retreat. However, if both sides were evenly matched, one must meticulously analyze all possible attacks from the opponent to ensure absolute preparedness. As she witnessed a serpent-like tail being swung towards her, Mi-Er remained composed, as if leisurely strolling, and deftly loosed an arrow. This arrow, seemingly feeble, concealed a cunning secret. It bore the third soul skill's dragon roar effect, capable of bestowing a special buff of either gravitational oppression or weightlessness. While the buff was typically negative, it could yield positive results if employed at the right moment. Mi-Er's fortune was exceptional. The effect triggered was precisely triple weightlessness, allowing her to leap into the air, creating an extraordinary sensation of comfort as the two forces intertwined. Simultaneously, this greatly enhanced her agility, instantly expanding her operational space. In mid-air, Mi-Er aimed directly above and unleashed the dragon roar effect of her second soul skill. 10 arrows shot forth like bolts from a crossbow, soaring skyward at breathtaking speed, the resulting airflow swirling like a mighty dragon ascending. The powerful suction of air cleared a 20-square-meter area of toxic mist in an instant. The weightlessness effect lasted merely 2 seconds before Mi-Er descended gracefully like a falling leaf. Upon landing, she felt a sharp rush of wind as a soul power needle, condensed from toxins, shot towards her like lightning. With a nimble roll, Mi-Er evaded the attack, but her previous position was left with a gaping, bull-sized corrosive pit, a stark testament to the terrifying nature of Du Guyan's newly devised soul skill. From Mi-Er's observations, it was evident that this skill had only just been conceived. The skill's requirements in terms of condensation, charging, and quantity were immense, allowing only a single shot within a short time frame. Yet, its power was formidable, a remarkable means of ambush. Since you have shot at me, I shall return the favor. Mi-Er's movements were as swift as lightning. The first soul skill required only a gentle pull of the bowstring to unleash a charged arrow. This arrows might surpass 5 regular arrows and, with the added dragon roar effect, could suppress her opponent's strength by 10%, truly astonishing in its power. The arrow flew forth from Mi-Er's hand like a flash, racing through the air, stirring the currents as if a celestial dragon were emerging from the sea, accompanied by a deafening sonic boom that carved a half-meter diameter path of pure, toxin-free air. Simultaneously, the arrow brushed past Du Guyan's earlobe like a wraith. While it did not inflict tangible harm, the insult pierced her pride like a sharp blade. Just as Du Guyan was about to erupt with rage, the gasps from the crowd outside pierced through her fury, drawing her gaze. At the farthest end of the fifth arena, an arrow formed from soul power stood defiantly, its presence causing the ground beneath it to sink outward for 3 meters like a spider's web of collapse. One could only imagine the sheer force contained within this arrow, as if it sought to rend the very fabric of the world. Douluo pivoted sharply, her eyes landing on Mi-Er, who stood motionless. A smirk gracing her lips, an expression akin to a dagger, piercing directly into Douluo's heart. At that moment, a sharp sound sliced through the air once again. It was the second soul skill Mi-Er had released into the sky. Upon striking an enemy, each arrow would impose an environmental gravitational effect of 1, slowing their movements like a mountain pressing upon an egg, rendering rapid attacks nearly impossible. Douluo attempted to evade, but as she took a step, her feet felt as if they were mired in cotton, an overwhelming force of tenfold gravity crashing upon her like a tidal wave. In that instant, 2 thoughts flashed through Douluo's mind. When was this trap set? And, it's over. This trap was laid by Mi-Er during her roll upon landing, though a slight miscalculation rendered it somewhat inaccurate. Fortunately, Douluo had moved in surprise, or she would have been unable to stand in that vicinity at all. However, it mattered little now. The result remained the same. 10 arrows struck their mark, several even piercing her body, causing blood to flow profusely. The 11-fold environmental gravitational suppression functioned as a direct, level ignoring control, rendering her utterly immobile. Given that the hunting effect lasted only 2 seconds, Mi-Er was determined not to squander this crucial opportunity. Just as she approached, a verdant soul power enveloped Douluo, visibly healing her wounds. Finally, she had arrived. A particularly lecherous and sinister voice echoed from behind Yilingling. Your healing has shot forth like a meteor. Surely it cannot shield you now. The voice, both familiar and alien, sent chills down Yilingling's spine. Indeed, Yilingling could only treat 2 individuals at once due to her Turing limitation. While she could still manage the healing amounts and speed for different individuals, once all her healing slots were exhausted, she would be left immobile and defenseless, placing her in a perilously precarious situation. In her family and at school, all her instructors had taught her the necessity of safeguarding the strong. As long as they remained unscathed, someone would invariably look after her. Growing up in such an environment, every type of soul master who received her assistance would invariably protect her in return. Every battle had been a resounding victory, devoid of suspense. Yet today, everything was turned on its head. Her teammates were utterly suppressed by the enemy, and despite her assistance, it was exceptionally arduous for them to rise. The enemy was so formidable that no one had the leisure to protect her, and she was required to maintain her support effects for everyone. This ultimately led to her being ambushed. When she was struck and sent flying by Lin Bei, she was filled with confusion as to why Lin Bei, also a support character, dared to venture out alone to attack members of other teams, completely disregarding his role as a support. In that fleeting moment of days, Yilingling suddenly grasped a concept that Wu Yi had once mentioned, the distinction between support and roaming. While the functions of both were fundamentally similar, she now understood that support was purely that, unadulterated assistance, whereas roaming involved utilizing agile positioning to provide support while seeking opportunities to breach the enemy's defenses. Lin Bei's strike not only sent Yilingling flying but also shattered her concentration. The healing spell she had been desperately maintaining for Yu Tianheng was abruptly interrupted, revealing the internal injuries he had sustained. Douluo, who had been pierced by arrows, saw his body, which had been on the verge of healing, begin to seep blood once more. Both of them were on the brink of rising, yet the sudden cessation of healing forced them back to the ground. They turned their gazes towards Yilingling, particularly Yu Tianheng, whose eyes bore a fierce intensity. He had heard Douluo extolling the virtues of her healing capabilities, only to witness its abrupt failure at a critical moment. His initial fury was tempered upon seeing Yilingling fallen, only to be replaced by shock as he realized the assailant was a boy. He vaguely recalled this individual, Lin Bei, also a support. Yet he never anticipated such shamelessness in launching a sneak attack on a girl. It was precisely due to this strike that the healing ceased, and his internal injuries erupted like a volcano, his anger surging like a torrential river. He yearned to unleash all his wrath upon Lin Bei, however, without the healing effect. His combat prowess had diminished considerably. A pang of regret washed over him for having been so engrossed in battle that he neglected to safeguard the rear lines, making him equally culpable. In contrast, Douluo was not as feeble as Yu Tianheng. Upon witnessing her dear friend being struck, she was instantly consumed by rage, disregarding her own injuries as she unleashed her poison attributes with all her might. In an instant, half the arena was engulfed in toxic mist, resembling a vast green net that ensnared Mi-Er and Lin Bei. Mi-Er had no chance to escape, being tightly enveloped by the poisonous fog. This miasma not only released lethal toxins, but was even more terrifying than smog. It acted like a thick veil, obscuring the vision of most. Wu Yi sought to rush to their aid, but it was already too late. Within moments, he heard Lin Bei's agonizing cries, and simultaneously, the supportive effects on him melted away like ice under the sun. Wu Yi clenched his fist tightly, his heart filled with alarm. How careless. Although Dong Guyan was a control-type soul master, her primary method of control relied heavily on poison, and she had held back during her battle with Mi-Er. Throughout the confrontation, she made every effort to rely on close combat techniques after activating her martial soul, leading the others to overlook her controlling abilities. As the toxin infiltrated Mi-Er's body, her eyes became dazed, as if veiled by layers of illusions. The poison spread across her youthful visage like creeping insects, leaving behind crimson trails. Meanwhile, Lin Bei was caught off guard by Dong Guyan's sudden assault. Upon activating her martial soul, the tail of a colossal serpent struck him, causing him to cry out in agony and inhale more toxins than an average person. In an instant, it felt as though all his strength had been siphoned away, and he collapsed to the ground, while Dong Guyan's poison spread through him like a plague. Dong Guyan, akin to a hunter enveloped in mist, could keenly sense the presence of all life forms that had inhaled her toxin. Through the subtle fluctuations of these life forms, she appeared to possess a pair of enlightened eyes, accurately discerning their identities and determining whether the toxin should erupt within them. To her surprise, she had not anticipated such a fierce reaction from Dong Guyan following Yi Lingling's unexpected fall. In that moment, she grasped a remarkable application of her martial soul, akin to a serpent's heat vision, enabling her to perceive the positions of her adversaries through thermal imaging. The confluence of these abilities allowed her to release her soul skills with precision amidst the toxic fog, even facilitating pinpoint detonations. Momentarily, Dong Guyan seemed to regain the upper hand. After enduring a series of relentless attacks, Yi Lingling, like a resilient blade of grass, rose once more. As a support type, her mental fortitude was significantly stronger than that of an ordinary soul master, allowing her to sense the presence of individuals nearby. She quickly identified Dong Guyan standing before her, and once again, her healing soul skill enveloped Dong Guyan like a warm spring breeze, accelerating the recovery of wounds that had already begun to heal. How infuriating. They were so close. Although Mier's vision was clouded and shrouded in a mist, the fact that she could still kneel and maintain her composure was commendable, given that she was poisoned. At this moment, to attempt to utilize her martial soul seemed utterly delusional. Any slight movement would accelerate the influx of toxins, akin to a flood breaching its dam, leaving her with no chance to resist. Currently, as she was only poisoned, there remained a chance for detoxification, prompting Mier to remain composed, resolute as a rock. Simultaneously, she summoned portions of her soul power that had yet to be affected by the poison to construct an impregnable barrier around her organs capable of absorbing the toxin. Of course, all of this was merely a desperate struggle, and Wu Yi could only watch helplessly as the toxic mist surged across the battlefield like a relentless tide. He was the sole remaining combatant in their squad untouched by the poison, forced to retreat continuously. Chapter 41. Oh, unable to move, you must be lacking in energy. Chapter 42. I flawed plan. Gazing at Dong Guyan, who had just rescued him from the brink of death, Yu Tianheng finally regained a semblance of calm. At that moment, they felt as if awakening from a dream, two parallel lines devoid of any cooperative synergy, their battle riddled with flaws. It could even be said that they were fighting independently. In such dire circumstances, their own support had been eliminated. No one had ever warned him, nor had he perceived it, merely attributing it to a lack of strength among them. Dong Guyan's perspective stemmed from her previous collaboration with Wu Yi and others, where she had experienced the exquisite feeling of mutual support and teamwork. Despite it being their first time teaming up, it felt remarkably harmonious. As if they were an indomitable whole, their movements fluid and extraordinary. Yet now, their assembly was merely an attempt to redeem past failures, lacking the semblance of a cohesive unit, resembling a scattered mass. Furthermore, some individuals were overly obstinate, preventing their combat prowess from reaching its zenith, leading to rapid depletion. Dong Guyan was an exceptionally competitive girl. She would not allow herself to lose in such a muddled fashion. Thus, she sought to seize command from Yu Tianheng, becoming the pivotal figure capable of directing the actions of all. Yu Tianheng suddenly realized he had been manipulated, that the adversary had exploited his obsessive nature to drain his stamina. After this revelation, he appeared to rediscover his combat focus, looking towards Wu Yi without perceiving the transfer of control as a negative occurrence. However, the first directive Dong Guyan issued upon assuming control was to order Yu Tianheng to avoid direct confrontation with Wu Yi. The primary reason being the vast disparity in strength should a direct clash occur with Wu Yi's capabilities. A mere moment of contact would undoubtedly result in both their eliminations. With a straightforward combat strategy established, the two resumed their actions, particularly Yu Tianheng. Despite being a powerhouse of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, he utilized the speed advantage of his internal elements, evading Wu Yi's attacks with an ethereal grace. Observing their plans, Wu Yi could not help but chuckle, especially at the fact that the strategy originated from Dong Guyan, who had witnessed Yi Lingling's formidable prowess while donning the Wind Eagle armor and yet dared to attempt evasion through agile maneuvers. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. After all, only Yi Lingling had truly experienced the armor's wondrous capabilities. To others, all armors likely appeared similar, and even if Yi Lingling elaborated on it, he would struggle to remember. Having discerned the general thoughts of the two, Wu Yi sheathed his Wind Eagle crossbow and removed the twin rings from his shoulders. Then, utilizing the cover of Dong Guyan's toxic mist, he cast the Wind Eagle rings into the blind spot beyond their line of sight. The rings swirling gracefully like agile birds as they circled the outer perimeter of the concealed area. Wu Yi skillfully maneuvered, forcefully driving Yu Tianheng into a peculiar trajectory. Yu Tianheng, with an air of arrogance, believed that Wu Yi was merely a figure of speed and strength, incapable of countering him, unaware that Wu Yi had meticulously set a trap for him to leap into. Just as Yu Tianheng was basking in his excessive pride, having just made a mocking face at Wu Yi, he turned around in an instant to behold a ring of light hurtling towards him with astonishing speed. akin to a bolt of lightning. He attempted to evade it, only to find Wu Hei standing firm not far away. Any lateral movement on his part would inevitably expose a vulnerability, providing Wu Hei an opportunity for attack. At that moment, Yu Tianheng was convinced that with his own prowess, it would be child's play to deflect this surprise assault. He transformed his hands and feet into dragon claws, crackling blue arcs of electricity coiling around them like venomous serpents. Just as he prepared to launch his counterattack, the voice of Douluo Yin abruptly rang out, "Don't engage. Come closer to me." However, from the corner of his eye, he noted that Wu Hei remained steadfast in his position. Should he approach Douluo Yin, both would surely fall victim to an attack. Cursing inwardly, he thought how treacherously cunning this tactic was, akin to a viper, catching one off guard. The overconfident Yu Tianheng ultimately chose not to trust his teammate, charging forward heedlessly as he always did. Yet, the force behind the Wind Eagle rings far exceeded his expectations. Certainly, had there been only one Wind Eagle ring, he might have had a chance to contend with it, but the reality was that two were in play. Another Wind Eagle ring sped toward him from behind, both rings whirling in opposite directions. Had he encountered them separately, he might have merely felt a slight increase in force. Yet, as the two Wind Eagle rings approached with alarming speed, Yu Tianheng naively extended his hands to catch them, resembling two fragile components within a machine. All it would take was a single opportunity for him to be mercilessly flung away by the rapidly spinning gears, akin to a cannonball. That opportunity arose with Douluo Yin's hand. Douluo Yin had initially thought she could save Yu Tianheng, but her outstretched hand inadvertently propelled him forward. As he cast her an incredulous glance, Douluo Yin suddenly realized her grave mistake, becoming flustered and disoriented. At that moment, a powerful arrow struck her back like a bolt of lightning, due to the arrow lacking a tip, and with a piece of board at its front. The force behind it was staggering. In that instant of impact, Douluo Yin felt as if her limbs had suddenly lost a portion of their strength. It then dawned on her that, aside from Wu Hei, there was also a barely functioning archer, Mi-Er, on the arena. But at this point, it was too late for regret. The arrow's force, like that of a ferocious beast, forcibly propelled Douluo Yin to the very spot where Yu Tianheng had just stood. The dual rings unleashed by Wu Hei now resembled a formidable accelerator, propelling individuals like projectiles under the influence of its targeted thrust. In but a fleeting moment, the arena was left with only Wu Hei and Mi-Er. Wu Hei subtly gestured, and the referee was prepared to announce the results. The news of the successful defense spread like wildfire, leaving all spectators astounded by the extraordinary battle. A student possessing the strength of a Soul King had concealed himself among the crowd, and both sides bore grievous injuries. Yet, the defender, empowered by the might of the Soul King, managed to maintain his ground. This pivotal detail was etched in the minds of all present, even in their battered states. No one dared to challenge him. As the match on the first stage concluded, Director Sun appeared before the 6 participants as if transported instantaneously. A world tree manifesting behind him. His soul rings materialized, and in an instant, ailments and injuries, whether from poison or internal damage, were eradicated. Even Lin Bei, who had suffered the gravest wounds, quickly regained his former vigor. Chapter 43. The Old Monster Students. The exchange competition has reached a triumphant conclusion. Now, I shall announce the top 3 contenders of this event. Champion, Wu Yi's team. Upon hearing the champion's name, nearly everyone felt it was well-deserved. However, some harbored ulterior motives, whispering doubts amongst themselves. Is it not due to having a prominent father that one achieved Soul King prowess at just 11? Such sentiments, akin to a plague, circulated among many in secrecy. Wu Yi, however, remained oblivious, for within this academy's small circle, such rumors were as transient as a floating weed, unable to take root. Everyone was well aware that Wu Yi hailed from a village comprised entirely of imperial orphans. Everything he possessed was the result of his own hard work. Yet, gazing at Wu Yi's radiant smile upon the stage, Yu Tianheng felt a lump in his throat. Vowing to trample Wu Yi underfoot in the next competition, standing on the podium, Wu Yi immediately caught sight of Yu Tianheng's defiant gaze. As if sensing the burning jealousy within him, he could almost discern Yu Tianheng's thoughts. Alas, he could not stand beside him to douse his unrealistic fantasies with cold water, revealing the futility of his aspirations. Runner-up, Li Li's team. This team resembled fortunate scavengers, as their position near the first stage instilled fear in most teams after Wu Yi's breathtaking challenge. Only a couple of weaker teams believed that challenging any of the stronger teams was tantamount to certain defeat, opting instead to take a chance at the second-place spot. After a few rounds, the points of the second-place team were entirely depleted, allowing Li Li's team to effortlessly secure the runner-up position. Likewise, the third-place team's situation was quite similar. While fierce battles raged on other stages, these two teams, positioned closely to Wu Yi, cleverly capitalized on the psychological advantage to achieve victory in the competition. However, a certain celebrity once remarked that sometimes, luck is also a manifestation of strength. Once all awards were settled, the true essence of the event began to unfold. Students, having received their accolades, felt a stir of impatience, especially those eager to return home and boast to their families. Director Liang observed their hungry expressions and spoke calmly. All of you are elite students from various prestigious academies, and the time has come for you to advance to the Intermediate Soul Master Academy. One of the primary objectives of this exchange competition is to recruit more exceptional talents for our empire, fostering a stronger and more capable future. Director Liang ardently embellished the purpose and future prospects of the competition. In truth, he struggled to articulate a coherent rationale. As Wu Yi had crafted all the speeches for him, observing Wu Yi's commanding presence on the podium, eloquently articulating his points, Liang felt a mix of admiration and humility. Wu Yi involuntarily and gradually distanced himself from the chairman's position, fearing the splatters of shameless spittle. Amidst a myriad of causes and consequences, visions of the future, and an atmosphere thick with regret and sorrow, the team leaders, reluctant to release their prodigious students, found themselves moved to tears. Such public acts of poaching were inherently shameful. Yet old Liang articulated them with such righteous fervor that those unwilling to let go appeared as if they would bear the sins of an empire should they refuse. Once the stage was set, old Liang began to call forth his favorite students as if summoning souls from the depths. Naturally, Wu Yi and his two companions were included in the charade. Following them, several others were named, including the likes of Dugu Yin, Yu Tianhing, Yi Lingling, and the Shijiao brothers. Old Liang was not an autocrat. He offered each student a chance to choose for themselves whether to pursue their studies at the Imperial Academy. Those who consented could immediately begin their enrollment procedures. Those who declined would be sent back without delay. Ultimately, of the 108 students, fewer than 40 chose to advance, including the 3 who merely filled the ranks. Time, like a fleeting shadow, slipped away in an instant. 7 or 8 days had passed since the exchange competition, during which Wu Yi had once more fortified his abilities. His cultivation had indeed reached the pinnacle of level 30, and without acquiring a new soul ring, further advancement would prove elusive. After transitioning from the junior academy to the intermediate one, Wu Yi enjoyed the luxury of a more spacious single dormitory. This new environment afforded him greater privacy, allowing him to document his plans through writing and sketching. His notes encompassed not only his considerations for future soul ring acquisitions but also the training regimens for all members of the Tiando Royal Intermediate Academy's preparatory team. After 4 arduous days, Wu Yi finally completed both his own plan and the team's strategy. It was indeed a helpless situation. Old Master Liang had taken on the role of a mere figurehead, stating, with less than 5 years remaining, "Our academy must assemble a team to represent the Tiando Royal Academy in the Continental Soul Master Elite Competition. Naturally, you are aware of my daily commitments, so this small team will be entrusted to you to lead. You must fulfill your responsibilities as captain." With that, the captain's badge was placed in his hands. Still in a daze, he was ushered out of the dean's office by Old Master Liang. One might wonder what serious matters the two deans engage in on a daily basis. Surprisingly, they do have their own concerns. Their cultivation had become as stagnant as a frozen lake. However, Wu Yi's intervention was akin to a gentle spring breeze that melted that solid ice, allowing both of their powers to approach perfection. They now needed to hunt for new soul rings to elevate their abilities further. Yet, their advanced ages loomed like imposing mountains, necessitating some acclimatization before they could venture out to hunt soul rings. Thus, the task of forming a team felt like a hot potato thrust into their hands. After some contemplation, Wu Yi realized he, too, required soul rings and meticulously crafted a demand plan, which he submitted to the dean's office. On that day, a weighty presence akin to Mount Tai entered the dean's office, causing both deans within to feel as if they were but blades of grass in a tempest. Struggling to breathe, "Your Majesty, we did not compel your granddaughter to enroll." Old Master Liang stammered nervously, though the individual before them was merely a level 92 soul master. Newly ascended to the rank of title Douluo, his status and strength were undeniably formidable, vastly superior to their own, akin to the chasm between a bright moon and a flickering firefly. At that moment, Wu Yi happened to push the door open, witnessing Old Master Liang and Old Master Sin kneeling before a rather imposing figure clad in green leather pants. Their obsequious demeanor could easily lead one to assume they harbored some peculiar inclinations. Just then, the elderly man in the snug green outfit turned his head to glance over. "Old poison," he remarked. Wu Yi exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 44. Oppression. "Oh, little one, you actually recognize this old man." Dugubo turned around, his gaze piercing like that of a hawk, directly aimed at Wu Yi. The aura emanating from him surged forth like an unstoppable tide, bearing down upon Wu Yi. Wu Yi initially displayed a hint of astonishment on his face, but in an instant, it was supplanted by anguish. An immense weight descended upon him, akin to a mountain pressing down on an egg, and the plans he held in his hands scattered like petals swept away by a tempest, falling to the ground in disarray, with both hands pressed to the ground. At that moment, Dugubo resembled a towering mountain, suffocating him and rendering him breathless. "Your Majesty, he is but a child." Old Liang, intending to intervene on Dugubo's behalf, was suddenly met with a fierce glare as Dugubo turned abruptly, his eyes radiating a chilling purple light akin to a venomous serpent, burning with an inferno of rage. The oppressive weight of his fury bore down upon the two deans. As mere ants, they ought to display the demeanor befitting their station, yet they dared to utter his nickname. "You old monster, I do not know you, but I am well acquainted with your grandson." As Wu Yi's words hung in the air, an overwhelming pressure surged forth, akin to a tempestuous storm, causing a mouthful of blood to erupt violently from his lips. "You, Yin Yin, I have discerned your identity." Dugubo suddenly erupted into a hearty laughter. Yet the weight bearing down upon him intensified like surging waves, each crest higher than the last. "Wu Yi, it is you, the scoundrel who harmed my dear Yin Yin." At this moment, Wu Yi's arms trembled slightly and bent downwards, resembling a flickering candle in the wind, rendering him unable to utter a word. Yet, the laughter of Douluo grew ever louder, amplifying the pressure he felt. As Wu Yi's 5 organs seemed to gradually detach from this world, his 5 senses began to blur into obscurity. At that moment, his martial soul was compelled to manifest, 2 soul rings shimmering like brilliant stars, illuminating his being and safeguarding his form. Old monster, if you have the capability, end my life and see if your granddaughter can still be saved. After experiencing a fleeting moment of relief, Wu Yi exerted all his strength to unleash words capable of counterbalancing Douluo, akin to a cannonball. In the original text, Douluo's martial soul is flawed, resembling a cursed magic box. The more one cultivates, the greater the accumulation of toxins in the body, eventually leading to a backlash against its master once a certain threshold is reached. This was the fate of Douluo's son, who succumbed to the malicious poison that claimed his life. As for Douluo himself, he merely relied on a stroke of luck to become a titled Douluo. However, this poison also extinguished his own potential, rendering him like an eagle with broken wings, unable to soar in the heavens above. Victory, too, was tainted by this poison, as was defeat. Douluo was Douluo's Achilles heel. He was unwilling for her to repeat his tragic path but felt powerless to hinder her cultivation, thus racking his brain to alleviate her plight. Yet, after all these years, he remained at a loss. How astonishing it was that Wu Yi dared to exploit this matter, piercing his heart like a sharp blade. What did you say? Douluo reached out, and Wu Yi seemed to transform into a marionette, instantly grasped tightly in his hand. What right do you have to claim that Yin Yin is beyond salvation? Although Douluo was seething with rage, he still retained a measure of restraint, granting Wu Yi an opportunity to explain. Should he fail to provide a satisfactory rationale, he would face immediate execution. Wu Yi bore a smile on his face. Despite the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, he had wagered correctly. Setting aside the matter of Douluo, let us consider you. You stand on the precipice of peril, yet remain utterly oblivious to your plight. Wu Yi laughed bitterly, yet his smile resembled a sharp needle, piercing deeply into the heart of Douluo. Douluo's hand clenched tightly. He longed to crush this audacious insect into oblivion, to set an example and warn others against such mockery. However, in his impulsiveness, he squandered the singular opportunity to eliminate Wu Yi once and for all. A flash of black light surged beside Wu Yi, and the crystal stone struck him like a bolt of lightning, eliminating the need for a summoning time. He instantly merged with the powerful defense of the black rhinoceros, successfully preserving his life. However, in the blink of an eye, the armor crumbled to dust, and both his physical and spiritual strength dissipated as swiftly as a breached dam. Remarkably, Wu Yi unlocked an entirely new application of the armor once again. Douluo could never have imagined that this seemingly fragile ant possessed the strength to resist, though it was but a fleeting glimpse, it nonetheless startled him considerably. Yet, should he be compelled to strike again, Douluo found it difficult to swallow his pride. For the notion of slaying a high-level soul master after 2 attempts was simply unacceptable to him. After narrowly escaping a calamity, Wu Yi gazed into the seemingly devouring eyes of Douluo, swallowing hard with difficulty, and then recounted Douluo's hidden affliction word for word as per Tang San's description. Do you see? Not a syllable of my account is amiss. After Wu Yi concluded his discourse, he exhaled a sigh of relief, collapsing to the ground like a heap of mud. Douluo was rendered utterly astonished by each word uttered by Wu Yi. His circumstances were articulated with such precision that he had never disclosed them to anyone, not even to Douluo, who was intimately familiar with him. In that moment, he was so taken aback that he forgot to exert his imposing aura, prompting the elderly Sin to hastily attend to Wu Yi's well-being. Douluo abruptly lifted Wu Yi, demanding, "How on earth did you come to know this? Speak at once." At this moment, Wu Yi was not inclined to indulge him. Instead, he merely smiled faintly and remained silent. It could be said that Wu Yi had gained the upper hand, as Douluo was flustered and believed him. Observing Wu Yi's quiet smile, Douluo felt a sudden panic. He realized that since Wu Yi could articulate such thoughts, he must possess a certain understanding of his condition. Moreover, Wu Yi's assertion that without him, Douluo would be doomed further solidified Douluo's conviction that Wu Yi undoubtedly knew how to remedy the flaw in his martial soul. However, he felt he had deeply offended Wu Yi, and no matter how he inquired or pressed, Wu Yi kept his lips sealed, unwilling to utter another word. It was then that he became acutely aware of the impending crisis. In his chaotic thoughts, he instinctively took a few steps back, stepping onto a meticulously arranged plan crafted by Wu Yi. Looking down, he saw 3 characters that struck him like a thunderbolt, causing his pupils to widen in shock. Douluo. That was the name of his granddaughter. He was not a fool and could not be so naive as to think that Wu Yi harbored affections for his granddaughter. Boldly inscribing her name on a planning document, he hurriedly picked it up and discovered it contained all of Douluo's data, including her soul abilities, meticulously detailed as if it were a comprehensive portrait, revealing everything without reservation. Naturally, it also indicated the flaw in her martial soul. However, the section detailing the solution seemed obscured by an invisible hand, and in his flustered state, he inadvertently stepped onto an ink spill, effectively blackening that part. Chapter 45, The Method. Upon seeing such detailed data, Douluo could not help but gather a few more sheets, each resembling a finely crafted portrait of a different individual, filled with comprehensive data about them. These included the unique characteristics and distinct features of their martial souls, the application of their soul abilities, variations of those abilities, as well as the flaws in their martial souls and potential future developments. Each sheet he picked up felt like opening a wondrous new world. Those seemingly mundane data points and developmental directions appeared unremarkable when viewed in isolation, yet when combined, they left Douluo somewhat dazzled. After all, in the original narrative, Douluo was a titled Douluo with a skewed skill tree. Some common knowledge had become unfamiliar territory for him, though he was quite experienced in cultivating flowers and plants. It was not until he picked up a personal data display of Wu He, alongside current needs, that Douluo's eyes suddenly sparkled like stars. He mused inwardly. Ah, young lad, have I just discovered your Achilles heel? At that moment, he realized that Wu He's soul power level was an impressive 30, appearing vibrant and robust, suggesting he had reached this level for quite some time without finding a suitable soul ring. Originally, Douluo's primary objective was to hunt soul beasts to acquire soul rings. Coincidentally, both deans had also reached level 60 and required a new soul ring, and he intended to seek their company for a collaborative endeavor. However, this particular paper had now fallen into Douluo's hands. He crumpled it up as if shattering a fleeting dream, then laughed heartily. Young man, I shall hunt down the soul ring you desire, and in return, you will assist me in resolving Yin Yan's martial soul dilemma. Upon hearing this, Wu Yi's heart soared with joy, for he had intended to address Du Yan's martial soul issue all along. After all, as future teammates for 3 to 4 years, a persistent problem with her martial soul would significantly impact Wu Yi's aspirations for the forthcoming competition. Yet, here was an unexpected benefactor offering him a soul ring in exchange for assistance with a problem he had already planned to solve. Such a stroke of fortune was rare indeed. Thus, who could hear of such an opportunity and not feel overwhelmed with elation? However, who would ever complain of having too many benefits? Therefore, Wu He decisively shook his head, indicating the disparity in their benefits, especially since Douluo had previously sought his life, yet now showed no sign of remorse. Consequently, while shaking his head in refusal, Wu He rubbed his thumb and forefinger together, resembling a miser guarding his wealth. Having lived for so long, Douluo was already a cunning fox. Observing Wu Yi's actions, he could certainly discern his thoughts. He then pulled out a small vial from his pocket and presented it to Wu He with a flourish. Inside was a Xianshui Dan, a pill capable of aiding soul masters below level 20 and increasing their soul power by 1 level. However, this particular elixir had become exceedingly rare since its ingredients were sourced from soul beasts of the ocean, which were far more ferocious and challenging to capture than their terrestrial counterparts, rendering this pill extraordinarily precious. Wu Yi is not a Navi rustic. He possesses profound knowledge of the properties of the Xianshui Dan. However, for him in the present moment, this pill holds no practical utility, its value far exceeding its actual efficacy. Nonetheless, Wu Yi does not disdain it. He takes it into his possession with great reverence, contemplating that even if he cannot utilize it, he could sell it for a handsome price in the future, as it is a rare commodity in the marketplace. After securing the Xianshui Dan, he spoke. Currently, to address Du Yan's predicament, the timing is not yet ripe. We must wait until your cultivation surpasses level 95 for any possibility of resolution. At this moment, Wu Yi feels as though a bucket of icy water has been poured over him, who is unaware of Douluo's plight. The sheer volume of toxins has begun to retaliate against his body, depleting his foundational strength, which has rendered him at his utmost limit as a level 92 title Douluo. Douluo is fully aware of this reality, and thus, he suddenly feels a wave of sorrow wash over him, as if countless ants are gnawing at his heart. He feels as though all his efforts have resulted in a significant loss, compounded by the loss of the Xianshui Dan, evoking a visceral urge to weep blood. At this juncture, Wu Yi has finally recovered from his physical injuries. He rises slowly and, with an air of calmness, proclaims, "Therefore, our immediate priority is to resolve the issues afflicting you." Upon hearing Wu Yi's words, Douluo felt as if struck by lightning, rendered motionless. How could a mere level 30 Great Soul Master possibly assist him in resolving the issue of toxin backlash? Realizing this, a hint of an awkward smile emerged on Douluo's face. Before addressing your predicament, one must first comprehend the crux of the issue. Noticing Douluo's lack of enthusiasm, Wu Yi discerned that Douluo was questioning his capabilities. Your martial spirit is the phosphorescent serpent, which is indeed a martial spirit of above-average potential. Yet, your family seems utterly bewildered. Despite possessing such a martial spirit, you have failed to consider a fatal and pivotal issue during your cultivation. Wu Yi paused momentarily, while Douluo harbored an intense desire to devour him alive. It raised the question of why a venomous snake does not succumb to its own poison. Wu Yi paused once more, and in that fleeting moment, the 3 leaders present fell into contemplation. However, among them, the ever-impetuous Douluo was nearly driven to the brink of madness by this interruption. Venomous snakes possess a gallbladder capable of neutralizing their own toxins, and as they mature, the detoxifying capacity of this gallbladder increases significantly. Yet, despite possessing such a martial spirit, you focus solely on enhancing your toxic attributes or control abilities, akin to picking up sesame seeds while discarding watermelons, completely overlooking your fatal weakness of being vulnerable to poison. Consequently, each time you hunt a toxic spirit beast, while your combat prowess may see an elevation, your body's detoxification ability deteriorates continuously, ultimately leading to a backlash from the very toxins you sought to wield. Upon Wu Yi's elucidation, Douluo experienced an epiphany, as if struck by a bolt of enlightenment. Yet, he quickly furrowed his brow, as if a colossal weight pressed upon his heart. How then can one enhance their resistance to toxins? Merely augmenting one's own resistance would render one akin to a self-disenfranchised warrior, forsaking their combat capabilities. Douluo's reasoning held merit. Yet matters of the world seldom allow for perfect solutions. But the remedy is quite simple. One need only possess a soul bone that resonates with their essence. By transforming that soul bone into a toxic pouch, one can store all toxins within it. The notion expressed by Wu Yi may seem effortlessly articulated. However, the soul bones, being treasures of unparalleled rarity, are indeed fortuitous finds, cherished by those fortunate enough to possess them. Such invaluable artifacts are seldom relinquished, as evidenced by Douluo, who, after years of cultivation, has acquired but a singular piece. Nevertheless, the method proposed by Wu Yi appears to be meticulously tailored for Douluo himself. After all, employing a superficial remedy akin to merely staving off boiling water hardly seems appropriate for Wu Yi to extend to his own team members. Chapter 46, A Fire Attribute Soul Beast of 30,000 Years? Following Wu Yi's line of thought, Douluo began to delve deeper, unraveling the intricacies of this discovery with the precision of peeling an onion. The feasibility of this method sparkled like the myriad stars scattered across the night sky. How could such a method be deemed ineffective? In the original narrative, Tang San successfully subdued Douluo utilizing this very approach. Wu Yi, though seemingly casual, was acutely aware of his lack of profound depth compared to Tang San, and thus refrained from revealing any subsequent details. After a moment of contemplation, Douluo resolutely decided to attempt the method proposed by Wu Yi, while simultaneously intending to honor his own commitment. After all, as a titled Douluo, Douluo was a paragon among soul masters, having promised to provide something to another. He would never renege on his word. Consequently, like an eagle capturing its prey, Douluo tucked Wu Yi under his arm, prepared to soar away. Upon witnessing this, Dean Liang hastily stepped forward to intervene, for Wu Yi was not only his prized disciple but also a student of paramount importance to the academy. However, Douluo merely cast a disdainful glance back, rendering both Dean Liang and Dean Sun immobile as if under a spell, too intimidated to make any further movements. With a dismissive air, Douluo opened the door and took flight like a bird. For a soul master of titled Douluo caliber, soaring through the skies was a trivial endeavor. In the blink of an eye, Wu Yi found himself transported to a soul beast forest, the name of which even he could not recall. Under the shade of a tree, Wu Yi was casually questioned by Douluo about the type of soul beast he desired for his soul ring. In Douluo's eyes, Wu Yi was merely a trifling three-ringed soul master, utterly unremarkable. Thus, hunting a third soul ring for him seemed to be an effortless task. However, upon Wu Yi's response, Douluo realized the daunting nature of the request. I require a soul ring from a fire attribute soul beast with dragon lineage that is at least 30,000 years old. What? Could you repeat that? Douluo was momentarily taken aback, as if struck by a thunderbolt, shocked not only by the age of the soul ring but also by the rarity of the attribute. Soul beasts with dragon lineage are indeed plentiful within the vast expanse of the Douluo forest, which resembles an endless green ocean. A wondrous world teeming with life for these creatures. While there are at least a couple of hundred types of soul beasts with dragon blood, fire attribute ones are exceedingly rare. This scarcity is due to the specific environmental preferences of certain attribute soul beasts. They either thrive in particular habitats or struggle to survive elsewhere. Fire attribute soul beasts typically inhabit regions near volcanic forests, where the atmosphere is thick with fiery energy. Few soul masters dare to venture into such territories, as they are akin to powerful magnetic fields that impose severe restrictions on the soul master's abilities. Next came the requirement of the soul ring's age, 30,000 years. For an ordinary soul beast to reach such an age, it must be found close to the forest core, in the volcanic forest. Searching for a 30,000-year-old soul beast would likely suppress an ordinary soul master's cultivation to level 6 to 8. And even titled Douluo level experts would find their powers diminished by at least 5 levels. This meant that if Douluo were to assist Wu Yi in hunting a fire attribute soul beast with dragon blood, his effective combat prowess would plummet to that of a soul Douluo. Nonetheless, this was not entirely unacceptable. It was simply hard to fathom that a level 30 soul master could absorb a soul ring of such age. Typically, a level 30 soul master could at most absorb a 1,000-year soul ring, with the exceptionally talented managing up to 5,000 years. Yet, Wu Yi boldly requested a 30,000-year ring, leaving Douluo in disbelief. Suspecting that Wu Yi was intentionally setting an insurmountable challenge as a form of retribution for his earlier actions. Noticing Douluo's unfriendly demeanor, Wu Yi understood his thoughts and chose not to engage further in trivial conversation, promptly releasing his own soul rings. At the moment Douluo beheld the colors of Wu Yi's rings, he was momentarily stunned. Wu Yi had indeed released his martial soul and soul rings to resist the pressure of Douluo's soul power. In his previous anger, he had overlooked the significance of this revelation. How could this be possible? Even upon witnessing it again, Douluo found it hard to believe that an ordinary soul master could possess a 1,000-year first ring and a 10,000-year second ring. This was utterly extraordinary. Despite his years of cultivation and having encountered numerous talents, he had never come across someone as prodigious as Wu Yi. However, despite his astonishment, Douluo knew he had committed himself to assist. He inquired further about the specifics of the desired soul beast. But the creature Wu Yi described had never appeared in Douluo's memory. It was a soul beast that embodied a snake's body, deer antlers, cow ears, goat beards, eagle claws, and fish scales, all while requiring a fire attribute. Douluo couldn't help but lament his limited experience. After all, most of his years had been spent tending to his plants, with little time dedicated to seeking out uniquely shaped soul beasts. Nevertheless, he recalled having seen soul beasts that possessed some of these features, such as those with snake-like bodies adorned with horns and scales. Upon hearing Douluo's descriptions, Wu Yi pondered briefly, and the image of a dragon appeared in his mind. Such soul beasts were indeed formidable. The Wu Yi naturally hopes to discover a genuine fire attribute divine dragon. However, if such a creature proves elusive, a dragon of lesser stature would also suffice. After confirming the general form with Douluo, he once again took him under his wing, preparing to soar into the sky. Wu Yi hastily exclaimed, "Hey, old monster. Can't you fly me properly? Must you carry me like a chick tucked under your wing?" Upon hearing this, Douluo responded not with anger, but with a hearty laugh. "I find it quite convenient to carry you this way." Wu Yi felt a wave of speechlessness wash over him. While the reasoning was indeed logical, it left no room for rebuttal. After a journey of 2 days and nights, the duo finally arrived at the volcanic forest imbued with fire attributes. As they entered this realm, they were immediately enveloped by an intense heat. Not far into their trek, they were already drenched in sweat, and with each step forward, Wu Yi sensed a diminishment in his control over soul power. Before even reaching the central area, he realized that his available soul power had dwindled to below level 11. Just as he was about to summon the black rhino armor, Douluo enveloped him in a layer of soul power barrier, instantly providing a sensation akin to stepping from a sweltering environment into an air-conditioned room. Chapter 47, The Transformation of the Fire Serpent. The two proceeded with a stop-and-go rhythm, akin to treasure seekers tirelessly searching for suitable soul beasts. They had now stepped into a territory where soul beasts boasted a minimum age of 10,000 years. As far as the eye could see, not a single soul beast's age fell below this threshold. Nestled near the volcanic region, the surroundings featured sparse trees, predominantly rocky terrain, resembling a desolate wasteland. Although soul beasts possess a certain territorial instinct, they are not so distant from one another that they cannot be spotted in close proximity. Thus, within a defined area, they could still observe several soul beasts of comparable prowess. However, after an extensive search, none of the creatures caught Wu Yi's fancy. "Young lad, have you spotted anything you like? You've already missed several with dragon lineage." Douluo had whispered this into Wu Yi's ear more than once. Yet, each time, Wu Yi simply retorted, "Less than 30,000 years, useless." Although Douluo was infuriated, puffing and glaring, he was left with no choice but to honor his commitment to accompany Wu Yi in his quest. Yet, the search was undeniably tedious. Douluo endeavored to spark conversation, attempting to extract more valuable information from Wu Yi, including how he planned to assist Du Guyin in overcoming her martial soul deficiency. Du Guyin is currently only in her 20s. "My immediate advice is to enhance her soul power without adding soul rings." Douluo had speculated along these lines before, but he recognized that soul power cultivation inevitably reaches a pinnacle. Once that peak is attained, without the addition of soul rings, further advancement becomes impossible. The answer provided by Wu Yi is to refine the physical body with soul power, preparing for subsequent plans. However, regardless of how Douluo attempts to elicit information, Wu Yi remains tight-lipped, leaving Douluo with no alternative. He assumes that Wu Yi will only divulge information after acquiring the complete soul rings. In truth, Wu Yi's reticence stems from a concern that Douluo may not be able to endure it. The inherent flaw of their martial spirit is glaringly evident. At the moment of martial soul awakening, the Soul Master's body is incapable of evolving two crucial organs. The first is the serpent's gallbladder, a vital organ that protects the body, akin to an impenetrable fortress. The second is the venom sac, a reservoir for venom, resembling a mysterious treasury. These two organs are undeniably the most critical vulnerabilities of a venomous snake. Lacking either, the creature cannot truly be deemed a snake and may even struggle to survive. Yet, this very serpent, upon becoming a martial soul, fails to grant its host these two organs, resulting in a significant shortcoming of the martial spirit. To remedy this defect, the simplest approach would be to add substitute organs. These substitute organs refer to additional soul bones. However, any type of soul bone utilized as a replacement organ comes with a high limit. Once this limit is reached, the anticipated backlash will inevitably occur. It can only be said that this is merely a stopgap measure. So, how can the issue be fundamentally resolved? There exists only one feasible path, the evolution of the martial soul. By facilitating the evolution of the martial soul, the existing defects of the body can be specifically addressed during this transformative phase. It is well known that the upper limit of the biphosphor serpent is merely that of the biphosphor serpent king, and evolving into the latter is not particularly challenging. This implies that such an evolution may fall short of achieving the desired effect. To attain the anticipated outcome, It is imperative for Du Guyan's martial soul to transcend the limits of a typical biphosphor serpent king and continue its ascent. There are two potential developmental trajectories, one leading towards a dragon or Jiao dragon, and the other towards more formidable serpent species. In the extraordinary tome known as the Classic of Mountains and Seas, Wu Yi encountered a peculiar serpent species referred to as Xianglu. More intriguingly, similar serpentine creatures have also made appearances in various mythological texts. Thus, when Wu Yi contemplated this serpent, he promptly delved into an extensive array of ancient soul beast records. To his astonishment, within the enchanting realm of Douluo continent, he actually discovered a soul beast that bore a striking resemblance to it. The nine-headed dragon serpent is a naturally occurring nine-headed serpent, possessing a serpentine body and 9 distinct heads, each endowed with independent thoughts and attributes, all infused with potent venom. Wherever this dragon serpent traverses, it leaves behind a toxic marsh, establishing its preeminence among its venomous kin. Wu Yi's gaze turned towards this direction for another significant reason. The serpent soul beast undergoes a transformation every 10,000 years. With each transformation, its combat prowess experiences an exponential increase, yet it becomes exceedingly vulnerable during this metamorphosis. Fortunately, ancient texts detailing the encounters of soul masters with the 9-headed dragon snake provide a rough estimate of its length and height. After a simple calculation, it was concluded that the dragon snake had undergone at least 3 transformations to date, with the 4th transformation likely imminent in the coming years. Should fortune favor an encounter, there exists a chance to capture it successfully. As Wu Yi contemplated how to articulate his plans to Douluo, a dragon, accompanied by a resonant roar, shot upwards like an arrow, droplets of blood cascading from its form. Upon closer inspection, these droplets, resembling pearls, were not blood but rather scalding magma. Fortunately, the two were not far apart, and Douluo swiftly took Wu Yi along with him. From their aerial vantage point, they beheld the dragon, its figure closely matching Wu Yi's description. It was serendipitous that the dragon was currently in a critical phase of transformation, its cultivation level hovering between 30 and 40,000 years. Once it completed this transformation, its prowess would undoubtedly soar to nearly 80,000 years, with the possibility of breaking through the 100,000-year threshold. Below, the churning magma appeared as though it would engulf the dragon, yet it was, in fact, the dragon utilizing the molten rock to undergo its final physical refinement. Witnessing this spectacle, Douluo was left astounded, having never encountered such a vivid red hue in his lifetime. In contrast, Wu Yi was filled with exhilaration. Yes, I must have it. Just as Wu Yi exclaimed this thought, the dragon raised its head, and their eyes met, each instantly comprehending the other's intent. The dragon let out a long, defiant roar, a proclamation of challenge. Old monster, if you help me subdue it, I shall reveal the secret of Du Guyan's martial soul evolution. Douluo was momentarily taken aback by the mention of martial soul evolution, but he quickly regained his composure, finally grasping Wu Yi's purpose. Even though the precise method of facilitating Du Guyan's martial soul evolution eluded him, nevertheless, Douluo sensed that Wu Yi would not deceive him. After all, even the mightiest soul sovereign was still merely a soul sovereign, and could be vanquished in a mere 2 moves in his presence. Thus, he redirected his focus to the dragon undergoing its magnificent transformation in the valley. Having never encountered such an extraordinary soul beast, he felt confident in his ability to capture it. Chapter 48. The red python. The aroma was simply exquisite. A flash of black lightning streaked across the sky. Once assured of safety, it reemerged, meticulously consuming the remnants of an unhatched eggshell. A slender, crimson serpent, akin to a graceful ribbon, slithered along the winding mountain path, aimlessly progressing, unaware of how many rivals it had devoured in its journey of growth. Before long, it had grown into a small python over 3 meters in length, its scales having undergone 3 or 4 transformations, shifting from a deep crimson to a bright blood red upon its initial emergence. At this moment, it finally recognized its purpose, gradually realizing an enigmatic energy within itself, known as soul power. With proper utilization, it would attain formidable strength upon reaching maturity. However, growth comes at a cost. Each advancement meant confronting a fiercely possessive soul beast. To thrive and outlive its competitors, every battle left it battered and bruised, with some scales shattered. Yet this arduous growth gradually established it as a dominant force in the volcanic forest. Its length approached 60 meters, and its girth was such that 5 adults could barely encircle it. Despite its colossal size, it possessed only 8 to 10,000 years of cultivation, which it deemed insufficient. Yearning for further growth. For the red python, breaking through the 10,000-year mark seemed a formidable challenge, requiring the aid of a rare treasure for any hope of advancement. Miraculously, within a week, it discovered a wild fruit resembling a wall-mounted treasure in the heart of the volcanic forest. This fruit exuded a vibrant warmth, and with each pulse of heat, the corresponding plant seemed infused with life, rapidly increasing in size. This wondrous creation captivated its heart, especially when caught off guard by a glance. The fruit radiated an enchanting glow, as if casting a spell to lure it closer, igniting a fervent desire deep within. Consuming it would yield unimaginable enhancement. From that day forth, it tirelessly pondered how to retrieve the fruit. The volcano occasionally erupted with streams of molten rock, posing a danger to the plant, and there was no solid ground to stand upon within the crater. The lone hope rested with that solitary plant. After nearly 2 weeks of indecision, it resolved to take a risk, for daily, it witnessed the fruit swelling like a balloon, its shimmering light beckoning with an irresistible invitation. Determined, it devised a plan to fashion its body into a rounded shape, allowing part of itself to dangle into the crater. As soon as it could grasp the fruit with its mouth, it would hoist itself upward. However, aspirations often clash with reality. Initially, everything proceeded smoothly. But as it extended further down, it required more of its body to maintain balance. Eventually, after considerable effort, it made contact with the fruit, but by then, its lower half could no longer bear the strain, 3/4 of its body suspended vertically in the crater. In this critical moment, it bit into the entire plant, swallowing both the fruit and root in one go. Immediately, its body began to tremble violently in midair, losing any chance of climbing back up. Resembling a kite severed from its string, descending gradually. Originally, it intended to savor the fruit after exiting the crater, but its lower half had already succumbed. Panic gripped its heart, and instinctively, it swallowed hard, causing the fruit in its mouth to burst, flooding its body with an overwhelming surge of heat. As if every cell was ablaze. Instantly, the colossal python plummeted into the molten lava of the volcano, without any hope of resistance. In stark contrast to the colossal volcano, the robust figure appeared diminutive. Upon plummeting into the magma, he was not instantaneously consumed. Instead, a peculiar liquid emerged from his scales, resembling a mysterious shield that afforded him a degree of protection, although it prevented him from being engulfed by the magma. The searing heat still clawed at his body with the mercilessness of a demonic talon, inflicting pain. However, the energy unleashed by the fruit surged through him like a torrential flood, provoking a sensation of bodily transformation that eclipsed the agony wrought by the magma. Akin to 1,000 arrows piercing his heart, utterly unbearable. While both sensations were excruciating, in that fleeting moment of descent, he had already succumbed to the overwhelming pain of the energy explosion, losing all self-awareness. Just a second before his fall, he pondered that despite having consumed it, his fate was sealed. Yet when he regained consciousness, though still in the volcano's maw, he had carved out a substantial platform within, resembling an abandoned orphan lying desolately. Beside him lay a pool of crimson lava, appearing deceptively calm yet capable of dissolving all in its path, like a slumbering behemoth poised to open its bloodied maw at any moment. On the other side, a magnificent shed skin loomed, akin to a towering monument. Astounded by his survival, he was even more astonished to find not only had he grown leaner but stronger as well. His once blood-red scales had transformed into a deep crimson, interspersed with delicate golden patterns that resembled enigmatic runes. To his astonishment, he realized he had sprouted limbs, with 2 small fleshy protrusions atop his head, which were tender to the touch. After this evolution, he felt significantly lighter and discovered he could perform movements previously beyond his capability, even achieving fleeting flight. Yet, post-evolution, an insatiable hunger consumed him, leading him to devour every ancient soul beast within a 5-mile radius, barely satiating his need for energy. Chapter 49, The Flame-Scale Serpent. After several months of stabilization, his evolved mindset resembled a tranquil lake, and he was elated to find his cultivation limit had risen dramatically, effortlessly attaining a 30,000-year level of power. Simultaneously, his mind expanded like a treasure trove, brimming with methods for harnessing soul power and mysterious legacies from ancient bloodlines. He realized that his current state mirrored that of the flame-scale serpent, and with calm perseverance and cultivation, he could aspire to evolve into a flame serpent dragon after enduring a harrowing thunder tribulation. Furthermore, with access to rare resources in the future, he might become a true divine fire dragon, soaring through the skies. As time flowed gently, he increasingly felt the surging energy of the fire element within him, and his soul power brushed against a new threshold. Each day, he honed his physical form through the dual approach of magma and soul power, ensuring he could withstand the severe trials of the impending thunder tribulation. His formidable physique stood as an impregnable fortress, unmatched even during the vulnerable phase of metamorphosis. Only through such rigorous preparation could he safeguard his path to evolution. Thus, after a prolonged wait, on the 3rd anniversary of his immersion in the magma, he felt an escalating sense of urgency within, as if a momentous event loomed on the horizon. This anticipation culminated when he witnessed the rare spectacle of the volcanic forest. The once azure sky darkened ominously, heavy with rolling clouds and thunderous roars. A torrent of thunder surged above the volcanic forest, and he recognized it as the thunder tribulation referenced in ancient memories. A small snake aspiring to become a serpent must withstand 3 thunder tribulations. A serpent seeking to transform into a dragon must endure 6, and a dragon evolving into a true dragon must brave 9. Only by overcoming these formidable trials could he hope to transform from an ordinary serpentine soul beast into a majestic dragon, soaring through the heavens. As the storm clouds gathered, they enveloped him like an impenetrable net, evidently targeting him. He understood that he must channel all his soul power to confront the thunder tribulation head-on. Should he successfully endure this trial, he would cross the first threshold and truly become a serpent. As the flame-scale serpent ascended to the volcano's summit, he roared defiantly at the impending tribulation. He had nearly completed his transformation, and although his original serpentine form could not produce a roar, evolution had granted him the nascent beginnings of vocal cords. His roar was not born of fear but stemmed from a bold challenge, fueled by ignorance of the tribulation's true nature. The thunder tribulation did not disappoint. A crimson bolt of lightning descended like a sword, effortlessly piercing through his proud scales. The searing pain penetrated his very marrow, causing him to bleed a faint golden red blood. His once mighty scales proved alarmingly fragile before the wrath of the tribulation. According to ancient records, each subsequent bolt of lightning would be more powerful and terrifying than the last. If the first had already drawn blood, the ensuing trials would undoubtedly inflict even greater harm. He had no choice but to muster every ounce of strength, channeling all his soul power to resist. Any misstep could lead to his obliteration on the path of evolution. Before he had the chance to catch his breath, another bolt of even more vibrant crimson lightning descended like a fiery dragon. This strike further tore at his flesh, shattering his scales, yet he remained defiant. After years of arduous training, how could he allow himself to perish here? With all his might, he soared from the volcano's mouth like a blazing meteor, charging headlong into the final bolt of tribulation. His battered body resembled a riven earth, blood mingling with magma, cascading like raindrops near the cavern's entrance. While the magma had once threatened to consume the surrounding flora, the mingling of his blood acted as a miraculous nutrient, causing the splattered vegetation to flourish more vibrantly. After the blazing scaled dragon soared into the skies, confronting its own fears, the rolling thunderclouds seemed to exude a semblance of relief. The final bolt of lightning appeared less formidable than the previous two, which had struck with the intensity of pillars. Yet, only the one who was struck truly understood. This lightning was akin to a wild stallion unleashed, only intensifying its force. Upon being struck, he plummeted back into the volcanic crater like a kite severed from its string. Enveloped in electric currents, he distinctly sensed that the lightning surrounding him inflicted no harm upon his body. Rather, it felt like a tender mother, tirelessly reinforcing his form and mending his injuries. However, his body was gravely damaged, requiring at least 3 to 4 months to restore to its peak condition, at which point he would undergo another molting, transforming into a true blazing-scaled dragon. At that moment, he caught sight of a pair of humans suspended in midair. In an instant of eye contact with the human offspring, he discerned the burning excitement and avarice within its gaze. Based on his understanding of humans, they would never undertake arduous tasks without reason, especially venturing into a volcanic region that suppresses their cultivation. Their primary motive for coming here was undoubtedly to secure a soul ring from a soul beast for themselves or their progeny. The human offspring was clearly fixated on him, prompting the blazing-scaled dragon to roar in fury at the young human. I have only just survived the tribulation. How could I allow you to succeed? Through the restoration granted by the third bolt of lightning, he felt his cultivation limit soar like a rocket, and with just a bit of time, he would soon elevate his power to 60,000 years. Upon reaching this level of strength, his combat prowess would be nearly comparable to that of an ordinary 100,000-year soul beast. Thus, in his current weakened state, he was resolute in not becoming another Esmeal. For him, that would be nothing short of a tragic calamity. Old monster, I will claim him. Wu Hui's fingers, resembling a sharp sword, pointed directly at the flaming-scaled serpent within the volcano's mouth. He discerned that this serpent had recently endured a tribulation and had transformed from an ordinary fire attribute snake into a soul beast of the dragon lineage, possessing both fire attributes and draconic blood. At this moment, due to its recent ordeal, its strength was severely diminished, and its combat capability was nearly depleted. Should it regain even a modicum of vitality, it would be formidable enough that even 2 soul masters might struggle to subdue it. Thus, if not now to hunt it for its soul ring, when else? Douluo gazed intently at the serpent resembling a python, a flicker of cruelty passing through his mind. In an instant, a towering green giant serpent rose behind him, akin to a magnificent mountain. 7th soul skill, martial soul avatar. The two stood in opposition, like celestial bodies on the verge of collision, ready to engage in combat. Douluo transformed into a colossal serpent, propelling himself towards the flaming-scaled serpent like an arrow released from a bow. The serpent, still reeling from the lightning strike, was unable to resist. In the blink of an eye, it found itself tightly bound in a trifold manner by Douluo, as if crushed under a mountain. Once secured, Douluo constricted his body like a python, causing the bound serpent to feel an overwhelming pressure. As the flaming-scaled serpent attempted to fight back, it was too late. Douluo's tightening grip intensified, visibly distorting and fracturing the serpent's scales, producing haunting sounds. Even the wounds it sustained during the tribulation, which had nearly healed, began to bleed anew due to Douluo's binding. The agony of old wounds reopening, new injuries forming, coupled with the torment from the soul's tribulations, created a wave of suffering that caused the serpent to roar in anguish, its voice echoing like a dragon's lament, filled with boundless fury and resentment. Douluo constricted once more, nearly reaching the limit of his grip, before gradually releasing, returning to his human form. Just as he prepared to call for Wu Hui to take over, the serpent's previously dim gaze suddenly ignited with a blood-red intensity. Its incomplete body writhed peculiarly, and a tail as thick as a barrel struck down upon Douluo with the force of a sledgehammer. The sudden assault caught Douluo off guard, embedding him into the mountainside as if he were a nail driven deep. Witnessing this, Wu Hui felt a surge of pressure for Douluo. The impact erupted into a thick cloud of dust, reminiscent of a colossal mushroom cloud, obscuring the view between Douluo and the serpent. However, both had long adapted to the serpentine nature of their kind, relying on thermal imaging to assess their opponent's condition. The flaming-scaled serpent understood that it could not inflict substantial harm on this formidable human. Yet, having trapped him within the mountain, escaping would prove to be a significant challenge. Its gaze shifted towards Wu Hui, brimming with cunning and malice. Following this, the serpent's previously compressed and distorted form began to reinflate as if pumped with air. Although it had yet to master its newfound draconic combat style, it maintained a serpentine posture, its elongated body coiling in a manner that appeared grotesque from a distance. Nevertheless, in this state, its explosive power peaked. In an instant, the serpent surged forth, reaching the same height as Wu Hui's line of sight. From Wu Hui's perspective, he saw the serpent's cunning grin, filled with malice, defiance, and rage. It seemed to be concocting something sinister. Wu Hui, no fool, quickly summoned his weapon. Just as the serpent opened its gaping maw, Wu Hui's black rhinoceros armor melded with him. The serpent unleashed a torrent of molten fire venom. Akin to the saliva of a demon, contact with it was impossible to extinguish, even with water, as it harbored a multitude of fiery toxins that would not only sear the skin but also corrode the very organs. Fortunately, Wu Hui's reflexes were lightning quick, and he completed the fusion in an instant. His silver river water shield, epitomizing the essence of water, stood in stark contrast to the fire venom. As the serpent raged, spewing forth its fiery venom, a thunderous roar resonated from the volcano, followed by Douluo's devastating rising dragon fist striking the serpent's jaw. Douluo anticipated that his full-powered strike would pierce the soul beast's jaw, yet to his astonishment, it merely forced the serpent to close its mouth. The serpent's jaw, as solid as a fortress, imparted a lesson Douluo would not soon forget. After sending the serpent flying, Douluo wasted no time, transforming once more into a verdant phosphorescent serpent and pursued with the speed of lightning. With a fierce bite, he sank his venomous fangs into the serpent's head, piercing the scales and leaving a shattered imprint on its skull. This unexpected hardness caught Douluo off guard. Even his full strength could not break through. However, unlike a character in a turn-based game, he did not retreat after a single attack. Seizing the moment, he unleashed a relentless barrage upon the serpent's body, eager to repay the debt for being driven into the mountainside. Before long, the flaming scaled serpent appeared to succumb to exhaustion. Yet Wu Hui noticed a glimmer of defiance in its eyes, soon followed by a flicker of malice. After Douluo's assault, he observed the serpent lying helplessly in a volcanic depression, its bones shattered, stripped of its spine, rendering it incapable of movement. The serpent, filled with grievances, lifted its massive head, displaying a pitiful, pleading expression towards Douluo. Yet Douluo remained unmoved, as unyielding as stone. The serpent then turned its gaze towards Wu Hui, beseeching him with a glimmer of hope, before lowering its head in resignation. "Young one, come quickly and take over." Wu Hui stood motionless, akin to a statue, firmly believing that his eyes had just caught a glimpse of a fierce glint. "Did you not persistently claim that you desired him? Why now this tremor of fear?" The mocking words of Douluo struck like arrows, yet Wu Hui merely shook his head and resolutely advanced towards the Yin Lin Jiao. Just as Wu Hui was about to approach the Yin Lin Jiao, it suddenly lifted its head, fixating on him with the intensity of a ravenous wolf. Then slightly parted its gaping maw. A blood-red Jiao Dan, reminiscent of a brilliant star in the night sky, gradually materialized within its mouth. In an instant, a menacing light surged forth from its eyes. The Jiao Dan erupted with a dazzling brilliance, and in that moment, without the need for Douluo's warning, Wu Hui comprehended the creature's intentions. Chapter 51. The Explosion of Equipment Run. It intends to self-destruct. Though Douluo was perilously close, the Yin Lin Jiao had resolutely decided to detonate itself. Unless Wu Hui acted to slay it, the momentum towards self-destruction would not wane. However, even if he intervened, it might trigger an early explosion. At this moment, Wu Hui stood mere inches away from it, with no opportunity for escape. Wu Hui understood that his friendship with Douluo had only spanned a few short days, lacking the depth that would compel the latter to risk his life for him. In such circumstances, even if Douluo unleashed the full power of his martial soul, it was likely that he would sustain grievous injuries in the effort to save him. Thus, Wu Hui was convinced that Douluo would not sacrifice himself for the sake of their fleeting friendship. However, the fiery scaled serpent before him was an unparalleled match for his own spirit. Even if he were to narrowly escape this peril, the chance of encountering such a suitable soul beast again would be exceedingly slim. Consequently, he resolved to make a bold decision. "Old monster, quickly, send me to the heavens." Upon hearing this, Douluo felt as if struck by lightning. What did it mean to send him to the heavens? Did Wu Hui intend to throw himself into the jaws of death? If he perished, how would Douluo explain it to Yin Yin? Yet, when he observed Wu Hui poised to leap, the meaning of "to the heavens" became clear. Nevertheless, the fiery scaled serpent was already preparing for self-detonation. Ascending into the sky at that moment, it was uncertain whether they could evade the impending explosion, but since Wu Hui had spoken so resolutely, Douluo could only treat this desperate gamble as a last resort. Once more, Douluo summoned the full essence of his martial soul, and at the instant Wu Hui sprang into action, a serpent tail as thick as a barrel struck the ground beneath him with overwhelming force. In that fleeting moment, Wu Hui ascended like a rocket, soaring into the sky with astonishing speed. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Douluo darted away like an arrow released from its bow, hastening to distance himself from the impending shockwave of the self-detonation. Observing the ascending human cub, Yin Lin Jiao found himself momentarily at a loss. Yet he would not allow this little creature to escape so easily. The formidable human sought to hunt him primarily to provide a soul ring for this cub. Should it evade capture, his self-destruction would have been in vain, though his bones were already shattered. It is well known that serpents unleash their leaping power not solely through their bones, but rather through their muscles. Even with broken bones, pure muscular strength could still propel him to a certain height, just as he tilted his head, poised for an explosive leap. A spear descended from the fracture atop his head, piercing through his brain and beast core. The immense force of the strike shattered his jawbone, pinning him to the ground in a most peculiar manner. He was bewildered. His resentment, anger, and confusion evaporated in an instant along with his self-detonation, and within moments, his consciousness dissipated into the ether. Even Douluo, who was intent on fleeing, stood transfixed in shock. Wu Yi firmly planted his right foot upon the muzzle of the meteor gun, forcefully stamping it against the earth, his grip steadfast on the gun's shaft. In that moment, the posture evoked in Douluo a singular poem and a noble lineage. Time seemed to rewind. Just moments ago. With the aid of Douluo, Wu Yi ascended to an altitude of 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye. However, at the very instant he harnessed that power, he unleashed the Zen Seal. This ability, as depicted in the original narrative, could suspend time within a certain radius, confining everything but himself to immobility. Thus, in this extraordinary circumstance, Wu Yi resolved to gamble everything, and ultimately, he succeeded. In that fleeting moment when time abruptly halted, he shot upwards like an arrow released from its bow, propelled by the brief surge of momentum, soaring into the sky like a bird. A classic principle of physics once stated that upon aiming at a singular point, gravitational acceleration becomes an unstoppable arrow, capable of piercing all. Despite soaring high above, gazing down at the ground, everything appeared diminutive, resembling ants, with the head of the great-scaled serpent reduced to an inconsequential black dot. Nevertheless, this did not deter Wu Yi's plan. He twisted the knob at his waist, holding a card delicately between his index and middle fingers, allowing it to drift downwards towards the serpent's head like a feather. Consequently, his body plummeted rapidly under the influence of gravity and less than 5 meters beneath him. The summoning card of the meteor gun unfurled like a mysterious portal. Upon passing through the threshold, he found himself wielding a meteor gun. Its shaft spinning swiftly between his hands, the gun's head instantly generating a violent spiral of air. Though he could not unleash the torrent strike upon solid ground, in the air, he could exploit atmospheric pressure to release an extraordinarily unique skill, the pseudo-torrent strike that shatters the surface, piercing the heavens. This earth-shattering blow transcended mere gravitational acceleration, as at the moment of release, the soul power in his hands surged forth like a raging torrent. All of this transpired within 3 seconds. In the final second, Wu Yi released the Zen Seal. Just as he anticipated, the fiery scaled serpent would not allow him to escape, thus a leaping pursuit was likely. He tilted his head slightly upwards, revealing a gaping wound where serpent fangs had pierced through. Its scales shattered. In that instant, the meteor gun, enveloped in a torrent of air, pierced forth, instantly penetrating his skull. In that fleeting moment, his brain was obliterated, along with the beast core that had been prepared for self-detonation, reduced to ashes. With a grip as formidable as iron pincers, Wu Yi pulled the meteor spear from its sheath, and then, like a falling leaf, he descended gently from the dragon's head. One cannot help but remark that the sensation of plummeting from such heights made his feet feel as though they were being gnawed upon by countless ants, leaving them somewhat numb. A soul ring, as dark as ink, slowly coalesced from the body of the flame-scaled dragon, resembling a mysterious star in the night sky. However, the hue of this soul ring was not the profoundly deep black one might expect. Wu Yi furrowed his brow, his mind filled with perplexity. Hadn't he, this fellow, successfully transcended tribulation? Logically, one would expect an accumulation of cultivation spanning 40,000 to 50,000 years. How could its soul ring possess such a faint and subdued ink hue? Douluo stepped forward, instantly discerning Wu Yi's confusion. He gently placed a hand on Wu Yi's shoulder, reminiscent of a sage guiding a wayward youth. "My young friend," he remarked, "you ought to count your blessings." This great beast was on the verge of self-detonation, with all its cultivation converging like a tide into its beast core. Although you averted the explosion, the residual cultivation it retains is still around 20,000 years, which is indeed a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. At this moment, Wu Yi finally came to a realization, and an air of regret inevitably enveloped his heart. Had he been more resolute back then, daring to meet its fierce gaze head-on, and had he unleashed his strength in that critical instant, perhaps he could have thwarted its suicidal intent. Now, pondering these thoughts serves no purpose. The adversary has perished, and there lies no chance for a second opportunity. Wu Yi reluctantly removed his armor, allowing the black soul ring, which had existed for over 19,000 years, to be drawn to him like a magnet. In just a few short hours, the absorption was completed without the slightest hint of pain. Now, at the position representing the fire element, there rested an ebony soul ring, resembling jade in its depth. Wu Hui, somewhat vexed, delivered a couple of kicks to the body of the Yinlin Jiao, only to be met with a resounding clang of metal. Both individuals were taken aback, and from the expressions on each other's faces, they instinctively deduced the nature of the occurrence. A complimentary trinket equates to a mere dime, and 10 such trinkets amount to $1. Just 1 million complimentary trinkets would suffice to purchase a vehicle, while several tens of millions could secure a residence. Thus, are you not inclined to bestow complimentary trinkets? Chapter 52, Absorption of Soul Bones. Wu Yi understood deeply that there exists something in this world more precious than life itself. He gazed at Douluo, his heart brimming with trepidation. Reluctant to reach for that object, for he feared to probe the depths of human nature, as long as he refrained from touching it. He could pretend as though nothing had transpired. Crucially, prior to this moment, he had conveyed to Douluo a method that could only alleviate the affliction of Douluo without offering a cure. Now, the pivotal object necessary to realize this method had finally come into existence. Douluo was momentarily taken aback. It seemed he grasped Wu Yi's thoughts. In his hand, the dark green soul energy resembled a blazing flame, coalescing and then clenched tightly. In that fleeting moment, Wu Yi felt as though his heart might leap from his throat. He stared in trepidation as Douluo gathered his soul power, fear compelling him to close his eyes and quietly await the arrival of death. Enough, young man. Cease your pretense. Douluo's index finger gently flicked Wu Yi's forehead, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. Wu Yi playfully opened one eye and closed the other. Observing Douluo, this was undeniably a breathtaking test of human nature, a high-stakes gamble between the two, with Wu Yi ultimately emerging as the victor. The Yin Linjiao, a fire attribute soul beast, resembled a blazing fire dragon, although it evolved from a snake. Its essence rendered the soul bone it produced an invaluable boon for snake-type soul masters. However, the Bai Linshi belonged to the icy and chilling category of soul beasts. And Douluo, being a girl, naturally possessed a cooler disposition. Should she absorb a soul bone of the pure flame attribute, it could very well backfire, hindering her cultivation rather than aiding it, and potentially causing her harm. The convergence of 5 and 1 is not merely a gamble on Douluo's vast reservoir of knowledge, but rather a wager on whether he will claim such a precious soul bone for himself and leave the other in peril. To be frank, after acquiring his third soul ring, Wu Yi experienced a significant enhancement in his cultivation, reaching the 33rd level, a considerable breakthrough for him. However, in the presence of a tidal Douluo, he remained but an insignificant ant. Thus, he was betting on whether Douluo would ruthlessly strike him down. At the moment Douluo picked up the soul bone, it was as though a sudden enlightenment washed over him, allowing him to comprehend the situation entirely. He resolutely handed the soul bone to Wu Yi, for he had no inclination to seize the possessions of the younger generation. Are you truly not going to take it? Wu Yi inquired directly, holding the soul bone in his palm. This was evidently no ordinary soul bone, but a genuine external soul bone. Despite its relatively recent origin, its worth surpassed that of any other soul bone. Douluo was well aware of this fact. The instant he grasped the soul bone, he recognized its immeasurable value as an external soul bone. Moreover, he understood that the effects would be significantly amplified if the same soul bone and soul ring from the same soul beast were absorbed by the same individual. Not one to be overly sentimental, he was nonetheless moved, particularly as his granddaughter, Douluo, frequently implored him to look after Wu Yi. For over a decade, Douluo had never beseeched him to care for anyone with such fervor, and given his appreciation for talent, he recognized the critical importance of Wu Yi, who held the key to transforming the fate of his entire family. Enough with the chatter, absorb it swiftly, commanded Douluo, turning away to remain vigilant. Observing Douluo's demeanor, Wu Yi refrained from further dialogue, carefully examining the soul bone to ascertain which part of the body it corresponded to. It has been said since ancient times that a dragon possesses a reverse scale, also known as a heart-protecting scale, one of the most vital scales of a dragon. In this world, when a small serpent transforms into a flood dragon, a reverse scale will emerge at its heart. When the flood dragon ascends to a true dragon, another reverse scale will form. Ultimately, when it fully becomes a dragon, a third reverse scale will manifest at its chest. At that point, all 3 reverse scales will simultaneously transform into the hardest and most significant dragon scales. At this moment, the flame scale flood dragon possessed such a reverse scale, which, despite being tainted by resentment and ultimately destroyed along with its beast core, had undergone a metamorphosis during the release of its vast energy. Akin to a phoenix rising from the ashes, transforming the scale into an external soul bone. Since the soul bone was born from a heart-protecting reverse scale, it should rightfully be embedded on the left side of the chest, outside of the heart. Wu Yi swiftly shed his garments, his right hand firmly grasping the external soul bone, cautiously bringing it close to his heart. He then summoned all his strength to channel his soul energy. At the moment the soul bone neared his chest, slender tendrils of soul energy seemed to sprout from it, and before Wu Yi could react, they surged towards him like a ravenous tiger pouncing on its prey. Almost instantly, he experienced an excruciating pain akin to 1,000 ants gnawing at his heart. The soul bone did not merely rest against his chest, rather, it acted like a vampire, relentlessly siphoning his soul energy while burrowing deep into his body like an eel. The agony transcended mere surface discomfort, as waves of pain surged through his muscles, tendons, and veins. Yet, these torments were trivial compared to what was to come. Just when Wu Yi believed he had endured the worst, the soul bone unexpectedly penetrated into his heart. In that instant, he felt his heart come to a standstill, as if gripped tightly by an iron vice. At that moment, he seemed to glimpse the spectral form of the deceased Yin Linjiao, its fearsome claws clutching desperately at his heart. At this juncture, Wu Yi found himself engaged in a life-and-death struggle with the lingering spirit of Yin Linjiao, which represented the creature's final desperate resistance. Wu Yi swiftly discerned the essence of the issue at hand. He recognized that the anguish he felt was not of the corporeal kind, but rather a torment emanating from the depths of his soul. The gaze of the blazing scaled serpent before him was solely fixated on vengeance, devoid of any trace of sentience. Wu Yi was firmly convinced that this was an inevitable trial in the process of absorbing the soul bone. A confrontation with the lingering spirit of the soul beast that would be nothing short of exhilarating. Having reached this juncture, Wu Yi liberated his mind to engage in direct combat, with both parties ravenously devouring each other's spiritual energy as if they were famished souls reborn. Only the one who emerged alive would claim victory. As he continued to absorb the essence of the soul bone, Wu Yi's complexion oscillated between pallid and ashen, intermittently igniting with bursts of heat. Beads of sweat, akin to pearls, could not cascade down his cheeks, evaporating upon contact with the intense heat. After more than 6 hours of relentless struggle, the sky above him transformed into a canvas of twinkling stars, at which point Wu Yi slowly opened his eyes. The exhaustion and exhilaration reflected in his gaze attested to his successful absorption of the soul bone. It must be said, however, that the efficacy of this soul bone was truly remarkable. Chapter 53, The Might of the Dragon. Chapter 54, The Ice and Fire Duality. A trending check-in spot. Upon gaining clarity regarding his predicament, Wu Yi gradually rose to his feet with the support of Du Guyan. The valley basin, enveloped by towering mountains, resembled a bashful maiden, deeply concealing herself, possessing an innate ability to obscure her presence. Additionally, Du Gubo had meticulously cultivated a ring of highly toxic plants around its periphery, rendering this treasure trove shrouded in an air of enigma, akin to a celestial palace veiled in mist. Gazing at the vast array of exotic flora, Wu Yi was filled with childlike excitement, eager to explore whether this valley indeed harbored the various ethereal treasures as claimed by Tang San. Having brushed off the dust from his attire, he bolted through the valley like a wild stallion, curiosity igniting within him as he yearned to uncover every hidden corner of this enchanting place. Be careful, Wu Yi, Du Guyan exclaimed in a panic. After all, most of the flora in the valley resembled concealed scorpions, harboring unknown toxins. Du Gubo relied on these toxic mystical herbs to expedite his cultivation, yet due to the uncertainty surrounding their properties, he tended to them with utmost caution, refraining from reckless usage. Should Wu Yi unwittingly touch a toxic flower or herb unknown to Du Gubo, the consequences could be dire, leaving even Du Gubo powerless to assist. This heightened Du Guyan's anxiety. More importantly, this valley was her grandfather's cherished medicinal garden. If Wu Yi were to inadvertently harm any of the flora, even multiple lives would not suffice to appease her grandfather's wrath. Yet, Wu Yi appeared oblivious. An innocent fool exploring the valley with reckless abandon, eyes darting in every direction. The valley teemed with a myriad of plant species, twinkling like stars in the night sky. Nevertheless, in his previous life, Wu Yi had visited botanical gardens, having some acquaintance with various plants. Even though the mutated flora of this world were abundant, their medicinal properties should largely remain consistent, with only slight variations or enhancements. In fact, as Wu Yi approached a small pond, he spotted lotus flowers. Given the season, the lotus should have been in the shy bud stage. Instead, it was blooming vibrantly. The pond not only housed lotus flowers but also lotus pods, some of which contained seeds that, from a distance, appeared like lustrous jade stones, radiating an enchanting sheen. Observing this scene, Wu Yi surmised that beneath the pond's surface, there must be a bounty of lotus roots, though he wondered about their quality, whether they were as translucent as white jade. Seeing Wu Yi standing there in a daze, drooling slightly, Du Guyan initially feared he might have fallen victim to some floral illusion, as if under a spell. However, as she approached him, he quickly wiped his mouth with his sleeve and scurried away like a startled rabbit. It was then that she beheld the mystical flora he had discovered. Truth be told, while she could not name the lotus flowers, she had observed this particular group for several years. Despite their breathtaking beauty, they hardly seemed worthy of such drooling admiration. As Wu Yi meandered through the area, he soon arrived at the very heart of the valley. This was a sight of breathtaking magnificence. On one side, the landscape lay frozen and desolate, reminiscent of the realm of the Snow Queen. On the other, the earth blazed with fiery hues, akin to the abode of the god of flames. A crystal-clear spring shimmered in the midst, embodying the eternal dance of creation and destruction, much like the yin and yang depicted in the Taiji symbol. Indeed, it was as Tang San had proclaimed, one of the 3 great treasure troves of the world. Wu Hui couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. This spring of water manifested 2 distinctly opposing attributes which, though in conflict, also gave rise to one another. At its core, the surrounding flora exhibited these contrasting qualities. The nearer one approached the spring, the denser the soul energy became, as if it were a colossal vortex of spiritual power, irresistibly drawing everything nearby. The plants thrived in remarkably brief periods, as if infused with a miraculous force. In the very heart of the valley, all the spiritual flora grew at tenfold speed, while even at the periphery of the valley, the growth rate reached an impressive 5 to 8 times that of normal. After Wu Hui leisurely explored the medicinal valley, Du Gubo had long since prepared fragrant tea in his ethereal abode. Observing that Wu Hui had not gathered any spiritual flowers or herbs, Du Gubo felt a flicker of curiosity. He found it hard to believe that someone capable of discerning the ailments within themselves would lack even a modicum of knowledge in pharmacology. Yet, indeed, Wu Hui had refrained from harvesting from his bounteous medicinal garden. At that moment, Du Gubo was left pondering whether to conclude that Wu Hui simply lacked discernment or was, in fact, a person of noble character. Without a care for the bewildered gaze of Douluo, Wu Yi boldly took a seat and began to drink from Douluo's tea as though it were water. Old monster. Your medicinal garden is truly astonishing in its vastness. After wandering around twice, I am utterly exhausted. After consuming 2 cups of tea, Wu Yi feigned an appearance of utter exhaustion and spoke. Observing Wu Yi so recklessly squander the precious tea produced by his century-old tea trees, Douluo found himself momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to admonish him. Just then, he beheld his granddaughter, panting heavily as she entered the cave dwelling, resembling a delicate flower battered by the tempest. Grandfather, this fellow is nothing short of a monster. I can hardly keep up with him. Douluo expressed her frustration, for she was the one truly worn out. She could hardly fathom how Wu Yi could move with such swiftness and stamina. While Douluo regarded Wu Yi with a look of suspicion, Wu Yi fervently inscribed upon the paper, subsequently handing one of the sheets to himself. Douluo could not help but feel somewhat speechless. Nevertheless, he first glanced at the contents inscribed on the paper. Immediately, astonishment washed over him. He sprang to his feet, exclaiming with fervor, "Young one, is this what you have truly written?" Wu Yi poured himself another cup of tea and drank it in one gulp. There are only 2 options for the plan. You may choose one for yourself. Wu Yi did not directly address Douluo's question. Instead, he tossed the decision back to Douluo like a tossed flower ball. Douluo glanced once more at the proposals on the paper, succumbing to a profound silence akin to deathly stillness. Douluo observed the 2 enigmatic figures engaged in their riddle-like exchange and felt utterly speechless, as if they had completely disregarded her presence. Although she was exhausted, she was not yet at the point of being unable to stand. She hastily approached and snatched the paper from Douluo's grasp. Chapter 55, Jade Ling Long Stewed with Big Bones. Proposal 1. To consume the water fairy jade bone and the celestial mushroom in intervals, akin to 2 surging torrents, fortifying her physique, nourishing her meridians, and revitalizing her bones, thus enhancing her vitality and invigorating her blood circulation. It seemed as though she was destined to forge an indestructible body. This undoubtedly laid a robust foundation for the subsequent evolution of her martial soul. The advantages were evident. Her physical strength would experience a remarkable elevation, and her cultivation speed would ascend exponentially, as if propelled by a rocket. However, the drawbacks loomed like a shadow. The toxins within her body would, at the moment of enhancing her vitality and blood flow, cascade throughout her being like a breached dam, making future detoxification an arduous endeavor. Proposal 2. To simultaneously ingest the 8-star ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom, complemented by the waters from the ice and fire duality spring for body tempering. Resembling a grand feast of ice and fire, the benefits were nothing short of perfect immunity to all poisons, dual protection against ice and fire, and an enhancement of her physique. Even without the evolution of her martial soul, she need not fear the backlash of its toxins. Yet, the disadvantages were equally alarming. Firstly, the 8-star ice grass. A rare cold toxin herb was akin to a blade piercing the heart with icy sharpness. Prolonged contact could lead to a heart affliction with no remedy. Secondly, the fiery apricot blossom, also a rare fiery toxin herb, blazed with a red hue reminiscent of burning flames, standing in stark contrast to the ice grass. A slight misstep could result in death, with the soul scattering to the void. Douluo scrutinized both proposals, a chill creeping down her spine. The first proposal appeared conservative but implied that the user must achieve a successful martial soul evolution shortly after consuming both spirit herbs. Otherwise, the soul master would become a vessel for poison. In the future, they would either suffer from a toxic backlash, rampaging like a demon, or the vessel would shatter, spreading poisonous mists throughout the surroundings. The second proposal seemed more like a life and death gamble, where survival hinged solely on the roll of fate's dice. Strangely, Douluo felt an intense sense that this proposal was tailor-made for her. She lifted her gaze, their eyes locking, and time seemed to freeze in that moment. In this delicate and awkward atmosphere, Wu Yi broke the silence first. Douluo, if you were to choose, what would it be? Before Wu Yi could finish his words, he was seized by Douluo, who effortlessly tossed him out of the cave like a small chick by the scruff of his neck. Wu Yi rubbed his posterior, which was on the verge of being bruised, casting a glance of complaint over his shoulder. After a considerable time had passed, Douluo, accompanied by Douluo, slowly emerged from their dwelling, both secretly contemplating that Wu Yi was likely hiding in some corner, weeping softly. To their surprise, Wu Yi had already taken an unconventional route, discovering a vacant space where he had commenced the preparation of a soup. If one were to inquire about the nature of this broth, it would be the exquisite jade ling long stew, simmered with millennia-old red pig bones. The slightly murky soup base resembled a delicate veil, floating with a hint of oil, while the air was infused with an intoxicating aroma, as if an invisible hand were gently beckoning the diner's appetites. Wu Yi sprinkled a delicate touch of fine salt into the soup, gently stirring it with a ladle, as if he were painting a magnificent masterpiece. He then carefully scooped a small half-bowl and took a cautious sip. Marvelous. Douluo gazed upon the chaos that lay before him. Although the soul beast had been meticulously dismembered by Wu Yi, resembling the work of an artistic master, a unique flame of fury burned within Douluo's heart. What have you done to my medicinal garden, you rascal? Wu Yi turned his gaze back upon hearing a sound and noticed that the 2 individuals had emerged. Observing the expression on Du Guyan's face, it was evident that Du Gubo had disclosed everything to her. As for the specifics of his narration, Wu Yi deemed it inappropriate to speculate. Upon witnessing the furious Du Gubo, Wu Yi instinctively prepared a generous bowl of jade-green braised pig bones and respectfully presented it to Du Gubo. Rest assured, old monster, I am not one to indulge selfishly. See, I have reserved a portion just for you. With an audacious grin plastered across his face, Wu Yi provoked Du Gubo to the brink of fury, who, if not for the sight of the plant roots in his bowl, unknown to him as the essence of some celestial herb, might have already merged his martial spirit in wrath. After serving Du Gubo a bowl, Wu Yi proceeded to offer another to Du Guyan. Observing Du Gubo's reluctance to eat, Wu Yi pondered whether it was due to a lack of chopsticks, making it inconvenient for him to partake. Thus, like a gust of wind, he dashed into a nearby bamboo grove, effortlessly snapping off several slender bamboo shoots from the few crystalline emerald bamboos, as if they were fragile willow branches, and handed them to the two with a nonchalant remark about adapting to their limited environment for sustenance. Clutching the makeshift bamboo chopsticks, Du Guyan murmured to herself about making do with what they had. Yet, glancing at her grandfather's face, which bore a stormy demeanor so severe it seemed as though it could unleash torrents, she hesitated to eat, struggling to muster any appetite. Although the bamboo was not a celestial herb, it was nevertheless a cherished treasure that her grandfather had meticulously nurtured within the valley. And to have it broken for the sake of chopsticks felt akin to provoking Du Gubo's deepest ire, especially with the phrase making do. Du Gubo's inner turmoil had already shattered Wu Yi's bowl into a myriad of fragments. Upon sighting the bowl, Du Gubo's heart trembled with realization. Was this not the Millennium Ice Crystal from his ice and fire duality eye? Such an ancient crystal. Renowned for its exceptional hardness, how had this boy transformed it into a bowl? Though anger surged within him, Du Gubo was not a petty man. He needed to ascertain the contents of the bowl before consuming, lest he unwittingly ingest something toxic, perhaps even something beyond his capacity to remedy. Young man, he inquired, what exactly is this exquisite jade delicacy? I do not recall ever encountering it in my medicinal gardens. Upon hearing the question, Wu turned around, his mouth currently engaged in chewing a morsel akin to a hamster. After a considerable time spent masticating, he swallowed and remarked, the wild boar cannot consume fine chaff. With a face full of disdain, Wu Yi seemed to convey, in this pond lies a treasure trove, and you cannot even fathom how to partake of it. The item you mentioned is, in fact, the rhizome of the water palace fairy found in your pond. This wondrous entity is replete with benefits, yet lamentably, you lack the knowledge to appreciate its worth. The flower is named Water Palace Fairy, with petals resembling celestial dew and nectar. Consuming it directly can fortify one against the onslaught of inner demons during cultivation, and it possesses remarkable detoxifying properties against hallucinogenic toxins. Its fluffy core is akin to an elixir, ideal for medicinal baths, offering extraordinary benefits for someone of your advanced years, enhancing physical strength and memory. The jade-like pearls typically number in threes, each resembling a powerful essence, capable of strengthening bones and muscles. However, within every trio, two may harbor deadly toxins. Its rhizome is what graces your bowl, the exquisite jade-like delicacy that can elevate one's comprehension and nourish the body. Most importantly, it is imbued with a sweet flavor. And when stewed with bone, the taste is simply ineffable. As Wu Yi spoke, he picked up a large piece and savored it with delight. Observing the mischievous expression on Wu Yi's face, Du Guyan felt a wave of irritation, initially expecting Du Gubo to erupt in anger. However, to her surprise, in the blink of an eye, Du Gubo had joined Wu Yi by the large pot, indulging in the feast with fervor. The dish was truly exquisite. Chapter 56. Refining the body, the three of them devoured the jade-like delicacies in their bowls with the ferocity of hungry tigers, leaving the once full cauldron empty. Each of them appeared unsatisfied, gazing at the now barren pot. The effects of the jade-like delicacies were remarkably gentle, akin to a babbling brook that softly cleansed the impurities from their bodies. Simultaneously, their minds experienced a clarity akin to the lifting of clouds, leading to significant improvements in both contemplation and cultivation. Wu Yi, if I were to choose the second option, how should I withstand the intensity of the fiery earth's flame? Du Guyan posed her most pressing concern. After all, her martial spirit was a cold, shadowy serpent, which, while also adept in the use of poison, found itself at odds with the fire poison due to its cold attributes. A single misstep could lead her down a perilous path. This was a question that Du Gubo had pondered for quite some time. Wu Yi lightly waved his hand and remarked, this is merely a trivial matter. First, consume the 8-pointed ice grass. Its frost and venom will swiftly envelop your entire being like a tempest. However, your martial spirit should possess a certain degree of resistance to the chill. Du Guyan nodded in acknowledgement, and then she heard Wu Yi continue, before the frost venom penetrates your heart and lungs, immediately swallow the fiery apricot blossom. In doing so, these two celestial herbs will engage in a delicate balance akin to the duality of ice and fire, entering a subtle state of refinement. Wu Yi gestured animatedly as he articulated a vivid metaphor. However, he soon raised a finger, solemnly stating, yet, there is a crucial point that warrants special attention. After consuming these two mystical herbs, your body will endure the relentless torment of fiery burns and icy frost. A suffering akin to 1,000 ants gnawing at your very soul. Wu Yi tightly gripped his own neck, a terrifying expression contorting his face. However, Prior to that, one merely needed to consume the two celestial herbs to evade the perils of the ice and fire duality, even if one were to leap into its depths. A sublime tempering would ensue, leaving no trace of harm. After listening to Wu Heyi's explanation, Du Guyan expressed her lack of doubts, should she have to choose. She would undoubtedly opt for the second proposal, which promised superior results. In truth, Wu Yi's eloquence stemmed from the successful example of Tang Xin in the original tale. Yet, within, his heart churned like a tempestuous sea, far from tranquil. Nevertheless, since Du Guyan had made her choice, Wu Yi resolved to give his all. He whispered a few words to Du Gubo, who nodded slightly before departing the medicinal valley. Where could my grandfather be going? Du Guyan pondered with curiosity, uncertain of what Wu Yi had conveyed to her grandfather that would allow him to leave them here alone. The two tidied up the dishes and cast the surplus items into the blazing pool of the ice and fire duality. The searing red basin resembled a gluttonous beast, gradually devouring and melting everything cast into it. Witnessing this, Du Guyan felt a twinge of trepidation. After all, the roaring flames of the pool were indeed fearsome. Before long, Du Gubo returned, accompanied by Din Xin and Yi Lingling. At this moment, Din Xin had reached level 63 and had just acquired his 6th spirit ring, while Yu Lingling had obtained her 3rd spirit ring, rising to the status of a level 32 spirit master. Their presence was primarily due to Wu Heyi's sagacious decision among his acquaintances. They were the most formidable healing spirit masters, akin to two resplendent stars illuminating the firmament of the spirit master realm. Most importantly, Du Guyan was about to enter the ice and fire duality for body tempering. Even though Du Gubo was her grandfather, he would not be able to assist her upon her return from swimming, and Wu Heyi was not in a position to intervene lightly. At that moment, Du Gubo, following Wu Heyi's guidance, skillfully manipulated two small blades with his spirit power, one made of pure iron resembling a steel dragon, and the other of pure jade akin to a white jade phoenix. Both blades simultaneously struck the two celestial herbs. In the instant the herbs were harvested, an explosive eruption of intense flames and icy effects ensued, each opposing force clashing with the ferocity of surging waves, generating powerful aftershocks. Everyone braced themselves, thus sparing them from severe repercussions. Du Guyan took a deep breath, gracefully alighting upon the cliff above the ice and fire duality. In her left hand was the flame apricot blossom, akin to burning flames, while her right hand held the octagonal ice grass, reminiscent of glistening ice. She utilized the venue's contrasting temperatures to assist in her consumption. At this juncture, everyone assumed their designated roles. Din Xin unleashed his world tree martial soul, his potent soul skills enveloping Du Guyan like a warm spring breeze, gently entering her body. His protective soul skill safeguarded all her blood vessels and, most critically, her heart veins, forming an indomitable barrier against any untoward occurrences. Yi Lingling also released her singular healing soul skill, the 9-star begonia, radiating brilliance like a dazzling pearl. Channeling the full spirit power of her 3 spirit rings, it surged forth like a torrential flood, ready to provide auxiliary healing to Du Guyan. According to Wu Heyi's instructions, Du Guyan placed the octagonal ice grass in her mouth. In an instant, a formidable and domineering chill, akin to a ferocious beast, surged into her body with blinding speed. The icy torrent rampaged through her blood vessels, bones, and muscles like a cataclysmic force. Within mere seconds, frost covered her face, and her lips and teeth began to tremble uncontrollably, as if frozen by a piercing cold wind. In that moment, she understood she could not pause. To do so would risk grievous consequences. Soon after, she retrieved the flame apricot blossom and, adhering to Wu Heyi's guidance, carefully consumed it. Instantly, a violent wave of fiery spirit power swept through her, rapidly dispelling the frost that clung to her. Yet, as the frost receded, the overwhelming flame spirit power engulfed her entirely. The collision of ice and fire raged within Du Guyan's body, manifesting as faint wisps of white smoke, an external representation of the fierce internal struggle. Had it not been for Din Xin's timely protection of her heart veins, she might have succumbed to the overwhelming duality of poison. Consequently, her visage alternated between icy frost and blazing heat, evoking a chilling sensation. Fortunately, prior to absorbing the 2 herbs, she had consumed ample jade ling long, which, while she could not yet fully command the 2 energies, had enhanced her comprehension sufficiently to initiate their flow within her body. Chapter 57, The Nine-Headed Dragon Serpent Beast. Chapter 58, Subsequent Plans. Although the nine-headed dragon serpent beast was anticipated to enter a new molting phase within the coming years, its lair remained shrouded in mystery, concealed from the knowledge of many. Thus, Du Gubo decisively activated his network of connections, diligently gathering relevant information while also inquiring with Wu Heyi about the existence of a secondary plan. Setting aside other matters, the soul beast Wu Heyi referenced was merely a figure recorded in folklore, its current existence uncertain. Should this soul beast have already fallen victim to another's malice without leaving offspring, Wu Yi's alternative plan would become crucial. Without hesitation, Wu Yi affirmed the existence of a viable solution, asserting that the 9-headed dragon serpent beast represented the most optimal resolution. If the soul beast were lost, seeking another soul beast to serve as a material for martial soul advancement would undoubtedly diminish the effectiveness. In truth, Wu Yi felt a pang of uncertainty. He had stumbled upon references to this soul beast in the Academy's library, His vivid recollection stemmed from the beast's resemblance to the Xiang Lu from the world he had traversed before. Moreover, he had been an aficionado of fantastical novels and films, where such colossal creatures with 8 or 9 heads seemed to dwell in every realm, much like the legendary Yamada no Orochi, an enormous serpent with 8 heads. When asked about alternative plans, the first image to spring to Wu Yi's mind was the 9-headed bat lurking beneath the city of slaughter. Regrettably, that creature had already possessed Tangchen, its unleashed power bordering on demigod status, making its capture seemingly more formidable than that of the 9-headed dragon serpent beast. However, these are not the issues that Wu Yi needs to ponder at present. After resolving Du Guyan's challenges with body refinement and toxin control, Wu Yi should have accompanied Dean-san back to the academy. Yet, what Wu Yi did not anticipate was that the method he had selected for Du Guyan's body refinement would yield results beyond his expectations. Initially, he merely aimed to utilize a few rare celestial herbs to forge a relatively formidable physique for Du Guyan. With such a foundation, he intended to facilitate her martial soul's evolution, thereby averting the potential catastrophe of her body exploding from absorbing excessively potent soul rings. To his astonishment, her martial soul proved to be remarkably unique. After absorbing the 2 rare celestial herbs, her body refinement results were worlds apart from those of Tang-san. In the original narrative, Tang-san achieved a state of dual immunity to ice and fire, coupled with an invulnerability to toxins. However, given that Du Guyan's martial soul was inherently toxic in nature, the invulnerability to toxins was utterly unattainable for her. Consequently, her body underwent some extraordinary transformations. The fundamental dual immunity to ice and fire persisted, but due to the peculiarities of her martial soul, all toxic substances, when combined with her invulnerability, would be absorbed instantaneously. With a period of refinement, these toxins could become treasures intrinsic to Du Guyan herself. Nevertheless, there remained a striking similarity to Wu Yi's initial estimations. Her body had seemingly transformed into a vessel for toxins, with her current physical strength elevated to unprecedented levels. The quantity of toxins her body could harbor had also significantly increased, albeit with a finite limit. Should that limit ever be surpassed, Du Guyan would inevitably become a living toxic reservoir. The original solution was to prevent her from cultivating soul power and to swiftly seek a suitable soul beast for her martial soul's evolution, thereby enhancing her body's toxin capacity and simultaneously providing her with additional methodologies for utilizing her toxic attributes in combat. However, the current dilemma lay in the realization that with the enhancement of her soul power, the capacity for toxin storage in her body would also increase. It seemed that her ability to harbor more toxic elements depended upon her soul power's level. Moreover, if her soul power cultivation were to stagnate, the toxins within her body would begin to erode her soul power, leading to an inevitable expulsion of her soul power by the toxins, making it increasingly difficult to suppress in due time. This predicament stood in stark contrast to Wu Yi's initial conjectures, prompting Du Guyan to seek counsel on what type of soul beast would be most suitable for her 3rd soul ring. This truly left Wu Yi perplexed. His previous plans were primarily formulated based on his general understanding of the situation, and his advice to others was a blend of his insights. While most of these could find grounding in the knowledge of this world, some deviations were, regrettably, unavoidable. Yet, her sudden ability to cultivate was something Wu Yi had not foreseen. Since the issue had now surfaced, it inevitably required resolution. After much contemplation, Wu Yi sought out Dean-san and Du Gubo for some literature regarding soul beasts. Subsequently, he delved into research at Du Gubo's medicinal valley for several days, ultimately arriving at a series of potential directions. Considering the likelihood of not locating the 9-headed dragon serpent beast, Wu Yi devised an alternative hunting strategy for the future advancement of Du Guyan. Among the various soul beasts, one was pivotal to this new path. However, those matters would be addressed later. The most pressing concern at present remained the selection of the appropriate soul beast for Du Guyan's 3rd soul ring. Wu Yi sketched the general outline of a soul beast on a blank sheet of paper. Due to the incomplete nature of the books provided by Dean-san and Du Gubo, many pages contained only a single illustration of a soul beast, accompanied by a brief description of its characteristics. Some even lacked names entirely. Consequently, Wu Yi was unable to ascertain the names of certain soul beasts, resorting instead to merely reproducing the images. Upon examining the drawing, Du Gubo suddenly exclaimed, "Isn't this the mirage venomous python? This soul beast is most notably characterized by its body, which is as translucent and crystalline as water, yet its venom is colorless and tasteless. Its primary feature is that the toxin is released in the form of poisonous mist from its tail. When its prey inhales this toxin, they are ensnared in a hallucinatory realm, experiencing a myriad of illusions, ultimately succumbing to a tragic demise in the abyss of despair that these illusions create. Typically, this soul beast is solitary. Though not an exceptionally rare species of snake, it ranks among the most perilous when it comes to hunting. There are 2 reasons for Wu Yi's choice of this soul beast. Firstly, Du Guyan has always presented herself as a control-type soul master, and the soul skill possessed by this soul beast is undoubtedly of the illusion variety, capable of extending the duration of control. Secondly, based on the first reason, once she unleashes her illusions, Du Guyan's physical resilience becomes akin to an impenetrable fortress, comparable to that of certain powerful attack-type soul masters of the same rank. However, there is another aspect that Wu Yi has not articulated. He yearns to discover the wondrous chemical reactions that will ensue when the fire poison and cold poison encounter the illusion poison. Chapter 59. The Mirror Shadow Illusion Poison Python. Having determined their target, the group hastened towards the habitat of the Mirror Shadow Illusion Poison Python. Naturally, they did not bring Yi Ling Ling along, as her cultivation was too meager. Her presence would only slow their progress and require energy to tend to her. In truth, Douluo could have single-handedly captured the soul beast, effortlessly allowing Du Yin to absorb the soul ring. However, the reason for the entire group's attendance was due to several challenging issues presented by this soul beast. Firstly, the body of this soul beast is as translucent as crystal, allowing it to blend seamlessly with its surroundings when motionless, achieving an almost invisible effect. Secondly, if it is in a dormant state, even a tidal Douluo-level soul master standing within 10 meters would find it difficult to perceive its presence, for its aura is even fainter than that of ordinary serpents. Furthermore, this soul beast is not carnivorous, although it is a poison python. Its venom is primarily used to incapacitate or deter opponents stronger than itself. Due to its timid nature, it could easily perish from fright if startled. If the soul beast were to die from fear, the resulting soul ring would be beyond anyone's ability to absorb. Thus, this is also the reason Douluo did not personally pursue the capture. The inclusion of all members in the endeavor was chiefly because strength lies in numbers, facilitating a swifter search. Although this soul beast is not a rare species, locating them is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Upon realizing this characteristic of the soul beast, Wu found himself plagued with doubts, concerned that his assessment might once again be flawed. Such a misjudgment would indeed be exceedingly awkward, for no tidal Douluo would wish for their descendants to be treated as mere test subjects. An occasional error in judgment might be forgiven, but if missteps were to recur, it would inevitably lead to suspicions of foul play. Under Douluo's guidance, the group swiftly arrived at the territory of the Mirror Shadow Illusion Poison Python. As the soul beast grows, its appetite increases exponentially, making it necessary to traverse nearly an entire hillside to find one of these creatures, as its territorial instincts are exceptionally strong. Rooted in the fear of food being snatched by its kin, gazing upon the lush expanse of the hillside, resembling a verdant ocean, Wu Yi was astonished to discover that the entire area was dotted with snake berries, and they were of the non-toxic, edible variety. These snake berries were significantly larger than any he had encountered prior to his transmigration, each nearly the size of a Chilean melon. Moreover, each one was plump and round, akin to finely crafted works of art, as though someone had meticulously cultivated them in this very place. Unable to contain his excitement, Wu Yi reached out and plucked a ripe snake berry, carefully placing it into his mouth, as he gently bit into the luscious fruit. Its juice burst forth like a gushing spring, sweet and delectable, providing an unparalleled sense of satisfaction. After devouring the berry in just a few bites, he still felt an insatiable craving. At that moment, Wu Yi experienced a twinge of guilt, akin to that of a thief. He furtively glanced around and noticed that the others were still searching for the traces of soul beasts, oblivious to his indulgence. He soon spotted another fully ripened berry among the multitude, this one considerably larger than the previous, its vibrant purplish-red hue resembling a dazzling gem, irresistibly tempting. However, the fruit hung rather high, and at less than 1.60 meters, Wu Yi found it challenging to reach. Fortunately, a smooth boulder nearby provided him with the elevation he needed. Standing atop it, he successfully plucked the fruit and, with a sense of fulfillment, seated himself on the stone, ready to savor his find. Just as he was about to indulge, a small snake's tongue appeared before him like a flash of lightning. Wu Yi was momentarily taken aback, and after a full 2 seconds, he seemed to awaken from a dream, his entire being jolted in surprise. Before he could even react, he found himself soaring into the air like a kite with its string severed. Ah, how could one be so unfortunate? Wu Yi was seized by an overwhelming terror, his voice rising in a desperate cry. Although the serpent was not a carnivorous soul beast and typically subsisted on berries, it did not imply a complete disinterest in the flesh. Occasionally, a rodent soul beast might wander by, and in moments of whimsy, it could indulge in a carnivorous feast. At this juncture, the Mirror Shadow Illusion Poison Python, previously ensconced in slumber, was abruptly roused. Most likely due to Wu Yi's audacious act of plucking away the fruit it cherished dearly, regardless of who one may be. When one's most beloved sustenance is snatched away at the moment of anticipated enjoyment, it is only natural to feel a surge of rage. What exacerbated the situation was the fact that Wu Yi dared to stand atop the creature's very head, brazenly seizing the fruit it adored the most. Upon hearing Wu Yi's call, the others instantly regained their composure, realizing that he had discovered the soul beast. However, they were puzzled as to why the normally timid and docile giant python had been provoked by him. The trio beheld a cloud of dust rising from the ground, rushing towards them at an alarming speed, and soon they caught sight of Wu Yi leading the charge. Hot on his heels was the Mirror Shadow Illusory Venom Python. Now radiating a fiery hue, its once crystal-clear body was now ablaze with a vivid red. Stop chasing me. Was it just one fruit? Perhaps due to the swirling dust. Although they saw Wu Yi's lips moving, they could not hear a word. In that moment, Wu Yi tossed the fruit into the air, drawing the giant python's gaze. In the blink of an eye, he had freed himself from the pursuit. The fruit arced gracefully through the air, landing deftly in the hands of Douluo. The Crimson Serpent intensified in its fury, perceiving Douluo Yin and her companions as audacious creatures that dared to provoke it repeatedly. It was as if the serpent was saying, "Do not mistake my silence for weakness." As the mirror shadow illusory venom python opened its gaping maw, preparing to unleash its fury, Douluo and Dinsun exchanged a glance. In an instant, Douluo struck with a fist as formidable as a hammer, landing a direct blow to the python's massive head. The venomous creature collapsed, rendered unconscious before it could even muster the chance to retaliate, falling to the ground like a lifeless mass. Wu He was filled with immense curiosity as to why the seemingly formidable punch of Douluo did not succeed in vanquishing the serpent. Suddenly, he noticed the glimmering green light emanating from Dinsun's hand, and enlightenment struck him. As the great serpent lay motionless on the ground, Douluo Yin, resembling a skilled hunter, drew her dagger, poised to deliver the fatal blow. Just then, a stone flew through the air like a meteor, knocking the dagger from Douluo Yin's grasp. Accompanying this was a thunderous shout that reverberated. Wait a moment. Chapter 60. The Boy with Issues. Chapter 61. The Escape. Firstly, what you see is not a boy, but a girl. Secondly, that spirit beast is not his captive. He is merely a charlatan. Wu Yi succinctly articulated his thoughts. However, at that moment, Douluo Yuan found herself enveloped in a haze. Her mouth agape in astonishment, her face a canvas of confusion and bewilderment. Let us first address the matter of his lack of a soul beast. The instant this individual appeared, he deftly disarmed you, swiftly diverting our attention and seizing the opportunity to abscond with the soul beast. Wu Yi resembled a shrewd detective, meticulously dissecting the entire event with clarity and logic. Yet, one cannot help but ponder how such a diminutive spirit master managed to relocate an enormous spirit beast. Could it be that he is, in truth, a cherished companion of that very beast, leading it to willingly depart with him? However, it is clear that the beast had been rendered unconscious by your grandfather. At this juncture, Douluo Yin began to experience a flicker of realization. Judging from the fluctuations of spirit power, it was evident that this individual's strength did not exceed that of a great spirit master, at best. He was merely at the pinnacle of level 30, still lacking a spirit ring to attain the title of spirit elder. From the spirit techniques he had just employed, it appeared he possessed a supplementary simulation technique, with the two working in tandem to conjure such a colossal spirit beast. All of this hinged primarily on the range of his attacks, if he were indeed capable of summoning such a massive spirit beast. Each of his assaults should be devastatingly powerful. Yet, upon closer inspection, it becomes apparent that all of his attacks were subject to distance limitations. What could be the reason for such constraints? As Wu Yi skillfully evaded the onslaught of attacks alongside Douluo Yin, he maintained a calm demeanor while analyzing the situation. The reason for his confidence was rather straightforward. His true form was not as colossal as it appeared. Based on his earlier descriptions of his martial soul and the first soul skill, it seemed he possessed the ability to glimpse into others' fleeting memories, subsequently transforming himself according to those recollections. Since the mirror shadow venomous python had been rendered unconscious by a single punch from his grandfather, it was likely that, in that brief moment, the creature had envisioned its mother. This enabled the individual to transform into the mirror shadow venomous python and adopt such an immense size. The crux of the matter lay in his other soul skill, which presumably allowed him to exist within another's consciousness as a third party. Coupled with the passive nature of his martial soul, he could compare his own size with that of a character from the memory, resulting in a unique visualization effect. One soul skill crafted a tangible illusion, while another birthed a physical transformation, and the synergy between the two was bound to yield a formidable combat effect. However, for seasoned warriors, a little vigilance would mitigate any significant distress, just as Douluo manifested his martial soul true form. The Azure Phosphor Snake Emperor beneath him appeared even larger than that individual's form. It was only after a fierce battle that the individual realized Douluo was indeed a titled Douluo, prompting a pang of regret over having inadvertently drawn such a powerful adversary. Originally, he had come to seek a suitable soul beast, and having set his sights on the mirror shadow venomous python, he anticipated that absorbing its soul ring would elevate his soul skills to a terrifying degree. As Wu Yi mentioned, the passive ability of his martial soul allowed him to materialize creatures from others' memories, which could either merge with him for transformation or manifest as a unique illusion. Nonetheless, once the two merged into one, ordinary soul masters below the rank of Soul King would not dare to treat him lightly. Most individuals would instinctively feel fear upon encountering the soul beast in the narrative, with many losing their will to resist. Capitalizing on this, he had relied on deception to navigate the soul beast forest. However, today was different. He desired the mirror shadow venomous python for himself. Alas, fate was unkind, as he encountered a titled Douluo with astonishing mental prowess, alongside the astute Wu Yi. Within the web of lies he spun, his story was like a tattered cloth, easily revealing countless flaws with the slightest provocation. Once the truth was disowned, the soul beast would no longer be entrusted to him. With a clearer understanding of the situation, Douluo Yin resolutely retrieved her dagger, advancing without hesitation toward the mirror shadow venomous python. In a flash, her dagger pierced the serpent's head like a bolt of lightning, and in an instant, the creature's soul power coalesced, forming a violet soul ring. With a mere flick of her wrist, the soul ring obediently descended upon her as if it were a compliant child. The individual disguised as a boy witnessed this scene. Wanting to intervene but powerless to do so, Knowing she was no match for a title Douluo, she could only utter a bitter remark, "You are indeed formidable," before vanishing like a specter, utilizing the python's phantasmal characteristics. Yet, to Douluo, her disappearance was akin to a child's trick, utterly inconsequential. With sufficient mental strength, any color of soul beast could be easily seen through, let alone a soul master lacking complete skills. Not far from her retreat, she encountered her parents. Her mother, a noblewoman adorned with golden gloves that seemed to signify her honor, stood alongside her father, a man tending to trees, donned in silver gloves. Resembling a guardian of the forest, both had reached the realm of Soul Douluo, yet in recent years, they discovered that attaining the title Douluo status was an endeavor fraught with unimaginable difficulty. Their daughter, having inherited their martial souls, represented both a transcendence and a mutation. The couple's martial souls were the most ordinary of weapon-based types, and their elevation to Soul Douluo was solely due to their extraordinary luck. Once, one had been the king of gamblers, while the other had been a Robin Hood figure. For reasons unknown, their spirits resonated, giving rise to this remarkable girl. Her soul skills sparkled like stars in the night sky, leaning towards the domains of mental and transformation abilities. Her skills were akin to a sharp blade, capable of piercing the very depths of another's soul, allowing her to momentarily embody their greatest fears or manifest their most ethereal imaginings. However, her soul skills bore conspicuous flaws. First, she had to make contact with her opponent's head before unleashing her abilities. Second, the more formidable the imagined entity was, the greater the soul power consumed, prolonging its maintenance. This explained why, during her initial attempt to intimidate Wu He and his companions with that enormous head, she lost her materialization after merely being struck once. Her interest in the soul beast stemmed from her desire to harness its crystalline effect, enabling her to touch her opponent's head unnoticed, thereby enhancing her ability to unleash her soul skills with greater finesse. Chapter 62. The arrival of the flame dragon armor with no interruptions, Du Guyan could finally absorb her soul ring in peace. Although she was a prodigious talent, progressing rapidly in her cultivation, the risks associated with absorbing a soul ring were equal for everyone, and the pain endured was no different. Time slipped by like a fleeting shadow, and after guarding Du Guyan for more than 4 hours, her soul power fluctuations finally stabilized. Over an hour later, she finally opened her eyes. "Grandfather, I have become a soul ancestor," Du Guyan exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, calling out to Du Gubo. He looked at her with a fond smile, sensing the surge of soul power emanating from her, and gently stroked her head, saying, "Excellent, you've reached level 34. Indeed." Compared to a title Douluo, the levels of ordinary soul masters appeared almost transparent. In an instant, Du Guyan's level was fully perceived by Du Gubo. However, being a grandfather and granddaughter, their awareness of each other's levels would not invite envy from others. "Yin Yin, why not demonstrate your new soul skill?" Upon hearing this, Du Guyan nodded slightly, and then a transparent, crystalline azure phosphor snake materialized behind her. Observing the change in the azure phosphor snake without any signs of evolution, Wu Yi felt a wave of relief, silently thanking his fortune as the situation aligned closely with his expectations. Du Guyan scanned her surroundings, realizing there was nothing available to serve as a medium for releasing her soul skill, leaving her momentarily perplexed. "Young one, you two have just acquired your third soul ring. Why don't you two engage in a spar here?" Du Gubo suggested with a mischievous grin upon witnessing Du Guyan's predicament. That might not be appropriate. Wu Yi wore a face full of embarrassment, forcing a smile as he certainly did not wish to become a target. Nor did he desire to bully Du Guyan. After all, regardless of how many years of soul rings he possessed or his current rank as a soul master, the application of his soul skills would inevitably yield the prowess of a soul king, which felt somewhat like taking advantage of the weaker Du Guyan. Du Guyan was well aware of Wu He's soul skills, which could transform him in an instant into a competent soul king, capable of matching the strength, speed, and weaponry of that rank. However, she brimmed with confidence in her newly acquired soul skills, her lips curling into a slight smile as she cast a knowing glance at the helpless Wu Yi. It mattered not. She considered it merely an opportunity to practice her skills. Upon hearing the words of the main protagonist, Wu Yi found it difficult to decline, for he too was eager to test the efficacy of his third set of armor. The two soon discovered a small clearing, where the unparalleled soul power of Du Gubo swiftly cleared the surrounding trees, transforming the area into a circular arena with a radius of 25 meters in the blink of an eye. Once they ascended the platform, they exchanged respectful gestures. And without hesitation, Du Guyan launched the first offensive, summoning her martial spirit, a 34th level control-type battle spirit, the Emerald Phosphor Serpent. Since joining the Tiendo Academy, Du Guyan had trained alongside Mi'er and others, and within a mere 7 days, she had managed to correct the habit of calling out the names of her soul abilities before releasing them. Now, within the core circle of the Wu Hei team, all members could unleash their soul techniques in complete silence, achieving near instantaneous activation at will. However, this apparent immediacy was merely the result of omitting the verbal incantation prior to usage, having instead prepared or guided their energy in advance, creating an illusion of instant release. Had it not been for Wu Hei's numerous encounters with Du Guyan, where he gained insight into the effects of her soul abilities, he might have inadvertently fallen prey to her tactics. As he beheld the ominous miasma drifting towards him, Wu Hei made a swift decision to create distance. all the while maintaining his actions. A summoner, radiant as flames, materialized in his grasp, resembling a resplendent gem. Wu Yi gazed at the familiar texture, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The fiery emblem, empowered by a millennium soul ring, resembled a spark ignited into a blazing crimson crystal. Sunlight streamed through the gem, emanating an intense heat that seemed capable of scorching one's hand. At this extraordinary moment, Wu Yi did not engage in any frivolous actions. His movements were decisive and resolute, akin to those of a seasoned warrior. He swiftly inserted the crystal into the summoner, then, with a gesture reminiscent of a classic cinematic scene, he struck two powerful punches toward the sky, accompanied by a thunderous shout, "Flame Dragon Armor! Merge!" His voice resonated like thunder, followed by a piercing dragon's roar that surged forth from the summoner like a mighty torrent. Gradually, onlookers beheld a fiery red divine dragon, akin to a vibrant ribbon, coiling around Wu Yi's waist and transforming into a blazing belt. Subsequently, a beam of radiant light descended from above, akin to a golden waterfall, enveloping Wu Yi within its brilliance. In an instant, a suit of fiery red armor, resembling an exquisite battle garb, enveloped his form. Simultaneously, the protective heart mirror within him, adorned with a soul bone, manifested like a phoenix poised for flight. Attaching itself to the flame dragon armor in the form of a plate, the yellow crystal that once adorned his chest now appeared as if enchanted, morphing into a red-purple gem that emanated an alluring and enigmatic glow. An overwhelming aura of draconic majesty erupted from him, akin to a volcano in eruption. His overall presence became as towering as a mountain and as profound as the ocean, exuding a formidable power that left one breathless. Upon the completion of the 5-in-1 fusion, a surge of confidence washed over him like a tidal wave. He distinctly sensed that although his strength remained at the Soul King level, it was now infinitely close to the late stage of Soul King. He felt as if he could unleash a formidable power of level 56-57, akin to an indomitable sword. However, at that moment, he noticed not far away, Douluo Yin was stifling a laugh, and then, like smoke, she vanished into the toxic mist. In the blink of an eye, Wu Yi felt the toxic fog thicken, resembling viscous ink, multiplying in density several times over. When he opened his eyes again, he was astounded to find himself ensnared within a dense encirclement of toxic mist. This astonishing sensation was unprecedented for Wu Yi. He had never anticipated that Douluo Yin's toxic mist would spread with such alarming rapidity, catching him completely off guard. In reality, Douluo Yin had dispelled the effects of the conventional toxic mist, yet Wu Yi remained armored, standing still and looking around anxiously, exuding an aura of impending darkness. Chapter 63, Hallucination Toxin. Chapter 64, Meyer's disappearance. The group was busy preparing their belongings in Douluo's medicinal valley. After several days of accompanying Douluo, the time had come to return to the academy. Douluo had pressing matters to attend to. Thus Wu Yi and Douluo Yin had no choice but to follow Dean Sin on their journey home. The road was long, seemingly endless. And after 2 days of arduous travel, they finally arrived. The bumpy ride had nearly disassembled Wu Yi. Wu Yi pondered to himself that if he had some leisure time, he would surely improve this mode of transportation. At this moment, he recalled a peculiar continent lying beyond a certain sea. The civilization on that continent, due to the mediocrity of its inhabitants, had embarked on the path of technology. However, they possessed exceptional talents in both technology and alchemy. Should he have the opportunity to visit, he might discover unexpected delights. Upon returning to the academy, Wu Yi eagerly yearned for the comfort of his soft bed, hoping to indulge in a restful slumber. Yet, before he could reach his dormitory, he was met with a devastating piece of news. During his absence, Mier had undertaken a task for the academy but had exceeded the deadline by 3 days without returning. As she was a prodigy of the academy, they had dispatched instructors of Soul Master rank or higher to search for her. However, after 3 days of following the task route, they had found nothing, and Mier was now classified as missing. This news struck Wu Yi like a bolt from the blue. In the original narrative, there was no mention of this girl. It was due to his own butterfly effect that such a talent had come into existence. He could not help but wonder if the laws of fate possessed a self-repairing ability, forcibly erasing her existence. Traditionally skeptical of theology, Wu Yi found it hard to believe such an absurdity. Surely, some extraordinary event must have occurred to account for Mier's disappearance. Exhausted in both body and spirit, he arrived at the task reception area of the Intermediate Academy to review the task Mier had accepted. In every reputable academy, as students crossed the threshold into intermediate levels, they were all eager to break through to level 20. Like fledgling birds yearning for the day when their wings would be fully developed. When Soul Masters ascended to levels 20 or 30, it was akin to finding a sturdy umbrella amidst a tempest, granting them a modicum of self-preservation. However, in this vast world, not every Soul Master could easily ascend to the ranks of Soul Sect or even Soul King. Most found themselves stymied at the Soul Master stage, encountering an insurmountable wall. To ensure that society functioned like a finely tuned machine, the Intermediate Academy bore the sacred duty of providing students with practical opportunities. Upon completing these internships, students obtained keys to unlock the treasures of life, accumulating invaluable experiences that would enable them to navigate the world with greater ease after graduation. Naturally, the tasks available were not all dauntingly complex. They were categorized into different levels, much like a staircase. Those unable to elevate their soul power above level 20 by the age of 30 could only engage with intermediate tasks, as if obstructed by an invisible barrier. Only students who achieved level 30 soul power before the age of 25 were privileged to access advanced tasks, embarking on a broad avenue toward higher realms. Above these advanced tasks lay the S-level missions, shrouded in mystery and fraught with peril, yet radiating alluring opportunities. Most of these tasks stemmed from the serendipitous discoveries of students and instructors during their excursions or from their courageous explorations of potential threats. Only those who broke through to Soul Master rank above level 35 before the age of 20 could undertake such challenges. Furthermore, they were required to be accompanied by at least one mentor of level 40 or higher as they embarked on this unpredictable journey. The circumstances surrounding Mi'er's disappearance, however, pertained to one of those dreaded S-level tasks. The two accompanying instructors, both of whom were Soul Sect level or above, had also vanished without a trace, swept away by a mysterious whirlwind. Thus, the situation regarding this task grew exceedingly precarious, akin to a ferocious beast that instilled fear in those who encountered it. It had escalated overnight from S-level to double S-level, with only students or instructors of Soul King level or higher qualifying to tame this formidable creature. In the task hall, such missions sparkled like brilliant stars in the night sky, numbering over a dozen, each representing a marathon that could take decades to conquer. Although achieving these tasks would eventually grant access to advanced academy levels, where the tasks were at most classified as A or S level. It was Wu Yi who now found himself adversely affected by the situation. After an exhaustive night of deliberation on the mission, Wu Yi eagerly approached the dean to request the assignment, akin to a hungry tiger pouncing upon its prey. The two deans, fully aware of Wu Yi's formidable capabilities, hesitated to grant approval due to the limitations of his foundational soul power level, which posed concerns regarding his sustained combat effectiveness. However, Wu Yi remained resolute in his desire to proceed, resulting in a stalemate where neither dean wished to see this prodigious student fall like a shooting star, especially after the recent loss of another. In the midst of this impasse, the door to the dean's office was suddenly thrust open, as if swept by a tempest. All three turned in unison towards the entrance, with Wu Yi harboring hopes that Mi'er would return safe and sound. Instead, several youths entered, their demeanor reminiscent of intruders. "Dean," Wei Linbei stammered, his words tumbling out like scattered beads from a broken necklace. "We wish to team up with Wu Yi," declared the typically timid Yu Ling, suddenly emboldened like a valiant warrior. "What?" The three exclaimed simultaneously, astonishment evident in their expressions. "We will join Wu Yi to undertake the mission and bring Mi'er back," added Du Guyin, seamlessly continuing the dialogue. Although both Du Guyin and Yi Ling had previously fallen to Wu Yi in competition, the youthful spirit of camaraderie prevailed, as they bore no grudges and were filled with loyalty. Despite Yu Tianheng's silent, aloof demeanor, it was undeniable that the quintet, once united, possessed a formidable strength that would not easily be vanquished by even a late-stage Soul King. Seeing his companions step forward, Wu Yi felt a surge of warmth. Recognizing that this endeavor was not directly tied to them, Deanson concealed his face, avoiding Wu Yi's gaze, yet ultimately acquiesced to permit Wu Yi to accept the mission, as his actual prowess indeed met the criteria for undertaking it. Chapter 65, the five-person team. The five of them departed the academy with the swiftness of arrows released from bows, casting solemn glances back, resembling warriors poised to enter the battlefield. Upon exiting, their demeanor was devoid of the languor typical of a leisurely outing, instead exuding a boldness reminiscent of chivalric tales. They summoned a carriage and sped toward the mission site with remarkable haste. Truth be told, the location of this mission stirred an indescribable sense of familiarity within Wu Yi. The original objective was to locate 6 missing students from the junior academy, all newcomers who had diligently cultivated their skills to reach the crucial milestone of level 10, prompting the school to organize an outing to acquire soul rings. However, inexplicably, each time they gathered, 1 or 2 students would mysteriously vanish. The accompanying teachers, frantic with worry, searched tirelessly, fearing that a mischievous student had hidden away. Even more chilling was the revelation that within a nearly 1-kilometer radius of the Soul Beast Forest, the number of soul beasts had drastically diminished, as if an ancient soul beast had emerged from the depths of time, an eerie phenomenon. Thus, the A-class mission entailed not only the search for the missing students but also an investigation into the cause of the decline in soul beasts, while also probing for any unknown soul beasts or celestial flora that may have emerged. Initially, this task did not fall within the S-class category. Prior to Mi'er accepting the S-class mission, 2 groups of students had undertaken it as B and A-class missions, yet both had vanished beyond reach. Only after Mi'er took on the task did the school escalate its concern. This was why, upon the upgrade to an SS-class mission, the 2 deans were adamant in their opposition to Wu Yi's involvement, believing that the missing students had effectively been sentenced to death. After all, such incidents had transpired countless times since the school's founding. Even if the students were eventually found, they often returned as mere shells, ravaged beyond recognition by unknown soul beasts. Consequently, once a certain threshold of disappearances without resolution was reached, the fate of the missing students was typically regarded as sealed. In a realm where soul masters were as numerous as the fish in the sea, such occurrences were alarmingly common, rarely garnering significant attention, nor prompting schools to inform particular students about the developments. However, This situation was unique, as the Academy had recently lost a prodigious talent. One whose excellence was evidenced by another core student of the institution, thus leading to this unprecedented exception. Once the occupants of the carriage grasped the gravity of the mission's context, a collective gasp escaped their lips. Lin Bei, in an ill-timed jest, posed a question. Is it too late for us to disembark? Before he could finish, Du Guoyin delivered a sharp tap to the back of his head, prompting him to promptly close his mouth. Rubbing the sore spot, Lin Bei muttered softly, I was merely joking. No need to take it so seriously. Despite his attempt at humor, the atmosphere within the carriage grew increasingly tense and oppressive. Fortunately, Yu Tianheng broke the silence, introducing a relatively significant topic. Everyone has made some progress in their cultivation over these past few days, correct? If convenient, could we share our advancements? Upon hearing this, Wu Yi suddenly realized that his understanding of his companions had stagnated since Du Guo's visit, although only a few days had passed. Each individual had diligently honed their skills, including himself and Du Guoyin, who had both acquired new soul rings and abilities. Should the team remain ignorant of each other's current strengths, the likelihood of miscommunication or reduced efficacy in cooperation would be considerable. Yet, whether due to the unfavorable positioning of their seats or some other factor, the gazes of Yu Tianheng and Du Guoyin burned intensely upon Lin Bei, who had been engaging in small talk. What are you two staring at me for? I swear I won't make any more morose comments, Lin Bei declared, patting his head in earnest. At this moment, Wu Yi suddenly realized that Lin Bei's soul power fluctuations surged like tumultuous waves, steadily rising. Could it be that he had attained a profound understanding during the exchange competition, resulting in a significant enhancement of his abilities? Indeed, in this world, individuals often gain invaluable insights through the trials of battle, akin to a sudden enlightenment, which subsequently elevates their prowess. Although the increase may be modest, it can prove to be crucial during pivotal moments. Lin Bei scratched his head, unable to contain his joy as he remarked, I just broke through to level 30 last night and haven't had the chance to report it to the school yet. If it weren't for this incident, I would certainly have come here to acquire a new soul ring. At that moment, the previously unassuming Yi Lingling timidly raised her delicate little hand. That's me. All eyes instinctively turned towards her. My cultivation level also reached 30 last night. Well, it was clear that they had not merely come out to undertake a mission, rather. They were evidently here to assist their comrades in obtaining soul rings, rendering the SS-level task trivial by comparison. At this juncture, Yu Tianheng spoke up. I have just acquired my third soul ring, and my cultivation level has now reached 36. The name of my third soul skill is Thunderous Fury. It is a self-augmentation technique that, once activated, propels me into a berserk state for a limited duration. My lightning power surges 100%, while my soul power escalates by 50%, akin to a raging tide. Should I not voluntarily cease the skill? It will continue unabated like a wild stallion until my soul power is exhausted. Upon hearing this, Wu Yi slightly nodded, pondering within himself that perhaps due to his own influence, the battle had been exceedingly brutal, causing Yu Tianheng's cultivation progress to rebound like a spring, soaring to great heights. This young man, originally relying on his affluent family background, had been blindly confident in his cultivation speed, resulting in a mere level 39 at the age of 16 during his first appearance. His martial soul's potential was not in the slightest inferior to Tang San's Haotian hammer. Yet his unwarranted self-assurance led him to neglect his training. Following an intense battle with Wu Yi, leveraging his substantial resources, he not only recovered from his injuries but also experienced a remarkable surge in strength, breaking through the level 30 barrier with ease. Moreover, judging by his current level of 36, the soul beast he had absorbed must have been of considerable age, possibly even one with a higher age limit. It is undeniable that this young man was quite relentless with himself. Subsequently, Wu Yi recounted his experience of acquiring the third soul ring alongside Du Guoyin. Upon hearing about Du Guoyin's soul skill effects, the group could not help but gasp in astonishment. For this third soul skill was deemed the most formidable they had come across thus far. Nevertheless, the ultimate objective of their mission remained unchanged despite everyone's enhanced capabilities. Wu Yi decisively retrieved his soul skill crystal. At this critical juncture, having an additional soul king in the team was akin to adding a robust shield. Chapter 66. Splitting the forces. Upon reaching the outer edge of the soul beast forest, it appeared as an impassable chasm, one that horses could no longer traverse. The group had no choice but to proceed on foot, watching as the marked location of their mission approached at a glacial pace. As they ventured into the area marked for personnel disappearance, Wu Yi was abruptly awakened, realizing that this place was none other than the site where the traitor from the academy had once made his appearance. He vividly recalled the moment when he eliminated that traitor along with his experimental subjects. The traitor had sought to merge his own cells with those of a soul beast, aspiring to create an entirely new life form, one whose cultivation speed was nothing short of miraculous. However, the lifespan of such a life form proved to be exceedingly unstable. At that time, the Soul Master was still in the experimental phase and had contemplated using the cells of others for fusion, yet all his attempts ended in failure. The recurrence of this issue in the same location was alarming. Wu Yi swiftly recognized this, and it was certain that Mier, who had taken on this mission, was equally aware of the implications. Her mysterious disappearance suggested that she may have sensed something amiss, or perhaps the Soul Master from that time had not truly failed. And one of his experiments recognized Mier. Such chilling associations left Wu He hesitant to delve deeper into his thoughts. He could only assume that Mi-Er had discovered a troubling issue and encountered difficulties while pursuing it. Even the formidable Soul Master who had accompanied her was rendered powerless against this conundrum. Wu He currently has no intention of divulging the past events to the other 4 members. Instead, he proposes to divide the 5-member team into 2 groups. After all, searching collectively would prove to be excessively time-consuming. Their objective is to seek any trace left by Mi-Er. He pairs himself with Lin Bei, while the remaining 3 form another group. This arrangement ensures that should any issues arise within either group, a powerful Soul King can provide assistance in a timely manner. When one group encounters a situation, the other will have sufficient time to rush to their aid. The 2 teams swiftly separated like arrows released from a bow, racing towards 2 distinctly different directions. They agreed that if they did not uncover any special markers left for Wu He by Mi-Er within an hour, they would return to their starting point to regroup. Should they discover any clues or face an unexpected battle, they must promptly signal the sky with flares. Naturally, if one group fails to return to the starting point after an hour and does not launch a flare, everyone will understand the implications of this silence. Shortly after the 2 teams commenced their separate missions, within less than 5 minutes, Lin Bei, with a grave expression, posed a question. Old Wu, did you perhaps fail to reveal the truth just now? Wu Yi cast his gaze towards Lin Bei, a person known for his unrestrained speech and eccentric behavior. Yet this time he exhibited an unexpected sharpness. However, upon reflection, this reaction seemed quite reasonable. After all, Lin Bei, as a support-type Soul Master, was one of the 3 great talents in the Junior Academy, alongside Wu He and Mi-Er. I am unaware of what you are speaking about. Wu He merely cast a fleeting glance at Lin Bei, choosing not to elaborate further as he continued his stride forward, seemingly unwilling to provide additional clarification. However, Lin Bei remained steadfast, refusing to budge from his position. Do you not trust me? I only brought this up after they had departed. Observing Wu Yi's unwavering progression into the depths of the forest, his back turned and entirely dismissive, Lin Bei pressed on. Although I was not present during the events that transpired, upon my return, my fellow classmates recounted the situation to me. Thus, I possess a rudimentary understanding of the circumstances. You wish to avoid entangling them in this matter, do you not? Wu Yi suddenly turned, standing like a statue, fixated intently on Lin Bei. However, Lin Bei continued. The direction you guided them towards, if they proceed for just 1 more hour, they should be able to exit this soul beast forest, correct? With a slight smile gracing the corners of his mouth, Wu Yi could hardly fathom that this typically unruly individual would exhibit such remarkable wisdom on this occasion. Your decision to include me stems solely from your anticipation that I possess knowledge of this matter, while simultaneously wishing to keep me from sharing it with the other 3, necessitating my soul skill as an aid. Standing firmly in place, his expression calm, Wu Yi spoke in a measured tone. Thus, your current choice is to either walk alongside me or part ways. It was uncertain whether it was the distance or Lin Bei's sudden silence, but from afar, his gaze appeared as dark as if it could drip with water. Yet, in an instant, Lin Bei swiftly caught up to Wu He like a gust of wind. He gently patted Wu He on the shoulder and reassured him, we are brothers. Even if you do not trust me, how could I ever doubt you? If there is anything, do not hesitate to inform me. Do not bear everything alone. Lin Bei's suspicions were spot on. The path Wu He walked alone led directly to the location where he had previously eliminated that Soul Master. However, as they ventured deeper, an eerie sensation intensified. The time since the Soul Master was slain was brief, and even though the soul power in the Soul Beast Forest was abundant, the rate of growth of the flora here should not be so accelerated. He realized, with astonishment, that several trees, which had been destroyed, appeared to have magically restored themselves at an astonishing pace. Yet, after walking for a few more minutes, Wu Yi abruptly halted his steps. The seemingly carefree Lin Bei turned back in confusion and inquired, "What's wrong? Did you discover something? It seems we have fallen into someone else's trap." Wu Yi replied succinctly. Lin Bei did not quite grasp the meaning of this statement. He had not perceived that they had entered a place of particular significance, for it was his first time in this area, and he felt no exceptional sensations. Wu Yi was acutely aware of Lin Bei's bewilderment. He casually extracted a semicircular dart from his pocket and launched it at a large tree with the speed of an arrow released from its bough. Although Wu Yi was not particularly skilled in the use of hidden weapons for reasons unknown after acquiring his armor, he had gradually developed a certain level of proficiency with some of the weapon types that could be wielded through it. This newfound adeptness seemed to be contingent upon the frequency and number of times the armor had been utilized. Consequently, he carried with him a collection of intricately crafted trinkets. Upon striking the tree, it appeared as though the bark had been torn apart like fabric, suddenly revealing a gaping wound. Wu Yi then led Lin Bei onward with purposeful strides. While Lin Bei was somewhat perplexed by Wu Yi's intentions, he could only follow suit. It was then that he witnessed a scene that left him utterly astounded. A massive tree, which had apparently suffered a gaping wound from an unknown assailant, loomed before him like a majestic mountain. This surreal occurrence sent Lin Bei into a state of sheer terror. Just moments ago, that tree had not been on their path, and they had already moved forward. How could it suddenly materialize before them, as if conjured by a specter? We're trapped, Wu Yi exclaimed, his expression one of exasperation, resembling a withered eggplant as he glanced at Lin Bei. He pondered inwardly whether he had succumbed to poison or fallen into an illusionary maze. If it were merely a maze, he could find the core to dispel it. However, if he were poisoned, it would spell great trouble. After all, he had first-hand experience with the illusionary poison wielded by Du Guyan, which could only be escaped if the victim's mental prowess reached a certain level or far exceeded that of the caster. Crucially, although Wu Yi recognized that he was ensnared, he felt as if he were engulfed in a dense fog, unaware of when he had been trapped or how long it had lasted. The only certainty was that his life was not in immediate jeopardy. For if he had entered an illusionary maze, he was currently in his true form. Even if confined, he firmly believed he would remain unscathed. Conversely, had he entered a mental illusion, any injury to his true form would either damage his mental faculties or provoke an overwhelming expansion of his consciousness, and in either scenario, he ought to exhibit some abnormal reaction. Distinguishing whether he had fallen into an illusion or a maze was, in fact, quite simple. Within an illusion, one felt as if in a dream. Even if the caster were immensely powerful, those ensnared would feel as if they were in a deep slumber, completely devoid of any sensation of pain. Even if pain were simulated, the excruciating agony would only be perceived as a mere discomfort. It was akin to a woman undergoing a cesarean section without anesthesia, where the pain felt would merely resemble a powerful punch to the abdomen. Should he find himself alone in an illusion, discerning reality from deception would indeed be a formidable challenge. However, at that moment, he had a comrade at his side, a friend akin to a brother. Yet, this individual was currently in a frenzied state, attempting to gnaw his way through the surroundings. Having already attacked a dozen trees with frenzied bites, Wu looked at this excessively agitated teammate, and his inner turmoil spread like wild grass, wildly proliferating. Wu Ho adorned his face with a smile as warm as the spring breeze, gently beckoning Lin Bei with a wave of his hand. "Old Lin, come here quickly. I need your assistance with something." Upon hearing Wu Ho call his name, Lin Bei, who was currently chewing on tree debris, had long abandoned any hope of biting through the illusion. He promptly approached Wu Ho, yet as he drew closer, he was met with Wu Ho's sunlit smile. Although that smile appeared remarkably gentle and benevolent, an inexplicable dread crept upon Lin Bei, as if something ominous were on the verge of manifesting. A shiver ran down his spine, and he felt as though Wu Ho was not a mere mortal but rather a demon in disguise. Just as he turned to flee, it was too late. Wu Ho pounced like a famished tiger, seizing him with a grip as unyielding as iron, his arm firmly clasped around Lin Bei's shoulder. "What I wish to." Before Wu Yi could finish his words, Lin Bei, as if electrified, immediately pushed him away, tightly crossing his arms and shaking his head vigorously like a rattle, exclaiming, "No, no, no, you cannot." Wu Yi wore a sheepish grin, rubbing his hands together. That smile, still as affectionate as ever, evoked an unsettling sense of lewdness. Hadn't he just insisted that his brother should not bear the burden alone? Hadn't he promised to be informed of any matters, assuring his unwavering assistance? Hadn't he just declared his intention to accompany me through fire and peril? As Wu Yi approached with deliberate steps, Lin Bei, like a frightened rabbit, gradually retreated to the base of a tree, slowly sinking to the ground. His lips trembled incessantly, his head swaying wildly like rice stalks in the wind. He muttered repeatedly, "No, no, no, it's not like this. Help." It was as if a disembodied voice mocked him. Call out, scream until your throat is raw. No one will come to your rescue." Just as Wu Yi was about to make his move, a faint, almost imperceptible sound drifted from nearby, uttering 3 syllables: break, throat, scream. Although the sound was as delicate as a whisper, it momentarily distracted Wu Yi, prompting him to glance in the direction of the noise. In that fleeting instant, their gazes met, and the entire forest seemed to descend into an eerie silence. The space between their eyes locked felt like an absolute void, where even a leaf dared not flutter down. An awkward tension enveloped the area within a 10-meter radius like a dense fog, while one individual continued to exuberantly dance in anticipation, exclaiming, go on, just a little closer." Wu Yi's reaction was as swift as lightning, and in an instant, he stood upright like a tall poplar and retreated rapidly. He waved his arms while muttering, "It's not what you think. I am not that hungry yet." At that moment, Lin Bei, who had fallen to the ground, also regained his composure and, as if electrified, distanced himself from Wu Yi. He brushed off the dust from his clothes and hurriedly exclaimed, Yes, it's not what you think. Old Wu just asked me to help with something." "Oh, just helping out." Yi Lingling, who usually appeared as a delicate and fragile young woman, was unexpectedly revealed to be a fervent enthusiast in private. She was as thrilled as if she had discovered a treasure upon witnessing the intimate interaction between the two boys. However, Wu Yi quickly came to his senses, glanced at his watch, and realized that not much time had passed. He immediately inquired, "What are you 3 doing here? Didn't I ask you to go that way?" Before Wu Yi could finish his words, he caught sight of Du Guyan's eyes, which were as red as a ripe apple, and the words that were on the tip of his tongue were abruptly swallowed back. It was indeed this fellow who had misled us. Had it not been for my years of training on the outskirts of the Soul Beast Forest, I would not have been so familiar with this environment. Yu Tianheng's voice was as cold as ice, capable of freezing one in place. We had barely walked for 20 minutes when I sensed something was amiss. Had we truly ventured for an hour, we would have surely reached the exit by now. You do not trust the 3 of us. Du Guyan's mood had plummeted to the depths of despair, expressing her dissatisfaction with a complaint. No. There is no need to involve you in this matter. Wu Yi was akin to an ant on a hot pan. Utterly bewildered on how to convey the intricacies of the situation to them, he merely hoped to avoid entangling too many friends in this affair. Observing Wu Yi's state of helplessness, the indifferent Yu Tianheng gently patted his shoulder and spoke earnestly, "We are teammates. Some burden should not be borne alone. Just keep us informed." Upon hearing these words, Lin Bei felt as if a light had dawned upon him, abruptly lifting his gaze. The familiarity of the phrase struck him. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. Ling Ling, who had previously been fanning the flames, unexpectedly returned to her frosty demeanor. Holding a spirit beast resembling a rabbit with a lantern atop its head. At that moment, the spirit beast was in a state of despair, akin to a candle flickering in the wind. When she initially found them, Yin Yan's third soul skill had ensnared the 1,000-year-old dream beast within an intricate web. Perhaps it had exhausted its skills on them, leaving it devoid of the spiritual energy necessary to resist Yin Yan's soul technique, leading to its unfortunate capture. Ling Ling's intent in revealing the spirit beast was evident. Being a support-type healing soul master, this spirit beast held no value for her. Coincidentally, Lin Bei had just reached level 30, prompting her to inquire if he required it. Why would one refuse such a splendid opportunity? Lin Bei exclaimed, seizing the spirit beast with the fervor of a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. However, the ensuing moment left everyone astounded. Lin Bei grasped the spirit beast by its large ears, then unleashed a flurry of slaps upon its face, akin to a tempest. "So you little thief think you can ensnare me, huh? Were it not for you, I would have nearly lost my purity." Lin Bei's roar rendered Wu Yi utterly embarrassed. "How could this be? You absorb a soul ring, and it drags my affairs into it." Wu Yi's eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on Lin Bei. Not oblivious to Wu Yi's gaze, Lin Bei smiled ingratiatingly and withdrew a dagger bound to his calf. With a mere flick, the recently awakened dream beast fell to the ground like a kite severed from its string, lifeless. The dream beast, equally perplexed, had been disoriented by the slaps and, upon regaining consciousness, was unprepared for the fatal blow. As it felt its life ebb away like sand through fingers, its soul power gradually coalesced into a violet soul ring, slowly manifesting above its form. Without hesitation, Lin Bei seated himself on the ground, his soul power dancing gracefully as he performed a simple guiding gesture, causing the soul ring to obediently soar towards him. Perhaps due to the spirit beast's bewildered state at the time of its demise, its soul ring bore no trace of resentment. The absorption process was remarkably effortless, albeit the soul power was slightly less potent than that of typical spirit beasts. Nonetheless, this spirit beast primarily engaged in mental assaults to disrupt or ensnare its foes. A dense wave of spiritual energy silently infiltrated Lin Bei's martial soul. As Lin Bei commenced the absorption of the soul ring, the others paused their search, awaiting him. At this moment, Wu Yi finally found the time to recount the intricate details of the events to everyone. Time passed swiftly as if it were a fleeting shadow. 3 hours later, Lin Bei opened his eyes slowly after absorbing the third soul ring. Above him, 3 radiant soul rings shimmered like brilliant stars, 2 yellow and 1 purple, representing the most fundamental configuration. "Are you suggesting that this task is a remnant left behind by the soul master we defeated?" De Guyan analyzed calmly, her demeanor as composed as an iceberg. "Indeed, that is my belief," Wu Yi replied. "That already psychologically twisted soul master must have been conducting some peculiar experiment. Unfortunately, after we eliminated him, we mistakenly assumed his experiment had come to an end. However, the reality may not be so. His experiment might have reached a critical juncture, and there may have been nearly completed materials in his laboratory. We can only blame our hasty actions for his demise. Had we meticulously examined the vicinity of his laboratory, perhaps the incident concerning me would not have occurred." Wu Yi lamented, his distress evident. Just then, Lin Bei had completed the absorption of his soul ring, and like an exuberant meteor, he sprang up with excitement. "You won't believe it. My new soul skill is extraordinarily powerful." Without delay, Lin Bei dashed into the depths of the forest, where the presence of soul beasts became increasingly apparent. Before long, he encountered a 500-year-old blue bull soul beast. With a gentle flick of his left hand, a stone radiating blue light leaped from his palm like a sprite. His 3 soul rings, signifying his rank as a soul master, suddenly materialized, and the purple soul ring dove into the soul stone like a shooting star. In an instant, Lin Bei, like a specter, struck a small stone against Yu Tianheng with lightning speed. In that moment, Yu Tianheng felt his mental power surge like a tumultuous wave, increasing by 80. Although his mental capacity had greatly expanded, the consumption of soul power surged as well. However, the others were astonished to see Lin Bei throw a tiny crystal, measuring only 110, at the wild boar from a peculiar angle. In an instant, the wild boar appeared somewhat listless, while Yu Tianheng felt an endless supply of mental energy, brimming with exhilaration. Observing Yu Tianheng's reaction, Wu Yi quickly deduced that Lin Bei's soul skill amplified mental power, and its effects were significantly potent. This raised a question in his mind. "Old Lin, is your soul skill instantaneous or sustained? How many individuals can it assist at once?" After a moment's thought, Lin Bei held up 3 fingers. "Without considering my own consumption, I can assist up to 3 individuals' mental power simultaneously. Additionally, my first and second soul skills can also assist 3 individuals concurrently. However, there are limitations if I use my 3 soul skills on different individuals. The consumption will be immense, as I would need to maintain at least 18 connections simultaneously, which with my current strength can only last for a maximum of 30 seconds. Lin Bei's explanation was illuminating, leading everyone to understand instantly, though it also elicited astonishment. The fact that his soul skill could assist so many individuals at once and sustain for 30 seconds was indeed remarkable. In typical battles, a decisive outcome could emerge within 3 to 5 seconds. Thus, 30 seconds was a truly daunting figure. Yet, the group did not dwell excessively on Lin Bei's revelations. They were reminded of their purpose for this journey. As Wu Yi had clearly laid out the background and implications for everyone, suddenly they shared a common goal. No longer aimlessly searching for the so-called mark left by Mier. Given that the individual had lived alone in the Soul Beast Forest, unrecognized by the Academy, it stood to reason that he would require a significant water source, indicating that his laboratory should not be far from one. In the twinkling of an eye, the wild boar appeared as if frostbitten, becoming listless, while Yu Tianhing, in stark contrast, felt as if infused with boundless mental energy, positively electrified. Witnessing Yu Tianhing's state, Wu Yi immediately grasped the implication. Lin Bei's soul skill was indeed an enhancement of mental power, and its effect was strikingly powerful. Thus, a question flashed through Wu Yi's mind like a bolt of lightning. Old Lin, is your soul skill immediate or sustained? How many individuals can it assist at once? Lin Bei pondered briefly, raising 3 fingers again. Without accounting for my own consumption, I can assist 3 individuals' mental power simultaneously. Moreover, my first and second soul skills can also assist 3 individuals concurrently. However, there are constraints. Using all 3 soul skills on different individuals will demand considerable energy from me, as I would have to maintain at least 18 connections, which with my current strength, can last only up to 30 seconds. Lin Bei's words were enlightening, prompting instant comprehension. Yet they also evoked incredulity. His soul skill could simultaneously assist so many, and sustain for 30 seconds, a truly formidable capability. In typical skirmishes, a decisive victor would emerge within 3 to 5 seconds. Thus, 30 seconds was indeed a fearsome span. Nevertheless, the group did not linger excessively on Lin Bei's statements. They were acutely aware of their mission, as Wu Yi had elucidated the circumstances clearly for everyone. Chapter 69, The Half-Beast Soul Master. Chapter 70, A Fight Over a Disagreement. Wu Yi was rendered speechless, utterly astonished that such creatures as orcs could exist in this world. The mere notion of half-beast men had already left him bewildered. I can sense the formidable energy within you, the lizard man exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with avarice, akin to a ravenous wolf spotting a succulent lamb. Wu Yi suddenly understood that although this individual had attained peak cultivation through humanoid strength, his intellect seemed to be trapped in a childish state. To draw a comparison, he resembled a product of the Homo sapiens era, possessing a somewhat advanced intellect, an unparalleled physique, and an insatiable desire for strength, yet lacking the ability to communicate. Driven entirely by instinct. However, gazing at the depths of his profound cultivation, Wu Yi felt a pang of envy that reddened his eyes. It was said that the Beast clan possessed a miraculous ability to inherit the memories of their forebears, a mysterious force known as bloodline. Akin to the brilliant stars scattered across the night sky, an object of longing. Although many families in Douluo continent could pass down their martial soul abilities to their descendants, this was achieved through relentless effort and exploration by their ancestors. In stark contrast, the Beast clan seemed to naturally acquire certain knowledge and skills, mastering them instinctively upon reaching a certain age. Nonetheless, the shortcomings of the Beast clan were equally evident. Their intelligence was lamentably low, with only a rare king emerging among hundreds of thousands of their kind, barely capable of leading a tribe. Intelligence, after all, required a certain level of cultivation to be attained. The beastman before me possessed fragments of memories inherited from his parents. The higher his cultivation, the more memories he inherited, leaving behind only boundless desire and instinct. Therefore, it was no surprise that this creature was undoubtedly a product of that madman's handiwork. At this moment, the Soul Master Wu Yi could no longer refer to him as a traitor of the Academy. He was, quite simply, a veritable lunatic. The thin line separating genius from madness was apparent. A genius is a pioneer who charges forth for the advancement of oneself or one's people, while a madman is a butcher who disregards the lives of others to satisfy personal desires. That individual may have acted on a whim, driven by curiosity and interest. Yet he translated that curiosity into action without a thought for the consequences. In pursuit of his interests, he sacrificed numerous companions, resulting in the creation of such a terrifying existence. Just observing the oddly shaped, intellectually challenged half-beast men revealed that this lizardman's paternal lineage must surely belong to that madman. As for the nature of its maternal lineage, that remained a mystery. However, there was no doubt that the strength and talent of this lizardman were not inferior to any innate soul-power genius. Indeed, one might argue that he surpassed them. Since the incident, the time elapsed had been short. Had this lizardman existed then, the madman would undoubtedly have kept him close. Thus, it could be concluded that this lizardman emerged only after their slaying of the madman. In such a brief span, his cultivation had soared like a rocket, nearing the realm of Soul Emperor. Yet, given that they only needed to consume a certain amount of human Soul Master's essence blood to enhance their power rapidly, it was clear that the essence blood he absorbed was as vast as the ocean. Wu Yi, confronted with such an incomprehensible entity, would show no signs of hesitation, especially considering that the adversary was charging forward like a ravenous tiger pouncing on its prey. Wu Yi swiftly raised the summoner in his hand, conjuring the flame dragon armor with remarkable speed. As the opponent's tongue shot forth like lightning, he deftly executed a graceful roll to the side, effortlessly evading the attack. However, in that moment of evasion, the one to suffer was a soul master, who had already been reduced to a state akin to a desiccated corpse upon the wall. This soul master, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, was struck down by the blow, plummeting from this world like a falling star. Upon witnessing his fallen companion, Wu Yi cursed under his breath, damn it. He recognized that part of the blame lay with him, yet the greatest fault was his lack of strength. If only he possessed the power to summon the Emperor's armor, these adversaries would be nothing more than insignificant insects beneath his heel. As he observed the tongue, sharp as a sword, lunging toward him once more, Wu Yi rolled and dodged like a cunning rabbit. The distance was utterly unsuitable for a counterattack. There is a saying, a pistol is swifter from 10 paces away, while within 10 paces, a mobile device is both quick and precise. The lizardman's tongue struck with the speed and accuracy of a bullet, leaving Wu Yi floundering like a headless fly, unable to find an opportunity for retaliation. He regretted summoning the flame dragon armor. For reasons unknown, he had been impulsively drawn to it. Though this armor boasted formidable combat prowess akin to that of a war god, its overall capabilities were rather mediocre. In particular, its defense was laughably fragile. Akin to that of paper, even a slightly potent attack could shatter it like thin ice. With no immediate chance to counter, Wu Yi bellowed like a resounding bell. Yi Ling Ling, hasten to summon the Wind Falcon armor to aid me. Remember to use your soul technique to ensnare their lives as a candle flickers in the wind. The command of Wu Yi left nearly everyone bewildered, akin to a monk who cannot comprehend the situation. They grasped the latter half of the statement, but the former half eluded their understanding entirely. However, their confusion was inconsequential. Yi Ling Ling, upon hearing it, experienced an enlightening moment as if a divine revelation had struck her. Without hesitation, she drew forth a wooden crystal and struck it against her chest. Having undergone a similar experience before, she found this peculiar sensation to be second nature. Simultaneously, a pristine begonia flower erupted behind her like a dazzling firework, and streams of healing energy enveloped the captive individuals like gentle rays of warm sunlight. Perhaps due to the extraction of their lifeblood, although they felt a soothing sensation as their wounds healed swiftly, they also sensed that their primal power had not fully returned, resembling mere husks stripped of their souls. While she treated them, Yi Ling Ling was immobile. However, this did not imply that the Wind Eagle armor was likewise powerless. 2 Wind Eagle rings surged forth like lightning, swiftly reaching Wu Yi's side. One struck the lizardman like a sharp sword, while the other, akin to a hammer of tempered steel, forcefully interrupted his assault. This provided Wu Yi with a precious opportunity to catch his breath, akin to a parched land finally receiving much-needed rain. Wu Yi withdrew 2 dragon horns from his chest, merging them into a single fiery dart. With the force of flames, it soared from his hand, cleaving through the sky and sending several foolish half-orcs, eager to seize power amidst the chaos, flying. Do not just stand there, you 3. Come down and lend a hand. Wu Yi shouted, his voice echoing with urgency. In his frantic state, he had rushed out like an arrow released from a bow, believing his strength was as formidable as Mount Tai, capable of crushing these orcish pests. After all, when confronting that madman previously, his power had been more than sufficient. Yet he had not anticipated the astonishing speed at which the creations of that lunatic evolved. He had thought that facing the adversary alone would suffice, but now, confronted with an overwhelmingly powerful foe, if his companions did not act soon, the hostages, including the heir, might be devoured by the mindless half-orcs, akin to starving tigers pouncing on their prey. Upon witnessing his underlings being struck, the lizardman swiftly regained his composure like a flash of lightning. His soul rings floated around him like lively sprites, and suddenly, his form expanded, akin to a balloon being inflated. The scales on his body gleamed, becoming more rounded and smooth, radiating a captivating luster reminiscent of pearls. In that moment, all present were rendered speechless by astonishment. This creature was capable of employing soul techniques. It appeared that this soul technique was designed to enhance his physical constitution. Upon a fundamental assessment from its original state, the effects of the 2 soul techniques were a 100% increase in physical attributes and a 100% enhancement in defense. Furthermore, he had yet to summon his martial soul. It was likely that he himself was a beast, embodying his own martial soul. His soul rings and techniques were derived from ancestral memories, absorbing characteristics from other soul beasts like a sponge soaking up water. If that were the case, the implications would be dire indeed. The 5-in-1 flame boomerang, akin to a butterfly gracefully dancing through the air, is a variant of the boomerang. After striking down the lesser foes, it spun around like a top, poised to engage in a close encounter with the lizardman. In that fleeting moment, as the whirling boomerang made contact, its formidable force seemed to caress the lizardman's form as gently as a feather, barely stirring a ripple. Indeed, the flame boomerang experienced a slight recoil, had it not been for the guidance of the summoner's will upon the armored equipment. The retrieval of the weapon might have proven a considerable challenge for Wu Yi. As the weapon returned to Wu Yi's hand like a bird returning to its nest, the lizardman's gaze was filled with disdain. With an air of nonchalance, it casually brushed off its shoulder armor, as if merely removing a trivial speck of dust that had settled there earlier that day, exuding an air of utter indifference. Following this, it surprisingly exhibited a hint of human-like behavior, raising its right hand to make a provocative gesture towards Wu Yi, curling and uncurling its fingers in a taunting manner, as if to say, "Come at me again." The quintet could not help but be amused by its antics. This creature, one might argue, lacks the spirit of humanity, yet it exhibits certain gestures and expressions of provocation and disdain. Conversely, while it bears semblance to a human, its heart is saturated with an insatiable yearning for consumption. With one hand firmly grasping the flame dart and the other pressing a button, Wu Yi felt a slight tremor in the hand holding the weapon, akin to a butterfly fluttering its wings. The armor on the flame dart gently parted, resembling the blooming of a flower, and from the openings emerged two elongated blades. The weapon in his grasp transformed seamlessly from the flame dart into the flame blade, reminiscent of a phoenix undergoing rebirth. This weapon could be wielded with either one or both hands, allowing various movements to unleash different techniques. Although it lacked the formidable power of the demon sealing tablet, Wu Yi discovered that, as his strength continued to grow, he could still emit some energy attacks, albeit far weaker than those of the demon sealing tablet. Witnessing the lizardman's arrogant demeanor, Wu Yi could no longer tolerate it. He swung his arms, and two slashing strikes cut through the air like meteors, releasing two intersecting arcs of blade light that raced towards the lizardman with lightning speed. The lizardman, initially exuding an air of invincibility, quickly regained composure upon receiving the first arc. It swiftly turned, using its tough carapace to narrowly withstand the second strike. Despite Wu Yi's consecutive attacks, the arcs did not converge as if piling on top of one another. Otherwise, the lizardman would have had no chance to retaliate. The first arc struck its chest with the ferocity of a lightning bolt. Despite its rapid turn, it was precisely targeted by Wu Yi, and that strike cleaved through its chest armor, inflicting a wound deep enough to reach the bone. Remarkably, its back armor proved to be several times harder than the scales on its chest. The wounded lizardman seethed with rage, feeling humiliated by being harmed by a seemingly weaker foe. Its fury erupted, and a deafening roar filled the air, while 3 soul rings beneath it ignited like dancing flames. One white soul ring, resembling a miraculous healing spell, restored its grievous wound to pristine condition. The 2 yellow soul rings acted as enhancers, infusing power into its vital organs. Its tail thickened and elongated, resembling that of a mighty dragon, with the tip morphing into a broad trident that shimmered with a chilling light. Its limbs were shrouded in a layer of dark purple armor, presenting an impenetrable fortress, while its claws glistened ominously with sharpened edges. In a fit of rage, it struck a nearby tree, causing it to topple like a blade of grass in a tempest. The point of impact was marked by 3 gaping claw marks, a testament to its terrifying strength and penetrating power. Concurrently, a pale soul ring emerged on the tree, prompting a disdainful expression from the lizardman, soon replaced by an overwhelming desire. With a flick of its finger, the soul ring floated obediently above its head, and then it opened its gaping maw, akin to a hungry tiger pouncing on prey, shattering the soul ring as if it were merely a crisp biscuit, effortlessly devoured. In an instant, the soul power coursing through its body surged like a tidal wave. This astonishing spectacle left Wu Yi aghast, his heart racing as if caught in a tempest of dread. This creature had consumed the soul ring as if it were sustenance, augmenting its prowess in the process, a feat typically reserved for the more advanced soul beasts. Afterward, the lizardman let out a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air. And as it turned its gaze back to Wu Yi, its eyes seemed to convey a message: prepare yourself, insignificant prey. Chapter 72. If you can't win, change your strategy. Heavens, could this be the legendary miniature Godzilla? Wu Yi stared at the lizardman, whose eyes glowed a menacing crimson, like flames igniting in the dark, fixated on him and evoking an instinctual fear. The flame blade in his grip seemed to sense its master's trepidation, trembling slightly in response. With unwavering determination, Wu Yi positioned himself like a poised tiger, half-crouched and exuding an aura of readiness for battle. The lizardman, witnessing this, raised its head and let out a howl that resonated like derisive laughter from the depths of hell, reverberating painfully against the eardrums. In a swift motion, it advanced towards Wu Yi, closing the distance with the speed of a gale. Just as it approached, the lizardman abruptly halted. In the instant that Wu Yi was caught off guard, its thick, mutated tail lashed out like a venomous serpent, hurtling towards Wu Yi's face with astonishing speed. Fortunately, Yilingling's support arrived like a timely rain, as another wind eagle materialized, shielding Wu Yi with a protective barrier. Wu Yi was granted a fleeting opportunity for counterattack. The flame blade in his hand struck like a bolt of lightning, slashing upwards with great force against his opponent's back. However, the adversary's defensive prowess was astonishingly formidable. Wu Yi's strike merely left a faint mark upon its back. Upon witnessing the scene, Wu Yi immediately unleashed a downward strike. This blow descended like Mount Tai, its power astonishing. The once unyielding back armor, resilient as a rock, revealed a faint crack under the relentless assault of Wu Yi's 2 strikes. The pain emanating from the center of the fissure surged through the lizardman's entire body like a tidal wave. In that very moment of the strike, sparks erupted from its back, reminiscent of a dazzling fireworks display. The lizardman, caught off guard by this sudden onslaught, stumbled forward, straining with all its might to regain its balance. When it turned to face Wu Yi, the fury in its eyes blazed like an inferno, as if it sought to reduce Wu Yi to mere ashes. Had its gaze been a blade, Wu Yi would have likely been torn to shreds, obliterated into nothingness. Having successfully countered, Wu Yi raised a thumb towards the rear, his face aglow with a confident smile, radiant as the rising sun. Simultaneously, he recognized that the flame blade's cleaving strike fell short of achieving the perfect defensive effect in actual combat. Thus, he decisively cast aside this weapon and summoned a longbow enveloped in flames. This bow resembled a blazing sun, emanating an overwhelming aura capable of annihilating the very fabric of the universe. Wu Yi firmly grasped the longbow in his hand, and then, one by one, flaming projectiles shot forth like meteors towards the grotesque creatures. Each bizarre half-orc, upon being struck, was instantly engulfed in a roaring inferno, resembling a straw man set ablaze, reduced to ashes in less than a minute. After executing this feat, Wu Yi felt as though his physical and mental strength had been entirely depleted, akin to a flood breaching its dam. At that moment, a familiar energy surged within him like a tumultuous tide, and an inexhaustible vigor erupted forth like a volcano. He turned to see Lin Bei standing resolutely in a fortified offensive position, with his divine assistance. Wu Yi distinctly sensed a significant decline in the combat prowess of the lizard men. He swiftly raised his longbow and unleashed a barrage of arrows upon the lizard men like a tempest. The unsuspecting lizard men watched helplessly as the fireballs approached, enduring the full brunt of the fiery onslaught. In an instant, thick black smoke billowed from their chests. Almost immediately, a dense cloud of smoke enveloped the area surrounding the lizard men, plunging both sides into a realm of utter darkness. Retreat. Wu Yi and Lin Bei simultaneously heard a furious shout. Instantly, they sensed each other's thoughts and swiftly withdrew with the swiftness of a gust of wind. A concentrated cloud of toxic gas surged forth like a tumultuous sea of mist, sweeping toward the direction of the lizard men. As the noxious fumes enveloped him like the fangs of a demon, the lizard man burst forth with the force of a wild stallion, charging out with overwhelming momentum. In a fleeting moment of inspiration, Wu Yi realized that the lizard's breathing was as languid as a snail's crawl, causing it to inhale the toxic gas in a trickle so minuscule that it was nearly imperceptible. Fortunately, at this juncture, Lin Bei's supportive soul skill had yet to be severed, remaining well within a controllable range. In a decisive moment, Wu Yi cast aside the flame dragon armor and effortlessly summoned the black rhinoceros armor, moving with an elegance akin to flowing water. Thus, with a reduction and an increase, even though endowed with 3 soul rings, Wu Yi's inherent weakness upon the removal of his armor persisted, shadowing him relentlessly. Fortunately, the depletion of energy was adeptly transferred to his opponent, much like the shifting of debt, through Ling Bei's auxiliary soul skills. At the very instant Wu Yi transitioned his armor, the lizard man's entire form visibly shrank, resembling a deflated balloon. His previously agile stride faltered, clearly suffering the consequences of Wu Yi's passive effect. Once clad in the black rhinoceros armor, Wu Yi exhibited no hesitation, launching himself towards the lizard man with the swiftness of an arrow released from its bow. The rhinoceros horns upon his armor glimmered ominously with a chilling light, as he vowed to determine whether the lizard man's defenses were as solid as rock or if the black rhinoceros armor offered impenetrable protection. In an instant, a powerful strike akin to the weight of Mount Tai crashed into the lizard man, sending him reeling backward, dazed and disoriented, much like a kite severed from its string. Wu Yi suddenly turned, his stance wide and his body bent low, with the massive rhinoceros horn atop his head resembling a sharp sword aimed directly at the lizard man's chest. In an instant, all his strength concentrated at the tip of the horn, as if a dam had burst, unleashing a torrent of power. With a tremendous force erupting from his feet, he struck with the ferocity of a volcanic eruption. The ground beneath him, struck by this overwhelming force, spread outwards like a web, extending nearly 5 meters. His attack was merciless. If Wu Yi had only unleashed a tenth of his power during the exchange match, now he was exerting a full 200%. The match merely sought to determine a victor, whereas this battle was a matter of life and death. The lizard man's armor was as hard as steel. Though he suffered immense pain, akin to 1,000 ants gnawing at his heart, the damage was limited to cracks of varying degrees across his body. The excruciating agony surged over him like a tidal wave, causing him to gasp sharply as he unwittingly inhaled vast quantities of toxic mist. In that moment, the lizard man resembled a frenzied beast, roaring and stomping in place, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks from every part of his body. Yet these strikes, like arrows spent, fell short and failed to inflict any harm upon Wu Yi. Chapter 73, a dreadful memory. As Wu Yi watched the lizard man struggle in vain, he recognized that the creature's life flickered like a candle in the wind. He had experienced that illusory realm himself, where regardless of one's strength, the opponent's power would always match one's own. The injuries inflicted would inevitably rebound upon oneself, while any assault from the adversary would strike like a venomous serpent, causing varying degrees of harm. Under this dual assault, the lizard man's eyes, ears, mouth, and nose bled a greenish liquid, his body oozing with crimson, tainted by a purplish toxin, akin to a curse from a demon, coupled with the skills of Douluo. The poison within the lizard man erupted more violently with each passing moment, reminiscent of a volcanic explosion. Following one final, tumultuous outburst, perhaps stemming from an agonizing organ deep within, the lizard man miraculously broke free from the clutches of the illusion. His eyes burned red, as if they might burst. Yet his body was at its end, devoid of any capacity for resistance. I just want to grow stronger. What is wrong with that? This sentiment escaped his lips once more. In former times, Wu Yi might have felt pity for the emergence of such a monster. However, at this moment, he would not allow the splendid opportunity to vanquish his foe to slip away. For as he uttered those words, a fierce light flickered in his eyes. Though he was weak, his gaze was that of a starving wolf, fixated upon Douluo Yin, the source of his torment. With an animalistic instinct, he possessed an extraordinary sensitivity to his attacker, and as he broke free from the hallucinatory poison, he honed in on Douluo Yin's position like a hawk. The unified force of 5 would grant him no opportunity for retaliation. As if endowed with foresight, the meteor gun had, in a flash, found itself clasped in his hand. With a mere horizontal slash, it was as effortless as slicing through vegetables. A flicker of unwillingness finally surfaced in the creature's eyes. Akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky, ephemeral and fleeting. In an instant, his head was propelled 3 to 4 meters away. As though it were a ball launched by a fountain. His body crumpled forward, collapsing like a dog stripped of its spine. And then fell to the ground in a state of utter debilitation. As the venom of Douluo Yin erupted within the adversary like a volcano, Yilingling unhesitatingly shed her armor, dedicating herself entirely to employing her healing soul techniques for the injured. Since Miyo's injuries were not severe, merely a consequence of excessive blood loss over 2 days, she was left somewhat anemic, under the miraculous influence of Yilingling's restorative abilities. Miyo's condition gradually returned to normal, making her the sole individual among the many who sustained injuries in this incident without suffering lasting damage. In stark contrast, the other Soul Masters faced grievous injuries that compromised their foundations, causing their ranks to plummet nearly 10 levels. While the most severely wounded among them were left in a state of despair, akin to withered corpses, no amount of Yilingling's healing energy, flowing like nourishing rain, could assuage their physical pain, let alone soothe the abyssal torment within their souls. Had it not been for humanitarian considerations, granting them a swift end would have been far more merciful than prolonging their suffering. After providing Mir with sustenance and water, she recounted an alternate version of events. When she first accepted the mission, doubts had already begun to ripple through her mind, for it mirrored the deeds of that madman too closely. Anxious and apprehensive of another such individual arising within the Soul Master community, she had, without consulting Wu Yi, taken the initiative to undertake the task. Upon her arrival at the designated location, she immediately recalled the possibilities conjured by Wu Yi's imagination. However, her explorations in the preceding days had yielded no trace of such a lunatic. Just as they were preparing to search for one more day, an unexpected turn of events occurred. After all, Soul Masters are human too, requiring sleep to rejuvenate their strength. On the final night of their watch, it was Mir's turn to take over. Before she could step outside the tent, the commotion of hurried footsteps reached her ears, followed by the sounds of struggle from the accompanying teacher. Acting swiftly, she awakened another instructor. Yet, upon exiting the tent, they found they were too late. The night watch teacher had already been taken. Nonetheless, the trail left in the nocturnal forest was glaring, and the two pursued it without hesitation. To their astonishment, the leader of their captors turned out to be a soul beast adorned with a soul ring, boasting a cultivation level exceeding 50. In a matter of moments, during the attempt to shield Mir's escape, the other teacher was also captured. Mir had had the chance to escape back to the academy for assistance, but the location where the two teachers were seized was not the enemy's tribe. Thus, even if she returned for help, it was uncertain whether she could locate the lizard men upon her return. Consequently, she took the perilous risk of stealthily following the half-beast S-group to their lair. Believing herself undetected, she infiltrated the core of their stronghold, only to discover that it was a trap set by the lizardman. Upon hearing these revelations, Wu Yi could not help but marvel at the lizardman's cunning, possessing skills akin to ensnaring one into their own demise. Just as Mir was preparing to retreat for assistance, the lizardman leader, like a specter, lay in wait at the entrance of the lair, which was precisely why she fell victim to capture. Those half-beasts, seemingly devoid of intellect, each bore a pristine soul ring. They had witnessed the lizardman elevate its prowess by feasting on human blood, leaving them ravenous for the essence of humanity. The lizardman was not only their creator but also commanded their reverence. Only through exceptional performance could one hope to earn a taste of that precious human blood. Thus, one after another, Soul Masters were imprisoned by the lizardman, akin to livestock in confinement. The lizardman possessed a peculiar ability to discern among the throng those human beings endowed with greater potential. Subsequently, it categorized and confined individuals like Mir, who were drained of blood every 2 to 3 days, while others were bled once every couple of days, or even 2 to 3 times daily. This is why several rescued Soul Masters appeared so emaciated, as though they were mere husks of their former selves. Upon hearing these harrowing accounts, 2 of the girls among the 5 could not suppress their feelings of fear. Wu Yi took a moment to recuperate his weary body before invoking his soul technique to summon the fiery dragon armor. He strode directly into the depths of the tribal lair. Chapter 74. Suppression. Chapter 75. 3 years alas, why am I once again being relentlessly pursued? A torrential downpour of explosive arrows engulfed the entire duel arena, leaving Yu Tianhing in a state of utter disarray as he scrambled for cover. 3 years had elapsed since the last cataclysmic event, and the 6 of them had seamlessly entered the Royal Advanced Academy of Tiando with exceptional achievements. Alongside them progressed the 2 original deans. At their age, aspiring for greater heights seemed nearly insurmountable. It could be asserted that becoming a Soul Emperor would be the pinnacle of their lives. Fortunately, thanks to Wu He, he frequently visited Douluo's medicinal valley to gather familiar celestial herbs, which he meticulously prepared into delectable medicinal dishes. From time to time, he would present a portion to the 2 deans. Over time, their once withered roots flourished anew, as the frailty of old age that had diminished their meridians revived with vitality. Unexpectedly, within a mere 3 years, they had both ascended to the rank of Soul Sage, significantly enhancing their combat prowess. Upon achieving the status of Soul Sage, they qualified to teach at the Advanced Soul Master Academy. Initially, Wu He had advised his mentors to remain as deans at the Junior Academy, arguing that it was preferable to being an ordinary teacher at a higher institution. After all, it is better to be a leader among the lowly than a follower among the esteemed. However, the dean's rationale was rather tenuous. As if they longed to witness their grandson's marriage and progeny, they yearned to see Wu He embark on a more formidable journey. Of course, during these 3 years, Wu He and his companions did not squander their time. Mier spent over a year gradually overcoming the shadows of past events. Yet perhaps it was precisely due to these shadows that she managed to surpass the crucial threshold of level 40 in less than half a year. At this moment, the highest level among them was merely 37, and that individual was Lin Bei. The cultivation speed of a support-type Soul Master outpaced that of several Battle Soul Masters, which was truly astonishing. While Mier successfully secured her position as the leader, her choice of the 4th soul skill surprisingly diverged from Wu He's recommendations. Perhaps the lingering impact of past events left an indelible mark on her heart, leading her to select a displacement-type skill. Arrow exchange. Within a minute, she can interchange positions with an arrow she has shot, moving with an ethereal grace. Dragon's Roar effect. Upon exchanging positions, a phantom remains at the original location, paralyzing the opponent for 3 seconds if struck, akin to a lightning bolt immobilizing the enemy. Phoenix's Call effect. After the exchange, a phantom appears at the original spot, capable of releasing energy arrows towards opponents within a 5-meter radius, with a chance to trigger a paralysis effect, sweeping through like a tempest, leaving foes with no escape. At first glance, this soul skill may appear unremarkable, merely a displacement skill with a control effect. However, once it synergizes with her previous 3 skills, its effects become astonishing, particularly since she already possessed a skill called Multitude of Arrows, allowing her to unleash 5 to 10 arrows in rapid succession. When combined with her 3rd skill, Surround, her shooting rate triples, expanding the coverage of her 2nd skill similarly. Not only is the effect of her 3rd skill magnified infinitely, but if she employs her 4th skill to maneuver, once her opponent falls into her meticulously arranged encirclement, even without utilizing the Dragon's Roar or Phoenix's Call effects, an ordinary Soul Master would find themselves nearly defenseless. Even Wu Yi could not help but praise this exquisite maneuver. Although she did not heed Wu Yi's guidance regarding soul rings, his prowess in soul hunting was undeniable. They successfully captured a phantom lightning leopard, nearing 10,000 years in age, a creature that shimmered like the brightest star in the night sky. Their daily training resembled spectacular duels, with various combinations akin to pieces on a chessboard, ensuring fairness as Wu Yi refrained from utilizing soul techniques. Perhaps due to the infrequent use of soul techniques, Wu Yi's cultivation speed was akin to a snail's pace. However, his physical strength and mastery of various weapons underwent a transformative rebirth, evolving from an ignorant youth into a master of unparalleled skill. In summary, while others focused on cultivating soul power over the past 3 years, he dedicated himself to honing his physical prowess. Having weathered the storms of life, he was determined to tear apart the protective umbrella of others. Wu Yi was acutely aware of the inherent frailty of soul masters, who were often vulnerable to their enemies' keen observations of their physical shortcomings. Their lack of robust constitution made it exceedingly difficult to withstand even a couple of enemy soul techniques, and once they found themselves at a disadvantage, reversing the tide of battle became an arduous endeavor. Thus, employing various pretexts, Wu Yi summoned the other 5 individuals to join him in rigorous training each day. For every 100 push-ups he performed, the others were obliged to complete 50. If he ran 10 kilometers, they were required to run at least 5. After 3 years of relentless effort, all participants experienced significant improvements across various dimensions, akin to bamboo shoots emerging after a spring rain. Even Yu Tianheng mastered the combat mode of complete dragon-scale transformation, and Wu Yi imparted to him, without reservation, the combat skills he had once witnessed in an anime. Today, Yu Tianheng stands as a paragon among his peers, exuding an aura of formidable power that instills fear. Even when his soul power was depleted, he could assert with unwavering confidence that, given a mere breath of lightning attribute soul power, he could endure for an additional 3 minutes. As he gazed upon a hail of arrows descending like locusts, severing all avenues of retreat, he swiftly transformed his body entirely into dragon scales. The lightning coursing through him danced joyfully between the scales, weaving a defense as solid as rock and as steadfast as a mountain. In this form, even without unleashing soul techniques, his defensive capabilities surged to unprecedented heights. As the last of the arrows fell, Yu Tianheng, well-versed in Mi-Er's soul techniques, recognized the necessity of escaping the enveloping danger with the speed of an arrow released from its bow. Yet, Mi-Er was equally cognizant of his dragon scale traits. In that fleeting moment, she executed a seamless transposition with the arrows embedded in the ground. Before Yu Tianheng could extricate himself from the encirclement, he felt a chilling sensation slither up his spine, as a gleaming dagger, sharp as a serpent's fang, pressed against his throat. You're out. Chapter 76. One more needed, is that so? Yu Tianheng remarked with a slight smirk, as he swiftly retreated like a flash of lightning, rushing towards the doppelganger created by Mi-Er's soul technique. In an instant, the doppelganger unleashed a thunderous surge, sending a thread-like current towards Yu Tianheng, poised to paralyze him. He deftly redirected the current within his body, gathering the feeble energy released by the doppelganger, which coalesced into a sphere the size of an apple. Without hesitation, he consumed it, relishing the sensation as if indulging in a delectable delicacy, and swallowed it down. The moment he did, a torrent of power surged through him like a flood breaching a dam. In mere moments, the lightning energy within him erupted like a volcano, amplifying his strength by 30%. At this juncture, if he were to unleash a soul technique, its effects would undoubtedly be as tempestuous as a raging storm. This remarkable ability, honed over the past 3 years under Wu Hiyi's guidance, was a special soul technique known as consuming lightning. Consuming lightning, by ingesting elemental energy that matches his own level, it invigorates his body, granting him a substantial enhancement proportional to his level, or allowing him to temporarily restore a corresponding amount of soul power even in a state of near depletion. However, this effect is ephemeral, lasting but a fleeting minute. Now, with his soul power at level 36, after consuming the subtle currents provided by Mi-Er's technique, he instantaneously boosted his lightning attribute soul power by 36. Simultaneously, his physical prowess blossomed like spring bamboo nourished by rain, as he exerted force through his legs, transforming his hands into dragon claws, unleashing his first soul technique with the ferocity of an erupting volcano. Yet, Mi-Er seemed to have anticipated his intentions, a barely perceptible smile gracing her lips. As she vanished like a specter, Yu Tianheng, propelled forward like an arrow released from its bow, found himself with no chance of retreat. Upon triggering the trap Mi-Er had left behind, he was instantly subjected to a 5-fold gravitational suppression, immobilized as if entrapped by an unyielding force. Mi-Er, standing leisurely behind him, shook her head with a hint of exasperation and softly stated, I told you it was over. Why do you still struggle? With that, she turned away from the small arena, leaving Yu Tianheng alone in his predicament. At that moment, Wu Hiyi entered, cradling a report like a precious treasure. A new edition of the Continental Soul Master Elite Tournament is about to commence, and this year, we will represent the second team of the Tiando Empire. Upon hearing this exhilarating news, the others erupted in joy, leaping with the exuberance of fireworks igniting the night sky. However, Yu Tianheng remained, akin to a solitary shadow abandoned in a dark corner, lingering within the gravitational field, enveloped in sorrow. As the days drew closer to the competition, Yu Tianheng could not help but reflect on the formidable laws governing the Douluo continent, akin to a towering mountain that commands reverence. Despite his tireless efforts to cultivate the strength of his teammates, their progress resembled a frozen lake, stagnant and sluggish as a snail's pace. With the competition nearing, Yu Tianheng found his cultivation level scarcely differing from that of his initial appearance years ago. Nonetheless, it was a blessing that Wu Hiyi had keenly identified this issue 2 years prior. Like a stern lion, he compelled everyone to engage in rigorous body training. Although the overall strength of the team remained akin to that of soul masters around level 30, their physical capabilities were not inferior to those of an average soul king. With time still on their side, Wu Hiyi resolved to further enhance their practical combat experience. While the team often undertook missions from the academy, gaining substantial experience through external trials, the essence of true combat, where life and death hung in the balance, was a realm they had yet to fully explore. Wu Hiyi issued a command to Mi-Er, akin to a royal decree, instructing him to lead the remaining 4 individuals to the Soul Duel arena for training. He mandated that all must secure a gold medal within a month, while ensuring that no combatant would inflict lethal harm upon their opponents in every match. This directive loomed over Yu Tianheng and Douluo Yin like an oppressive mountain, leaving them breathless. Their fighting styles, one employing poison and the other immobilization, were inherently deadly, prompting a specific rule to restrict their methods. Meanwhile, Wu Hiyi had a matter of utmost importance to attend to, meticulously selecting and rigorously evaluating the final member of their team. After all, the Elite Soul Master competition stipulated that each squad must comprise at least 7 participants. Should he refrain from assembling the team himself and instead await the Academy's assignment, there was a significant risk that another support Soul Master would be designated. Presently, the team already included 2 support Soul Masters. One served as a formidable backbone, ensuring the preservation of the group's stamina, soul power, and mental fortitude, while the other acted as a timely elixir, facilitating swift recovery from physical injuries. It could be said that this team encompassed every facet of an individual. Thus, at this moment, It was imperative to seek out the candidate whose attributes aligned most harmoniously with the team's development needs. Wu Hee is indeed a product of careful contemplation. He identifies himself as a formidable assault-type soul master, capable of seamlessly transitioning between defense and offense. Yu Tianhong, without a doubt, epitomizes the essence of a powerful offensive soul master. While his soul skills possess some control capabilities, they cannot obscure the overwhelming advantages of his assault classification. The control-type members, Dong Gu Yin and Mi Er, serve as both long-range support and mobile firepower output. Nevertheless, the most scarce types within the entire team are undoubtedly the assassin and tank roles. Throughout these 3 years, Wu Hee has not only honed his skills with the discipline of an ascetic, but has also devoted considerable time to cultivating connections within the school. Initially, he did not concern himself with the completeness of his team, primarily focusing on his own strength. However, as the competition drew near, he awoke to the realization that 7 participants were required to compete. Reluctantly, he returned to his old habits, burning the midnight oil to meticulously devise a plan that would integrate the diverse soul master classmates he had encountered over the years. Ultimately, only 2 individuals captured his attention, one of whom was the junior he intended to visit today. This particular junior is quite unique. Over the past 3 years, regardless of the tasks assigned to her, she has operated like a solitary swan, rarely engaging with others, appearing exceedingly reclusive. Yet, those who have collaborated with her once find themselves awestruck, as if drawn by an irresistible magnet, a phenomenon that deeply intrigues Wu Hee. Chapter 77. The Seizure According to Various Sources. This junior is a frequent visitor to the practice rooms for puppetry. Wu Hee suddenly realized that this was yet another individual strikingly similar to his own team, a gradually becoming madman. It is said that once this junior activates her training mode, she becomes utterly engrossed, oblivious to the passage of time. The frequent calls to her from the training room stem from her tendency to exceed the predetermined time limits, and more crucially, the time spent beyond those limits comes at no cost. It appears that her temperament is indeed quite extraordinary. Before long, Wu Hei arrived at this junior's training chamber, where an array of dismembered training dummies lay scattered about like remnants of a battlefield. The scene was shockingly gruesome and violent. Just as he was about to step into the room, a ghostly voice suddenly resonated behind him. Wu Hei swung his fist backward with formidable force, only to grasp at thin air. In that moment, he detected a trace of astonishment emanating from the faint sound of breathing. Throughout his 3 years at the academy, there had been graduates each year, as well as new students joining the ranks. It could be said that Wu Hei, in terms of both experience and reputation, was a household name, a luminary among his peers. While encountering him might elicit a sense of excitement, it surely should not render one speechless with surprise. Wu Hei pondered in silence. "It is indeed you." The girl slowly stepped out from the shadows, her finger pointed directly at Wu Hei's nose as she spoke. Wu Hei scrutinized the junior before him, yet no matter how he examined her, he could not discern any connection between them. However, he was utterly convinced that there were no romantic entanglements between himself and this young lady. Nevertheless, observing her attitude towards him, one might think he owed her a significant sum of money. "How about we step out for a drink?" Wu Hei glanced at the girl, who appeared fierce and formidable, her slightly annoyed expression almost pressing against him. Wu Hei, akin to a startled rabbit, hastily retreated, uttering words in astonishment. Upon realizing that he had completely forgotten her, the girl felt her inner fury erupt like a volcano. She indignantly pondered how someone so charming and delightful as herself could be so easily overlooked. However, after a brief sigh, she swiftly composed herself. Extending her delicate right hand, as white and tender as lotus roots, she sweetly introduced herself. "Hello, I am Miao Miao. Pleased to make your acquaintance." Captivated by her playful and adorable demeanor, as well as her bashful expression, Wu Hei instinctively reached out his hand. Just as their hands met in a handshake, the girl suddenly spoke up. "I have heard that you are seeking me to invite me to join your team, as your recent endeavor is to participate in the elite Soul Master competition across the continent." Wu Hei nodded slightly, her tone resolute as she declared, "Indeed. Our team is 1 member short. Once we recruit another, we will meet the minimum requirements for the competition." She continued, "If you wish for me to join, I am more than willing. I have always preferred a challenge over ease. As long as you can defeat me, I shall comply with any request." With that, a mischievous smile graced the corners of her lips. She struck the palm of Wu Hei's hand, using the momentum to propel herself like a delicate butterfly, gracefully returning to the shadows of the training room. Wu Hei glanced at the bruised palm in his hand, and a girl's voice echoed in his ears. "Are you ready?" Wu Hei shook his hand and nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, a figure emerged from the shadows, and upon closer inspection, Wu Hei could not help but exclaim in astonishment, "Mir, what brings you here?" For stepping out from the shadows was none other than Mir, the person Wu Hei knew most intimately. However, the Mir before him appeared shrouded in a veil of dark mist, imparting an air of mystery and strangeness. Before Wu Hei could react, Mi Er, akin to a swift and agile leopard, swiftly drew her familiar bow and arrow, launching a fierce assault upon him. Her gaze was as frigid as ice, resolute as a mountain, as if she were a complete stranger. As Wu He beheld Mier charging towards him with the swiftness of a startled rabbit, he found himself devoid of any inclination to engage in battle. However, Mier would not readily forfeit such a rare opportunity for offense. Countless arrows descended upon him like a swarm of locusts, enveloping Wu He in an instant. At that moment, he harbored no desire to fight, for the Mier before him was evidently not the person he once knew. Although her soul techniques bore similarities to those previously witnessed, it was clear that the figure behind her was not the one he held in his heart. Wu He could finally display the fruits of his 3 years of labor without reservation. From his lower back, he drew forth a 3-section staff, a weapon that transformed like a transformer, capable of disassembly and reassembly. After a simple configuration, it could become a pair of nunchaku of varying lengths or a solid iron pillar measuring up to 1.80 meters. Even when wielded as a 3-section staff, it felt as natural as an extension of his own body, drawing upon the patterns of Mier's soul skills that lingered in his memory. Wu He effortlessly evaded the trap laid before him. Witnessing his successful escape, the girl, her temper flaring like a provoked lioness, unleashed a skill reminiscent of Mier's 4th soul skill, preparing to engage Wu He in close combat. However, this intention was nothing short of self-sabotage, as she unwittingly fell into the carefully orchestrated trap set by Wu He. If meticulous planning were to be ranked, Wu He would undoubtedly claim the top position. Just as the girl believed she was on the verge of success, Wu He moved like the wind, delivering 2 swift strikes that sent her back to her original form with the force of a mountain crushing an egg. In that fleeting moment, Wu He experienced an indescribable sense of familiarity, akin to a long-lost friend whose essence could not be adequately articulated. Good. You are impressive. The girl, now reverted to her original state, retreated rapidly like a startled rabbit. Once a sufficient distance was established, a pair of colorful gloves materialized in her hands. The right glove bore a deep purple soul ring, twinkling like stars in the night sky. 4th soul skill, seize. With a commanding shout, Wu He suddenly felt as though something crucial had been extracted from his being. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a green crystal had appeared in the girl's hand, resembling a brilliant emerald. At that moment, the girl gazed at the crystal with a face full of confusion and astonishment. Her 4th soul skill, seize, allowed her to randomly take 1 skill from her opponent for a brief 30 minutes. However, she never anticipated that she would seize a stone the size of a human head, leaving her at a loss regarding its use. The girl intended to stow the stone in her pouch, yet the moment it brushed against her skin, it vanished like magic, and a suit of armor enveloped her in a flash. Chapter 78. Shock. What on earth? Wu He exclaimed, his face a mask of bewilderment. He glanced at himself and then at her, inwardly musing over the peculiar circumstance that allowed his skills to be passively utilized. He muttered to himself, will this passive drain my energy or hers? However, the one most astonished was undoubtedly Meow Meow. Her soul skill was designed to seize a skill not exceeding her cultivation limit. With Wu Yi's cultivation hovering just above 30 levels, she could readily claim any soul skill. Yet, she was utterly unprepared for the revelation that, after seizing it, she could bypass Wu Yi's limitations and directly trigger the passive ability, summoning the Wind Eagle armor. But this summoning proved problematic. Meow Meow was able to unleash the full potential of the armor with formidable prowess. At level 56, her Soul King's strength struck like a bolt of lightning, leaving the inexperienced Meow Meow utterly dumbfounded. A single, colossal question mark filled her mind. Am I not at level 42? How did I suddenly reach level 56? She covered her face with her hands, as if the entire world had collapsed around her. Yet, she was no fool. After merely a few seconds of existential doubt, realization dawned upon her. This soul skill belonged to Wu He, and its effects were indeed astonishing. She intended to remark on his apparent strength, but hesitated, recognizing that formidable skills inevitably come with formidable restrictions. The words caught in her throat were swallowed back. At that moment, she chose not to dwell on such matters. What was seized was rightfully hers, and the ability to wield the soul skill sufficed. There was no need for further contemplation. With the wind at her feet, she surged forward like an arrow released from its bow, racing toward Wu He with unparalleled speed. Wu He had encountered others utilizing his Wind Eagle armor before. He remained composed, exhibiting no signs of distress. With a swift motion, his 3-section staff seamlessly transformed into a formidable steel rod, employing a fluid and graceful Tai Chi technique to effortlessly deflect the incoming fist aside. Wu He, akin to a cunning hare, swiftly retreated to a place of safety and summoned the Flame Dragon Armor Summoner. At that moment, 3 soul rings stood like loyal sentinels, capable of sustaining the armor for a full 15 minutes, with the soul power consumption drastically reduced to 65. Even if the ensuing confrontation ended in a stalemate, he would still possess ample soul power to endure. Unless, of course, the opponent's method of summoning armor through a predatory approach also counted against Wu He, in which case he would truly be at a loss. Witnessing her attacks effortlessly neutralized left Meow Meow in a state of profound astonishment. After all, she held the cultivation of a Soul King at level 56, while her opponent was merely in the 30s. How could he so easily deflect her assaults? Her face was etched with disbelief. Yet, the reality remained unchanged. Resolute, she decided to attempt once more, and in the blink of an eye, her figure vanished abruptly. Wu He is acutely aware that the opponent has fully unleashed the maximum velocity of the Wind Eagle armor. When Wu Wei donned the Fengying armor, he never contemplated pushing its speed to the extremes. To his astonishment, others, when utilizing this armor, were able to harness this attribute to an extraordinary pinnacle. Without the slightest hesitation, Wu He immediately summoned the Flame Dragon armor. At this moment, only the Flame Dragon armor could stand against the Wind Eagle armor in a contest of supremacy. Although the Black Rhino armor possesses ample defensive capabilities, it would undoubtedly appear somewhat clumsy when faced with an opponent who could wield their armor to such an extent. While it may be capable of passive defense, it could never hope to graze even the slightest edge of the Wind Eagle armor. The eventual outcome could only lead to two possible paths. Either both armors would exhaust their energy until the time expired, or the energy of the Black Rhino armor would be depleted before its adversaries, for even passive defense requires energy consumption. Wu He has never been a man who hides behind others. Thus, barring extraordinary circumstances, he would never resort to absolute defensive measures to shield himself. An ancient sage once proclaimed, "The best defense is a good offense." Consequently, summoning the Flame Dragon armor was the most prudent decision at this juncture. Upon the summoning of the Flame Dragon armor, Wu He's cultivation level instantly became commensurate with Miao Miao's. Although his mobility could not rival the Windhawk armor, his vision had become akin to a shadow, now capable of discerning even the faintest traces of movement. Miao Miao lunged at him like a famished tiger, delivering a left hook aimed at Wu He, who, with the grace of a leisurely stroll, skillfully executed the initial stance of the wild horse parting mane, effortlessly intercepting her punch. In a seamless continuation, he employed the exquisite technique of Tai Chi, using softness to overcome hardness, and effortlessly threw Miao Miao over his shoulder, sending her crashing against the wall of the training room. In an instant, a human-shaped dent appeared in the wall, vividly resembling someone embedded within. Miao Miao tumbled to the ground from the pit in the wall, and though the armor offered her protection, she felt no significant pain. Yet a lingering shadow of humiliation remained in her heart. Realizing her opponent had indeed summoned armor, it was no surprise that their strengths were evenly matched. Yet, how could it be that despite this parity in power, the gap felt so vast? Miao Miao, filled with indignation, pounded the ground with her fists, her face resolutely etched with defiance. 3 years ago, he had dared to treat her thus. Today, she vowed to avenge her former disgrace. The compound eyes of the Windhawk armor gleamed with a fierce light as she summoned the Windhawk sword, her soul energy surging like a tidal wave into the blade. She keenly sensed an icy chill clinging to the sword, yet at this moment, she had no time to dwell on it. All she needed to do was to unleash her full strength. The armor would take care of the rest. Wu He could not help but lament why he felt so clumsy when donning the armor. While even the most casual passerby seemed able to unleash its formidable power with remarkable finesse, perhaps even surpassing it. Although he was unable to execute the lethal skill, Gale Stab, he found it relatively effortless to concentrate his soul energy and release sword aura through the Wind Eagle sword. Yet, this seemingly trivial technique took him months of diligent practice to master, while others appeared to grasp it effortlessly in an instant. Wu He could not help but harbor profound doubts regarding his own talent and intuition. As his opponent began to gather strength, Wu He resolved to confront him head-on. With a crisp sound from the clapper in his hand, he summoned the iconic weapon of the Flame Dragon armor, the Blazing Blade. Concentrating his soul power upon the blade, it coalesced like rivers converging into the sea, transforming the twin edges of the sword into two fiery dragons that emanated a searing and rich wave of heat. Miao Miao, having completed her own energy gathering first, unleashed a torrent of sword energy that surged forward like a wild stallion. The moisture in the air seemed enchanted, morphing into razor-sharp blades of ice that rained down upon Wu He like a tempest. Just as the assault approached him with the weight of a mountain, Wu He's own energy accumulation reached its zenith. Spinning like a top, he rolled with both blade and body, murmuring incantations as if invoking ancient powers. Flame Crescent Slash. Chapter 79. Surrender, Narrow Victory. Wu He whimsically designated his energy accumulation with a name that resonated with an awe-inspiring grandeur. In an instant, two skills collided with the ferocity of meteors. One manifested as a searing flame, soaring like a dragon, while the other emerged as a frigid storm, akin to the descent of primordial ice. The clash of these two extreme forces resulted in a cataclysmic explosion, leaving a gaping chasm in the wall of the training room. Reminiscent of a celestial abyss, the thunderous roar echoed through the air, akin to a colossal stone plunging into a lake, drawing a tide of curious students who rushed to witness the spectacle. As anticipated, the Academy's enforcement team arrived with the swiftness of a tempest mere minutes later. Such seismic upheaval easily misled the academy into believing an external threat had emerged. Before long, several formidable figures descended nearby like soaring birds. Meanwhile, the training room, where the two had battled, resembled a scene ravaged by a tempest. Chaos reigned, dust billowed, and a dense fog obscured all visibility. Only the powerful soul masters, with their keen sensitivity to soul power, could discern that within the tumultuous chamber, two weakened beings were locked in opposition. The outcome of the recent confrontation had been determined. Both their energy reserves had been utterly depleted, and the duration of their armor's fusion had reached its conclusion. At the moment of impact, both combatants, like startled birds, instinctively braced for the aftermath of the explosion, leading them to simultaneously disengage from their armored states. In that fleeting moment of release, Wu He was engulfed by a familiar sense of helplessness, surging forth like an overwhelming tide. Throughout 3 years of rigorous training, he had summoned his armor on only a handful of occasions, each time with Lin Bei by his side to alleviate the burden. It had been an eternity since he had last experienced such profound weakness. Nevertheless, the physical conditioning he had undergone over the years had imparted him with a certain resilience to this feeling of impotence. In fact, he had come to relish it. Each session of physical training culminated in sheer exhaustion, where he relinquished all control over his strength, yet with every subsequent rest, he emerged distinctly more powerful. Conversely, Miao Miao's internal sensations were starkly different. She had not anticipated that the side effects of Wu He's soul skill would be so overwhelming, consuming a staggering 65% of her soul power, physical stamina, and mental acuity in an instant. She felt akin to a flickering candle in a tempest, precariously close to extinguishing. This was her inaugural encounter with such intense vulnerability. The fear originating from within her expanded like an invisible hand, amplifying her sense of weakness to the point of believing she was utterly depleted. Having utilized Wu He's skill for a mere 5 minutes, she knew she had an additional 25 minutes at her disposal. Concentrating once more, she summoned a crystal in her right hand. Yet it bore no resemblance to the vibrant emerald it had once been. Instead, it appeared as a dull, lifeless stone, devoid of vitality. Gently, she brought the crystal closer to her body, but the instantaneous fusion she had experienced earlier did not occur. The crystal remained unchanged. In that moment, she contemplated a possibility. The utilization of this skill necessitated abundant physical strength, soul power, and mental acuity. Otherwise, it could not be manifested. At that instant, Miao Miao felt a mixture of exasperation and amusement. She had appropriated another's skill only for it to become unusable for him. And now, after a single attempt, she found herself rendered incapable, leaving the remaining time seemingly futile. Through the wall, now breached by the explosion, sunlight pierced like arrows into the mist, revealing a figure slowly rising, while she remained, akin to an injured kitten, helplessly slumped on the ground. With a sorrowful smile, she raised her right hand and weakly proclaimed, "I concede, I shall join your team." Perhaps it was because Wu He could not see Miao Miao's visage in that moment. Only her voice reached him, sparking an oddly familiar sensation within him. Yet, he felt that her voice lacked a certain firmness, if only it were a touch more resolute. Wu He pondered this when suddenly his expression transformed into one of profound astonishment. "Are you that little boy from 3 years ago? The one who sought to deceive the mirror shadow illusion serpent?" "Huh." Miao Miao let out a soft laugh, her voice imbued with an indescribable indifference. She neither confirmed nor denied the assertion. At this moment, Wu He experienced a profound revelation, suddenly perceiving the source of the overwhelming hostility emanating from the girl named Miao Miao. Was it not simply due to the fact that he had not willingly offered the spirit beast at that time? Was it not merely because he had inadvertently collided with her chest? Wu He murmured softly, but all of a sudden, as if struck by lightning, he froze in place. "Soft, so very soft. Ah, I am sorry, I did not realize you were a girl at that moment." Wu He's face instantly swelled to the hue of a ripe apple, and he immediately bent over to apologize like a wayward child. Upon hearing Wu He's apology, for reasons unbeknownst to her, Miao Miao's face also flushed with a rosy glow akin to the evening sky. Just then, a cough resonated through the air like a thunderclap, startling everyone. Ahem. 3 elderly figures entered with an ethereal presence, their formidable soul energy swirling like a tempest, dispersing all the dust and debris between the two. It was at this moment that they both realized the once pristine training room had been utterly transformed, resembling a scene from a cataclysmic battle. Every wall was riddled with a myriad of bullet holes, varying in size, and the entire training space appeared as though it had been ravaged by artillery fire, reduced to a state of ruin. "Can either of you elucidate what transpired here?" The authoritative voice of the newcomers, though devoid of outright reproach, carried an unmistakable tension, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption, suppressing an inferno of fury. At this moment, Wu He finally discerned the 3 individuals before him, one of whom was none other than Old Man Liang. However, Old Man Liang had shed his former attire as the principal of a junior college, now donning the imposing robes of a senior academy elder. He now presided over the Academy's judicial court, where all students who had erred were summoned to face judgment under his authority. Wu Yi could not help but chuckle, while Old Man Liang wore a serious expression. "Grandfather," Miao Miao called out. "Grandfather?" Wu Yi emitted a sound of incredulity, as if he had just heard the most astonishing revelation in existence. Following this, three sharp queries pierced the air. Hmm, hmm, hmm. "I summoned my grandfather, and yet you dare to interject," exclaimed Miao Miao. Her face flushed a vibrant red akin to a ripened apple, her tone playfully reproachful. With great effort, she summoned her nearly exhausted spirit power and hastened to the side of an elderly man. The old man's martial spirit manifested as a pair of gloves, which were unlike any other, gleaming emerald green, appearing as delicate as gossamer. With practiced ease, he retrieved various materials from his portable spirit tool and, under the enhancement of his spirit rings, concocted a cerulean potion with remarkable swiftness. Miao Miao, without hesitation, tilted her head back and consumed it in one gulp. Sweet. Quite the improvement. As her words faded, a surge of spirit power erupted from her being like a tumultuous tide, and in an instant, it became evident that her spirit power had been rejuvenated as if a withered tree had found spring, with her physical and mental strength significantly enhanced. Such mastery was nothing short of miraculous. Chapter 80. An awkward compensation. Chapter 81. A shocked Wu Yi, her first spirit skill, named Fear, was akin to an invisible sword that pierced the depths of her opponent's soul, serving as a disquieting psychological suggestion. In an instant, it could magnify the fears within her adversaries, even compelling them to manifest their terror. The second skill, Intimidation, also fell under the category of psychological suggestion. It is no exaggeration to assert that, once one comprehends the essence of her spirit abilities, these two skills pose minimal threat to an astute opponent. The effect of intimidation resonated like a resounding gong, amplifying her aura and enhancing her adversary's sense of dread, increasing their fear by approximately 200%, thus creating an overwhelming pressure. Under such duress, the opponent's overall strength would plummet by 20%. These two spirit skills were akin to chips in a gambler's hand. If wielded wisely, the gambler could transform into a formidable force. On the battlefield, leveraging the innate passivity of her martial spirit, she could instantaneously mimic the target of her opponent's fears, skillfully employing these two abilities to manipulate those with fragile psyches. At this moment, Wu Yi was still contemplating how to maximize Wu Miao Miao's martial spirit's efficacy in team battles when he heard her begin to describe her third spirit skill. This skill was termed Imitation, and its effects were profoundly terrifying. It functioned like a magical mirror, allowing her to perceive the spirit skills previously executed by her opponent and directly replicate them, achieving approximately 10% of their original effectiveness. What? Your spirit ability can actually read memories and manifest them at 10% of the intended effect? Wu Yi exclaimed in astonishment, his voice echoing through the air. Witnessing such a profound reaction from him left Wu Miao Miao momentarily speechless. Wu Yi whispered softly, as if engaging in a conversation with herself. It is no wonder that at that moment she could effortlessly transform into Mi-Air, even mastering Mi-Air's soul abilities with remarkable grace and fluidity. However, after a moment of contemplation, Wu Yi made another discovery. To validate this revelation, she pressed further with her inquiries. Have you ever cast this soul ability on a teammate? Also, does your ability read memories, or does it discern the thoughts of the one being affected? The answer to the first question came readily, yet the response to the second left Wu Miao Miao deep in thought for quite some time. To be honest, I have never attempted the first one, as I have always preferred solitude. The only ones who have spent significant time by my side are my grandfather and my parents. As for your second question, due to my lack of friends and absence of attention, it was only upon your prompting that I gave it some consideration. It appears that your second interpretation may indeed be more accurate. Wu Miao Miao stroked her chin, her face reflecting a mixture of contemplation and concern. If your third soul ability pertains to reading the immediate thoughts of the one targeted, then it holds great potential. The consideration of Wu Yi is by no means a fleeting whim. Should one be able to perceive the immediate thoughts of the subject, coupled with the unique characteristics of her martial soul, the opponent, upon witnessing her transformation into someone familiar, would instinctively conjure scenarios associated with that individual in their mind. In such a case, she could effortlessly replicate 10% of all soul skills possessed by that person. However, if the subject happens to be a teammate, and the thoughts occupying her mind are of a towering title Douluo, accompanied by an overwhelming fear of that title Douluo's soul skills, then according to the effects of her soul skill, as long as her soul power is abundant, she might directly attain or even surpass the very might of that title Douluo's soul skill. It could be said that the potency of this soul skill is akin to a projection of the subject's imagination, directly contingent upon its richness. If this is indeed the case, then her soul skill is nothing short of a stroke of genius. By the way, your fourth soul skill must have directly inherited the characteristics of your mother's martial soul, I surmise, based on what I have observed. Indeed, my fourth soul skill is named Seize. Its effects align perfectly with what you have seen, heard, and imagined. As long as I maintain eye contact with my opponent for over 5 seconds, I can effortlessly extract a soul skill from their martial soul, provided it does not exceed my own power level. This skill can then remain with me for approximately 30 minutes, during which time the opponent will be rendered unable to utilize their own abilities, as if they have suffered amnesia. When Wu Miao Miao spoke of this skill, her face radiated confidence and pride. However, upon catching sight of Wu Heyi's insatiable expression, her smile abruptly faded like the receding tide. Yet, this skill may be of little consequence to you, for while your soul skills are indeed formidable, they likewise demand immense consumption. It is likely that in the future, it will merely serve to seal one of your transformations. If you can recover your stamina before my C skill's effect concludes, then this soul skill will be rendered utterly ineffective against you. Despite such assertions, Wu Miao Miao's expression remained troubled as she recounted the tale, yet Wu Heyi's focus lay elsewhere. Wu Miao Miao's fourth soul skill pierced through Wu Heyi's entrenched perceptions regarding the passive rules of her own soul skills, like a sharp blade. The effects of Wu Heyi's unique martial soul are accompanied by several rather distasteful passive rules. One such rule dictates that when soul skills are bestowed upon others, the recipient must possess the corresponding attributes of the soul skill. Otherwise, they are rendered incapable of utilizing it. Another stipulation is that whether employing the skill personally or bestowing it upon another, there is an instantaneous depletion of physical strength, mental fortitude, and soul power, all drawn from Wu Hei himself. Without Lin Bei's targeted assistance over the past few years, Wu Hei's combat prowess would likely have fallen short even of an average soul venerable. However, Wu Miao Miao's fourth soul skill shines like an indomitable sword, effectively piercing through the constraints of Wu Hei's martial soul from a certain perspective. Is it true, Miao Miao, that as long as your cultivation surpasses mine, you can freely seize any of my soul skills? Upon hearing Wu Hei's inquiry, Wu Miao Miao's eyes shimmered with a kaleidoscope of radiant colors, reminiscent of a resplendent rainbow on the horizon. She swiftly donned her gloves, and the vibrant luminescence enveloped them like an ethereal spirit. In 5 seconds, a fiery red crystal materialized in her hand, akin to a dazzling pearl. See, I told you I wasn't deceiving you, Wu Miao Miao exclaimed, clutching the crystal as though it were an extraordinary treasure. In truth, the moment Wu Miao Miao's eyes glimmered with that colorful haze, Wu Hei was utterly convinced. He could genuinely feel his martial soul and soul rings being gently stirred by a soft breeze in that instant. He had never anticipated that there existed someone capable of so effortlessly transcending the rules of his martial soul. Yet, fortunately, this person was a friend rather than a foe. Chapter 82. The butterfly effect encounters Shrek. The two entered the dormitory building, laughing and chatting, with Wu Hei resembling a sturdy ox, helping Wu Miao Miao carry her luggage into the lobby on the first floor. In Wu Hei's heart, a splendid flower seemed to bloom, as he rejoiced at having welcomed an exceptional new member to the team. Eagerly, he flung open the door on the first floor, ready to introduce this newcomer to everyone. Brothers, I have returned. Behold who I have brought back with me. The face of Wu Hei was illuminated with excitement and joy, akin to a resplendent starry sky. Yet, before he could relish this moment of happiness for even 3 seconds, he was suddenly engulfed by a chilling wave, as if a bone-numbing wind had swept through, enveloping him in a somber atmosphere. In the common room of the dormitory, every countenance appeared as though it had been drenched in bitter rain. Some leaned against the stage. Others concealed their faces with books while reclining on the sofa. Some wept openly, and others remained as silent as statues. Wu Hei found himself utterly perplexed, akin to a monk unable to discern the meaning of a profound riddle. What, indeed, had transpired? Logically speaking, today he had meticulously orchestrated a task for this group. Given their prowess, their venture into that arena should have been as effortless as a tiger among sheep, effortlessly dominating the weak and acclimating to the competitive atmosphere with ease. Hence, it stood to reason that their return in the late hours would be accompanied by a chorus of laughter and joy, if not exuberant. They should at least be animatedly discussing their experiences in the arena of combat. After all, that venue bore resemblance to the underground fighting rings Wu Hei had heard of in his past life, albeit this world approached such contests with legitimacy. Unlike the illicit nature of the former, Wu Hei felt an immense sense of distress. Could it be that they had encountered a challenge even more formidable than steel itself? Wu Hei cradled his head in contemplation, as if he were unearthing a treasure buried deep within the earth. This should not be the case, with Mi Er's cultivation level surpassing 40. She alone ought to be able to sweep through the majority of society's individuals with the ease of autumn winds scattering fallen leaves. Wu Hei suddenly had a moment of inspiration. He approached Lin Bei and gently prodded his shoulder, as if attempting to awaken a slumbering giant. Old Lin, did you gamble away your entire fortune? Were you deceived by the house, not having a gambling addiction? Lin Bei lifted his gaze to meet Wu Hei's, his expression as still and lifeless as a stagnant pond, devoid of any ripples. He shook his head and turned away, treating Wu Hei as if he were merely an inconsequential passerby. Consequently, Wu He fell silent, like a firecracker rendered mute. The once vibrant joy, akin to blooming spring flowers, vanished without a trace upon witnessing the lifeless expressions around him. For reasons unknown, a nameless anger simmered within him, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption, poised to unleash its fury. Wu He suddenly roared like an enraged lion, demanding, "Who among you will explain what transpired today? Do not sit there as if you have lost your parents." The moment Wu He's fury erupted, the Shi brothers, who had been sitting awkwardly on the sidelines, reacted like startled birds. Although they were not members of Wu He's team, their close ties with the Yu Tianheng family afforded them the role of Yu Tianheng's underlings. Regularly, they were summoned under the guise of practice, yet in reality, they served merely as punching bags. Nevertheless, the two endured their role with commendable patience, often making their way to the dormitory, which Wu He had long since grown accustomed to. "Brother Wu, the situation is as follows." The Shi brothers began to relay the events of the day, each contributing to the narrative like beans spilling from a bamboo tube. Upon hearing this, Wu He could not help but feel utterly perplexed. Akin to a monk who has lost his way, he began to ponder in silence. According to their descriptions, it seemed they had encountered Shrek. Yet, there was a contradiction in the timeline. Based on this timeline, Shrek Academy should have been preparing to visit our side, only to be turned away at the door. Subsequently, they would be compelled to join Lu Erlong's academy. However, judging by the curvature of the timeline, they should not have encountered Shrek Academy at this juncture. Wu He, in a state of perplexity, could only attribute his confusion to the butterfly effect. After all, the emergence of two time travelers from distinct dimensions within this Douluo world does seem to invoke a series of unforeseen consequences that align with the nature of such phenomena. Wu He helplessly waved his hand and remarked, "Is this it? You all, simply because of a single duel lost, have transformed into wilted eggplants, devoid of vitality." Wu He spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness. After all, among those present, who was not a battle-hardened elite from the academy, the win rate of these individuals hovered around a mere 65. To them, a defeat in a duel was as commonplace as daily life. As Wu He lamented incessantly, Mi-Er interjected. Within the opposing team, there were two individuals who were merely great soul masters, their average combat strength at best equating to that of a soul master. Yet, we still faced defeat. It was utterly humiliating. Well, the only one aware that Tang San had an unfair advantage was none other than myself. It is unwise to offer excessive consolation. Thus, I chose to shift the topic, clapping my hands and proclaiming, all right, losing is losing. Another day, I shall accompany you to redeem our honor. For now, let us extend a warm welcome to our new member, Wu Miao Miao." Although the previous matters had reached a temporary resolution, the atmosphere among this group remained as stagnant as a still pond. Yet, upon hearing of a new addition, they mustered forced smiles, even more grotesque than tears. However, a few individuals wore expressions that quickly morphed into sheer infatuation. Hey, you four, please refrain from drooling. It is utterly repulsive." Wu He pointed towards the Shi Jiao brothers, Yu Tianheng, and Lin Bei. At this moment, Wu Miao Miao had already placed her belongings in her room and returned to the hall, gracefully emerging from behind Wu He. She appeared gentle and composed, her demeanor elegant. Notably, her tall stature exuded an aura of an intelligent older sister. Upon hearing Wu He introduce her, she promptly stepped forward to introduce herself to everyone. When she mentioned her cultivation level and soul techniques, the previously despondent crowd, who had just faced defeat, suddenly radiated with a peculiar light in their eyes. After all, they had been following Wu He for 3 to 5 years, and their thinking had undergone various transformations. Upon hearing Wu Miao Miao's introduction, they experienced a cognitive reaction akin to that of Wu He. However, this moment of contemplation was fleeting, as several young women cheerfully led Wu Miao Miao aside, while the gazes of the 4 elderly men followed suit. Wu He simultaneously slapped Yu Tianheng and Lin Bei on the heads, then gestured for them to follow. Understanding his silent cue, the two walked into the conference room on the first floor alongside Wu He. Chapter 83. Preparing for Battle. Chapter 84. The arena encounter. As the appointed time drew near, everyone anxiously awaited Wu He's emergence, akin to ants on a hot stove. For this occasion marked the official debut of the Huangdo team. To ensure their opponent would not renege on their commitment, they had strategically arranged for several junior students to act as scouts, surveying the Duhan arena in advance to confirm the arrival of their adversaries. Upon receiving word that the opposition had indeed arrived, they could then patiently await Wu He's exit. Over the past few days, they had profoundly appreciated the remarkable qualities of the training ground meticulously prepared by Wu He. This place not only featured an overwhelming gravitational pressure akin to a mountain crushing an egg, but also an oppressive mental force that suffocated the spirit. The environment exerted a comprehensive suppression from every angle, rendering one devoid of strength from the outset. Yet, after enduring such arduous conditions for several days, they were astonished to discover the immense benefits of this training regimen. In this setting, the rates of improvement in mental acuity, physical condition, and soul power surged like a rocket, tripling the pace typically experienced. Even those who had been struggling to break through their cultivation barriers found themselves enlightened, achieving breakthroughs almost effortlessly. As the minutes ticked by, the group grew increasingly restless, akin to ants on a hot stove. Wu Hee, unhurried and leisurely, descended the stairs and, upon encountering a group of anxious companions, could only manage an awkward smile. Then, with a grand gesture reminiscent of a general commanding an army, he proclaimed, "Come, my friends, let us strike back with a vengeance." A number of individuals orderly made their way to the entrance of the Dual Spirit Arena. Upon noticing their arrival, the manager of the arena rushed over with the eagerness of a hungry tiger, bowing and nodding profusely. The beads of sweat glistening on his forehead clearly indicated the effort he had expended in preparation for the evening's events. "Esteemed guests, you have finally arrived. The opposing team has been waiting with bated breath." Upon hearing the manager's words, a faint smile graced Wu Hee's lips, revealing a sense of calm assurance as he followed the manager into the arena's lounge. Since both teams had already faced off once, the arena had provided unreserved and unembellished information about both sides. However, the data concerning Wu Hee and Wu Miao Miao shone brightly, as if newly born. Interestingly, both were distinguished as gold-tier players, having secured their prestigious titles a year prior. The excuse of the 5-1 is simple and unadorned. As one devoid of both father and mother, if he does not soon seek a means to acquire wealth, it would indeed be quite embarrassing to extend his hand to Dean Liang for financial assistance tomorrow. His reasoning is, after all, quite justifiable. Wu Hee held the Shrek squad in contempt, for he believed that there was no need for him to scrutinize them. He could simply engage in combat, fully aware of his superiority. Prior to the battle, he executed only a few succinct maneuvers. First, with a flourish akin to magic, he summoned the wooden crystal of Wind Eagle Knight and gently placed it in Yi Lingling's palm. After all, Yi Lingling was merely a support character, her martial soul capable of performing only one soul skill, area-wide group healing, devoid of any means for self-defense. Second, the primary offensive strategy was clear at the outset. All members lunged at Tang San like hungry tigers, for Shrek's tactics essentially revolved around two approaches, the most formidable and central being the elimination of Tang San first, after which the remaining matters would be easily managed. Third, and of utmost importance, was the absence of any airborne members in his team, necessitating the swift removal of Oscar, whose soul skill could elevate the team to the skies. By eliminating him, the ground would belong to them. The tactical arrangement of the 5-1 strategy is clear and concise, akin to the lifting of clouds to reveal the sun, instantly resonating with all who hear it. Wu Hee assigned Wu Miao Miao a task. As soon as the battle commenced, his gaze fixated solely on one adversary, the opposing team's second support, Ning Rongrong. After all, she was the little princess of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, and her auxiliary martial soul was a formidable force, as insidious as a parasite. Securing her would not only significantly weaken the opponent, but also bolster their own strength immensely. In the resting area, the time allotted for tactical arrangements slipped away like fleeting shadows. The opposing team had been waiting here for over an hour, and it was evident that they were as ravenous as hungry wolves, just as Wu Hee and his companions were. A sharp call from the referee pierced the air. Let the members of both teams enter the arena. On either side of the arena, two dimly lit passages led to the resting area, resembling two lurking black dragons. The two teams emerged gradually from the passages. Upon stepping onto the stage, Wu Hee could hardly contain his excitement, for the 7 individuals across from him were all too familiar. Finally, he was face to face with them, and soon, they would engage in a thrilling clash. His heart surged like a vast ocean, brimming with anticipation, yet his expression remained eerily calm, as if he were indifferent to everything around him. The instant the match commenced, both sides unleashed their soul rings and martial souls with explosive fervor, akin to a volcano erupting. The display of 5 rings, though somewhat juvenile, was undeniably awe-inspiring. As all participants showcased their martial souls and soul rings in a dazzling array of colors, Wu Hee, like one awakening from a dream, leisurely revealed his own martial soul and soul rings. The members of Shrek Academy gasped in astonishment. In particular, Tang San was drawn to Wu Hee's soul rings, his gaze involuntarily shifting to Yu Xiaogang behind him. Unbelievable. Someone possessing a soul ring configuration of 1 purple and 2 black was an unprecedented sight. In stark contrast, Shrek's lineup appeared rather unremarkable, featuring 2 37th level soul masters, Tang San and Dai Mu Bai. In terms of formation, Dai Mu Bai took the lead, with Tang San positioned centrally, while Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu flanked the sides. Behind them stood Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and Ma Hongjun. The primary reason for this arrangement was that Ning Rongrong and Ma Hongjun, being only great soul masters, were effectively shielded at the rear of the team. Conversely, on Wu Hee's side, the over 40 level Mi-air shone like a brilliant gem at the core of their formation. In the front row stood Wu Hee and Yu Tianhong, both reaching the pinnacle of the 30th level. while Wu Miao Miao and Yi Ling Ling occupied the rear, with Du Guyan positioned behind Mi-Er. The impending clash was palpable. Everyone was poised to unleash their martial souls and soul rings, ready to strike at the slightest hint of vulnerability. The key to Shrek's formation lay in Tang San, whose blue-silver grass had already entwined around everyone's waists, ensuring he could provide support to his teammates at any moment. Therefore, Wu Hei, swift as lightning, drew a gleaming great blade from his storage space. Dai Mu Bai, receiving Tang San's subtle cue, understood immediately that Tang San was prepared. Without hesitation, he activated his soul skill, White Tiger's Vajra transformation, causing his body to swell immensely, significantly enhancing both his power and speed. Then, like a tiger descending from the mountains, he lunged at the debuting Wu Hei. However, Wu Hei was far from foolish. He recognized this maneuver as a feigned assault. With a slight shift of his body, he unleashed a powerful kick that struck Dai Mu Bai squarely in the abdomen. Tang San barely had time to react as Dai Mu Bai was sent flying, as if struck by a speeding armored truck. Nevertheless, Wu Hei had not expected to eliminate any opponent in the early stages. So Dai Mu Bai merely sustained minor injuries and managed to stabilize himself at the edge of the arena. Just as Tang San intended to retrieve him, he suddenly realized that his blue-silver grass had been severed. He was utterly astounded. At that moment, the blue-silver grass was remarkably resilient, impervious to ordinary blades. Yet, it had been effortlessly cut through by the enemy. Simultaneously, Dai Mu Bai regained his composure and prepared to unleash another soul skill against Wu Hei, only for Yu Tianheng to dash in like a specter, blocking the attack with his own body. After this intervention, Yu Tianheng casually brushed off the dust from his chest and remarked with a nonchalant air, "Silver spear, wax head, no real damage." This statement pierced Dai Mu Bai's fragile psyche like a dagger. As a seasoned flirt, Dai Mu Bai was accustomed to romantic conquests. Yet these words felt like a cruel mockery when spoken by another. Those 5 words could be considered his Achilles heel, a point of sensitivity. In an instant, Dai Mu Bai erupted in fury, conjuring a dazzling white light from his mouth, unleashing a soul skill resembling a ferocious beast that charged towards Yu Tianheng. Yu Tianheng could discern the seriousness of Dai Mu Bai's attack, but decided to confront the soul skill head-on. His entire body was instantly cloaked in dragon scales, resembling an indomitable suit of armor, with claws that gripped Dai Mu Bai's soul skill as if they were iron pincers. With a powerful tug, he tore the soul skill apart as effortlessly as ripping thin paper. This breathtaking spectacle unfolded within mere seconds, leaving Tang San again in a state of shock, his blue-silver grass slithering forth like a serpent. However, this was no leisurely match. No one would foolishly wait for their teammates to resolve their duels before engaging. In the blink of an eye, half the arena was engulfed in Du Guyan's soul poison, while all teammates swiftly maneuvered through the toxic haze like cunning rabbits. In no time, the one-on-one battles among the members had reached their conclusions. At this moment, Tang San found himself locked in confrontation with Wu Hei, akin to 2 meteors colliding through the fabric of time, igniting a brilliant display of sparks. Undoubtedly the first formal encounter between 2 travelers from different worlds. Though Tang San wore a mask, shrouded in an air of mystery, it did not diminish Wu Hei's ability to recognize him instantly, as if they shared an unspoken bond. "Look, they've already begun. Shouldn't we also?" Wu Hei murmured, rubbing his hands together before Tang San, resembling a tiger poised to pounce on its prey, brimming with eagerness. Tang San could not have imagined that in a mere moment of distraction, the entire battlefield would be torn apart like the heavens collapsing. However, Tang San, also a soul master of the 3 rings, stood before his opponent with unwavering courage. His gaze burned with fierce determination, akin to flames igniting a fire within. Clad in the extraordinary techniques of the mystic Jade Hand, his legs executed the wondrous steps of the ghost shadow phantom, while an astonishing external spirit bone rested upon his back, its might comparable to a myriad of twinkling stars, numerous enough to rival the hair of an ox. Suddenly, Tang San shouted, "Entangle!" And from the ground before Wu Hei, a multitude of blue-silver grass roots erupted like bamboo shoots after a rain. Though none struck true, the unexpected assault left a sensation of disarray. Yet, Wu Hei's reflexes were as swift as lightning, granting him a moment to observe the other members of the team. Just as he prepared to charge forward with his blade against Tang San, a piercing scream echoed. Ning Rongrong had spotted a longed-for figure, yet wished fervently that this person did not stand among her adversaries. Simultaneously, Ma Hongjun, unable to withstand the disparity in cultivation, was swiftly eliminated by Mi-Er, vanishing like a meteor across the battlefield. In a fleeting moment, Ning Rongrong too was ousted by Wu Miao Miao, who, like a magician, was replaced by a man in the very spot she had occupied. This man wielded a long sword, exuding an aura reminiscent of a martial arts master, imparting a sense of solemnity and gravity. His appearance struck like a thunderclap, causing Yu Shaojiang, watching from the sidelines, to gasp in shock. Sword Douluo Chun Xin. Upon witnessing this, Wu Hii felt a tremor of astonishment. He had hoped Wu Miaomiao would transform into Ning Fengji, thereby granting them an immensely powerful support. Who could have predicted that in that fleeting instant, Ning Rongrong's thoughts were of Sword Douluo Chenxian. Thus, Wu Miaomiao morphed into the unexpectedly formidable Sword Douluo Chenxian. And astonishingly, she was able to unleash all of his soul techniques, albeit at only 10% efficacy, yet the energy consumption was immense. Just as the crowd stood in stunned silence, Tang San suddenly sensed someone hurling stones at him. He swiftly turned to see Lin Bei winking at him, only to vanish into the toxic mist the next moment. However, before Tang San could summon his wrath, he felt his soul power, stamina, and mental strength drain away like a flood breaching a dam, leaving him bewildered by the sudden turn of events. For Lin Bei's released soul technique bore no specific light effects. At that moment, the dynamics of the arena shifted subtly. Chapter 86. Only 3 remain active. Wu Miaomiao deftly manipulated the faux Sword Douluo, flawlessly simulating all his soul rings in an instant. The strength of the imitation Sword Douluo she embodied depended entirely on Ning Rongrong. At that moment, the aura and energy she could unleash stemmed from Ning Rongrong's perception of the Sword Douluo as an invincible war god in terms of offense. Each move exuded an overwhelming pressure, such that even at 10% of the original effect, the overall sensation was nearly indistinguishable from the original. However, this remarkable aura was largely attributed to Wu Miaomiao's second soul technique. It acted like a magical amplifier, doubling the original momentum while simultaneously functioning as a razor-sharp scythe, mercilessly diminishing the overall strength of all opponents within a 5-meter radius by 20%. The closer one was to her, the more palpable her terror became. As if she were a colossal beast risen from the abyss. It was beyond comprehension that such a martial soul could transform into the likeness of another. In the Shrek Academy's lounge, Yu Xiaojing stared in astonishment. Having immersed himself in martial soul research for decades, he had never witnessed such an extraordinary martial soul. Yet he discerned Wu Miaomiao's soul technique's essence at a glance. This was because he remained an outsider. The other soul techniques within Wu Miaomiao's martial soul did not affect him, allowing him to perceive everything clearly. Similarly, Flinder and Zhao Wujia were equally astounded. Yet they quickly regained their composure. After all, both were highly skilled, and their mental attributes could easily suppress a student at around level 30. At first glance, one might mistake it for the arrival of a title Douluo, but a moment's perception would reveal that the core had not changed at all. Confusion filled their minds. Was this an illusion or a tangible reality? Soon, Wu Miaomiao provided the answers they sought. Fourth soul technique, manifestation of killing intent. In an instant, the Sword Douluo's fourth soul technique erupted like a volcano, centered around the 7-killing sword, releasing a vortex woven from sword energy akin to a tornado, ensnaring Oscar and Zhu Zhuqing tightly. This maneuver had been communicated in advance by Wu Hii to all participants. Whenever an opportunity arose, they must sever these two from their main force. Though one was a support and the other a swift attack-type soul master, they appeared to pose no immediate threat. In reality, Oscar could create soaring sausages, while Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai had the chance to unleash their fearsome martial soul fusion technique. Once they were isolated from the others, all would be unable to soar high, leaving them at a distinct advantage when grounded. In truth, those two were not incapable of executing their martial soul fusion technique. It was merely that doing so would significantly diminish their strength. Time had slipped away, and Wu Hii had long forgotten the precise moment they learned this technique, compounded by the mysterious butterfly effect that might have prompted them to master it prematurely. However, in reality, when Wu Miaomiao attempted to unleash the title Douluo's skills, she was astonished to discover that even at just 10% of their power, she could only utilize the first 4 soul techniques. As for the remaining 5, any attempt to use them would instantaneously deplete her stamina, mental strength, and soul power. Her subconscious warned her that even with Lin Bei's assistance, both would likely lose consciousness in an instant. Perhaps this was the consequence of selecting a target with a disparity in strength too vast. To minimize consumption, she only sealed the 2 closest opponents. Certainly, the continuous release of this soul skill still incurs a considerable consumption of soul power. However, for her, it is not entirely without merit. In the moment she seized control of the 2, she applied her second soul skill, Spirit Sword Guardian, thereby rendering the Shrek team's attempts to breach her defenses exceedingly difficult in the short term. At this juncture, Tang San felt a surge of panic. He was still mulling over how to transform their disadvantage into an advantage, yet no action had been taken. The arena was left with only 3 active participants, himself, Xiao Wu, and Dai Mubai. Although Oscar and Zhu Zhuqing were fervently striving to break free from the constraints imposed by the soul skill, they discovered that any forceful attempt would only result in those cunning sword energies, akin to venomous serpents, rebounding upon themselves. They had even attempted to consume mushroom sausage in a desperate bid to escape this confinement, only to find that the swirling control zone moved in tandem with their ascent. Now, They could only hope for external intervention to shatter this imprisonment or for the Soul Master maintaining it to exhaust their soul power. Xiao Wu, sensing the dire situation, recognized the urgency of rescuing her teammates, drawing upon her extensive battle experience as a 100,000-year soul beast. Without the assistance of her comrades, they would be faced with the daunting prospect of 6 against 3. Should they become ensnared, their chances of victory would dwindle to nothing. The battle on the arena shifted unpredictably, akin to the ever-changing winds and clouds, leaving spectators in awe as their gasps echoed like crashing waves. This royal combat team is formidable indeed. In mere moments, they dismantled the enemy's defenses. What you may not know is that just a week ago, they faced a crushing defeat. All of them are soul masters above level 30, while the opposing team boasted 3 great soul masters, a match they could hardly withstand. Indeed, I was present that day. It appears that today, the 2 turtle-like soul masters are absent. The audience, engaged in animated discussions, surveyed the arena through the large screens, akin to hawks scanning their surroundings. They swiftly discerned that the 2 replaced soul masters were Wu He and Wu Miao Miao. They marveled at how merely substituting 2 team members resulted in a dramatic escalation of their prowess. Xiao Wu unleashed her 3rd soul skill, instantaneous movement, darting toward the foe sword Douluo like a specter, her form vanishing in an instant. Yet, Mi-Er captured her trajectory in that fleeting moment. After all, Mi-Er's cultivation had reached over level 40, while Xiao Wu had merely just crossed into level 30. In terms of speed and movement, Xiao Wu resembled a mouse trapped beneath a cat's paw, utterly unable to evade Mi-Er's gaze. Mi-Er locked onto her landing point with precision, akin to a hunter spotting their prey, unleashing an arrow while simultaneously activating her 3rd soul skill, encirclement, accompanied by a deafening dragon's roar. As soon as Xiao Wu's figure reappeared, her autumn-like eyes were veiled in a delicate pink hue. Her 2nd soul skill, enchantment, struck like a bolt of mental lightning, piercing through the foe sword Douluo's spirit sword guardian and directly hitting Wu Miao Miao's eyes. Being a mental-type soul skill, the moment it struck was akin to cold water dousing a roaring flame, instantly dispelling Wu Miao Miao's 3rd soul skill effect and forcing her to retreat awkwardly from the foe sword Douluo's state, revealing her true self. However, in that instant, Xiao Wu was met with a fierce assault from Mi-Er, propelled like a leaf caught in a tempest, sent flying by a 10-fold anti-gravity force. Meanwhile, Mi-Er had already accurately predicted the height at which Xiao Wu would ascend half a second prior. The air was thick with arrows, forming an impenetrable net. Then, her 4th soul skill activated, allowing her to weave between the arrows with an eerie grace, leaving behind a series of illusory duplicates. Countless electric shocks and energy arrows cascaded down like a torrential downpour, instantly engulfing the airborne Xiao Wu. Flung into the air, Xiao Wu resembled a kite severed from its string, lacking a foothold to unleash any soul skill. Witnessing this heart-stopping scene, Tang San felt a surge of urgency and could not help but cry out, "Xiao Wu!" As she spun in free fall, their gazes met, her beautiful eyes reflecting desolation and helplessness, as if narrating an endless sorrow. In that moment, Tang San's protective instincts erupted like a volcano. To him, the sacrifice of any teammate was permissible, but Xiao Wu must not suffer even the slightest harm. To harm Xiao Wu, one must first step over my corpse. Just as he was about to unleash his blue-silver grass martial soul to rescue her, a massive fist crashed into his face like a hammer, interrupting his focus. "Do you look down upon me, distracting yourself while battling me?" Wu He was also taken aback by the rapid pace of the battle. He had suspected that with the strength of this group, it was inconceivable for them to be defeated by the 7 fragile individuals from Shrek Academy. Clearly, it was due to his absence that Tang San, the so-called child of destiny, experienced a surge in fortune akin to a volcanic eruption. To realign the world's design to its original course, the narrative twist appeared as if conjured by a phantom. Upon his arrival, it was as though he had infused a refreshing current into Tang San's fortune, balancing the extraordinary luck that had elevated him to prominence. After all, being fellow traversers, the world's consciousness was rather equitable and did not persistently suppress the strength of his companions. Thus, when he observed Tang San momentarily distracted, he launched into action without hesitation, like a famished tiger pouncing on its prey, especially since Lin Bei had already unleashed his soul skills upon them. At that moment, he resembled a voracious leech, incessantly siphoning Tang San's physical strength, soul power, and mental energy. Following a successful strike, Wu He instinctively delivered a cutting remark, and in an instant, Tang San erupted with the fury of an enraged lion, unleashing the 8 spider soul bones behind him like a flash of lightning. Wu He is no fool. He is acutely aware that being pricked by that object, while perhaps a minor inconvenience, could lead to poisoning. The real concern lies in the fact that its sharp spikes are exceedingly perilous, and even a momentary lapse in caution could result in a grievous injury. Wu Yi was unwilling to endure the excruciating torment that felt worse than death. Thus, upon witnessing the emergence of the 8 spider spirit bone, He instinctively leapt back like a startled rabbit, evading the imminent threat. However, at that moment, Tang San was too preoccupied to save his companion Xiao Wu. Suspended in midair, she was besieged by a tempest of ferocious blows, and as she descended, she appeared on the brink of unconsciousness, reminiscent of a flickering candle in the wind. Tang San, consumed by anxiety, soared upwards with the 8-spider spirit bone, deftly catching Xiao Wu as she fell. The sight of her battered body etched profound anguish and sorrow onto his face. Yet, Xiao Wu had not entirely succumbed to unconsciousness. She merely bore the torment with fortitude. Whispering softly into Tang San's ear, "Xiao San, the opponent is formidable. Exercise caution." After uttering those words, she closed her eyes weakly, akin to a leaf drifting in the breeze. In truth, Xiao Wu was far from being as fragile as she seemed. Had it been a battle for survival, she would still possess the strength to rise anew like a phoenix from the ashes, ready to fight valiantly. Meanwhile, Mi-Er, utilizing the displacement effect of her arrows, glided to Wu Yi's side like a phantom. That girl certainly had a knack for theatrics. Wu Yi forced a smile that betrayed a hint of embarrassment. "Hadn't I warned you before the match? Exercise restraint with Xiao Wu until we defeat Tang San." Upon hearing these words, Mi-Er puffed up like an indignant frog, hands on her hips, her sulky demeanor utterly charming. "They say she tends to overact, but I certainly did not hold back in my efforts." Tang San gingerly set Xiao Wu aside, treating her as if she were a rare treasure, then requested Ning Rong from the sidelines to assist in caring for her. When he turned back, his eyes blazed with an inferno of fury, consumed by an endless rage. "See what I mean? The moment we focus on defeating Xiao Wu, this fellow is ready to explode." Wu Yi helplessly spread his hands, yet in the next moment, a glimmer of steely determination emerged on his face, signifying his commitment to engage wholeheartedly and treat this battle with the utmost seriousness. However, despite the clash, there would be opportunities for future encounters. One must not offend others too severely. Wu Yi cast a glance at Yi Ling, who instantly understood the unspoken agreement made prior to the match. Although Yi Ling merely rolled her eyes at Wu Yi, her actions were swift and decisive. A brilliant beam of light shot forth from her martial spirit, striking like lightning towards Xiao Wu below the stage. The occurrence was so abrupt that even Tang San, upon witnessing it, could not intervene in time. By the moment he turned to look back, Xiao Wu's injuries had already healed. It dawned on him that Yi Ling was indeed the unique healer of the Royal Combat Team. Her martial spirit, the 9-star begonia, possessed a single healing ability, which became increasingly effective with the number of soul rings she accumulated. Seeing Xiao Wu unharmed, the fury that had been blazing within him began to subside somewhat. However, even with Xiao Wu no longer in danger, he had no intention of letting the one who had harmed her go unpunished. Meanwhile, Oscar and Zhu Zhuqing had also broken free from their restraints and hurried to join Tang San. Dai Mubai was being forced back repeatedly by Yu Tianheng, and in an instant, the four of them found themselves encircled by Wu Yi and his 6 companions. They stood back to back, tightly huddled together like an impenetrable fortress, yet the most significant vulnerability lay with Oscar, whose role as a support left him nearly devoid of combat prowess. Before him, the toxic mist was steadily advancing, within which appeared the figures of Duge Yin and Lin Bei. Dai Mubai faced the formidable Yu Tianheng and Yi Ling, while Zhu Zhuqing confronted the aggressive Wu Miao and Mi-Er. At this moment, despair welled up in Tang San's heart as he faced the overwhelming might of the black rhinoceros armor, brimming with the strength of a soul king. Chapter 88. Overwhelmed. Chapter 89. First complete victory. Having witnessed the hidden weapons that Tang San displayed, Wu Yi was instantly struck with disinterest and disappointment. Throughout his understanding, the renowned Tang sect's hidden weapons were supposed to be either extraordinarily powerful or conveniently portable mechanisms. Even if they could not unleash the formidable force of gunpowder like a firearm, they should at least be capable of penetrating metal or shattering stone. To his utter dismay, however, the hidden weapons Tang San presented as life-saving measures appeared weak and utterly devoid of lethality. This revelation extinguished Wu Yi's flickering curiosity, leaving him devoid of any interest in the hidden weapons. Yet, being in the arena, it was imperative to determine a victor. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Wu Yi struck with lightning speed, his hand grasping Tang San's throat with the strength of an iron claw. Effortlessly, he lifted Tang San high above his head, as though he were merely a chick. Then, turning to face his adversaries, a slight smirk graced his lips as he proclaimed, "Do you not intend to surrender?" Wu Yi's audacious and arrogant behavior is undoubtedly an act of profound insult. In an instant, the atmosphere of the arena became charged with tension, as all opponents who had yet to be defeated felt a tremendous sense of humiliation and provocation. Their eyes widened in fury, fixating intensely on Wu Yi, with their inner flames of wrath blazing fiercely. Even those who had already been eliminated and now stood on the sidelines observing the battle, the members of Shrek Academy, were equally indignant, incensed by Wu Yi's blatant disregard for others. Tang San found himself ensnared in a vice-like grip. the hand akin to an iron claw tightly clasping his throat, causing his face to flush a deep crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple. Despite his desperate attempts to escape this lethal hold, all efforts proved futile. His fists, seemingly powerful and once victorious against countless formidable foes, struck heavily against the opponent's impervious armor, resembling a feeble scholar ineffectually resisting, a scene that evoked a sense of helplessness and regret. At that moment, the instructors from Shrek Academy, who had been seated in the audience, could no longer remain passive. One by one, they rose in alarm, their expressions taut with concern. Among them, Yu Xiao Gang was particularly agitated, his eyes wide with intensity, fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned pale as snow, devoid of any hue. Yet, despite their overwhelming anxiety, they could only watch helplessly as Tang Xin struggled on the stage, bound by the rules of the competition, which stated that unless a contestant voluntarily conceded, no one was permitted to intervene. Just as the crowd's anxiety reached a peak, the team captain, Dai Mu Bai, recognized that it was his solemn duty to protect his comrades. In an instant, his spiritual power surged forth, unleashing 3 formidable soul skills simultaneously. First came the White Tiger Shield, a brilliant white light enveloping Dai Mu Bai's form, creating an impenetrable defensive barrier. Next was the White Tiger Transformation, wherein his muscles swelled rapidly, his strength multiplying exponentially, exuding an aura of overwhelming dominance. Finally, with a fearsome roar, the devastating White Tiger light wave erupted from his mouth. A thick beam of light reminiscent of a fierce torrent, hurtling towards Wu He with cataclysmic force. Despite being clad in the formidable black rhinoceros armor, Wu He merely turned his head slightly upon hearing Dai Mu Bai's furious roar that resonated through the heavens, casting a dispassionate glance in his direction. He raised a free right hand, its movement appearing gentle and casual, yet it concealed boundless strength and skill. When Dai Mu Bai unleashed his soul skill with all his might, Wu He effortlessly caught it, as if he had merely grasped a delicate feather rather than a formidable assault. Subsequently, with a gentle squeeze of his palm, the once menacing soul skill disintegrated like a fragile snowball, scattering into countless minute fragments that drifted away like a wisp of smoke. Witnessing his most formidable strike crumble so easily in the eyes of another, akin to the insignificance of an ant, Dai Mu Bai's inner defenses collapsed instantaneously. He felt as if all his strength had evaporated, leaving him utterly defeated. His legs weakened, and he could no longer stand, collapsing to the ground in a half-kneel, his visage a portrait of despair and disbelief. At that moment, he struggled to lift his gaze toward Zhu Zhuqing, who was not far away but equally ensnared in dire circumstances. Her fitted attire had been rent by the arrows shot by Mier, leaving numerous gashes through which wisps of fabric fluttered in the wind, revealing glimpses of her delicate form. Coupled with her weakened state, having succumbed to her injuries, she appeared heartbreakingly fragile, as if a mere breath of wind could topple her, evoking a profound sense of pity. Zhu Zhuqing's pitiful condition left the male spectators aghast, their voices rising in a frenzied clamor that plunged the scene into chaos. The cacophony of fervent cries echoed loudly, igniting a flurry of embarrassment and exhilaration. Tang Xin stood by, helplessly observing the unraveling situation, as if an invisible hand had gripped his throat, rendering his breaths labored, and he ultimately surrendered to despair. Dai Mu Bai, though filled with reluctance, slowly raised his right hand like a deflated balloon and uttered the words, "We surrender." This proclamation acted as a decree of mercy, prompting Wu He to immediately release the iron grip he had on Tang Xin's throat. In an instant, Tang Xin plummeted to the ground like a kite with its string severed, while Wu He also shed his impenetrable armored form. The side effects of his soul skill surged through Tang Xin like a tidal wave, overwhelming him. He felt as though an invisible beast had devoured his soul power and vitality, leaving him nearly incapacitated. However, due to his early training in the purple extreme magic eye, his mental fortitude far surpassed that of ordinary individuals, sparing him from the agony of mental depletion. With the surrender declared, everyone felt a collective sense of relief. Releasing their martial souls and soul skills, Du Guyan swiftly extracted the phantom poison from Oscar's body. Although Oscar regained consciousness in an instant, he felt utterly drained of strength, drenched in sweat, as if he had just been pulled from unfathomable depths of water. Even with the assistance of Shrek Academy's teachers, none were in a normal state. All bore pallid faces, akin to flickering candles in the wind. With a subtle glance from Wu He, Yi Lingling gracefully unleashed her soul technique, resembling a butterfly dancing in the air, swiftly healing the wounds of the 7 heroes from Shrek Academy present at the scene. Chapter 90, Taunt? Chapter 91, The Ultimate Weapon. Wu He wore a faint smile on his face, gently waving his hands in the air as he spoke in a relaxed tone. "Oh dear friends, I did not come here specifically to quarrel with you." After a brief pause, he continued in a tone that suggested a sense of entitlement. "It is only natural for us to win this time. There is nothing peculiar about it." However, this seemingly innocuous statement from Wu He pierced through the hearts of his adversaries like a sharp dagger, igniting their simmering rage even further. One by one, they unconsciously clenched their fists, their demeanor suggesting they were on the verge of confronting him. Yet, Wu He appeared blissfully unaware of their anger, continuing to speak to himself. I am merely speaking the truth. Why do you not appreciate it? Just reflect on your team's capabilities. You have only 4 level 30 soul masters, and 2 of them have only just crossed the threshold into level 30. The other 3 are merely at the stage of level 20 soul masters. At this juncture, Wu He helplessly spread his hands and shook his head, persisting in his discourse. With a team like yours, perhaps some unexpected ambush tactics might yield some results, but when faced with a team like ours, whose overall combat strength is relatively stable, the probability of losing the match is at least over 80%. Amidst this group, the most composed was Tang San. Despite feeling an intense anger after hearing Wu He's words, he could not deny the validity of his opponent's argument. Thus, suppressing his fury, Tang San widened his eyes and glared at Wu He, questioning him word by word. So, you came here today fundamentally to mock and humiliate us? I have already stated that I did not come here to argue with you. It is you who incessantly keeps talking. With an expression of grievance and innocence, Wu He vigorously waved his hand, as though he were the one wronged by the heavens. After a brief pause, he raised his voice and proclaimed, I have come here today primarily for 2 significant matters. Upon uttering these words, he reached into his bosom and produced a heavy bag of golden soul coins, which he unhesitatingly tossed onto the table before Flander. The bag landed with a resounding thud, stirring a small cloud of dust in its wake. Within this bag, there are a full 10,000 golden soul coins. You may use this money as travel fare for your return home, or invest it in the soul arena for further ventures. In any case, consider this a modest gesture of my apology for any inconvenience caused by my victory over you. Wu He wore an ostensibly sincere smile as he explained. However, at that moment, all attention was drawn to the resounding thud of a bag of gold coins being placed on the table. Instantly, the room fell into a profound silence, broken only by the slightly labored breaths of the astonished onlookers. Although everyone felt that such an act carried a hint of insult, there were indeed pressing matters at hand that necessitated resolution. Refusing the money could severely disrupt their meticulously crafted plans. Just as the atmosphere lingered in a brief stillness, Wu He unexpectedly retrieved another bag from his pocket and swiftly approached Tang San, thrusting it into his hands without uttering a word. Tang San instinctively accepted the bag, not even glancing at it, ready to voice his refusal. Yet, Wu He seemed to have anticipated this reaction, hurriedly interjecting, Please do not be so quick to decline. Wu He gazed earnestly at his counterpart, his tone sincere and resolute as he spoke. Upon your return, I encourage you to thoroughly examine the pertinent materials and requirements. I firmly believe that with your talent and capability, you will undoubtedly succeed in creating this item. Once completed, you are most welcome to visit the Tiando Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy to seek me out. With those words, a confident smile graced Wu He's lips, and he turned gracefully, striding away with a powerful gait that exuded an air of unparalleled self-assurance, impossible to overlook. The sunlight cascaded upon him, outlining his figure in a golden hue, rendering him even more radiant. As they watched Wu He's silhouette recede until it vanished from sight, the onlookers were left in a state of bewilderment, their minds clouded with questions. Simultaneously, their curiosity was piqued, and they began to speculate about the nature of the item Wu He had entrusted to Tang San, which required such an enormous bag for its containment. Its appearance seemingly shrouded in mystery. Under the intense scrutiny of the crowd, Tang San appeared particularly cautious. He slowly extended his hands and gently untied the knot securing the bag's opening, as if apprehensive of some hidden peril within that could jeopardize everyone present with a moment's carelessness. At last, when the bag lay completely open, the spectators eagerly craned their necks to peer inside, only to discover a mere 2 or 3 sheets of blueprints quietly spread out, accompanied by some measuring tools and a collection of peculiar implements whose exact functions remained elusive. Goodness, all this fuss for such a meager assortment? The impatient Ma Hongjun couldn't contain his frustration and voiced his thoughts. However, Tang San paid no heed to Ma Hongjun's complaint. Instead, he bore a relaxed expression as he swiftly unfurled the blueprints. Yet, the moment his gaze fell upon the illustrations depicted on the sheets, he froze, as if struck by lightning, even his breath momentarily halting. The others, faced with the seemingly chaotic and intricate diagrams, wore expressions of confusion, utterly unable to decipher their significance. For Tang San, however, the situation was starkly different. The components that appeared nonsensical to others now danced vividly before his eyes, seamlessly assembling themselves at an astonishing speed, gradually revealing their intended forms. Next, Tang San perused the other blueprints at a breathtaking pace. As his eyes scanned the dense lines and complex patterns, his heart raced uncontrollably, as though it might leap from his throat. Suddenly, a wave of profound shock washed over him, compelling him to draw in a sharp breath. His complexion turned ashen, devoid of color, and beads of sweat formed on his brow. Yet, in the very next moment, his pallid visage regained some color, taking on an abnormal flush. Seeing this, Xiao Wu's heart leaped into her throat. She tightly grasped Tang San's arm, her face etched with concern as she asked, "What is it, Xiao San? Have you discovered something troubling?" Tang San inhaled deeply, striving to quell the tempest of emotions within him. He gently ruffled Xiao Wu's hair, attempting to appear composed as he replied, "It's nothing, don't worry." Despite his words, his heart roiled with tumultuous waves as he pondered. If such a terrifying weapon were to come into existence, it would undoubtedly revolutionize the current landscape of soul masters. The repercussions could far exceed our imagination. With this thought, Tang San's expression grew increasingly grave. Chapter 92. The feast. A day prior, Wu He placed the design blueprint of a revolver gently on the table, his eyes reflecting a mixture of nostalgia and pride. This blueprint encapsulated his profound passion for firearms and the countless hours of labor he had invested. He reminisced about the days when he was utterly captivated by firearms, voraciously consuming vast amounts of literature on the subject. Through his exceptional intellect and relentless effort, he successfully crafted the prototype of this revolver. Moreover, to transform this blueprint into reality, he sought the expertise of a friend skilled in printing and modeling technology, humbly engaging in lengthy discussions. As a result, Wu He was intimately familiar with the various parameters and intricacies of the firearm. He had once attempted to utilize a 3D printer to manufacture the revolver's components, but was thwarted by the restrictions imposed by the laws of the Dragon Kingdom, which prevented him from producing ammunition for live-fire tests. Nonetheless, based solely on the data available, he deduced that once fully assembled, it would be a formidable weapon ready for practical use. Yet, due to the choice of plastic materials, it could currently only exist as a model. At that moment, standing before the blueprint was none other than Tang San, a master of hidden weapons. Setting aside the actual challenges of crafting the revolver, one could not overlook Tang San's tenacious spirit and penchant for exploration. It was likely he would find ways to overcome any obstacles, potentially innovating further to enhance its power. Indeed, events unfolded just as Wu He had anticipated. Astonishingly, in the blink of an eye, Tang San comprehended the method of constructing the revolver in its entirety, even grasping the intricate and exquisite workings involved. At that instant, in Tang San's mind, Wu He undoubtedly emerged as a genius in the realm of concealed weapons. In that fleeting moment, Tang San could not help but regard Wu He as a kindred spirit. After leaving the lounge of Shrek Academy, Wu He swiftly departed, as if propelled by the wind, and within moments, he had exited the spirit arena. To speak of it, Wu He had two principal objectives for attending the match today. The first was, naturally, to witness in person those figures he had previously only glimpsed through a computer screen. He yearned to engage with these vibrant characters and simultaneously sought to ascertain the true extent of his own capabilities. As for the second objective, it was to acquire that revolver. After all, Wu He did not possess the luxury of time to delve into the intricacies of crafting its components. Thus, he was determined to find someone sufficiently skilled to assist him in this endeavor. Now that both of these crucial matters had been satisfactorily resolved, Wu He felt an immense sense of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his heart. As he walked, a joyful smile adorned his face, resembling a flower in full bloom. Beside him, Mier noticed Wu He's beaming expression throughout their journey and could not help but inquire, "Hey, Wu He, what has brought you such joy?" She gradually slowed her pace, filled with curiosity, eager to discover what had stirred such exuberance within him. Carrying this question in her heart, she approached Wu He step by step. However, just as she was about to close the distance, Wu He's eyes sparkled with excitement as he suddenly clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Today, I have finally avenged my grievances. What a delightful moment this is. Moreover, it is getting late, and darkness has enveloped us. How about this? I shall treat everyone to a late-night snack." Upon hearing the words late-night snack, a mixture of bewilderment and delight spread across the faces of all present. These individuals, who devoted themselves entirely to their training, seemed to have forgotten all other pursuits beyond it. Their daily activities revolved solely around the dormitory, training grounds, and lecture halls, forming a monotonous and unchanging routine. For a long time, they had never truly relaxed or indulged in the pleasures of life. Even Wu He found this phenomenon perplexing, for these individuals bore no burdens of great inheritance, nor did they harbor lofty ambitions, yet each was utterly consumed by their obsession with training. A mere day's respite from practice left them feeling out of sorts and utterly discomfort. Nevertheless, this was a reality they had long since accepted, and Wu He understood this well, thus refraining from explicitly addressing these matters. Wu He casually strolled into a bustling eatery. Upon entering, a young and cheerful waitress greeted him with warmth and ushered his group inside. Before long, they were comfortably seated at a table that offered a splendid view of the beautiful river scenery. The table was adorned with a dozen chairs, and once everyone settled, Wu He nonchalantly tossed the menu before them, exclaiming, "Come now, don't be shy. Order whatever you like." Although Wu He and Mier had been orphans since childhood, they had accumulated considerable wealth over the years through various missions. Thus, treating themselves to a meal like this was hardly an issue. However, the others at the table appeared somewhat hesitant. They exchanged glances, each reluctant to be the first to suggest a dish. The menu made its way around the table, and after a complete round, only Yu Tianheng and Wu Miao Miao opted for a few ordinary homestyle dishes. Observing the indecision of the others, Wu He could not help but find it amusing. He waved his hand and proclaimed, "Oh, come on. Don't hold back. Feel free to order anything. I'm the captain here, and I can certainly afford it." Yet, even with his encouragement, the others remained unmoved. With no other choice, Wu He picked up the menu to peruse it himself. To his surprise, while the prices were quite reasonable, the selection was disappointingly limited. It was not that the dishes were particularly mundane, but rather that most were overly simplistic, lacking any sense of novelty. It was then that Wu He experienced a sudden epiphany. Initially, he had assumed their reticence stemmed from unfamiliarity with the new environment, but it became abundantly clear that this was not the case. The expressions and glances of the group revealed a profound disdain, as if they viewed the bustling street merely as a rural marketplace, utterly unworthy of note. Their lips curled into faint smirks, seemingly mocking the naivety of those who believed that the street would offer delectable delights. Wu He watched everything unfold before his eyes, a surge of complex emotions welling up within him. He began to reassess the people and events around him, realizing that he had perhaps viewed the world too subjectively. To his astonishment, the culinary delights of this world were so scarce. Chapter 93. Gastronomy. With a furrowed brow, Wu He flipped through the slim cookbook twice, revealing an expression of profound embarrassment on his face. He shook his head in resignation and then slowly raised his right hand, gently beckoning to a nearby bustling waitress. A young and attractive server promptly approached, smiling as she inquired, "Sir, how may I assist you?" Wu He leaned in close to the waitress, whispering a few discreet words into her ear. After speaking, he cautiously retrieved 2 gleaming silver spirit coins from his pocket and slipped them gently into her apron. The waitress blinked in momentary surprise before quickly nodding in understanding, then hurried away. Before long, she returned with a burly, pot-bellied middle-aged man in tow. Clad in a pristine white chef's uniform, his hat sat slightly askew, and his apron was splattered with old grease stains, as though it had seen years of use. His robust frame, particularly his prominent round belly, was impossible to ignore, fitting the old saying, "A thick neck and a broad belly, either a tycoon or a cook." This man was none other than the head chef and owner of the restaurant. When his waitress informed him that a customer was dissatisfied with the dishes and even requested to borrow the kitchen and ingredients to cook himself, a flicker of displeasure stirred within him. After all, as a spirit elder wielding a 21st level cleaver spirit, he prided himself on his culinary mastery. His restaurant's flavors were renowned as the finest on this bustling, chaotic street. Among the spirit masters who frequented this district, who wouldn't he show him at least a sliver of respect? As for ordinary non-spirit folk, they regarded him with outright reverence, never daring to voice a single complaint. Yet today, this Wu Hai and his companions had the audacity to openly demand the use of his kitchen. Was this not a blatant challenge to his patience? To him, this was no mere request. It was an undisguised provocation, a deliberate attempt to pick a fight. Wu He cast a discreet glance at the chef's countenance, which bore a gloomy and unsightly pallor akin to that of a charred pot. Unperturbed, he calmly retrieved 5 gleaming gold coins from his pocket and placed them steadily into the chef's rough, sturdy hands. "I merely wish to borrow your esteemed kitchen," he declared, "as I intend to personally prepare a few of my signature dishes to savor. Consider this modest sum as my humble purchase for the necessary ingredients." Wu He spoke with an air of nonchalance. The proprietor initially felt the substantial weight in his hand, contemplating with disdain, "Humph, merely 5 silver coins, and he dares to use them to dismiss me?" Just as he was about to hurl the coins to the ground in a fit of rage, he instinctively cast a sidelong glance at the objects in his grasp, a habit cultivated over many years of caution. To his astonishment, he gasped sharply. These were no mere silver coins, but 5 genuine, valuable golden soul coins. In an instant, the once belligerent expression of the proprietor transformed, as if he had been struck by a spell, rendering him immobile. Without delay, he lowered his raised hand with remarkable speed, and instead clasped Wu He's hand tightly. His previously fearsome visage now adorned with an obsequious smile. "Ah, esteemed guest, your presence graces our humble establishment. Today, we are truly blessed to have someone of your stature visit us. It is indeed a fortune bestowed upon us by our ancestors. Whatever delectable dishes you desire, I assure you that the entire kitchen staff will cater to your wishes. Moreover, I, along with 6 other formidable soul masters in this establishment, stand ready to assist you in any way you require." The proprietor bowed and fawned, his flattery evident. In that fleeting moment, He was genuinely taken aback by the transformation. Wu He widened his eyes, his mouth slightly agape, momentarily rendered speechless. Unbeknownst to him, the establishment run by the gentleman before him, though adorned with an elegant decor and bustling with patrons, operated on a modest pricing strategy. After accounting for the essential labor costs and various other expenditures, the monthly net profit amounted to a meager 7 or 8 silver coins. However, what left him astounded was Wu Hiyi's unhesitating gesture as he casually tossed 5 gleaming gold coins onto the counter. It is worth noting that a single gold coin is equivalent to 100 silver coins. This meant that Wu Hiyi had just bestowed a staggering sum of 500 silver coins, a fortune that nearly equated to the entirety of the gentleman's profits accumulated over the last 5 years. Faced with such a generous and affluent patron, how could the proprietor not regard Wu Hiyi with the utmost reverence, treating him as a distinguished benefactor? At that moment, his face was adorned with a sycophantic smile. Bowing and scraping as he welcomed Wu Hiyi, inwardly rejoicing at his fortune in encountering such a wealthy client. When Wu Hiyi stepped into the kitchen, the sight that met his eyes left him utterly astounded. The entire kitchen was immaculate, spotless, as if it had just undergone a meticulous cleaning. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief and surveyed the surroundings again to ensure he was not mistaken. However, in stark contrast to this pristine environment stood the proprietor, who appeared somewhat greasy. Wu Hiyi's gaze, filled with confusion and astonishment, was fixed intently upon the boss, who seemed to sense the unusual scrutiny and couldn't help but feel a hint of embarrassment, his face flushing slightly. However, Wu Hiyi did not dwell on this peculiar contrast. Instead, he swiftly redirected his attention to the dazzling array of kitchen utensils in the kitchen. With his keen observational skills and exceptional aptitude for learning, it wasn't long before he grasped the general usage of these culinary tools. To his delight, he discovered that there were actually 7 skilled sous chefs present. Through careful observation and interaction, he realized that although these sous chefs were slightly less proficient than the boss, their capabilities were nonetheless formidable. More importantly, each of them possessed a unique martial spirit related to kitchen implements. Among them was an experienced elder whose martial spirit manifested as a powerful oven. This remarkable spirit not only significantly reduced the time required for cooking, but also preserved the original delicious flavors of the food to the utmost extent, making it a veritable culinary marvel. Filled with excitement, Wu Hiyi eagerly began to select the ingredients for the kitchen. After thoughtful consideration, he chose several raw materials for his dishes. First, he opted for Kung Pao chicken, specifically selecting fresh chicken thigh meat sourced from a 10-year-old soul beast, known for its tenderness and juiciness. Next came the fried chicken fillet and chicken wings, also made from high-quality meat from the corresponding parts of the 10-year-old soul beast. Additionally, he gathered fragrant rice for Yangzhou fried rice, soft tofu for the iron plate tofu, fresh squid essential for the iron plate squid, specially marinated tofu indispensable for fried stinky tofu, lively shrimp for the oil-exploded shrimp, and succulent crucian carp and fresh clam for the crucian carp and clam soup, among others. Wu Hiyi stood contentedly before the kitchen counter, having toiled for quite some time, and at last, he succeeded in preparing an abundant array of over a dozen exquisite dishes. These culinary creations were far from ordinary. They were entirely novel delicacies that had never graced this otherworldly realm. Yet, for Wu Hiyi, each dish represented his most cherished flavors from the distant Dragon Kingdom. Every plate was infused with his dedication and emotion, as if he had woven his longing and affection for his homeland into each bite. Chapter 94, Midnight Indulgence. With a flourish, Wu Hiyi cast aside his apron and, with a grand gesture, led the cadre of chefs behind him to present their meticulously crafted dishes, each akin to a treasure, arranged with exquisite care upon the dining table. The array of culinary delights was nothing short of breathtaking, a veritable cornucopia of shapes and colors. Each dish a unique masterpiece that captivated the eye. Whether sourced from the skies, the land, or the depths of the ocean, every ingredient, through the chef's deft hands, transformed into a stunning gastronomic creation. Even from a distance, the enticing aroma wafted through the air like an invisible enchantment, instantly ensnaring the senses. Upon closer inspection, the fragrance revealed itself in layers, intricately woven together, utterly irresistible. The vibrant hues of the dishes were strikingly vivid, fiery reds, jade greens, and golden yellows, each appearing not merely as food, but as meticulously crafted works of art. Wu Hiyi gracefully took his seat at the head of the table, offering a warm smile to the assembled guests, signaling that they could now indulge in the sumptuous feast before them. However, despite the lavish spread laid out, not a single soul dared to make the first move. Yet, the glances fixated on the dining table, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of saliva pooling, revealed their true sentiments. Wu Hiyi understood perfectly well that these individuals had endured an entire night of hunger, their stomachs rumbling incessantly. At this moment, although they brimmed with anticipation to relish the meal, their sense of decorum and respect for Wu Hiyi held them back from being the first to lift their chopsticks. Upon witnessing the scene, Wu Hiyi smiled faintly and resolved to break the awkward silence by setting an example. He first filled a bowl with steaming Yangzhou fried rice, each grain glistening and distinct, emanating an alluring aroma. Following this, he ladled a bowl of creamy white clam soup, thick and delicious, which was undeniably tempting. Just as Wu Hiyi raised his chopsticks to indulge, the others could no longer suppress their cravings. Particularly, Lin Bei, with remarkable speed, seized a piece of golden, Crispy fried chicken. This fried chicken appeared irresistibly enticing, its golden hue radiant like sunlight, seemingly proclaiming its delectable flavor and crunchiness. It is worth noting that in any realm, gold is a color typically reserved for the nobility, and its presence on this dish added an extra touch of elegance. Surrounding the enticing fried chicken were 4 distinct condiments, each arranged neatly. A vibrant red chili powder that was mouth-watering, a golden-hued cheese mustard sauce rich in dairy, a sweet and tangy, alluringly red ketchup, and a delicate, smooth pale yellow mayonnaise. These 4 sauces resembled 4 unique dancers, poised to perform a culinary feast alongside the star of the show, the fried chicken. Lin Bei, a person of little regard for formality, boldly grabbed a piece of original fried chicken and unhesitatingly popped it into his mouth. In that instant, the crispy exterior of the chicken melded with its tender, juicy interior, delivering an unprecedented shock to his taste buds. The subtle juices burst forth like a mountain spring in his mouth, saturating every taste nerve. The firm and elastic chicken was astonishingly substantial, as if a lively chick was joyfully leaping between his teeth. Lin Bei devoured the piece with ferocious appetite, finishing it in mere moments. Still craving more, he quickly grabbed another piece and expertly sprinkled a generous layer of chili powder on it. As this chili-coated chicken entered his mouth, an intense sensation erupted like a roaring flame, overwhelming his palate with fiery excitement. The heat surged forth like a powerful fire-based soul skill, invigorating every cell in his body. Yet, despite the formidable spiciness, Lin Bei showed no signs of retreat. Instead, he found the experience increasingly exhilarating, unable to halt his actions. Next, Lin Bei boldly explored the delightful flavors offered by the other 3 sauces. Dipping into the ketchup, he was met with a perfectly balanced sweet and sour taste that blossomed on his tongue, akin to a sweet candy melting in his mouth, enchanting him thoroughly. When paired with the cheese mustard sauce, the rich dairy flavor harmonized with a hint of spiciness, creating a unique and luscious taste, reminiscent of a mysterious magic spell that lingered delightfully. Finally, the mayonnaise took the stage, its delicate and smooth texture coupled with a subtle saltiness, enriching the overall flavor profile, akin to a brand new adventure filled with surprises and anticipation. In this manner, Lin Bei sampled each sauce, each flavor offering him a strikingly different, yet equally astonishing experience. These rich flavors were like magical soul skills, continuously assaulting his taste defenses, leaving him entranced and unable to escape. Consequently, Lin Bei decisively declared fried chicken to be one of his most beloved foods in this lifetime. Du Guyan was a connoisseur of poisons, possessing an extraordinary ability to discern toxic substances. With a mere glance at the table, she could accurately determine that none of the dishes presented were poisonous, all being exquisite delicacies in terms of color, aroma, and taste. However, even someone as knowledgeable and decisive as Du Guyan retained a touch of feminine delicacy and caution when it came to food. Thus, she meticulously selected dishes that appeared to be more gentle in nature. Among them, one dish particularly caught her attention, a plate of tofu. This was no ordinary tofu. It contained both black and white cubes, all quietly soaking in a slightly viscous red liquid. Du Guyan delicately picked up a few pieces with her chopsticks and placed them in her mouth. As her pearly teeth bit into the white tofu, a rich soy aroma instantly filled her mouth. Next, tasting the black tofu, she was enveloped by the unique, profound flavor of black beans. Remarkably, both types of tofu were refreshingly cool, imparting a sense of invigoration. However, when combined with the thick red liquid and chewed together, something extraordinary occurred. The original refreshing sensation was swiftly replaced by a fiery, spicy flavor reminiscent of molten lava. In that fleeting moment, Du Guyan felt as though she were amidst the legendary Yin Yang Eye, experiencing both the piercing cold and the scalding heat. A stark contrast that provided a thrilling sensation that only she could truly appreciate. Chapter 95, Midnight Poisoning, Part 2. In any group, there often exists an individual who is notably different, a free spirit. This person, in both action and speech, deliberately emphasizes their uniqueness, as if elevating their status above others, existing on a completely different plane. At this moment, Yu Tianheng's gaze was instantly drawn to a black cube. To be candid, upon first seeing this food emitting a foul odor, he couldn't help but wonder, why on earth would Wu Hei present such a repulsive item on the dining table? However, with his understanding of the Wu Hei, he was acutely aware that the other party would never present something unfamiliar without reason. Thus, this seemingly inconspicuous black cube must possess its own unique merits. Before the dish containing the black cube lay a small note, quietly resting. Yu Tianheng picked up the note and read it carefully. It clearly instructed that the food should be wrapped with side dishes and sauce before consumption. Consequently, he proceeded with utmost care, following the directions on the note. First, he delicately selected some pickled radish, pickled green beans, small rings of chili, and minced garlic from the nearby bowls, artfully layering them upon the black tofu block. Next, He patiently awaited the black tofu to absorb the delectable broth until every inch was saturated with the rich liquid. Once all preparations were complete, despite the acrid odor assaulting his nostrils, Yu Tianheng summoned his courage, pinched his nose tightly, and opened his mouth wide, swiftly placing the meticulously wrapped black tofu into his mouth. In that instant, a nauseating stench unexpectedly wafted through the air, only to vanish as swiftly as it had appeared, as if it had never existed. Simultaneously, an extraordinary sensation erupted within his mouth. It began with a crispness akin to the crackling sound of a brittle cookie being bitten into, followed by a smooth, silky texture gliding over his tongue like fine silk. These two distinctly different sensations intertwined, creating a feast for the palate. Upon further savoring, the unique flavors of the carefully paired side dishes began to blossom within him, competing for attention. Instinctively, he covered his mouth, fearing that even the slightest release would allow these delightful flavors to escape like mischievous sprites. In that moment, he felt as though his mouth had transformed into a treasure trove, harboring boundless deliciousness that must be fiercely protected. Observing this scene, those around him eagerly selected their preferred dishes as well. Each person, after tasting, wore expressions of sheer satisfaction, extolling the virtues of the culinary delights before them. They indulged heartily while sharing their impressions, creating a vibrant and lively atmosphere. Wu He exhibited exceptional care for Mi-Er, as he first ladled a bowl of aromatic Yangzhou fried rice into her bowl with utmost precision. Following this, he meticulously served a steaming bowl of crucian carp and white clam soup beside it. Throughout their many years of companionship, today was the first time Mi-Er discovered Wu He's remarkable culinary skills. As she lifted a spoonful of Yangzhou fried rice to her lips, she found the texture extraordinarily delicate, each grain enveloped in egg, as if imbued with life. With gentle chews, she could distinctly savor the unique flavors of each ingredient: the tender shrimp, the crispy ham cubes, and the soft, glutinous corn kernels, all harmoniously intertwined to create a symphony of taste. Particularly, the rich aroma of the egg acted like an invisible hand, enticing her to continue savoring it, making it impossible to stop. After Mi-Er had thoroughly enjoyed her bowl of rice, she elegantly picked up the small bowl, delicate as a teacup, in her hand. With a petite spoon, she carefully scooped a small spoonful of the milky white soup. This exquisite broth, meticulously crafted from fresh crucian carp, boasted a color as pure and white as milk. Combined with the unique sweetness of the white clams, this soup's texture became exceptionally rich and layered. Wu He sat quietly to the side, observing all that lay before him. A sense of delight filled his heart as he gazed upon the exquisite dishes spread across the table. At that moment, he could not help but recall an intriguing tale from the distant future of Douluo continent, 10,000 years hence, where a remarkable figure had once emerged. This individual, with nothing more than a seemingly ordinary grilled fish, had captured the palates of countless souls. This serves to illustrate just how little the people of the present world truly comprehend the essence of genuine culinary artistry. They appeared to be mired in a rudimentary understanding of food, entirely oblivious to the extraordinary flavors concealed beneath mundane exteriors. At this juncture, the slightly portly proprietor of the roadside eatery stood eagerly beside Wu He's table, a broad smile illuminating his face as he awaited the chance to converse with this enigmatic patron. He frequently rubbed his hands together, his gaze fixed intently on Wu He, clearly anxious for an opportunity to engage in dialogue. In fact, more than 10 minutes prior, Wu He had already noticed the proprietor's presence. With his keen observational skills, it was not difficult to surmise that the kitchen staff had long since devoured every morsel of the delectable dishes served to him, leaving not a trace behind. One could easily imagine that after sampling these slightly more generous portions, those individuals would be utterly captivated, ensnared by the unique flavors, and unable to extricate themselves from their enchantment. Thus, it seemed likely that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the proprietor had come seeking to discuss potential collaboration. Amused by this thought, Wu He continued to savor the culinary delights before him at a leisurely pace. Once he felt sufficiently sated, having reached a satisfying fullness, he finally set down his chopsticks and gestured for the ever-watchful proprietor to approach. Upon witnessing this signal, the owner's face blossomed into a beaming smile of relief as he hurried to the table with eager steps. In that moment, he resembled a devoted servant, standing there with utmost reverence, slightly bowing, his eyes brimming with anticipation, as if awaiting his master's final command. After all, the array of unprecedented dishes crafted by Wu He was nothing short of astonishing for this world. Their arrival undoubtedly shattered the conventional perceptions of traditional cuisine, ushering everyone into an entirely new realm of gastronomic delight. The integration methods employed by Wu He for certain ingredients are remarkably unique and enigmatic. He skillfully incorporates highly confidential techniques. These special processing steps and skills are meticulously guarded by him, and for anyone attempting to decipher and study them, it would be a near impossibility without a span of 3 to 5 years. Faced with such a complex and elusive technical barrier, It became evident to all that overcoming it solely through individual efforts would be an arduous task. Consequently, after careful deliberation, they ultimately resolved to seek alternative pathways through external collaboration. In the ensuing half-hour, both parties engaged in a tense and vigorous negotiation. Wu Yi began to elaborate on the core technologies he had mastered and their potential value, clearly expressing his expectations for future profit distribution. After a lively exchange filled with sharp retorts, they finally reached a mutually satisfactory agreement. Wu Yi would receive a 70 share of the pure profit from each subsequent dish. Despite relinquishing such a significant portion of the profits, the owner departed with great joy. After all, starting from that very night, with Wu Yi's unparalleled culinary skills and innovative concepts, the restaurant was destined to gain renown, soaring to become the premier gastronomic destination in the entire Douluo continent. Chapter 96. Misunderstanding. Once the business deal was successfully concluded, Wu Yi felt an indescribable sense of exhilaration and ease, as if he had been rejuvenated, brimming with vitality. It was indeed an unexpected turn of events. Having merely indulged in a simple late-night meal, he had effortlessly amassed a considerable fortune. Such serendipitous fortune was enough to uplift anyone's spirits. With a heart full of joy, Wu Yi playfully jangled the heavy pouch of coins in his hand, stepping lightly as he slowly exited the bustling eatery. Meanwhile, the owner of the establishment stood at the entrance, tears glistening in his eyes, gazing wistfully at Wu Yi's hurried departure. Although he successfully acquired all the precious recipes from Wu Yi, the cost was steep, for he had to surrender every last penny of the profits he had painstakingly earned over the month to this astute businessman. Observing the 7 or 8 patrons, each now sporting a round and bulging belly as if several months into gestation, they waddled along, swaying from side to side, resembling a group of sluggish penguins making their way toward the academy. As they walked, they emitted satisfied grunts, clearly overwhelmed by the sumptuous feast they had just enjoyed. At that moment, the academy's gatekeeper stood idly at the entrance, feeling a sense of ennui. Suddenly, illuminated by the silvery moonlight, he spotted 7 or 8 oddly shaped, round-headed figures moving toward the school at a moderate pace. This unexpected sight startled him greatly, leading him to believe a terrifying monster was approaching. Without hesitation, he activated the highest level alarm, signaling an emergency. Simultaneously, 2 softly glowing soul rings appeared around him, indicating his readiness to confront any imminent danger. As the piercing alarm echoed throughout the campus, the academy's security team swiftly sprang into action. Within mere minutes, a third of the security personnel, resembling warriors facing a formidable foe, rushed to the school entrance, quickly establishing a robust defensive line, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Standing at the gate, they peered through the slightly worn iron bars, witnessing the moonlight cascading onto the ground like delicate silk. Amidst this shimmering lunar glow, several figures slowly approached the school's entrance. These figures appeared both rounded and enigmatic, as though they hailed from a realm unknown. They moved silently, yet exuded an inexplicable sense of pressure that was palpable. Wu Yi exhibited an extraordinary restraint towards the late-night feast before him, having long been accustomed to a plethora of culinary delights in his previous life. To the point of weariness, he now faced a lavish spread of dishes. With each delicacy that graced the table, he merely lifted a small portion with his chopsticks, savoring it delicately and reflecting quietly on the distinctions between these flavors and those of the world he once inhabited. As a result, he alone among the gathered guests refrained from overindulging, maintaining a relatively slender silhouette. Unintentionally, Wu Yi raised his gaze towards the distant entrance of the school, and was momentarily astonished by the sight before him. A group of junior students stood in neat formation, seemingly awaiting his return. A wave of surprise washed over him. I merely led a team to secure a victory. Why would they go to such lengths, even gathering in the stillness of night to welcome me? As this thought crossed his mind, Wu Yi couldn't help but chuckle softly to himself. Although he uttered polite phrases to downplay the situation, deep within, he was brimming with joy, akin to a blossoming flower expressing its delight. As the crowd approached the school gates, their steps light and buoyant, they were within a mere 10 meters when a sudden roar echoed from within the school grounds. The guard stationed at the gate bellowed, "Who are you? How dare you force your way into the Royal Academy of Soul Masters of the Heavenly Fight Empire?" This thunderous shout pierced the tranquil night, instantly tightening the nerves of all present. In an instant, students surged to either side, resembling a tide. Brilliant beams of light erupted, as vibrant and diverse soul rings ascended from their bodies, swirling elegantly around them. Concurrently, an array of extraordinary martial souls materialized, some resembling ferocious beasts, claws bared, others resembling birds, poised for flight, and yet others appearing as ethereal plants, swaying gracefully. They adopted a formidable stance, ready to unleash a fierce assault at any moment. Wu Yi initially felt a surge of joy, believing that the enthusiastic figures before him were his junior classmates, eagerly welcoming him back to campus. However, upon closer inspection, Disappointment washed over him as he realized that this gathering was, in fact, comprised of the school's rotating security personnel. Faced with this unexpected situation, Wu He found himself in a rather absurd predicament, his forehead adorned with a few beads of sweat. With no other recourse, he retrieved his school ID from his pocket, raised it high, and waved it gently to indicate that he was not an outsider. At this juncture, the night had deepened, and a solitary, dimly lit moon cast a faint glow across the sky. Under this hazy moonlight, the gatekeeper squinted, straining to discern the ID held by Wu He. After a considerable interval and repeated scrutiny, he finally managed to confirm that it was indeed the school ID, and that standing at the gate was none other than Wu He himself. "Oh, so it is you, little Wu. What brings you back to school at such a late hour? And are those peculiar spirit beasts trailing behind you your latest acquisitions?" The gatekeeper inquired. His curiosity piqued as he eyed the 6 or 7 spirit beasts following Wu He. Meanwhile, the other junior members of the security team, upon realizing that the figure outside was their familiar senior Wu He, gradually relaxed, retracting their martial spirits and easing their vigilant stance. Nevertheless, they remained intensely intrigued by the mysterious spirit beasts Wu He had brought back, gathering around him and engaging in hushed discussions. They marveled at how obedient and well-behaved these spirit beasts were, while also wondering why Wu He had returned to school at such a late hour. Upon hearing the inquiry from the gatekeeper, Wu He felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment once more. "Sir, do put on your reading glasses, if you please." Wu He shouted loudly. "They are all elite students from our school, not the soul beast you mentioned." This left the old gatekeeper in an awkward position. He hurriedly turned on the dim, worn-out light in the guardroom, and under its feeble glow, he finally discerned the figures behind Wu He. It was astonishing to see someone whose belly was so round that, from a distance, it was hard to tell whether they were human or beast. The younger members of the security department also craned their necks to confirm. Once they realized who it was, they couldn't help but wear embarrassed expressions, silently praying that the seniors behind Wu He wouldn't remember their faces. After all, they would need these seniors' assistance for future missions. Chapter 97. Escape through food. Mier gradually awoke, instinctively rubbing her belly. The roundness from last night's feast had vanished, replaced by a wave of hunger. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she slowly got out of bed and, with somewhat unsteady steps, made her way out of the dormitory room. Descending the stairs, Mier eventually reached the first floor of the dormitory. There was a spacious and bright dining hall dedicated to serving the residents of her building. This dining hall was remarkable. In addition to providing delicious meals, it featured a specialized training room, a relaxation area for unwinding, and a library filled with an array of books. Upon entering the dining hall, Mier was taken aback by the sight before her. A long dining table was lined with people, each one seemingly drained of their bones, sprawled limply across the table. Mier was bewildered, completely at a loss for what had transpired. However, instinctively, she followed her vague memories and walked toward the kitchen. The kitchen was adorned with a variety of dishes, emanating mouth-watering aromas. Yet, after a brief glance at the delectable food, she naturally turned away and headed toward an empty seat at a dining table. Almost as soon as she sat down, her body felt as though it had lost all support, collapsing onto the table like a puddle of mud. Time passed, and eventually, Wu He stirred from his slumber. He stretched widely, feeling an unparalleled sense of comfort. It had been the most restful night he had experienced in months. Reflecting on the events of the previous night, he couldn't help but chuckle ruefully. It turned out that due to a minor issue at the gate, their group had enjoyed a hearty meal and then inexplicably fallen asleep by the roadside, looking utterly disheveled. The fatigue visible on everyone's faces indicated they had exhausted their soul power. Moreover, the delightful meal they had just enjoyed had afforded them immense satisfaction and relaxation. Perhaps realizing they could not enter the academy for some time, the group gradually began to sit on the ground to rest. However, who would have expected that just a few minutes later, as Wu He contentedly concluded his meal, he would be astonished to see his companions one by one succumb to deep slumber? Thankfully, the enthusiastic younger members of the security department came to their aid, lifting each of the slumbering giants and returning them to their respective dormitories. It must be said, these gentlemen were exceptionally heavy. Meanwhile, Wu He, clad in refreshing attire, strolled lightly toward the dormitory building. As he walked, he reveled in the delightful sensations brought on by last night's feast. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of the independent dining hall. When he gently pushed open the door, the scene that unfolded before him was truly shocking. 7 or 8 people lay on the dining table, as if suffering from withdrawal, their eyes fixated on him. Had he not distinctly remembered that these individuals had feasted to their heart's content the previous night, he might have been led to believe they had been starving for 10 days or more. Wu He's face flushed crimson, his limbs rendered uncertain, betraying his profound embarrassment. With utmost caution, he raised his hand and gently waved towards the front, stammering a greeting. Hi, why is everyone up so early?" As the tremor in his voice faded, the previously tranquil crowd erupted into a flurry of excitement. Faces turned towards one another, disbelief etched in their expressions. only to be swiftly followed by a chorus of exuberant cheers. "It's really him. We did not miss here," someone exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. In an instant, everyone leaped from their seats as if infused with an exhilarating surge of energy, their spirits high and eyes glimmering with delight. Their demeanor resembled that of addicts encountering their long-desired fix, completely losing their composure. They rushed towards Wu He, exclaiming fervently, "Ancestor, you have finally awoken. Indeed, indeed. We have eagerly awaited your arrival." Others chimed in, their voices rising and falling in a jubilant cacophony that resonated throughout the room. Wu He was utterly bewildered, completely at a loss regarding the situation. The reactions of those around him were excessively intense, leaving him somewhat disconcerted. He could only perceive shadows dancing before him, as countless hands reached out, grasping and shaking him. Initially, he managed to maintain his footing, but as time went on, he felt an increasing dizziness, as if the world were spinning uncontrollably. If this relentless shaking continued, he feared he might be utterly shattered. "Stop. Please, cease at once." Wu He could no longer endure the torment. With every ounce of strength, he pushed away the crowd surrounding him and swiftly extended his hands in a gesture of halt. "What on earth is happening? Have you all fallen under some illusion?" he demanded, panting heavily. "Oh, my dear ancestors, you truly are our venerable forebears. Hurry, hurry, go take a look in the kitchen and see what kind of swill they've prepared," Lin Bei shouted, his voice strained with fury as he angrily retrieved the meticulously prepared meals from the kitchen. Wu Hai gazed over with a face full of confusion, casually picking up chopsticks to grasp a morsel of food, which he then placed in his mouth to chew. After savoring it thoughtfully, he shook his head, indicating that he did not perceive any significant issues. Furrowing his brows in puzzlement, he inquired, "Isn't this all quite similar to before? There seems to be no discernible difference. How could it possibly be the same?" Lin Bei's eyes widened in disbelief, veins bulging on his forehead as he shouted with fervor at Wu Hui, as if he were determined to unleash all his pent-up dissatisfaction and indignation. "Have you not considered what delectable dishes you presented to us last night? As the saying goes, it is easy to transition from frugality to extravagance, but transitioning from extravagance back to frugality is an arduous task. To return to these meager offerings feels akin to an insurmountable challenge." As Lin Bei spoke, his agitation rendered his legs weak, and he nearly fell to his knees before Wu Hui. Even Yu Tianheng, usually proud and imperious, was compelled to set aside his haughtiness, pleading earnestly with Wu Hui. I implore you, please prepare a breakfast for all of us, or we shall truly perish from hunger here." Wu Hui found himself at a loss for words, utterly astonished by the terrifying delicacies that hailed from another realm. Overwhelmed with guilt as he gazed upon this group of sons, he hastily reached out to the academy's cafeteria to procure some ingredients. Half an hour later, these fellows sprang to life, invigorated as if fueled by an elixir of vitality. Remarkably, if he were to abandon his cultivation in the future and merely open a shop, he would never have to worry about sustenance for the rest of his life. Upon hearing this, Wu He casually seized a baguette from the nearby basket and, with a swift motion, hurled it towards Lin Bei, who promptly caught it in his mouth. "If you cannot speak, then hold your tongue. Xiaoyi, I have made a discovery." Wu He was suddenly captivated by Mi Er's words. "I discovered that after consuming the late-night meal you prepared last night, my soul force has increased by half a level." Hearing this, Wu He thought it was merely a coincidence. However, the others exchanged glances and in unison exclaimed, "Me too." Chapter 98, Experiment. "Are you saying that after eating the dishes I made, your soul force has remarkably risen by half a level?" Wu He's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a canvas of skepticism as he once again inquired of the assembly. Upon hearing his words, everyone present nodded in unison, affirming his query. A profound silence enveloped the room, broken only by the soft sounds of their breathing. It was now Wu He who found himself at a loss. He recalled that in the original text he was familiar with, amidst a myriad of levels, there had never been any mention of enhancing soul power through the consumption of food. If only one or two individuals had experienced such a phenomenon, it might have been attributed to their diligent cultivation finally coming to fruition. Yet now, an entire group had simultaneously achieved breakthroughs, and remarkably, the levels of their advancements were nearly identical, suggesting an underlying, significant reason that remained concealed. As this thought crossed his mind, Wu He felt a stirring within. If he could successfully identify the true cause behind these individuals' enhancements, it would signify the discovery of a swift path to elevate one's strength. This notion ignited a fervent desire for exploration within him, akin to a spark igniting a flame. Thus, without further hesitation, he swiftly retreated to his quarters to devise a detailed investigation plan. Time flowed like a gentle river, unceasingly advancing. In the blink of an eye, a mere fortnight had elapsed. Within the elite dormitory, Mi Er and the others had dined exclusively on Wu He's culinary creations for an entire month. Initially, they had been filled with excitement and joy, relishing the diverse and uniquely crafted dishes presented daily. However, as the days wore on and the quantity of food increased, their delight began to wane. It was essential to note that Wu Hiyi did not regard them as ordinary humans, but rather as subjects for his culinary experiments. Over the course of these 2 weeks, although each individual's soul power had marginally increased, some even by 1 or 2 levels, mealtime became akin to enduring a tormenting trial. Should they opt to forego Wu Hiyi's meticulously prepared meals in favor of the cafeteria's offerings, they found the taste bland and uninspiring. Yet, should they choose to partake in Wu Hiyi's creations, they were compelled to adhere strictly to his instructions and finish every morsel before leaving the table. The consequences of non-compliance were severe. In this brief span of 2 weeks, as mealtime approached, the expressions of despair and resignation became ubiquitous among the residents of the building. However, among this group, Mi-Er exhibited the least resistance to their plight. After all, she and Wu Hiyi hailed from the same village, having grown up in similar circumstances. Both were unfortunate children who had lost their parents at a tender age, never having experienced the special care and affection that parental figures provide. Thus, whenever Wu Hiyi showed her even a modicum of consideration, such as preparing delectable dishes for her enjoyment, she felt genuine happiness. Even when she was aware that Wu Hiyi might view her merely as a test subject for new recipes, the sentiment still brought her joy. On this particular day, she entered the dining hall on the ground floor, as usual. Upon stepping inside, her gaze fell upon a group of individuals, their faces etched with expressions of desolation. Yet, she did not retreat. Instead, she confidently approached an empty seat and settled in, seamlessly integrating herself into this peculiar assembly. However, today as circumstances felt unusually different. As the seconds ticked by, they awaited over an hour for Wu Hiyi's arrival, which never came. Were it not for the rumbling of their stomachs, they might have remained entranced in this atmosphere of anticipation. Finally, someone could no longer contain their frustration and voiced a complaint. What on earth is happening? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Has he finally decided to show us mercy? Another chimed in. Even if he does intend to spare us, he should at least provide us with something to eat. The moment the words left their lips, a chorus of growls resonated throughout the dining hall as another group succumbed to fatigue, collapsing onto the table. At this moment, they were truly tormented by hunger. Yet some silently pondered. Even if they were to serve as test subjects for exotic dishes, they ought to be allowed to fill their bellies first. Just then, the faint sound of wheels rolling closer caught their attention. They turned to see Wu Hiyi pushing a small cart into the room. The cart bore several steamers of varying sizes, some as large as basins, others petite and exquisite, resembling delicate crafts. Stacked atop one another, the steamers emitted clouds of steam, releasing an enticing aroma. I apologize for the wait, everyone. With a beaming smile, Wu Hiyi exclaimed, his voice brimming with barely concealed excitement. Today, I have a monumental piece of good news to share with you all. As he spoke, his eyes sparkled as they swept across each individual present. However, in stark contrast to Wu Hiyi's exuberance, Lin Bei's face turned ashen, akin to one who had encountered a specter. He hastily waved his hands in protest, exclaiming, No, Brother Wu, please refrain from looking at us with that smile. It sends shivers down our spines. Lin Bei's reaction was not merely an exaggeration. It had been a full fortnight since their arrival here. During this time, every instance Wu Hiyi displayed that chilling smile, it invariably heralded misfortune. They would either be coerced into performing peculiar and arduous tasks or compelled to sample unpalatable, even grotesque culinary concoctions. Thus, at this moment, Lin Bei and his companions were engulfed by an overwhelming sense of dread towards Wu Hiyi's grin. Their collective thought was to flee this place, even if it meant dining at the school cafeteria, which offered no culinary delights. At least there, despite the unappetizing fare, their lives would be spared. Regrettably, Wu Hiyi was not one to let them off so easily. In an instant, he darted forward, akin to a specter, swiftly appearing behind Lin Bei. With a robust hand, he effortlessly pressed the would-be escapee back into his seat. Chapter 99. A weakness unworthy of nourishment. Before Lin Bei stood a steaming dumpling steamer, its size akin to 3 adult fists, exuding warmth and an enticing aroma that made one's mouth water. Meanwhile, Wu Hiyi was laboriously pushing a petite cart, which he gradually maneuvered closer. Much like the previous steamer, he placed another before each individual, though upon closer inspection, one would note that while the steamers shared a similar exterior, their sizes varied slightly. Some were a tad larger, while others were comparatively smaller. I sincerely appreciate your enthusiastic cooperation over the past fortnight. With a beaming smile illuminating his face and excitement and pride glimmering in his eyes, Wu Hiyi proclaimed, After days and nights of diligent research, I have successfully deciphered the optimal ratio and the principles it encompasses. The dishes presented before you are meticulously tailored to suit your body's absorption needs, exquisite delicacies designed for your benefit. My preliminary estimation suggests that once everyone has indulged in this feast, each individual present should be able to elevate their soul power by an entire level. He paused momentarily before continuing. The unique method I have developed, which enhances cultivation through consumption, has been aptly named nutritional fortification. It is crucial to understand that this is not something that just anyone can attempt. Each person's physical constitution varies, necessitating different types of ingredients for optimal nourishment. Typically, this method allows for an enhancement of 1 to 2 levels at a time. However, it is vital to note that this feast can only be enjoyed once every 90 days. Otherwise, it may adversely affect one's health. Through meticulous calculations, it has been discovered that while consuming these special ingredients may yield a short-term elevation in cultivation, this is merely a superficial effect. In reality, these ingredients harbor an astonishing amount of soul power, which significantly accelerates the growth of one's cultivation and can extend the training speed for approximately 180 days. If a culinary adept with a food-type martial spirit meticulously prepares these delicacies following my unique methodology, the resulting effects could be doubled. Nevertheless, the abundance of soul power within the ingested food prevents continuous rapid absorption of its energy. Generally, after consumption, one can only directly enhance their cultivation by 1 or 2 levels at a time, necessitating a gradual digestion of the excess soul power within. At this point, Wu nodded slightly to signal the crowd to unveil the lids of their respective dishes. Upon receiving his cue, a few individuals obediently followed suit, lifting the covers. Instantly, a myriad of distinct and delightful aromas wafted from the uniquely shaped containers. The exquisite and tantalizing scents captivated the already ravenous attendees, igniting their appetites and prompting eager anticipation. Like famished beasts, they began to devour the mounds of food before them with fervor. The scene resembled that of starving souls reborn, as the delectable spread was obliterated in the blink of an eye. As they feasted heartily, an astonishing phenomenon unfolded. Each person's cultivation began to pulsate rhythmically, as if imbued with life. With every swallow, this rhythmic energy became increasingly pronounced, seemingly synchronizing with their eating motions. Yet, before they could completely consume the entirety of the delicacies, a remarkable moment occurred. Everyone's soul power levels surged, each person attaining a notable elevation of a full level. This astonishing transformation filled the gathering with both astonishment and joy. However, upon clearing their plates, they found that only a handful had managed to elevate their cultivation by 2 levels. After deliberation, they speculated that perhaps due to the frequent consumption of these potent soul-infused foods over the past fortnight, their bodies had accumulated a substantial amount of unabsorbed soul power. Consequently, despite the vast intake of soul power this time, most individuals were unable to fully assimilate the energy in such a short span, leading only a select few to achieve the remarkable feat of advancing 2 levels. At that very moment, Mi-Er, through relentless effort and training, had successfully elevated her cultivation to level 49, just a step away from the coveted realm of Soul King. With a little more perseverance, she would breach this barrier and emerge as a true Soul King powerhouse. Alongside Mi-Er, the others also made significant strides in their cultivation. United in purpose, they all stepped into the ranks of Soul Sect. Even Lin Bei and Yi Lingling, who initially possessed relatively lower cultivation levels, experienced a qualitative leap in strength after several days of intensive nourishment, successfully ascending to level 39. As Wu Yi stood before the gathered crowd, he gently closed his eyes, attuning himself to the ethereal waves of soul energy emanating from each individual. Through this profound connection, he could discern the current cultivation levels and latent abilities of everyone present. Once he had grasped the circumstances of all, he couldn't help but ponder. With the prestigious Continental Soul Master Elite competition on the horizon, it was imperative to seek suitable soul rings that aligned with the abilities of his like-minded companions. After all, an appropriate soul ring plays a pivotal role in enhancing a soul master's strength. At that moment, the group had experienced a noticeable boost in their soul power due to their recent dietary supplements. Observing this, Wu Yi mused, since everyone was making progress, should he not seize this golden opportunity to strive for an additional soul ring? Although he could temporarily wield formidable power through his armor fusion technique, he was, in reality, limited to a mere 3 soul rings. Consequently, the duration of his combat prowess was barely 15 minutes. Should he encounter a formidable foe, especially in the absence of Lin Bei's support, defeat would likely be inevitable. Moreover, it was rumored that this year's Spirit Hall had dispatched 3 exceptionally gifted contestants who had already reached the Soul King level. If Wu Yi remained stagnant, he would almost certainly face failure in the impending competition. Just as Wu Yi furrowed his brow, deeply engrossed in thoughts on how to effectively elevate his soul power, Lin Bei, indulging in his meal, suddenly exclaimed in confusion, "Old Wu, why am I eating and inexplicably starting to bleed from my nose?" Upon hearing this, Wu Yi abruptly lifted his head and, upon inspection, found Lin Bei's face flushed, with blood seeping from his nose. "It's nothing. Just an excess accumulation of soul power within you that your body cannot properly absorb." Chapter 100, Bottlenecks and Pressure After Several Days of Nutritional Supplementation. Wu Yi sequestered himself in his room, dedicating himself wholeheartedly to rigorous training. Yet, despite sensing the surging and abundant soul power within him, he found himself unable to achieve a breakthrough, no matter how fervently he refined his energy. This was the first time in his life that he felt such bewilderment and helplessness regarding the concept of a breakthrough. He felt an unsettling sensation, as if an invisible barrier held him firmly at level 38, preventing his advancement. Gradually, self-doubt began to creep in. Could it be that there was an issue with his physique? After all, both his soul and martial spirit originated from the same world. Setting aside the quality of his soul, the caliber of his martial spirit was undeniably top tier in this realm. Yet, his corporeal form had undeniably been born in this world. Could it be that the subpar physical attributes of his original body were the root of his current predicament? After days of deep contemplation, Wu He found his mind inundated with an array of thoughts, intertwining and clashing, yet he still could not arrive at a definitive answer or solution. Time slipped away unnoticed, and at last, the final day of the month arrived. On this day, the sun shone brightly, but it held profound significance for the team. Lin Bei and Du Guyan approached side by side, their gazes resolutely fixed on Wu He. They harbored high hopes that Wu He would lead the team to acquire the next soul ring, thereby enhancing the strength of the entire group. It was only today that Wu He realized, due to his meticulous dietary preparations, the team members had accumulated a substantial amount of soul power within them, ready for absorption. After more than 10 days of relentless refining, each member's cultivation had remarkably approached a critical juncture. Among them, Mi-Er and Wu Miao Miao had both, through their own efforts and innate talents, broken through to level 50. Just one soul ring away from becoming true soul kings. Meanwhile, Lin Bei, Yu Tianhong, Du Guyan, and Yi Ling had all successfully advanced to level 40, marking their entry into the ranks of the soul sect. At this moment, all 6 team members faced the same predicament. Each was lacking a new soul ring. Moreover, with less than a month until the highly anticipated Continental Soul Master Elite competition commenced, time was of the essence. A sense of urgency gripped their hearts as they eagerly yearned to venture out and hunt for that crucial soul ring. They understood well that once all members successfully acquired new soul rings and elevated their powers, their small team would become an unstoppable force, undoubtedly the strongest squad. After all, possessing a lineup of 3 soul kings and 4 soul sect members conferred upon them an unparalleled strength among the multitude of competing teams. In the eyes of each team member, Wu He was never regarded as an ordinary soul master. For whenever he unleashed his soul skills, the formidable power he exhibited was sufficient to attest to his true standing as a soul king, an assertion that was indisputable, especially in the heat of competition. If the team could perform at their utmost, they would rightfully be recognized as a super team composed of 4 soul kings and 3 soul masters. Even the renowned and formidable elite team from the Spirit Hall, known to Wu He, would likely find it challenging to contend with them. However, upon learning that all team members had reached their current peak cultivation levels, Wu He, who had always sailed smoothly, for the first time felt a surge of anxiety welling up within him. For a long time, be it through the fierce battles he had faced or the relentless training he had endured, everything had been effortlessly navigated by Wu He. He seemed to have never encountered any bottlenecks in his cultivation journey, and his combat prowess far exceeded that of other competitors at the same level. Yet at this moment, as he witnessed his close companions, with whom he had trained and grown alongside, achieving significant breakthroughs, he truly experienced an unprecedented sense of tension. Especially with his longtime friend Mi-Er on the verge of successfully advancing to a soul king, and with Lin Bei and Yu Tianhong, who had only recently joined the family, also poised to enter the true realm of the soul sect. Yet, he alone, despite possessing the ability to contend with soul kings, found his actual cultivation stagnating at the soul master stage. This reality was indeed perplexing and bewildering. For an entire night, he sat alone in his room, mulling over various possibilities and choices. As the dawn's light streamed through the window, he finally made a difficult, yet resolute decision. What? A gasp escaped, followed by a chorus of identical exclamations. Suddenly, the entire meeting room on the first floor felt as though it had been ignited, with everyone wide-eyed in disbelief, echoing the same sentiment. In fact, even Dean Liang himself was at a loss. In his eyes, Wu He had always been a figure of immense confidence, perhaps even bordering on arrogance. Yet who would have thought that this time, Wu He would lower his head to seek out his own path, leaving behind merely a letter and a 1-month leave of absence request. In response to the astonished gazes and puzzled expressions, Dean Liang slowly began to explain. Indeed, as you have seen, Wu He visited me last night and requested a month-long leave. He stated that he needed to attend to some matters, but he assured me he would return before the competition begins. At this point, Dean Liang could not help but shake his head gently, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. By the time you unfold this letter, I may have already vanished beyond the solemn gates of the academy. Indeed, it is hard to believe. I, who have always sailed smoothly, now face my first bottleneck on the path of cultivation. Presently, my cultivation feels as if it is ensnared by an invisible shackle, stagnating at the awkward juncture of level 38. However, please do not overly worry for me, dear teammates. I am not one to be easily crushed by difficulties or succumb to despair, regardless of how arduous the road ahead may be. I firmly believe I can overcome this challenge. So trust me, after a month, I shall return with even greater strength, ready to fight alongside you once more, embarking on a journey filled with challenges and glory. As the rightful captain of our team, even though I am not present with you at this moment, the weight of responsibility remains upon my shoulders. Therefore, I hereby issue the following crucial directives. First, me Air and Meow Meow, as our outstanding partners, will assume the role of temporary captains, each responsible for selecting 2 team members to form small squads. Over the next 14 days, you must devote yourselves entirely to acquiring your own new soul rings, enhancing our team's overall combat strength. Furthermore, for those substitute members who are unable to participate in this mission, their training must not wane in the slightest. I have meticulously outlined the training methods for substitute members and the various combat coordination scenarios they may face in the future, and I implore everyone to adhere strictly to these guidelines. Only through the continuous progress of each individual can we forge an indomitable future for our team. Chapter 101. A visit to Shrek. As the first golden rays of dawn broke, Wu He slowly emerged from the solemn and ancient gates of the academy. He gently raised his hand, gazing intently at the slightly worn map in his grasp, his eyes ultimately fixing upon a specific direction. Without hesitation, he set forth, resolutely walking towards that destination. At that moment, the streets lay desolate, enveloped in tranquility. The early light had just begun to illuminate the world, and most pedestrians remained ensconced in their sweet dreams. Even those drivers who typically ventured out at the crack of dawn were still ensconced in slumber, oblivious to the unfolding day. After all, who could have anticipated that someone would embark on an unannounced journey at such an early hour? Yet, Wu He was destined to be the protagonist of this unlikely event. As a soul master, he possessed extraordinary strength and endurance, a gift attributed to the unique mechanism of soul power within him. As long as his soul power remained in a continuous cycle, his body could ceaselessly draw energy from the surrounding environment, swiftly converting it to replenish his physical vitality. Thus, he was able to maintain an almost perpetual state of vigor and excellence. Indeed, during the past few days of uncertainty, Wu He had not squandered his time. On the contrary, he had delved into a thorough exploration and study of the operation of his soul power. Through repeated experimentation and practice, he gradually grasped the essence of soul power as an exceptionally unique and mysterious form of energy, akin to a relentless river flowing unceasingly within him. When soul power accumulated to a certain extent, reaching a critical threshold, it could break through the various restraints concealed within, leading to a significant elevation in his cultivation level. From the original text, it was evident that Tang Sen cultivated his unique method with soul power akin to a wild stallion, galloping forth and rising in tandem. This observation suggested that soul power might merely represent a somewhat rudimentary application. Therefore, when viewed from the perspective of cultivation and application, the form of soul power resembled the vast ocean, eternally tumultuous and grand, its usage imbued with immense majesty. Consequently, Wu He contemplated emulating the Taoist approach. Perceiving soul power as a vibrant spirit circulating within him, he sought to compress it gradually, transforming it from a gaseous state into a liquid form. In this manner, while the volume contained within his body remained unchanged, the quality of the soul power could indeed be altered. Wu He once endeavored to transcend the constraints of his cultivation through this method, yet fate was not in his favor, and he met with failure. Subsequently, he likened his soul force to the chi within the Dragon Ball universe's cultivation system, seeking to achieve a breakthrough through mastery over this chi. Although he did not achieve complete success this time, he at least acquired the ability to conceal his cultivation level, which could be considered a modest gain. Despite his cultivation being akin to an expansive, unfathomable ocean, even when he exerted himself to the fullest, others found it exceedingly difficult to glimpse even a fraction of his hidden depths without revealing his soul rings. As time quietly slipped away, he embarked on a protracted journey. Approaching noon, the sun hung in the sky like a blazing orb of fire, poised to ascend to its zenith. At long last, Wu He arrived at a village that appeared to be in disarray, yet possessed a unique charm. At the entrance, a sign hung prominently, its inscriptions resembling the graceful strokes of a dragon and phoenix, boldly declaring the name Shrek Academy. However, fate seemed intent on teasing humanity. At that very moment, the academy was devoid of all but a stooped old man, his face etched with deep lines, sweeping the ground. After a series of inquiries, Wu He experienced a moment of profound realization. It turned out that on the eve of the grand competition, Shrek Academy was merely an unrecognized intermediate institution, akin to a solitary goose abandoned in the wilderness, rendering it impossible for its students to register for the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Competition. For participation, the academy either needed to inexplicably elevate its status to that of a high-level institution, obtaining imperial certification, or the students had to affiliate themselves parasitically with a recognized high-level academy. Only then could the students of Shrek hope to enroll in the competition. Subsequently, It seemed that after facing humiliation at the hands of the Tiendo Royal Soul Master Academy, they, like lost dogs, sought refuge with the Lamba Academy, ultimately leading to the latter being renamed as the New Shrek Academy. Wu He glanced at the map, unable to suppress a sigh of exasperation, feeling utterly speechless. In fact, 2 hours prior, he had fortuitously passed by the vicinity of Lanba Academy. Had he recalled this earlier, he could have avoided such a lengthy journey. At this moment, he surveyed his surroundings and couldn't help but lament. Shrek Academy was indeed in a dire state of poverty. Not a single carriage could be seen nearby. Reluctantly, Wu He had to rely on his own humble carriage, trudging laboriously toward Nanba Academy. After enduring countless hardships, he finally arrived at the gates of the New Shrek Academy just before the sun dipped below the horizon. At that moment, the academy's name still hung as Lanba Academy, and although several construction workers were busy renovating the entrance, it still evoked an inexplicable sense of absurdity. As Wu He sauntered leisurely to the gatekeeper station at the entrance of the academy, he gently presented his student identification card. Beneath the card lay a gleaming golden soul coin, radiating a captivating brilliance. The gatekeeper, upon receiving the identification, scrutinized it with the reverence one might afford a treasured artifact, meticulously comparing it against Wu He. Simultaneously, his hands moved with the swiftness of lightning, swiftly pocketing the golden soul coin. "Pray tell, young scholar, what brings you to our esteemed institution?" inquired the gatekeeper, his face a canvas of skepticism. Wu He spoke with a light and carefree demeanor. "Having heard of your esteemed institution's recent recruitment of several prodigious talents, among whom is my dear friend, I have come to pay a visit." The words of Wu He resonated like a celestial melody. Had Xiao Wu heard these utterances at that moment, she would undoubtedly have been infuriated, pointing an accusatory finger at him and unleashing a torrent of invective. "Who is your friend? You are clearly here to stir up trouble." The gatekeeper, acutely aware of his responsibilities, could not possibly allow anyone entry based solely on the whimsical remarks of Wu He. However, observing Wu He clad in the prestigious uniform of the Heavenly Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy, though somewhat fatigued as if he had endured a long journey, he appeared devoid of any malice. Most importantly, the gatekeeper had received a gold soul coin from him, having inquired and answered all that was necessary. It seemed unreasonable and unjust to deny him access. After a moment's contemplation, the gatekeeper summoned his martial spirit, inscribing a few characters in an ornate script upon it. Before his martial spirit soared into the courtyard like an eagle taking flight. Upon witnessing this scene, Wu He couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. "My heavens, could this be the legendary carrier pigeon delivering messages?" Chapter 102, Farewell to the Shrek Team. Wu He stood quietly before the grand entrance of Lanba Academy, arms crossed, his gaze occasionally drifting towards the interior of the institution. As moments ticked by and impatience began to swell within him, he suddenly noticed a crimson dot appearing in the sky above the academy. With the passage of time, this small point gradually expanded, becoming increasingly distinct. Wu He squinted his eyes and peered closely, quickly recognizing that it was Ma Hongjun. The latter approached the academy's entrance like a great bird ablaze with flames. "Hey, you chubby one, you chubby one." Wu He unabashedly raised his voice, which resonated through the air like the tolling of a bell. The gatekeeper, stationed nearby, instinctively turned upon hearing Wu He's call. As he saw Ma Hongjun drawing closer, he couldn't help but silently marvel at the boy's audacity. It was well known among the gatekeepers that Ma Hongjun was no ordinary child. Despite his youth, his cultivation was rather modest. Moreover, he frequently frequented disreputable places, earning a notorious reputation. Most importantly, he detested being called chubby. Anyone daring to utter such words would surely face a severe beating. There was even an incident where an unfortunate soul referred to him as chubby and ended up grievously injured, still bettered into this day. As Ma Hongjun soared through the air, his anger ignited upon hearing someone audaciously call him chubby to his face, causing his complexion to flush crimson, akin to a ripened apple. This nickname was only permissible for a select few of his close friends, such as Tang San. Even Tang San's mentor, Yu Xiaojiang, could only refer to him as Hongjun at most. However, when Ma Hongjun finally drew near and realized that the caller was none other than Wu He, his expression darkened further. This was a person with whom he had significant grievances. The very captain of the academy team that had mercilessly bested their Shrek team just a month prior. Recalling that encounter, Ma Hongjun couldn't help but wear a bitter smile. The power of this deity-like figure was simply overwhelming, rendering him unable to contend with it. Observing Wu He's familiar demeanor, Ma Hongjun felt a surge of frustration bubbling within him, wishing to vent his anger with a few sharp words. Standing firmly within the school gates, he showed no intention of allowing Wu He entry, simply coldly inquiring from across the threshold, "What brings you here?" Wu He appeared utterly unconcerned, responding with a cheerful smile. "Well, the competition is just a month away, isn't it? I happen to be passing by today, so I thought I would take the opportunity to visit your school." However, only he was aware that this so-called chance encounter was merely an excuse he had painstakingly concocted after wandering for an entire day. ultimately arriving at the gates of Shrek Academy. He then continued to jest, "Oh dear, why are you still standing there? It would be quite awkward for us to stand here chatting, wouldn't it? What if your little third brother and the others grow impatient?" Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun's face instantly flushed crimson, his temperature seemingly rising. Despite his inner fury, he understood that acting impulsively at this moment was out of the question. After all, fighting at the school gates was hardly a dignified affair. Winning would be one thing, but losing would be an embarrassment of monumental proportions. With this thought in mind, Ma Hongjun clenched his teeth, the flames of anger threatening to erupt. Yet reason ultimately triumphed over emotion. He was left with no choice but to suppress his rage, letting out a deep, resigned sigh. Then, he reluctantly extended his hand and slowly pulled open the heavy school gate. As it creaked open, the sound seemed to echo the turmoil and dissatisfaction within Ma Hongjun's heart. Standing outside the gate, Wu He wore a faint smile, as if he had anticipated such a scenario. Though Ma Hongjun was filled with reluctance, he eventually stepped aside and gestured for Wu He to enter the campus. Wu He nodded slightly and stepped into the campus, following closely behind Ma Hongjun. As they walked together, a sudden thought flashed through Ma Hongjun's mind. I merely promised to bring him into the school. I never stated that I had to personally guide him to find Sango. Now that he has entered, whether he can successfully locate Sango depends solely on his own capabilities, and it is no longer my concern. Once this notion took root, it proliferated wildly like weeds, swiftly consuming Ma Hongjun's entire consciousness. Without any forewarning, Ma Hongjun abruptly halted, and with a powerful push against the ground, he soared into the air like an arrow released from its bow. Simultaneously, the enormous wings upon his back unfurled instantaneously, tracing a graceful arc through the air as he sped away into the distance. Witnessing Ma Hongjun's sudden departure, Wu understood his intentions without a moment's hesitation. He merely smiled faintly, exuding an air of calm and composure. He leisurely set down his backpack and retrieved a strikingly designed dragon skateboard from within. Wu gently placed his foot upon the skateboard, exerting a slight force while deftly swinging his waist and hips. In an instant, the skateboard seemed to come alive, gliding forward with the grace of a nimble serpent. The speed of the skateboard was incomparable to that of walking. Wu merely needed to occasionally lift his gaze to glance in the direction where Ma Hongjun had departed, enabling him to discern precisely when to turn and when to proceed straight ahead. Thus, he skillfully navigated the campus, swiftly pursuing the silhouette of Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun, ever confident in his cleverness and quick wit, believed he had effortlessly outmaneuvered Wu He this time. However, he had not anticipated that. In the eyes of others, he appeared as a conspicuous weather vane. After a trek of approximately 10 minutes, the group finally arrived at the core area of the new Shrek Academy. It is worth noting that students who are privileged to study and cultivate in this place are all exceptionally gifted individuals. Truly the CR de la CR of their generation. The majority of these students had already attained the late stage of Great Soul Master. And with just a bit more time, many would successfully break through to the rank of Soul Monarch. In this light, even Tang San and his companions were merely slightly more distinguished than their ordinary talented peers in this gathering of elites. Their access to richer cultivation resources was primarily due to the unique relationship between Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong. Before long, Wu Yi approached Shrek and the others with a leisurely demeanor and composed steps. One cannot deny that facing a group of 7 individuals imposes a considerable amount of pressure. The invisible aura emanating from them felt akin to a heavy mountain pressing down on one's heart, making it difficult to breathe. Chapter 103, Forced Confrontation. What brings you to her school? Speak honestly to Sister Xiaowu, exclaimed Xiaowu, hands on her hips, her brows furrowed, and her beautiful eyes wide with indignation. Her rosy cheeks, slightly puffed in anger, resembled a ripe peach, evoking an irresistible urge to pinch them. Such a visage was utterly adorable. With Xiaowu leading the charge, the others naturally followed suit. The proud and haughty Ning Rongrong, hands on her hips and chin slightly raised, interrogated, indeed. A month ago, you won a match against us by sheer luck. Are you here today to humiliate us again? Nearby, Ma Hongjun quickly chimed in. I don't think he merely intends to mock us. Perhaps he aims to challenge our academy. He feigned a vigilant expression, scrutinizing Wu He from head to toe. In the face of the group's aggressive onslaught, Wu He remained unfazed, cheerfully waving his hand and saying, "Oh dear, please don't be so angry. We are all friends. There is no need for such tension." He then shifted his tone, continuing, "Besides, I merely won against you once. Remember, before I triumphed over you, you had completely overwhelmed my teammates, leaving them utterly helpless. Therefore, victories and defeats are but common occurrences in competition. There is no need to take it so seriously." After Wu He's remarks, the scene was immediately enveloped in a profound silence. The crowd exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for how to counter his statement. Upon reflection, his words seemed to carry a semblance of truth. After all, in their previous encounters, they had indeed triumphed over Wu He's subordinates with absolute superiority. With this thought, the previously tense atmosphere eased slightly. "So, what exactly is your purpose here?" Dai Mu Bai exclaimed with palpable impatience, simultaneously extending his right hand to forcefully push Wu He back. At that moment, the two individuals were evenly matched in terms of cultivation strength, yet Dai Mu Bai evidently held a physical advantage. He towered over Wu He by a significant margin, his robust physique resembling that of a formidable mountain. When Dai Mu Bai propelled him with such force, Wu He immediately felt an overwhelming power surging towards him, causing him to involuntarily take several steps back. A sharp pain radiated through his shoulder, as if his bones were on the verge of shattering. What is my purpose? Humph. Is it not apparent to your little third party? After stabilizing his stance, Wu He rubbed his painfully throbbing shoulder and glared fiercely at Dai Mu Bai. His gaze swiftly shifted to Tang San, who stood quietly by, enveloped in silence. As the attention unexpectedly turned towards him, Tang San inwardly lamented his predicament. Yet he understood that remaining mute was no longer an option. Taking a deep breath, he slowly replied, "The item you requested is not yet complete." Upon hearing Tang San's response, Wu He could not help but furrow his brow, a hint of confusion and dissatisfaction crossing his features. In his recollection, Tang San was exceptionally gifted, particularly in the craft of concealed weaponry, and it was unusual for him to take such an extended period to produce anything. Contemplating this, Wu Yi let out a drawn-out "oh," his tone imbued with a subtle significance, especially within the pristine environment of the newly established Shrek Academy, where every minute detail was meticulously crafted and each component was expertly assembled. The entire manufacturing process should have been as effortless for Tang San as a tiger soaring with newfound wings. Yet, unexpectedly, time had slipped away. And over half a month had passed in the blink of an eye, yet the eagerly anticipated item remained elusive. At that moment, Wu Yi's once piercing gaze struck Tang San like a flash of lightning. Simultaneously, an immense transformation overtook his demeanor. As an invisible yet formidable pressure surged towards Tang San with the force of a tidal wave, Wu Yi fixed his gaze intently upon Tang San, his eyes seemingly capable of unraveling every hidden secret. Under such a piercing scrutiny, Tang San felt an overwhelming discomfort, instinctively wishing to avert his gaze. For in this very moment, he harbored certain undisclosed matters within his heart. "Enough of your relentless stare," he exclaimed. "The weapon you seek has long been completed. However, I was contemplating whether I could further optimize and enhance its capabilities for greater efficacy." His face flushed with embarrassment, Tang San explained with a hint of awkwardness. It is worth noting that individuals like Tang San cherish precious texts as if they were rare treasures. Reflecting on the past, he recalled a time when he had surreptitiously pilfered a manuscript from within the sect, during which he could at least muster some justification for his actions, as he was still considered a member of the order. Even after acquiring that knowledge, his ultimate aim was to contribute to the growth and prosperity of the sect. Yet, at this moment, the manuscript was not rightfully his, although he had meticulously crafted the item with his own hands. The thought of claiming it as his own and altering it without the consent of others weighed heavily on his conscience, preventing him from crossing that moral threshold. Without uttering a word, Wu Yi slowly extended his right arm, gently opening his palm, and with a gaze signaled to the other party, "Please hand that item over to me." This time, Tang San exhibited no hesitation whatsoever. He swiftly retrieved a revolver from his bosom and placed it steadily upon Wu Yi's broad hand. Simultaneously, he presented 6 gleaming bullets that shimmered with a cold light. Wu Yi firmly grasped the revolver, instantly feeling a chilling yet soothing sensation coursing through his palm. This distinctive texture quickened his heartbeat and filled him with exhilaration. Once the bullets were smoothly chambered, he effortlessly rotated the cylinder. Without hesitation, he raised the revolver and aimed at a tall, robust tree in the distance, pulling the trigger successively to unleash 6 shots. The resounding gunfire erupted in a deafening barrage, echoing through the skies. Although the cacophony was somewhat disconcerting, the remarkable effectiveness of the shooting was undeniably impressive. Wu Yi glanced at the revolver in his hand, an unmistakable expression of satisfaction gracing his features. Turning his head, he smiled warmly and said to Tang San, "This exquisite creation is truly a rarity. As expected, it ultimately falls upon you to accomplish this task. Just look at this astonishing effect. It has already reached the caliber of a soul master. If you could forge those sharp-tipped projectiles, perhaps the power and impact would surpass what we have now." Wu Yi glanced at the results before him, his eyes sparkling with excitement, and could not help but express his awe. His simple words, uttered with spontaneity, struck like a bolt of lightning across the night sky, igniting a tempest of inspiration within Tang San's mind. Chapter 104. The Frenzied Experiment. Indeed, we can certainly craft a more pointed projectile, Tang San exclaimed with enthusiasm. For days, he had been ruminating on how to further amplify the power of the pistol. Yet, after numerous attempts, he discovered that excessive gunpowder could lead to catastrophic explosions, while increasing the bullet size necessitated a larger firing mechanism. Despite Tang San's exceptional craftsmanship, his ability to innovate was somewhat lacking. After all, the concealed weapons he could create were merely replicas of traditional arms meticulously recorded within his previous sect. These instruments were the culmination of ancestral wisdom, and he could only reproduce them based on existing designs. Even when faced with particularly complex manufacturing processes, his remarkable skills allowed him to succeed. Yet this only underscored his extraordinary manual dexterity, failing to mask his deficiencies in creativity. In contrast, Wu He was a person of vibrant imagination, unrestrained in his thoughts, a paragon of creativity. Alas, it seemed that fate had dealt a fair hand, bestowing him with immense inventive prowess while denying him equally remarkable craftsmanship. Even in a technologically advanced era, where tools like 3D printers thrived, he often found himself at a loss, unable to assemble compatible components with precision. At this moment, as the two stood side by side, the aura and influence they exuded were nothing short of breathtaking. It was as if an invisible force radiated from them, commanding the attention of all around. Tang San was oblivious to any targeting Wu He might be facing from their teammates. His sole intention was to whisk Wu He away to his exclusive laboratory. This space was more accurately described as a smithy, dominated by a massive forge that occupied a third of the room. Following Wu He's suggestions, Tang San remarkably developed dozens of different types of ammunition, including armor-piercing rounds, high-explosive shells, freezing bullets, signal flares, smoke grenades, tear gas canisters, and demolition charges, all within a mere 3 days. These accomplishments were indeed astonishing, yet tinged with a sense of regret. The long-lost art of crafting soul-guided devices rendered them incapable of endowing these weapons or their projectiles with extraordinary attributes. Had they succeeded in doing so, the performance of such arms would have seen exponential enhancements across various aspects, potentially altering the course of entire battles. Nevertheless, with the diverse array of ammunition at their disposal, the weapon's combat capabilities experienced a meteoric rise. Notably, the fact that it required no soul power for operation indicated a remarkable conservation of energy and an impressive level of efficacy. Should an unsuspecting soul master find themselves targeted, a single bullet could suffice to end their life. Even if the opponent was forewarned and took defensive measures, the user would still be confident of inflicting severe damage or even delivering a fatal blow within 3 shots. Crucially, under Wu He's expert guidance, Tang San implemented a series of straightforward yet effective optimizations on the weapon. For instance, the revolver, which originally required individual bullets to be loaded, would undeniably disrupt the rhythm of combat. To counter this, Tang San boldly innovated, successfully creating a single-use loading device. Furthermore, he meticulously designed a specialized magazine that could be easily attached to the firearm, ensuring that as soon as a bullet was expended, a new one would swiftly fill the void. Even more astonishing were the silencer and flash suppressor, intricately developed through their collaborative efforts. After 3 days and nights of tireless communication and meticulous creation, Tang San revealed his remarkable talent and creativity. Not only did he optimize the performance of the bullets and revolver, but he also crafted a breathtaking anti-material sniper rifle. This weapon undoubtedly became the most formidable concealed armament in Tang San's arsenal. It is essential to note that concealed weapons are not merely confined to traditional, diminutive objects. Any weapon capable of being stealthily deployed, difficult for opponents to detect, and possessing lethal capacity falls into this category. The anti-material sniper rifle epitomized this definition, boasting an astonishing range that allowed it to strike targets from 5 kilometers away. Even more astonishingly, it could inflict significant damage upon a defensive soul master of formidable rank. With a stroke of fortune, a single shot could indeed prove fatal. Of course, equipping it with specialized ammunition would render even higher-ranked soul saints wary. As Tang San and Wu He witnessed the astonishing power of these weapons, their excitement grew, as if they had unlocked a portal to realms unknown. Immersed in this elation, they had no intention of halting their progress, their hearts brimming with dreams of future possibilities. Had it not been for Xiao Wu's concern for Tang San's well-being, which forcibly interrupted their in-depth research into the new weaponry, the two, lost in their fervor, might have spent months, or even longer, ensconced in that small laboratory. As Tang San's dexterous hands conjured one exquisite weapon after another, each a long-desired creation for Wu He, the atmosphere was charged with anticipation and creativity. Wu He found himself completely engulfed in an indescribable sense of astonishment and shock, his excitement nearly overflowing. For a fleeting moment, he almost forgot the primary purpose of his visit. Time swiftly passed, and before he knew it, Wu He had spent 5 days and nights at Shrek Academy. It was not until the 5th day, after experiencing the initial days of extraordinary exhilaration, that he gradually liberated himself from that near-manic state, slowly regaining the calm and composure he was accustomed to. Time continued to elapse, and in the blink of an eye, Wu He had been at Shrek Academy for a full 6 days. On that morning, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating his somewhat weary face as he slowly opened his eyes and sat up in bed. In the past 3 to 5 days, he had scarcely rested, tirelessly immersing himself in research and meticulously crafting their weapons. His diligence bore fruit, and through collaborative efforts with Tang San, they successfully acquired weapons that left them thoroughly satisfied. The bond between Tang San and Wu He had significantly deepened during this period. Tang San was on the verge of welcoming Wu He into the Tang sect as one of their own. Moreover, Tang San generously shared non-core secrets regarding the crafting of Tang sect hidden weapons with Wu He. However, at this moment, despite his overwhelming fatigue, The first thing Wu He did upon rising was to eagerly seek out Xiao Wu. He quickly organized his belongings and hurried towards the new Shrek Academy's training ground. Upon arriving at the training ground, Wu He discovered the Shrek 7 were gathered there, enthusiastically testing their newly acquired weapons. Among them, Ning Rongrong exhibited the greatest interest and concern for these weapons. After all, half of the intellectual property of these weapons resided with Wu He. Being astute, she understood the immense strategic value these weapons held for the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Although these weapons produced deafening noise upon use, their range and power far surpassed that of the hidden weapons they were accustomed to. Even if an adversary attempted to rise in defiance upon hearing the gunfire, resisting the fierce onslaught of the firearms was nigh impossible. Consequently, Ning Rongrong's attitude towards Wu He underwent a complete transformation. However, this sudden shift incited a fierce jealousy within Oscar, who lingered at the end of the line, harboring deep animosity towards Wu He. Simultaneously, Oscar could not help but be enamored by the series of weapons meticulously crafted by Wu He. After all, for an auxiliary soul master like himself, the significance of a weapon that could unleash devastating power without consuming soul energy was undeniably paramount. Nevertheless, these circumstances were not the most pressing concerns for Wu He at that moment. Even the prospect of amassing immense wealth through the sale of such weapons did not capture his attention. With unwavering focus, he strode purposefully towards Tang San and Xiao Wu. Tang San, I have a matter to discuss with Xiao Wu. May I trouble you to lend her to me for a few minutes? Without any pretense, Wu He directly addressed Tang San, his tone as casual as if he were merely borrowing an ordinary tool, devoid of any hint of circumlocution. Yet, unexpectedly, upon hearing the request, Tang San seemed to be enchanted, nodding in agreement as if compelled by an unseen force. Perhaps it was the camaraderie forged over the past 5 days of shared meals and lodgings that had led to an unspoken bond of mutual appreciation, accompanied by a sense of regret for not having met sooner. Consequently, at this moment, Tang San harbored an extraordinary trust in Wu He. Standing nearby, Xiao Wu wore a puzzled expression, pondering internally. What could Wu He possibly require of my assistance? Just as her mind was awash with questions, Wu He softly proposed, Xiao Wu, might we step into that quiet room for a discussion? He gestured towards a serene chamber not far away. She slightly turned her head, her gaze resting on Tang San, who stood with his hands in his pockets, exuding an air of casual ease, as if to suggest that she should take the lead in this matter. Xiao Wu thought to herself, this is our academy. Surely he wouldn't dare to act recklessly here. If he were to cross any lines, Tang San would undoubtedly hold him accountable. Subsequently, the two maintained a respectful distance, slowly making their way into the adjacent, somewhat desolate lounge. Although only the two of them were present, the atmosphere was devoid of any hint of ambiguity. Just as the door gently closed behind them, Wu He suddenly made a sweeping gesture with his hand, unleashing a formidable surge of soul power that erupted from his palm. This energy rapidly coalesced into a translucent membrane, enveloping the entire room in a tight embrace. This was, in fact, a rudimentary soundproof barrier that Wu He had constructed using his own soul power. This skill was a fortuitous discovery he had made while researching the composition of soul power, and after numerous experiments and refinements, he had perfected this soundproofing technique. Capable of completely isolating the room from any external sounds, even the faintest whispers could not escape undetected. Observing Wu He's meticulousness and the gravity of the situation, Xiao Wu, who had initially felt relaxed, suddenly found herself on high alert, her senses sharpened. Now you may speak. What is it that you wish to discuss with me? Xiao Wu, she asked, crossing her arms and tilting her head slightly, regarding Wu He with a mix of pride and curiosity. Wu He fixed his gaze intently upon Xiao Wu, drawing in a deep breath as though he were summoning immense resolve. Observing his solemn demeanor, Xiao Wu's heart raced with trepidation, her delicate face flushing a vivid crimson. She shyly lowered her head, pondering in silence. Could it be that this fellow intends to confess his feelings to her? As this thought crossed her mind, her heart thudded faster, akin to a startled fawn. However, at that moment, Wu He slowly parted his lips, his voice clear and resolute as he stated, should I address you as Soul Master Xiao Wu, or as the 10,000-year soul beast, Softbone Rabbit Xiao Wu? This declaration struck Xiao Wu like a thunderbolt, landing heavily upon her heart. Her face, which had been flushed with embarrassment, now turned pale as a sheet, devoid of color. Simultaneously, an overwhelming aura of intimidation erupted from her petite form, surging forth like tumultuous waves, sweeping outward. With her brows furrowed and eyes wide, she exclaimed in a delicate yet demanding tone, speak. How did you come to know my true identity? Inwardly astonished, she recognized that the person before her, Wu He, possessed cultivation only at the soul sovereign level. Logically, only a being of formidable power, such as a titled Douluo, would possess the capability to discern her authentic state. Although Xiao Wu currently found herself at the soul sovereign level due to her human form and renewed cultivation, The magnificent presence and overwhelming pressure that stemmed from her status as a 10,000-year-soul beast remained unaltered. This invisible force surged toward Wu He like a relentless tide, threatening to engulf him at any moment. Chapter 106. Negotiation. Xiao Wu's oppressive aura crashed down upon Wu He like a colossal wave, instantly enveloping him in its might. The source of this formidable pressure was derived from her singular and paramount secret. She had transformed from a 10,000-year soul beast. It is well acknowledged that even within the hearts of soul beasts lies a deep-seated yearning and dream to ascend to divinity. However, it is undeniably true that for soul beasts, the path to godhood is fraught with challenges far greater than those faced by humans. Nonetheless, a seemingly viable shortcut exists for the many soul beasts yearning for divinity, regarded as a crucial pathway into the realm of the divine. This shortcut entails that once a soul beast successfully breaks through to the 10,000-year level, it may actively choose to take on a human form. However, once a soul beast accomplishes such a transformation, the soul rings it possesses will undergo a unique alteration. While the form of the soul rings belonging to a 10,000-year soul beast remains unchanged, the profound cultivation accumulated over 10,000 years will, at the moment of transformation, be directly converted into the cost and sacrifice required for that metamorphosis. Of course, this does not imply that the invaluable cultivation dissipates entirely. In reality, it remains sealed within the transformed body of the soul beast, patiently awaiting an opportune moment. That moment arises when the soul beast's cultivation once again ascends, gradually reaching the various levels corresponding to its original 10,000-year cultivation, at which point the powers that were once expended as sacrifices will be revitalized, transforming into new soul rings that align with the current level of strength. However, it is crucial to note that despite successfully taking on human form, these soul beasts fundamentally remain soul beasts rather than true humans. Consequently, should those with ulterior motives among humanity uncover this secret, they would undoubtedly seek to imprison the transformed soul beasts, patiently waiting for the right moment to slay them and seize the invaluable 10,000-year soul rings and bones. As time passed, the soul beasts who willingly chose to assume human forms gradually came to realize that they must never divulge their true identities to other humans lightly. For them, this secret is as vital as a dragon's reverse scale. Touching it could lead to catastrophic consequences. Although humans of tidal Douluo caliber possess the profound insight and cultivation necessary to unveil those who have transformed, the individual standing before them, Wu He, clearly had not yet reached such an extraordinary level. Given this, only two possibilities remain. Firstly, he might be backed by an extraordinary powerhouse hidden behind him, or secondly, he may have discerned something unusual through subtle clues. However, upon closer examination of the first scenario, numerous doubts arise. It is well known that any tidal Douluo, upon encountering such a rare and immensely valuable transformed soul beast, would find it nearly impossible to suppress the urge to claim it for themselves. After all, to cultivate such a soul beast would undoubtedly yield immeasurable benefits for their family or sect's future development. Therefore, considering various factors, the first possibility can be largely dismissed. This leaves the second possibility, which appears increasingly plausible. It is highly likely that Wu He, through some special means or channel, accidentally uncovered hints regarding the identities of these transformed soul beasts. Who are you? How do you know my secret? Xiao Wu's eyes widened in terror as she gazed at Wu He, her voice trembling with undeniable tension and anger, tinged with a profound sense of helplessness. At this moment, her heart brimmed with fear, worried that Wu He might turn and walk away, revealing her long-hidden secret to the world. Had she still possessed her 10,000-year cultivation, she would have faced such a scenario with composure, unperturbed by Wu He's potential actions. Yet, the present circumstances were different. She was acutely aware that, in terms of both talent and strength, she was vastly outmatched by the young man before her. Wu He, unperturbed, gently placed his index finger to his lips, signaling for Xiao Wu to remain calm. Yet, in such a tense situation, who could truly maintain their composure? Especially for Xiao Wu, this matter concerned her very life and the multitude of secrets concealed behind it. Seeing that Xiao Wu remained unable to settle her nerves, Wu Yi shook his head in resignation, taking a deep breath before deciding to speak plainly about his intentions. First and foremost, I have never mentioned your status as a 10,000-year soul beast to anyone. If I had, your life would have been in grave danger long ago. So, you need not worry about that. Secondly, Tang Sen has long been aware of your true identity as a 10,000-year soul beast. Yet he too chose to bury this secret deep within his heart, revealing not a single word. Upon receiving this news, Xiao Wu was utterly stunned, her heart shaken as if by tumultuous waves crashing relentlessly against her mental defenses. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the person before her, her lips quivering slightly, yet no sound emerged. She could hardly fathom that Tang San, whom she had always regarded as her closest and most trusted family member, had already discerned the secret she had buried deep within her heart. In that fleeting moment, A myriad of thoughts flashed through her mind like lightning, the most terrifying of which was the notion that perhaps Tang San had betrayed her. However, as soon as this thought arose, she swiftly dismissed it. Given her understanding of Tang San, he would never commit such an act. Therefore, Xiao Wu steadied herself, striving to recover from her overwhelming astonishment. Drawing a deep breath, she fixed her gaze intently on Wu He, who wore a smug expression, a faintly sinister smile gracing his lips. Xiao Wu let out a cold huff, her face reflecting disdain, signaling her utter disbelief in his words. Humph, do you think I would easily fall for your deceitful nonsense? Even if you weave elaborate tales, I shall not be deceived, Xiao Wu declared through gritted teeth. Wu He seemed to have anticipated Xiao Wu's reaction, a faint smile gracing his lips as he spoke slowly. It matters not whether you believe me or not. I can assure you that my objective is not you, and I shall keep your secrets tightly sealed. Therefore, there is no need for you to be so anxious. After this declaration, Wu He deliberately paused before continuing. In truth, my true target is your hometown. At the utterance of the words hometown, Xiao Wu's expression changed dramatically, her previously calm demeanor twisting into one of anguish. The moment those words escaped Wu He's lips, two familiar and endearing figures, De Ming and Air Ming, immediately surfaced in her mind. A surge of inexplicable fury erupted within her, her eyes widening as if they might ignite with flames, her teeth grinding audibly. What? Your target is actually De Ming and Air Ming, Xiao Wu bellowed, her voice resonating with a deafening intensity. Concurrently, her soul rings erupted uncontrollably, a halo of radiance encircling her, forming a formidable aura. Xiao Wu clenched her fists so tightly that her nails dug deeply into her palms, blood trickling down her fingers and splattering onto the ground. In that moment, if Wu He dared to confess that his aim was indeed De Ming and Air Ming, Xiao Wu would undoubtedly unleash her most ferocious soul abilities without hesitation. Even if it meant revealing her identity, or knowing that she was at a disadvantage, she would fight with all her might against her adversary, willing to pay the ultimate price of her life, if necessary. Chapter 107. The agreement reached. Hey, what are you thinking? Snap out of it. Wu He's voice broke through her tumultuous thoughts. Open your eyes and take a good look at my cultivation level, then consider this. With my power, do you truly believe I could defeat those two? Out of nowhere, Wu He, like a wraith, had silently appeared before Xiao Wu without her noticing. This sudden turn of events caused her to shudder, a chill racing up her spine, quickly enveloping her entire being. In an instant, Wu He raised his hand and, without mercy, flicked her forehead lightly. A sharp pain surged through her, akin to a lightning bolt striking her mind. Xiao Wu had no time to react. Instinctively, she cradled her head with her hands and crouched down. Almost immediately, her once clear eyes filled with tears, glistening like lentils, and within those tears flickered an undercurrent of hatred. Humph, stop crying and listen. My true target is this very lake before us, and it has a wonderfully enchanting name, the Lake of Life. What do you think? Isn't it marvelous? Wu He continued nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed by his recent actions. The Lake of Life? Upon hearing this unfamiliar name, Xiao Wu could not help but be momentarily taken aback. Although she had grown up by the shores of this lake, her mother had never mentioned that it bore such a wondrous title. At this moment, Xiao Wu was filled with perplexity and curiosity, momentarily forgetting the pain of the earlier bump on her forehead. Indeed, it is the Lake of Life. This body of water is imbued with an exceptionally rich life energy, a force that proves immensely beneficial to all beings in the world, and its remarkable advantages when manifested in soul beasts are beyond imagination. Wu He gazed intently and remarked, those soul beasts, by diligently cultivating by the lakeside, can enhance their training speed to an astonishing 5 to 10 times their original rate. Of course, the specific degree of enhancement is contingent upon the particular race of the soul beast, as there exist slight variances among different races. For instance, if we were to immerse your esteemed De Ming in this nurturing lake, its cultivation growth would undoubtedly surpass that of Air Ming, even if both possess equivalent training durations and innate talents. The disparity in their races could result in De Ming's cultivation being elevated by a staggering 20 to 30,000 years. Wu He spoke incessantly about the wonders of the Lake of Life. The vivid and imaginative description provided by Wu He instantly enlightened Xiao Wu. At this moment, the sense of vigilance deep within her heart had significantly diminished. However, she remained perplexed as to why Wu He had approached her in the first place. Observing the bewildered expression on Xiao Wu's face, Wu He found himself in a rather amusing yet exasperating situation. Internally, he mused, I have articulated my intentions so clearly. It is evident that I wish to cultivate by the lakeside. Why, then, does this girl remain oblivious? With a sigh of resignation, he shook his head and gently placed a hand against his forehead, a wry smile gracing his features. I intend to cultivate over there, Wu He declared with unwavering conviction, as if he had made a resolute decision. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu immediately comprehended his intentions. Yet a wave of dissatisfaction surged within her. With a pout, she retorted, if you wish to go, then go, But why must you suddenly expose my identity? Her words were laden with reproach and indignation. Feeling the weight of her scrutiny, Wu Hiyi's face flushed with embarrassment as he scratched his head in explanation. It was unavoidable. I truly do not know the precise route. Moreover, if I were to venture forth recklessly, I would undoubtedly be no match for Deming and Ming. At this moment, Wu Hiyi felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, silently pondering. This girl appears quite astute on ordinary days. How is it that she becomes so dull-witted at a critical juncture? However, Xiao Wu seemed determined not to let him off the hook easily. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck her, and her train of thought took an unexpectedly brilliant turn. As she retorted, "Humph, since you are so well informed about the circumstances of the three of us, surely you must know the way to go?" It must be said, her words carried a certain weight of reason. It was only then that Wu Hiyi, as if awakening from a dream, recognized his prior oversight. Indeed, the only reason he articulated Xiao Wu's circumstances so eloquently was that he had foreknowledge of the entire narrative's progression. Yet, in truth, he was utterly ignorant of how to reach their destination. Fine, even if you think I am incapable of finding my way, he conceded. However, at this moment, I require two things from you. First, provide me with a route that can circumvent the majority of high-level soul beasts. Second, grant me a token that belongs to you, so that when I encounter your two rather foolish younger brothers, they will at least refrain from dispatching me without a second thought. After taking a deep breath, Wu Hiyi unhesitatingly articulated the desires of his heart. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, standing nearby, furrowed her brow slightly, pausing for a moment to organize her thoughts before gently responding. Very well, I can accommodate your request, but there is one thing I must clarify in advance. I shall not provide you with any items. However, I will personally escort you to your destination, but I must emphasize that I can only take you alone. Xiao Wu's gaze remained firmly fixed on Wu Hiyi, her eyes betraying a profound sense of vigilance. In truth, she was not overly concerned that Wu Hiyi might concoct any devious schemes during their journey. For as long as he harbored no intentions of inflicting harm upon Deming and Ming, everything would be well within her control. Moreover, she had been away from home for quite some time, and it was indeed time to return and pay a visit. Upon arriving at her territory, it would ultimately be up to her to determine whether Wu Hiyi was a clever rascal or not, whether he was stout or slender. Upon hearing Xiao Wu express her willingness to guide him, Wu Hiyi's face instantly blossomed with an exuberant smile, eagerly nodding in agreement. Absolutely, that would be splendid. To have you personally leading the way is simply marvelous. Soon after, the two stepped out of the lounge together. However, as they emerged, they found themselves encircled by the other 7 peculiar individuals, each wearing an expression of curiosity, impatiently bombarding them with questions. Why did you both take so long to come out? What significant matters did you discuss? Do share with us. Xiao Wu parted her lips and succinctly conveyed to the group Wu Hiyi's intention to journey to her hometown for training. It turns out that Xiao Wu's hometown harbors unique qualities, prompting her decision to accompany Wu Hiyi. Yet, just as she broached this topic, Tang San's expression shifted dramatically, and he vehemently opposed the idea. He was acutely aware of Xiao Wu's true identity and significance, and the thought of her accompanying Wu Hiyi unsettled him greatly. In Tang San's eyes, Xiao Wu was as precious as a rare gem, and any potential risk to her safety filled him with profound anxiety, rendering him restless. At that moment, his furrowed brow and anxious gaze betrayed his deep-seated concern for Xiao Wu's well-being. I cannot allow her to accompany you. Tang San's voice erupted like thunder. His complexion flushed, veins standing out on his forehead, and his eyes wide with tension and unease. He leaned forward, gesticulating wildly, as if he intended to tear through the very air surrounding them. In that instant, Tang San had completely shed his usual calm demeanor, replaced by a state bordering on chaos. The sudden shift left everyone present in a state of astonishment, particularly Xiao Wu, who stood frozen in shock. With wide eyes, she stared at Tang San, her gaze filled with disbelief and confusion. She could not comprehend why the typically gentle and understanding Sengu would exhibit such behavior. Was it true, as Wu Hiyi had suggested, that she did not know Tang San well enough? Or was there some other undisclosed matter at play? A torrent of questions flooded her mind, leaving her momentarily at a loss for how to respond. I'm merely returning home, Sengu. Why must you prevent me from doing so? Finally regaining her composure, Xiao Wu questioned him with a tone of exasperation. Yet, this seemingly innocuous remark ignited the fuse of Tang San's long-suppressed emotions, erupting like a powder keg. He stepped forward abruptly, seizing Xiao Wu's slender arm with a grip so firm that it caused her discomfort. With wide eyes, he sternly admonished her. I have said it. You cannot go back with him. This matter is non-negotiable, and I absolutely refuse. In a different time, Xiao Wu might have found a hint of sweetness in Tang San's somewhat domineering words. However, at this moment, she felt a profound sense of grievance and confusion, tears welling in her eyes, on the verge of spilling over. In that instant, fear gripped her heart, and she began to worry about the implications of Wu Hiyi's earlier words, terrified that events might unfold in a manner she most dreaded. As the tension escalated between the two, Wu He, the architect of this turmoil, realized the necessity of stepping in to alleviate the situation. He opened his mouth to speak. Yet, to his utter astonishment, before he could finish, he was met with a fierce reprimand from both sides. Be quiet. Tang San's voice thundered, resonating through the air. Leave. Concurrently, Xiao Wu shouted the same word, her tone equally sharp, matching Tang San's intensity. Thus, their gazes locked, as if seeking something profound within each other's eyes. They maintained their stare, neither willing to look away, the atmosphere thick with tension. After a prolonged silence, Tang San finally shook his head slowly, speaking in a tone dripping with indifference. Xiao Wu, you have changed. It seems you no longer heed my words. In response, Xiao Wu's expression remained placid, yet her words betrayed a hint of disappointment and sorrow. Oh, Tang San, do you not realize that you too have transformed? In your eyes, I can no longer discern the genuine care that once existed. The two exchanged their hurtful words in the most mundane tones, akin to arrows piercing through the air. I worry for your safety, which is why I adamantly refuse to allow you to accompany this fellow. Tang San's eyes narrowed, finger pointed accusingly at Wu He, as though he wished to consume him whole. In contrast, Wu He bore an expression of innocent bewilderment, pointing a trembling finger at himself. His face a caricature of shock, as if he were tasting something utterly distasteful. At that moment, those who had merely observed the spectacle began to mimic Tang San, each directing their fingers at Wu He, chanting in unison. The scene painted Wu He as the instigator of this farcical drama. Despite his overwhelming sense of helplessness, Wu He understood that now was not the time to explain himself. He longed to gently remind Tang San, young man. As the saying goes, concern breeds chaos. Look at yourself now. Your feelings for her are glaringly evident. However, such words remained unspoken on his lips. And so, Tang San and Xiao Wu parted ways in discord, akin to parallel lines diverging in opposite directions, each unwilling to glance back at the other. Their once tender bond now shattered. As nightfall descended and dinner approached, the two chose to sit at a considerable distance from one another. A vast void of emptiness between them, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Nevertheless, Wu He, ever perceptive, noticed that Tang San would occasionally steal glances at Xiao Wu, as if he had a plethora of words yearning to escape his lips. However, in the face of all this, Xiao Wu appeared utterly oblivious, completely disregarding it. For Wu He, this was not a matter of great consequence. During this warm and inviting dinner moment, what truly captivated his attention and filled him with anticipation was Xiao Wu's confirmation that she would embark on the journey with him to the enigmatic and enchanting lake of life within the Sky Do Great Forest the following day. It is essential to note that the time remaining for Wu He to finalize the plans for this month-long expedition was already running perilously short. Thus, upon learning that he would soon set forth on this long-awaited adventure, an overwhelming joy surged within him. This excitement kept him tossing and turning throughout the night, his mind brimming with delightful visions of the forthcoming journey. Alas, fate had other plans. In the stillness of the night, just as Wu He was blissfully immersed in his fantasies of impending adventure, an unexpected and fierce quarrel erupted between Tang San and Xiao Wu. Initially, their exchange consisted merely of sharp words, but as emotions spiraled out of control, they began to hurl objects at one another without restraint, transforming the room into a chaotic mess. The dispute escalated rapidly, ultimately devolving into a physical confrontation reminiscent of a playground brawl. Shouts, curses, and the sounds of fighting intertwined, shattering the tranquility of the night. Despite this, Wu He initially attempted to shield his head with a blanket, hoping to block out the irritating clamor. Yet, the cacophony continued to penetrate his ears like an incessant, dissonant melody, rendering sleep impossible. As time ticked by, perhaps due to prolonged exposure to this raucous environment, Wu He gradually acclimated to the noise. The once irksome sounds seemed to lose their harshness, and before he knew it, he drifted into a hazy slumber amidst the chaos. The following morning, sunlight filtered through the thin clouds, gently cascading onto the vacant lot at the school entrance. At that moment, two figures stood silently, seemingly awaiting someone's arrival. Wu He caught sight of them from a distance, and as he drew closer and focused his gaze, he realized that the two individuals were none other than Xiao Wu and Tang San. They stood facing each other, the atmosphere between them tinged with a palpable tension. It was evident that the previous argument had not yet completely subsided, yet their expressions hinted at a tacit agreement having been reached. Consequently, an additional member had unexpectedly joined their originally planned journey. However, for Wu He, the presence or absence of an individual bore little significance. His sole objective was to reach the destination smoothly. Moreover, having Tang San, a master of concealed weapons and firearms manufacturing and repair, by his side undoubtedly added a layer of security to their expedition. It must be noted that with Xiao Wu accompanying them, the trio's pace surpassed their initial expectations. In merely 2 days, they had ventured deep into the heart of the Tiando Great Forest. If this momentum continued, they would likely reach their journey's endpoint in no time. Yet, as they progressed, the two individuals remained enveloped in silence, as if burying all their words deep within their hearts. Even more disconcerting was the growing somberness in their expressions, resembling the heavy, oppressive clouds that herald a looming storm, instilling a sense of unease. Chapter 109 sees them all. That thunderous roar seemed as if it could rend the very heavens asunder, its resonance profound and penetrating, transforming the once tranquil forest into a state of agitation in an instant. Countless avian spirit beasts perched high in the trees were startled into a frenzy by the sudden cacophony. They flapped their wings and took to the skies, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Following this, a series of deafening booms resounded as towering trees crashed to the ground, their splintering sounds reverberating through the forest, which trembled in the face of such terrifying power. At that moment, an even more resounding bellow echoed through the skies. Moo! In the midst of a vast lake nearby, a colossal creature with the head of a bull and the body of a serpent slowly emerged, revealing its immense head. Ming, what has come over you? Why such fury? At the same time, a figure as imposing as a small hill swiftly charged to the lake's edge. This giant ape, known as Ming, with a physique that seemed to support the heavens, caused the ground to tremble with each step, its voice thundering through the air. Big brother, I can smell Sister Xiaowu. She has returned to the Tiando Great Forest, exclaimed the creature named Ming, excitement palpable in its tone. The word returned carried significant weight. Not long prior, Xiaowu had come back to this vast and mysterious Tiando Great Forest to independently cultivate her third spirit ring and spirit skill. During that occasion, the Titan giant ape, Ming, could not suppress its profound longing for Xiaowu, and disregarding everything, it charged out of the core area. Under the astonished gazes of the Shrek group, Ming arrived before Xiaowu with thunderous intensity and unhesitatingly took her away. The scene had been chaotic, with a powerful Spirit King attempting to stop Ming. But the latter's overwhelming strength rendered the Spirit King severely injured in an instant. Following this, Xiaowu reprimanded Ming soundly, leaving it with its head hung low in silence. Now, as Ming caught a whiff of Xiaowu's familiar scent once more, though equally thrilled, it refrained from acting recklessly, having learned from past experiences. Ming stifled the urge to rush out, and instead turned swiftly towards Ming's location. Meanwhile, upon hearing Ming's urgent call, Ming slowly rose to its full stature. Its robust form resembled a pillar of heaven, and it opened its colossal nostrils, inhaling deeply. In an instant, a faint yet distinctly recognizable scent reached its nose, confirming that it was indeed Xiaowu's essence. Furthermore, leveraging its superior mental prowess, Ming not only detected Xiaowu's scent, but also pinpointed her exact location with a surge of mental energy. To Ming's surprise, it discerned that Xiaowu had returned with two other individuals. One of them emitted an aura familiar to those who had previously been with Xiaowu. However, the other presence was entirely unfamiliar, never encountered before. Despite this, Ming keenly sensed an elusive feeling of danger emanating from this stranger. This perplexed Ming, for after thorough mental probing, it found no evidence of a threat from the individual. Nevertheless, the persistent sense of unease lingered, particularly since Tang San was known for his meticulous thoughts and exceptional sensitivity, and his mental fortitude was notably superior among his peers. In that fleeting moment, he distinctly felt a powerful mental force sweep over him like lightning, as if it could see through him entirely. Not only Tang San sensed this, Wu He felt the presence of that enigmatic and formidable mental energy as well. It was undeniable that this mental force was exceedingly bold, lingering on Wu He's being twice, making it nearly impossible to remain undetected. At that moment, observing Xiaowu's expression and the subtle quiver of her nostrils as she inhaled the increasingly damp air, Wu He understood. They were undoubtedly nearing the final destination of their journey. As anticipated, after another arduous trek lasting half an hour, Wu He finally caught sight of a vast lake that resembled an endless ocean. At that moment, he distinctly felt an extraordinarily rich life force emanating from ahead, growing stronger and more intense. This profound vitality reminded him of his previous experience in the mysterious medicinal garden of Douluo. Thus, Wu He realized, this must be the Life Lake, one of the three blessed lands previously mentioned by Tang San in the original storyline. Simultaneously, Tang San also acutely sensed the overwhelming life energy surrounding them. When he raised his gaze, the shimmering surface of the lake came into view, and his heart surged with astonishment. It was hard for him to fathom that this seemingly ordinary place was indeed one of the three sacred sites recorded in his sect's heritage. A wave of joy and excitement washed over him, causing Tang San to exhibit a notable change in demeanor. Yet, lost in his excitement, he failed to notice the substantial shift in his expression and demeanor. Meanwhile, Xiaowu, who had been silently observing his every move, took in the entire scene as the trio gradually approached the tranquil, mirror-like lake. Suddenly, a crisp and resounding shout pierced the vast sky. It was Xiaowu. She strained her voice, summoning all her strength to cry out. Daming, Ming, quickly capture both of them. The sound reverberated like thunder through the tranquil forest, startling a flock of birds into flight. As soon as Xiao Wu's voice faded, a colossal shadow suddenly loomed in the sky, accompanied by a seismic roar. A gigantic titan ape descended from the heavens, its massive form reminiscent of a small mountain. Its powerful limbs landed firmly on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Wu Hai and Tang Xin stood nearby, paralyzed with shock at the unexpected appearance of this behemoth. At that moment, an indescribable expression of disbelief and astonishment spread across Tang San's face. His eyes widened in shock. His mouth agape as if he wanted to speak, but could not muster a sound. After a considerable pause, he finally regained his composure. Murmuring to himself, "It's actually the forest overlord, the Titan ape." His words were laden with fear and reverence. Chapter 110. Interrogation Chapter 111. Tang San's secret revelations. The unfolding events starkly revealed Tang San's ignorance regarding the transformation of a 100,000-year soul beast. It is well known within the Spirit Master community that only those who have reached the title Douluo level possess the formidable spiritual prowess necessary to investigate the true nature of a 100,000-year soul beast's transformation into a human. Yet, Tang San was an undeniable anomaly. Even when he was merely a soul master, his spiritual strength had already reached heights that many soul Douluos could scarcely fathom. It was precisely due to his extraordinary spiritual power that he could unveil Xiao Wu's true identity as a 100,000-year soul beast despite his relatively modest cultivation level. At this moment, however, his mind was a tumultuous whirlwind of thoughts, each racing faster than the last, overwhelming him with confusion. In this fleeting second, he grappled with an avalanche of thoughts, each unexpected turn of events arriving at such a rapid pace that his mind struggled to keep up. Faced with this chaotic scene, Tang San hesitated, desperately wanting to clarify the misunderstandings and reasons to Xiao Wu. Yet, ironically, the more he sought to explain, the deeper he entrenched the doubts and suspicions that already resided within her heart. Meanwhile, Wu Hai stood nonchalantly to the side, calmly enjoying the unfolding drama as if it bore no relevance to him. Were it not for Erming's firm grip restraining him, he might have settled down with a small stool and a handful of sunflower seeds, relishing the spectacle. Just as Tang San was about to speak, he found himself choked with emotion, managing to utter a single word with great difficulty. Hypocritical. Xiao Wu glared at Tang San, her face a mask of anger, disappointment, and fury. At that moment, even if Tang San boldly confessed to harboring ulterior motives regarding her soul rings, her rage might not have reached such a boiling point. After all, what she truly yearned to hear was Tang San's honest acknowledgement of his awareness of her true identity. For Xiao Wu, if Tang San could do this, the worst outcome would merely be his expulsion from her life, rendering them strangers henceforth. However, at this crucial juncture, Tang San's behavior only served to deepen her disappointment. His hesitance and faltering demeanor further chilled her already wounded heart. Seeing the drastic change in Xiao Wu's expression, Tang San realized she had misunderstood his intentions. Thus, he urgently shouted, "It's not what you think, Xiao Wu. I can truly explain." Yet, in response to his frantic cries, Xiao Wu remained unmoved, offering only a cold laugh, laced with sarcasm. "Explain? Huh?" With each of Tang San's attempts at justification, Xiao Wu felt the last remnants of hope within her rapidly evaporating. Each word he uttered seemed to diminish her heart further. "Erming, throw him out of this forest immediately. I never want to see that detestable face again." Xiao Wu, consumed by rage, pointed at the man who had caused her such heartache. With a deafening roar, Erming's massive form trembled, its eyes shining with eagerness to fulfill Xiao Wu's command. "Sister Xiao Wu, how should we deal with this person?" Erming inquired, shaking its powerful left arm. Wu Hui, caught in Erming's grip, felt as though he were a fragile leaf in a storm, tossed about violently. Dizziness enveloped him, and his stomach churned as if he might lose his composure entirely. Yet, in her turmoil, Xiao Wu paid no heed to Wu Hui's fate. The warmth and anticipation that once filled her heart had turned to cold ashes. Memories of nearly a decade spent with that person flashed through her mind like scenes from a film, each recollection piercing her heart with the sharpness of a dagger, leaving her in profound despair. When Erming asked for her decision, Xiao Wu's expression remained blank, her gaze hollow, devoid of spirit. Silently, she lifted her right hand and waved it gently towards Erming, indicating it should act as it pleased. Upon receiving Xiao Wu's explicit instruction, Erming unhesitatingly raised its left arm once more. The angle and sheer force of its movement suggested that if Wu Hai were indeed thrown, he would undoubtedly become a gruesome mess upon impact. Wu Hai realized that he could no longer remain a mere bystander. He raised his voice, hoarse and desperate, exclaiming, "Xiao Wu, I believe you should at least listen to his explanation. Even if his reasoning is flawed, I possess the means to discern the truth within his heart." Upon hearing Wu Hai's terrified scream, just as Erming was about to throw both of them out, a single phrase from Xiao Wu fell like a bucket of ice water, instantly halting Erming's exuberant actions. "Erming, do remain calm. I am quite curious to hear what this human has to say." Witnessing the Titan great ape cease its movements, Wu Hai finally felt a sense of relief and let out a long sigh. I say, you must first set me down. Wu He gasped for breath. Still, it would be better to toss him out. Xiao Wu casually waved her hand. Roar. Ming bared its teeth and postured as if to throw them. Wu He, terrified to the core, hastily raised his voice and exclaimed, I confess. This is a secret that even Tang San himself is unaware of. At this moment, Tang San found himself utterly perplexed, akin to a monk unable to comprehend his surroundings. He pondered to himself, goodness, we have scarcely met a handful of times. How could you possibly know a secret that even eludes my own understanding? Tang San is but a mere mixed breed, Wu Hui proclaimed, his words akin to a sharp blade piercing the hearts of Tang San and Xiao Wu, both of whom found themselves laughing in disbelief. Do you truly believe that by insulting Tang San, I would show you any mercy? A playful smirk graced Xiao Wu's lips. Should you dare to utter another slander against Tang San, I shall first rend your body into pieces and then abandon your remains in the wilderness. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's declaration, Tang San discerned a faint, almost imperceptible hint of affection woven into her words. No. I harbor no intention of insulting him. He is indeed a scoundrel. The words of Wu He incensed Tang San to the point where, had he not been restrained, he would have eagerly rushed over to rend him asunder. Such audacity was utterly intolerable. Tang San's father was the renowned title Douluo, known as Tang Hao, with the title of Haoyan. Upon finishing his statement, Wu He immediately began to scan his surroundings like a startled bird, fervently praying within, Great One, I beseech you, spare me. I did not intend to disclose your name. Following this, Wu He continued, his mother is a unique soul beast of 10,000 years, named Lanin Huang, evolved from a blue silver grass, the sovereign among its kind. At this revelation, Xiao Wu finally comprehended the reason behind her innate sense of familiarity with Tang San. Yet, at this very moment, Tang San found himself enveloped in a fog of profound self-doubt. Impossible, absolutely impossible. This cannot be, he exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief, veins protruding on his forehead, his demeanor bordering on madness as he incessantly muttered this phrase. He could not accept Wu He's words, his heart brimming with shock and skepticism. My mother could never be a soul beast. How could there exist such an intimate connection between humans and soul beasts? How could they possibly bear offspring? Xiao Wu, do not heed his nonsensical ramblings. Tang San shouted hoarsely at Xiao Wu, his voice echoing through the air as if to shatter the very space around them. Xiao Wu stood silently, observing the nearly deranged Tang San, a wave of deep disappointment surging within her, though she understood that perhaps Tang San genuinely wished to protect her. At this moment, he exhibited a fervent desire that seemed to oscillate between protective instincts and a hint of greed. This complex emotion, teetering between guardianship and avarice, left Xiao Wu feeling lost and uneasy. What troubled her further was that upon hearing Wu He mention Tang San's father, a title Douluo, her heart tightened with anxiety. Should this be true, her own identity would surely be exposed. Thoughts raced through her mind as she contemplated how to ensure her own safety. If she were to sever ties with Tang San now, it was highly likely that his formidable father would personally come to capture her. The mere thought sent a shiver down her spine, her complexion growing even paler. Disregarding Tang San's heart-wrenching cries, Xiao Wu resolutely turned her gaze to Wu He. With her brows slightly knitted and her beautiful eyes fixed intently on him, she pouted. You claim to have a way to prove that Tang San harbors no intentions towards me. How do you propose to accomplish that? Speak quickly. At that moment, Tang San, witnessing Xiao Wu's indifference towards him, felt engulfed by despair and helplessness. However, upon hearing her inquiry directed at Wu He for a means to validate his love for her, a flicker of hope ignited within his otherwise desolate heart. He could not help but ponder what miraculous method this could be. After all, in his past life, he had never encountered such wondrous means capable of ascertaining the genuine, profound emotions between a man and a woman. While the common methods of that time often revolved around coercion and torture, could such brutal means truly and accurately discern true love? Nevertheless, deep down, Tang San was acutely aware of his true feelings for Xiao Wu. This affection blazed within him like an unquenchable fire, unwavering and resolute against any external force. Just then, Wu He awkwardly interjected, Well, if you wish to see this thing, Miss Xiao Wu, you must first lower me from this height. Before Xiao Wu could respond, Ming let out a thunderous roar, clearly displeased with Wu He's audacity to negotiate at such a critical moment. Naturally, Xiao Wu would not easily release him, for her understanding of Wu He's true intentions for being there remained unclear. Though Wu He was indeed no match for Ming and Ming in terms of strength, should he leverage her as a bargaining chip to compel the two colossal beasts to offer a sacrifice, it was evident they would not hesitate. Xiao Wu's delicate features were etched with suspicion as she fixed her penetrating gaze on Wu He and demanded, First, prove to me your purpose for being here. Her words were laden with inquiry. Faced with such a situation, Wu He felt at a loss for words. After all, self-verification often resembles an intricate trap, leaving one at a loss. Yet, At this moment, he found himself compelled to summon all his wit to navigate the predicament. I speak only from the heart. To be frank, I have reached a bottleneck in my cultivation, and thus, I seek a special place to pursue a breakthrough. Wu He spoke earnestly, yet internally lamented his inability to elucidate the matter more effectively. However, Xiao Wu remained unimpressed by his words. Her delicate brows furrowed as she pressed further. Even so, how did you come to know of this place? More importantly, how could you possibly discern my true identity? She deliberately emphasized the latter part of her inquiry, seemingly seeking a plausible explanation from Wu He. Upon hearing the words of the other party, Wu He felt a deafening buzz in his head, and his vision darkened as if the very heavens were collapsing around him. He could scarcely believe that what had initially been a mere attempt to bolster the credibility of certain matters had devolved into such a dire predicament, entirely beyond his control. At that moment, Wu He's complexion was as pale as parchment, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead, yet his mind raced with fervent calculations in this critical juncture. A glimmer of insight flickered in his eyes, as if he had suddenly conceived a strategy to counter the situation. Without hesitation, he spoke. The first question is, in fact, exceedingly simple. Are you not aware of which academy I belong to? Our school's library possesses comprehensive records, detailing various extraordinary treasures and mysterious locales. A mere consultation of the relevant materials there would clarify everything. Upon delivering this response, Wu He breathed a silent sigh of relief, fervently hoping that this answer would suffice to navigate the current crisis. However, when faced with the subsequent second question, he clenched his teeth resolutely, steadfastly refusing to utter a single word. With an expression of unwavering determination, he declared, "The answer to the second question is my absolute secret, and I shall not disclose it under any circumstances. Even if it costs me my life today, I shall remain resolute. Yet, I implore you to believe that I harbor no ill will or ulterior motives." With that, Wu He straightened his posture, embodying a gallant spirit prepared to face death. Standing nearby, Xiao Wu observed this entire exchange, fully aware that persisting in questioning such a stubborn individual would likely prove futile. Moreover, given that her own identity had been exposed, further entanglement in this matter seemed devoid of purpose. Thus, prioritizing her own safety became paramount. With a slight furrow of her brow and after a moment of contemplation, Xiao Wu resolved to temporarily forego her pursuit of the second question. "Very well. I shall grant you one final opportunity to prove yourself. However, should you fail once more," she stated, gesturing ominously in a manner that sent a shiver down one's spine, the implication unmistakable. Upon witnessing the scene, Wu He inhaled deeply, as if attempting to calm the tumultuous emotions within. Steadying his thoughts, he solemnly declared, "In truth, my martial soul is profoundly distinct from that of others. It possesses remarkable uniqueness. While most individuals face minimal restrictions when acquiring soul rings, my martial soul is governed by stringent criteria. Each soul ring must originate from a specific category of soul beast. Moreover, the phenomenon is even more astonishing when my martial soul encounters a compatible soul beast. It emits a brilliant radiance. Conversely, it remains utterly inert in the presence of unsuitable creatures." Chapter 113. Let us commence the experiment. Upon hearing Wu He's words, Xiao Wu could not suppress a derisive snicker, clearly expressing her skepticism. Tang San and Er Ming, standing nearby, shared similar disdainful expressions, openly mocking his assertions. Such claims were utterly preposterous. It was inconceivable that anyone would lend credence to them. Although the Douluo continent is replete with an array of bizarre martial souls, the notion that an individual's martial soul could emit light upon encountering a specific soul beast is nothing short of a fanciful tale, likely to deceive only the naive innocence of a 6-year-old child. However, the truth of the matter was that Wu He was indeed speaking candidly. This peculiar phenomenon had been fortuitously discovered after he successfully acquired 3 soul rings. Despite its seemingly ludicrous nature, it was undeniably authentic. Faced with the incredulous gazes and derision of those around him, Wu He felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment and urgently exclaimed, "Please do not mock me. I am not lying. Everything I say is true. If you doubt it, you are entirely welcome to conduct a personal test." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu abruptly turned her head, her gaze sharp as she scrutinized Wu He, coldly interrogating, "Conduct a test? Very well, do enlighten us on the methodology of this experiment. Are you suggesting we sacrifice our hard-earned cultivation and precious soul bones for your trial?" Her words rendered Wu He speechless, leaving him frozen in place. The atmosphere around them fell into an oppressive silence, as if the very air had solidified. This exemplifies the terrifying nature of self-incrimination. It ensnares individuals within an invisible web, making escape nearly impossible. Wu He felt a tightening in his heart. After a brief moment of contemplation, he swiftly reacted, exclaiming loudly, "I am merely at level 38. Even if some among you wish to offer a sacrifice, with my current strength, I am incapable of absorbing it." Just when the situation was precarious, an idea suddenly struck Wu He, realizing the pivotal role of his cultivation level. He quickly added, "Moreover, Any surviving soul beast that comes within 10 meters of me will instantly trigger a response from my martial soul. Upon hearing this, Xiaowu narrowed her eyes slightly, pondering deeply, and then inquisitively inquired, "So, what precisely kind of soul beast do you require?" Without a moment's hesitation, Wu He exclaimed, "If my cultivation could reach level 40 at this very moment, the soul beast I would require must be a frost wolf of at least 50,000 years of age. However, if such a creature proves elusive, I could settle for a frost hound." Yet, as soon as the words left his lips, regret washed over him. It dawned on him that within the realm of soul beasts, they are categorized into two principal classes, those below 50,000 years of age and those exceeding it. In this enigmatic and perilous world, soul beasts are ranked according to their cultivation levels. Generally speaking, if an adult soul beast cultivation is below 50,000 years, it is almost certain that it will never surmount the vast chasm that separates it from the prestigious realm of 100,000-year soul beasts. Conversely, once a soul beast surpasses the 50,000-year threshold, regardless of its maturity, it possesses the potential to aspire to even greater heights, reaching the coveted 100,000-year mark. This distinction creates a stark contrast between soul beasts below and above 50,000 years. The former are often relegated to lower tiers, bound by various limitations, while the latter harbor dreams of ascending to the pinnacle of strength, striving relentlessly to achieve their aspirations. Yet, in that moment, Wu He audaciously proclaimed his desire for a soul beast of over 50,000 years in the presence of two formidable 100,000-year soul beasts, Xiao Wu and Erming. Such an act seemed akin to courting disaster. Fortunately, fate appeared to smile upon Wu He this time, instead of erupting in fury or launching an immediate assault. As was anticipated, Xiao Wu and Erming merely stared at him in astonishment, as if they had encountered an utterly inconceivable being. "What is the matter with you? How can you possess such profound knowledge?" Xiao Wu exclaimed, unable to fathom why this seemingly ordinary human was so well acquainted with her secrets. Just as the group was enveloped in astonishment, a sudden howl pierced the air, followed by the swift arrival of a frost hound, its tail resembling a mountain, striking forcefully. In an instant, before them stood a wounded frost hound, exuding an aura of coldness. The scene flashed back 20 years, to a time when Xiao Wu had yet to transform into her human form and was still in her soul beast state. At that moment, a frost hound, boasting a cultivation of 40,000 years, had inadvertently wandered into the vast Douluo forest from distant snowy mountains. The frost hound, enticed by the scent of Xiao Wu, harbored a greedy intent to claim her as its meal. Xiao Wu, who was then at a critical juncture in her quest to break through the bottleneck of 10,000 years, found herself in a foul mood and, faced with this unexpected intruder, was naturally filled with rage. Thus, she resolved to unleash her pent-up frustration upon this audacious little hound. However, in an unforeseen turn of events, just as she was poised to deliver a fatal blow to the frost hound, she reconsidered. Perhaps it was the rarity of ice attribute soul beasts in the Douluo forest, or perhaps it was simply fate intervening. Regardless, Xiao Wu ultimately spared the little hound's life, taking it in as a companion to alleviate her boredom. As days turned into years, 20 years slipped by in the blink of an eye. Initially, Xiao Wu planned to release the frost hound once she embarked on her journey to challenge the divine. Yet the wheels of destiny are often unpredictable. Who could have anticipated that the very frost hound, which had once narrowly escaped death at her hands, would now prove to be of use? Wu He stared in astonishment at the frost hound, which lay barely clinging to life before him. He was acutely aware that the Ming dynasty had been closely monitoring the movements in this area, yet he had never anticipated that the very moment he mentioned his need for a soul beast, this frost hound from the distant snow-capped mountains would be delivered to him so swiftly. It is worth noting that the journey from the snow mountains to this place was fraught with peril and distance. The fulfillment of such an ostensibly impossible task in such a short span was indeed bewildering and almost unfathomable. "All right, let us see if what you speak of is indeed the truth," Xiao Wu said with a smile, waving her hand at Wu He while signaling him with her gaze to display his martial spirit. Despite the reluctance swelling within him, Wu He, confronted by Xiao Wu's undeniable stare and tone, ultimately gritted his teeth and chose to comply with her instructions. He took a deep breath, slowly closed his eyes, and began to concentrate, summoning the latent power within him. As time ticked away, a formidable aura suddenly erupted from Wu He, followed by the emergence of a faint, colossal five-element array behind him, his martial spirit. Chapter 114. Presenting the heartbreak red after countless attempts and rigorous validations over an extended period. The distinctive and unparalleled qualities of Wu He's martial spirit were finally unveiled to the world with the clarity of dawn, undeniable and impossible to overlook. At that moment, the onlookers present displayed expressions of astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief at the existence of such an extraordinary and unheard-of martial spirit. This particular martial spirit came with exceedingly unique and singular requirements. To find a soul ring that perfectly matched it demanded not only extraordinary luck, but also immense strength as its foundation. Without these, The dream of successfully gathering the requisite soul rings was akin to chasing shadows. This alone evoked a sense of pity among all present for Liang Wuhe, fundamentally shifting their prior skepticism towards him. The group began to regard this once controversial figure with newfound admiration, as though witnessing the ascent of a nascent star. However, just as they were still reeling from Wu He's astonishing revelation, a more daunting dilemma descended like a specter, landing squarely on Tang San's shoulders. Specifically, this predicament arose from Xiao Wu's profound worries and insecurities regarding her own situation. She stubbornly demanded from Tang San an unwavering and ironclad assurance that he would not harm her in the slightest. The reason for such seemingly harsh conditions stemmed from Xiao Wu's understanding of Tang San's father's significant influence and the regard in which he held his son. Only by leveraging Tang San's power could she secure her genuine freedom and safety. Otherwise, should her father, a titled Douluo, arrive upon hearing of her plight, Xiao Wu's fate would be dire. She risked losing her precious freedom, potentially facing ruthless confinement, plunging her into darkness with no hope of ever seeing the light again or seizing opportunities to rise. Wu He, stop dawdling and quickly bring forth what you mentioned, Xiao Wu demanded, arms crossed, her beautiful face a mask of coldness, her gaze unwavering. She fixed her eyes on Wu He, as if ready to snatch whatever he held if he hesitated even for a moment. Wu He cast a furtive glance at Tang San, who stood beside him, his face alight with anticipation. A sense of pride welled up within him. He cleared his throat and, with a measured calmness, extended his right hand, delving into the spatial artifact hanging at his waist. Tang San, do not forget that it was for your sake that I relinquished such a treasure to save your life. Should the opportunity arise in the future, you must repay me handsomely. As Wu He rummaged through the spatial artifacts, he lowered his voice and murmured. At that moment, he slightly flipped his palm, revealing a plant of peculiar appearance before the gathered crowd. This plant stood about half a foot tall, with a slender stem akin to silk, crowned by a bud that had yet to fully bloom. Most striking was the bud's intensely vivid red hue, reminiscent of blood, a color so bold it sent shivers down one's spine. Concurrently, a faint fragrance wafted from the flower, possessing a beguiling allure intertwined with an air of mystique. Tang San, who had been observing quietly from the side, suddenly gasped in astonishment upon recognizing the plant's form. It's the heartbroken red. His eyes widened in disbelief. Upon hearing the name heartbroken red, the other attendees turned their gazes toward Tang San and the unusual plant in Wu He's hand. The atmosphere became eerily silent, as everyone was captivated by this legendary flower. Tang San, deep in thought, murmured, "Indeed, it is the heartbroken red. It is said that this flower possesses the ability to discern true love. Should anyone not genuinely in love attempt to pluck it, they will undoubtedly suffer dire consequences. Behind this flower lies a poignant love story. There was once a gentle youth who adored cultivating flowers. His garden bloomed splendidly, and he often composed poetry and admired the moon in the company of his blossoms. When a flower fell, he would weep sorrowfully, even conducting funerals for them. His passion for flowers touched a flower fairy, who descended to become his wife. However, upon learning of this union, the celestial deities were furious and commanded the flower fairy to return to the divine realm. The youth, bereft of his beloved, fell into despair, neglecting his garden. One day, a white-haired elder informed him that a white peony was, in fact, the transformation of his wife. If he destroyed that flower, the fairy could descend once more. But he could not forsake his love for flowers. After the elder departed, though he felt regret, his love for his wife prompted him to nurture the flower even more diligently. Ultimately, he died weeping for the blossoms, and a drop of his blood fell upon the peony, which then transformed into a grass, its petals stained with crimson. The method of harvesting the heartbroken red serves as the ultimate test of true love. One must think of their beloved, and with genuine intent, let a drop of heart's blood fall upon its petals. Any stray thought could lead to disastrous consequences, potentially resulting in death without the chance to claim the flower. It is said that consuming this flower yields miraculous effects, not only instantly enhancing one's soul power by 10 levels, but also fundamentally reshaping and rejuvenating the entire body. Even more astonishing is its reputed ability to resurrect the deceased. Even those on the brink of death can regain vitality upon consuming this flower. For the physically impaired, it can regenerate flesh and bone, restoring them to their original state. However, merely placing this wondrous flower nearby bestows numerous benefits. It acts like an eternal preservation box, maintaining the flower's vibrant allure without decay. Furthermore, it possesses a formidable ability to effectively thwart the mental probing of titled Douluo-level experts, allowing the bearer to conceal their true strength and identity, shrouded in a veil of mist, imperceptible to others. At this moment, Wu He slowly narrated the tale of this flower and its remarkable uses, his expression revealing profound regret. He had originally intended to keep this flower for himself, to utilize it when faced with a cultivation bottleneck, hoping to break free from his limitations. Alas, circumstances forced him to part with this precious treasure, and he felt an immense sense of loss. as if he were relinquishing a rare gem. Conversely, Tang San, upon hearing this, stared wide-eyed, his mouth agape in astonishment. As tumultuous waves of emotion surged within him, he could scarcely believe that someone else besides himself was privy to such a secretive tale, which was exceedingly obscure and little known. In that moment, Tang San perceived Wu He as shrouded in an enigmatic veil, eluding comprehension. He could not help but ponder, what is Wu He's true origin? How does he possess such intimate knowledge of this secret? As thoughts swirled in his mind, Tang San increasingly regarded Wu He as a person of profound depth. Just then, Ming exclaimed, "If that is the case, let third brother give it a try." Before his words had fully settled, Ming unhesitatingly reached out towards the flower. However, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Tang San's form flickered, and he instinctively appeared before the blooming flower like a flash of lightning. In an instant, a sharp pain surged through his chest, as if struck by a heavy hammer, and a metallic taste filled his throat. Unable to contain himself, he coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood, which cascaded down like a rain of red arrows, landing directly upon the flower's petals. In a miraculous turn of events, the once snow-white petals eagerly absorbed the blood as if starved beasts had encountered a feast. In the blink of an eye, the entire flower transformed into a fiery crimson, radiating an enchanting and otherworldly glow. As the peculiar luminescence rippled outward, it enveloped the entire plant in its ethereal embrace. Chapter 115. Tenfold life energy. After absorbing Tang San's blood, the heartbroken red instantly radiated an astonishing brilliance. It resembled a flower blooming in a celestial realm, its petals layered and resplendent like flames, exuding a captivating golden red luminescence. Tang San gracefully extended a hand, delicately lifting the bud with gentle fingers. The motion was both light and elegant, suggesting an unspoken bond between him and this extraordinary flower. To everyone's astonishment, Tang San effortlessly plucked the heartbroken red, as if this precious bloom had always belonged to him. Subsequently, with a gentle push, the heartbroken red shot forth like a golden lightning bolt, landing precisely beside Xiao Wu. At that moment, it seemed as though the heartbroken red had found its true master, swirling joyfully around Xiao Wu like a lively and enchanting sprite. Initially, Ming was taken aback, fearing that this mysterious flower might pose a danger to Xiao Wu. Instinctively, he surged forward, intending to shield her with his massive form from this unknown threat. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the heartbroken red exhibited the ability to curve. It skillfully evaded the obstruction posed by Ming and continued steadfastly toward Xiao Wu. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Wu was initially taken aback but soon regained her composure. She attempted to sway her body from side to side, seeking to shake off the persistent flower that followed her closely. Yet, regardless of her movements, the heartbroken red remained as a shadow, unwavering and devoted, closely tailing her. Simultaneously, Xiao Wu distinctly sensed that this enchanting flower was exerting a marvelous power, effectively suppressing the essence of her identity as a soul beast from escaping. At that moment, Xiao Wu finally believed the words previously spoken by Tang San and the others. It turned out that this heartbroken red could not only assist soul masters in seeking opportunities for breakthroughs, but also truly protect soul beasts from revealing their true identities. Although she and Tang San were already aware of each other's secrets, they harbored no animosity towards one another, nor did they entertain thoughts of harming each other for the sake of soul rings or bones. This realization deeply moved Xiao Wu, yet despite her feelings, it did not entirely dissolve the wariness she harbored towards Tang San. After all, it was highly probable that Tang San's father was already aware of her true identity, and should she wish to successfully escape this crisis, she would likely need to rely on Tang San. The tension that had once filled the air dissipated in an instant. Xiao Wu, in the blink of an eye, transformed back into the gentle and charming girl next door, delightful and endearing. Immediately after, she flitted into Tang San's warm embrace like a joyful little bird. Tang San, already slightly weakened, was startled by her sudden action, stumbling precariously and nearly losing his balance. Witnessing this scene from the side, Wu He and Ming displayed expressions of sheer astonishment, as if they were witnessing an unbelievable spectacle, their faces reflecting utter bewilderment, resembling two masks of confusion. Now, with all misunderstandings cleared away, the reconciled Xiao Wu, in high spirits, held Tang San's hand with one and grasped Wu He's hand with the other, stepping lightly towards the mysterious lake of life. As they drew closer to the water, the life essence in the air grew increasingly rich, as if they were enveloped in a vibrant paradise. Even the seemingly ordinary wildflowers and grasses by the lakeside exuded an aura of vitality, reaching a remarkable level akin to spiritual herbs. Filled with joy, Xiao Wu pulled Tang San aside and began recounting tales from her childhood. Perhaps because the invisible barrier between them had finally been quietly shattered, their relationship swiftly warmed, and everything became extraordinarily natural and simple, as if they were destined to resonate perfectly with one another. Wu He strolled alone by the lakeside, his curious gaze wandering from one sight to another, occasionally pausing to touch objects that caught his fancy. Before long, his keen eyesight caught a sudden glimmer, a small island nestled in the lake's center, not far from the shore. This expansive lake of life stretched endlessly into the horizon, its vast waters dotted with dozens of islands of varying sizes. The closer these isles were to the heart of the lake, the more expansive they became, their surfaces pulsating with increasingly dense and potent life energy. Wu, filled with yearning, eagerly turned and ran to seek Deming's assistance. His face was alight with anticipation as he pointed towards a distant island, expressing his fervent desire to explore it. Following Wu's gesture, Deming gazed in the direction indicated, and a fleeting look of helplessness and incredulity crossed his face. For Deming, this island was all too familiar. Although he spent most of his time submerged in the lake, he occasionally ascended to bask in the warm, comforting sunlight. This very island was his favorite spot for afternoon naps. At that moment, hearing that someone wished to visit his private sanctuary stirred an inexplicable sense of shyness within him. Standing nearby, Ming observed the scene, unable to suppress a chuckle at Deming's awkward expression. After a prolonged hesitation of what felt like an eternity, Deming finally resolved to acquiesce to Wu's request. It was worth noting that Wu had been personally recognized as an esteemed guest by Xiao Wu. Deming, known for his impeccable manners, had no choice but to muster his courage and lead Wu towards their destination. In truth, the reason Deming and Ming felt so at ease with Wu stemmed from the vast disparity in their respective powers. A character like Wu possessed combat capabilities that barely reached the level of a Soul King. For someone as formidable as Ming, extinguishing 100 individuals like Wu with a mere flick of his wrist was but a trivial task. Thus, in their eyes, Wu was merely an inconsequential plaything. Before long, Wu successfully set foot on the enigmatic island. The instant he touched the ground, an uncanny sensation washed over him. It turned out that a remarkably special shield enveloped the entire island, resembling an impenetrable fortress that tightly contained the island's rich life energy. Upon careful observation and comparison, Wu was astonished to discover that the quality of life energy within the island was tenfold that of the outside world. However, this was accompanied by an equally significant increase in gravity, which had also escalated to 10 times that of the external environment. Despite having prior experience adapting to the gravity chamber, the moment Wu entered this tenfold gravity environment, an indescribable weight bore down upon him, as if an immense mountain had settled upon his shoulders, rendering his breathing laborious. Each step he took required several times the effort, with sweat cascading down like rain. Yet, amidst this suffocating pressure, Wu simultaneously experienced a remarkable transformation. Like a parched tree receiving much-needed rain, the once steadfast and insurmountable barriers to his cultivation began to show signs of yielding. This sensation was akin to a ray of hope piercing through darkness for Wu, igniting a surge of excitement and boundless optimism within his heart. Chapter 116. The Restoration of Talent. In that fleeting moment, Wu acutely sensed the subtle opportunity for a breakthrough in his cultivation. Without a trace of hesitation, he swiftly settled into a cross-legged position, regulating his breath and allowing his mind to descend into the tranquil depths of serenity. Subsequently, he began to harness the tumultuous energy of his soul, akin to surging waves, concentrating his spirit and immersing himself entirely in this pivotal practice. His soul energy struck his meridians with the force of a blacksmith's heated hammer, each blow resonating with precision and strength, as if determined to shatter the barriers impeding his ascension. This arduous process was not without its challenges, yet Wu gritted his teeth, unyielding in his resolve. As time ticked by, in the span of less than 10 brief minutes, a miracle unfolded. The cultivation of Wu resembles a butterfly poised to emerge from its chrysalis, having endured a protracted period of dormancy before finally embracing a moment of resplendent transformation. He could distinctly sense the power within him escalating at an astonishing rate, a euphoric breakthrough that nearly compelled him to exclaim in jubilation. Simultaneously, outside his corporeal form, the once erratic life energy and the dense, scattered soul power appeared to be summoned and magnetically attracted by an enigmatic force. They surged into Wu He's body in a magnificent vortex, akin to iron filings drawn to a magnet. In an instant, a warm current surged from his extremities, radiating throughout his entire being. This sensation was reminiscent of being enveloped in a delightful hot spring, where each cell of his body was cocooned in this warmth, immersed in an indescribable comfort and euphoria. At this moment, all fatigue and stress dissipated, leaving only an overwhelming sense of joy and ecstasy. It was during this profound experience that Wu He had an epiphany, akin to a sudden illumination. The true reason behind his previously sluggish and stagnant progress in cultivation was the severe scarcity of life energy. Initially, he found himself in a state of bewilderment regarding the concept of life energy, which seemed both mysterious and unfathomable, akin to an unknown realm shrouded in dense fog. However, in this moment of clarity, following a series of explorations, studies, and personal revelations. He no longer perceived life energy as an enigma, but had developed a relatively clear and defined understanding of it. He comprehended deeply why ordinary soul masters, despite their diligent efforts, struggled to match the advancement of inherently gifted prodigies. A crucial factor lay in the abysmally low innate life energy that these ordinary soul masters possessed from birth. In contrast, the enviable prodigies appeared as if they were born with a golden key, endowed with a rich reservoir of life energy. If we were to standardize the life energy contained within each individual as 100, the celebrated prodigies could nearly reach or even attain this benchmark at the initial stage of their journey. Conversely, the ordinary soul masters often possessed a meager 30 to 40 points. Such a significant disparity at the starting line resulted in a stark divergence in their subsequent cultivation paths. Nonetheless, even in the face of such adversity, there remained a subset of resolute ordinary soul masters who, fueled by extraordinary tenacity and relentless perseverance, forged their way through obstacles and ultimately achieved remarkable success that would make even prodigies take notice. Behind this seemingly miraculous transformation lay the influence of life energy. Although prodigies initially enjoyed an unparalleled advantage, rapidly breaking through cultivation barriers with their abundant life energy, they too faced challenges. As their power ascended, the once ample life energy would gradually dwindle. Upon reaching this juncture, even the most gifted would find themselves ensnared in stagnation. Of course, within this group of prodigies, there occasionally emerged extreme individuals who, at the cost of their health, would push their physical potential to the limits in a desperate bid to extract the last vestiges of life energy, striving to advance their cultivation incrementally. However, such practices were akin to drinking poison to quench thirst, a fleeting solution at best. For the ordinary soul masters, despite their lower starting point, each deep exploration and extraction of their potential allowed for an expansion of their soul power reserves. This meant that with each successful acquisition of a new soul ring, they would gain ample and stable energy replenishment. Even in the later stages, when their life energy began to wane, these soul masters retained the possibility of continuing to delve into their potential and seek breakthroughs. Yet, Wu He is a remarkably unique case. It is essential to recognize that he possessed a divine-level martial soul. This martial soul rendered his life energy perpetually open and unrestricted. Consequently, even without dedicating excessive effort to deliberate cultivation, his levels of cultivation would naturally and continuously ascend. Regrettably, even someone as uniquely endowed as he, after each acquisition of a soul ring, found that the majority of his soul and life energy was consumed by his martial soul. The extent of his cultivation increase was rather modest, a mere 2 levels, and alarmingly, the life energy he could retain dwindled to approximately 10. Under such circumstances, if he were to experience 2 more similar events, the already scant life energy within him would likely be entirely depleted. Alas, fate seems to revel in tormenting him. As misfortune often strikes when least expected, Wu He was utterly unaware that training within the gravity chamber would lead to an unimaginable depletion of his life energy at an alarming rate. His already meager reserves of life energy were barely sufficient to sustain him, and now they faced the relentless ravages of this formidable machine. Consequently, his precarious state of vitality became even more perilous, as if he were adding fuel to the fire. However, it was fortunate that in this very moment, the environment surrounding him was abundant with life energy, flowing like a mighty river. After merely 10 minutes of practice, his latent talent for cultivation awakened with the ferocity of a long-dormant lion, completely igniting his potential. At this juncture, Wu He resembled a phone that had succumbed to a drained battery, now successfully reconnected to its charger. In an instant, all functions within him resumed their natural rhythm with the fluidity of a gentle stream. Chapter 117, Soul Bone Technique, Pressure Resistance. Witnessing this transformation, Wu He unhesitatingly chose to press on, immersing himself further into his cultivation. Astonishingly, within just 30 minutes, his progress surged as if aided by divine intervention, allowing him to shatter the barrier of level 40 and ascend to the pinnacle of soul master status. Yet, as the adage goes, extremes lead to reversal. Just as his cultivation was on the rise, the speed of his advancement began to taper off, becoming increasingly sluggish, to the point where the change was almost perceptible to the naked eye. Nonetheless, within the extreme environment of tenfold gravity, the excess life energy and soul power did not cease. Instead, they relentlessly bombarded Wu He's physical form in a series of intensive refinements. Before long, his pores opened wide, and torrents of dark, waste materials surged forth from his body like a breached dam. After enduring an arduous hour and a half, Wu He was transformed beyond recognition, his entire being coated in a thick layer of mud, resembling a true clay figure. Yet, despite his disheveled appearance, his cultivation had reached its utmost limit, and his physique underwent a metamorphosis akin to rebirth, now comparable to that of a millennium-old soul beast. Wu He paid no heed to the gazes of onlookers, approaching the crystalline lake with remarkable composure before Ming. He swiftly disrobed, casting aside his somewhat soiled garments that emitted an unpleasant odor, and without a moment's hesitation, he stepped into the cool waters. The refreshing lake enveloped his form gently, akin to a mother's tender caress, instilling within him an unparalleled sense of comfort and tranquility. Wu He reveled in this rare moment of refreshing clarity, vigorously scrubbing his body to cleanse away the grime accumulated over many days. After washing, he carefully retrieved a set of clean and tidy garments from his bundle and donned them with utmost care. As he stood once more by the lakeside, he appeared to have undergone a transformation, radiating a newfound vigor, his steps becoming light and buoyant, as if he had shed an immense burden. How perfect it would be to find a soul beast that suits me. Wu He couldn't help but murmur softly, and though his voice was barely audible, it nevertheless reached Deming's ears not far away. Upon hearing this, Deming couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly, secretly thinking that this fellow was indeed insatiably greedy. However, recalling that Xiao Wu had previously made it clear that Wu He was their friend and had even promised to present that adorable little pet as a token of apology, Deming deemed it unnecessary to quibble further with Wu He. Just as the two were lost in their own thoughts, an unexpected event unfolded. A sickly and listless frost hound staggered into Wu He's view. This frost hound appeared disheveled, its eyes lacking luster, and it walked unsteadily, resembling a creature on the brink of collapse. Yet, it was precisely this seemingly pitiable soul beast that instantly ignited an uncontrollable ecstasy on Wu He's face. Wu He casually turned his head slightly, casting a fleeting glance at Deming from the corner of his eye. In that fleeting moment, a startling scene unfolded. Deming's head abruptly tilted to one side, akin to a leaf swept away by a tempest. His expression was one of utter indifference, adopting an aloof demeanor that completely disregarded Wu He's actions. Confronted with Deming's blatant disdain and deliberate disregard, a flicker of annoyance surged within Wu He's heart. Yet he quickly regained his composure. Since the other party had so clearly signaled their intention to ignore him, why should he indulge in pleasantries with such a person? With this thought in mind, Wu He maintained an air of nonchalance as he gracefully reached into the backpack behind him, his movements elegant and fluid, as if he were performing a meticulously choreographed act. As Wu He's hand slowly emerged, all eyes instinctively focused on the object he held, a pistol gleaming with a cold, lethal light. Firmly grasping the firearm, he gently placed his index finger on the trigger and, without hesitation, applied a slight pressure. A thunderous bang erupted, reverberating like a clap of thunder cascading from the heavens, instantly shattering the tranquility of the air above the lake of life. Simultaneously, a bullet the size of a peanut shot forth with blinding speed, hurtling directly toward the fearsome frost hound nearby. In the blink of an eye, that minuscule projectile, akin to a bolt of lightning, penetrated the frost hound's skull with unparalleled force and precision. In an instant, blood splattered, and brain matter exploded. The once formidable and imperious frost hound did not even have time to emit a cry of anguish before it collapsed, devoid of any semblance of life. Merely half a minute prior, this frost hound had strutted about, arrogantly believing itself to be merely a practice partner. Yet, it was utterly unprepared for the swift turn of fate that would lead to its life being extinguished in such a brutal manner, lying in a shocking pool of blood. As the massive body of the frost hound crashed to the ground, a jet-black soul ring began to rise ghost-like from its lifeless form. Wu He's keen gaze swiftly captured the scene before him, a flicker of unabashed astonishment crossing his face. With a subtle wave of his arm, it was as if he had conjured a mysterious spell. In an instant, the soul ring, which had been suspended in the air, appeared to be drawn by an invisible force, hurtling directly towards Wu He. When the soul ring made contact with his body, it did not bring the intense pain and discomfort one might expect. Instead, at that moment, Wu He felt an extraordinary and gentle energy flowing continuously into him. Perhaps it was the unusually rich life energy in this place that nourished him, allowing him to absorb the soul ring without experiencing even a hint of torment, and even sensing an indescribable feeling of liberation and unprecedented lightness within the soul ring itself. Time passed swiftly, and in the brief span of 2 hours, Wu He had effortlessly completed the absorption of the soul ring. Just as he prepared to take a moment's respite, he caught a glimmer of something faintly luminous out of the corner of his eye beside the corpse of the frost hound. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it to be a right leg bone soul bone, exuding a subtle chill. After a careful examination, Wu He was astonished to find that this soul bone contained an astonishingly powerful soul force, aged a remarkable 58,000 years. Faced with such a rare and precious treasure, Wu He hesitated not for a moment, decisively reaching out to collect it, and immediately commenced the process of refining and absorbing it. The soul skill bestowed by this right leg bone was truly unique and distinguished. It bore a simple yet direct name: pressure resistance. However, deeper exploration revealed its astounding capabilities. Whenever an opponent launched a fierce attack, The seemingly fragile shield would rapidly thicken and strengthen as if imbued with life. Even more astonishing was the fact that this shield could ingeniously rebound 25 of the opponent's attack power, delivering a heavy blow back to the adversary. This extraordinary ability enabled Wu He to often turn peril into safety when confronting formidable foes, causing unexpected troubles for his opponents. Even Wu He himself was initially incredulous and profoundly surprised by the emergence of this soul skill. Yet, through his exceptional talent and keen insight, he quickly discerned the secrets behind this soul skill, mastering its proper application and the reasons for its miraculous effects. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a slight smile crept onto Wu He's lips, barely perceptible. Yet, in an instant, a complex emotion surged within him. For while this soul skill was immensely powerful, in certain real-world applications, its methods could seem excessively ruthless and merciless. With all preparations in place, Wu He meticulously embedded the soul ring into the metallic formation's core. In that moment, a radiant light flickered, and a mysterious power surged within him. As this power gradually merged and stabilized, Wu He was finally able to summon the coveted snow mastiff armor. Simultaneously, a more delightful surprise unfolded. After absorbing this precious soul ring, his foundational cultivation unexpectedly achieved a breakthrough, advancing by a full 2 levels. Chapter 118. Dragon Saliva Fruit. Although his soul power cultivation remained at the 42nd level, the life energy within him was unprecedentedly abundant. Reflecting on similar moments in the past, he recalled that his life energy would typically only recover to about 10% of its capacity. As a result, while he could clearly sense the overwhelming power of the soul skill, the enhancement of his own strength felt rather negligible. However, at this very moment, everything underwent a profound transformation. When the life energy reached its peak, even the simplest gestures of lifting a hand or raising a foot revealed a surging force within his meridians, akin to a torrent of immense power rapidly flowing through him. Only then did Wu He come to a profound realization, understanding why he had always felt a stark contrast in physical strength compared to soul masters of the same level during intense battles. Initially, Wu He had firmly resolved to personally experience the astonishing might that the snow mastiff armor could unleash. Yet, as he became deeply immersed in the understanding of his current power, he found himself reconsidering his initial intention. Time was of the essence, and in comparison, it seemed far more crucial to seize the opportunity to delve deeper into exploration and acquire invaluable resources. Wu He carefully organized the various pieces of equipment he carried, ensuring that each item was placed with precision to confront the numerous difficulties and challenges that lay ahead. Taking a deep breath, he resolutely stepped into the mysterious island shrouded in tenfold gravity. Though this island could be considered a mere speck in the vast expanse of the Lake of Life, its area was not to be underestimated by a human being who measured land solely by foot, spanning at least the size of 4 or 5 standard football fields. As Wu He advanced with each determined step, the gravity he endured intensified dramatically. This heavy pressure felt like an invisible mountain resting upon his shoulders, making every stride an arduous endeavor. Nevertheless, Wu He did not falter. Instead, he gritted his teeth and continued to march forward with unwavering resolve. Before long, an open space unfolded before him. At the very center of this barren expanse stood a remarkably enchanting plant. This flora seemed to possess a certain magical allure, effortlessly drawing the gaze of onlookers. Suspended from its branches were 7 translucent fruits, radiant and dazzling like gemstones, in a striking shade of purple. Under the bright sunlight, these fruits shimmered with a resplendent purplish-red glow, creating beautiful and captivating flares, ethereal and intoxicating, ensnaring the beholder in their mesmerizing charm. Wu He was profoundly astonished by the breathtaking scene before him, compelling him to quicken his pace and approach the remarkable plant in order to observe this natural wonder more closely. Upon reaching it, he became wholly engrossed in studying this enigmatic flora. At that moment, a wave of intense embarrassment surged within Deming, who had been silently trailing behind. He suddenly realized that this open space was his usual spot for afternoon naps. What was even more surprising was that the vibrant plant had been nourished by the drool that flowed from his lips during his slumber. The thought left Deming blushing with shame, feeling utterly humiliated. Perhaps it was the prolonged exposure to such a high concentration of life energy in this extraordinary environment that allowed such exceptional fruits to flourish here. Astonishingly, each of these fruits had reached the level of a low-grade celestial herb. However, for the well-traveled Deming, his interest was rather tepid. He recalled that he had tasted 2 of these fruits before, but their dreadful flavor was hardly commendable. Moreover, those fruits were so diminutive that they barely filled the gaps between his teeth. Consequently, Deming had not paid much attention to the fruit tree, occasionally passing by and spitting a few times, treating it as a means of providing some nourishment. At that moment, Wu He stepped closer to the orchard, meticulously observing the fruits hanging from the branches. After some confirmation, his eyes widened in disbelief as he pondered. Could these fruits before him possibly be the legendary dragon saliva fruit? Although their shape bore a striking resemblance to the documented descriptions of dragon saliva fruit, their coloration was noticeably different. Thus, Wu He murmured to himself, perhaps they have undergone some mutation due to their unique growth environment. Just as Wu He was about to turn to Deming for an inquiry, Deming preemptively spoke up. Sister Xiao Wu already instructed that if we see something we like, we can simply pick it and take it with us. The local specialties here are quite abundant. As he spoke, Deming felt beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He contemplated that these fruits, which appeared rather unappetizing, might not suffice in terms of quality if he were to gift them to someone. Conversely, upon hearing Deming's words, Wu He's expression transformed into one of sheer exhilaration. Without hesitation, he extended his hands and swiftly plucked the 7 fruits one by one, carefully placing them into his storage space. It is worth noting that these fruits, known as dragon saliva fruit, were coveted treasures for many soul masters. Although, strictly speaking, their grade could only be classified as low-tier celestial herbs, their effects were undeniably comparable to those of so-called high-end celestial herbs. The reason being that once consumed, the dragon saliva fruit would release a subtle, yet distinct dragon-like aura. This unique effect was immensely appealing to soul masters with dragon martial spirits, and those whose soul skills contained divine attributes. After consuming the dragon saliva fruit, they would not only significantly enhance their presence, instilling fear in their enemies, but also bolster their soul power cultivation, thereby gaining an advantage in their training. Even the most ordinary soul master would experience marked improvements in their physique if fortunate enough to consume this mystical fruit. Typically, the first consumption would yield a substantial boost equivalent to half the strength of a dragon, along with a significant enhancement in cultivation. However, the effects would diminish considerably upon the second consumption, yielding only about half of the first benefits. From the third consumption onwards, the effects would be negligible, nearly non-existent. Therefore, for most individuals, consuming just 1 or 2 of these fruits would suffice. Yet, in reality, such miraculous items are rare and hard to come by. Even with a fortune, one might find it difficult to procure even a single piece. At this moment, Wu He glanced at the sky, noting that time was still on his side. And without hesitation, he decided to venture deeper into the mountains, contemplating that he might discover other delightful treasures yet. With this thought in mind, he quickened his pace, swiftly disappearing into the depths of the forest. Chapter 119. The Spring of Life. After a prolonged journey across mountains and valleys, Wu He gradually felt an increasing heaviness weighing down upon him, as if an invisible mountain pressed upon his shoulders. Simultaneously, he could distinctly sense his stamina depleting at an alarming rate. The water he had carried for quenching his thirst had long been consumed, leaving him parched and desperate. The sensation of dryness in his throat was akin to the searing flames of a relentless fire, rendering it nearly unbearable. Logically, one would assume that even a small island should possess some freshwater resources, especially since it was nestled within a vast freshwater lake. It would be reasonable to expect a plentiful water source here. However, perplexingly, as Wu He traversed the mountain path, despite the surrounding vegetation flourishing abundantly and lushly, nearly obscuring the trail, he had yet to encounter even a trickle of a stream or a clear spring. This was indeed a most curious phenomenon. At this moment, Wu He could not help but entertain the thought of retracing his steps. However, the extreme discomfort brought about by prolonged walking and dehydration had rendered him parched to an unbearable degree. Even if he truly chose to turn back, it would likely require a grueling trek for quite some time before he could return to the shimmering lakeside. As Wu He ventured deeper into the small island, the forested areas became increasingly narrow and rugged, to the point where even the massive head of his constant companion, Daming, could no longer pass through smoothly. Reluctantly, Daming had to rely on his formidable mental prowess to keep a watchful eye on Wu He from a distance, ensuring his safety. Nevertheless, Wu He remained utterly unconcerned with the complex circumstances and potential dangers surrounding him. He was wholly focused on utilizing his unique abilities to assess the environment's humidity for guidance. After a thorough perception, he was convinced that if he pressed forward, he would undoubtedly discover a precious water source within 20 meters. It is worth noting that this exceptional observational skill was not acquired overnight. It was a culmination of countless days and nights of arduous exploration and experience in this enigmatic world that Wu He had gradually comprehended and mastered. This skill had become one of his vital treasures for survival in this land filled with uncertainty and challenges. Indeed, it was not long before Wu He joyously stumbled upon a small spring. However, as he took a closer look, a flicker of doubt surged within him. While it was undoubtedly a spring, the notion that it would yield clear and sweet freshwater was something Wu He could not bring himself to believe. After all, in a place imbued with an aura of strangeness, any seemingly ordinary phenomenon often concealed unexpected mysteries. At this moment, gazing at the location of the spring and comparing it with the map in his hand, Wu He realized that he had already entered the most central and critical area of the island. Simultaneously, a suffocating wave of pressure enveloped him. The gravitational force alone had surged to nearly 20 times its original intensity. Moreover, the concentration of life energy had astonishingly increased by a full 20 times as well. Wu-He had never anticipated that gravity had gradually intensified to such an extent. However, this phenomenon had inadvertently elevated his cultivation to an entirely new level. The spring before him was not situated upon the ground like ordinary springs, but rather hovered majestically in midair. It appeared to be propelled by an unimaginably potent force, intertwining and coalescing into existence. Wu-He took a deep breath, focusing his mind as he unleashed his formidable mental strength, akin to a tidal wave, to cautiously explore his surroundings. When his mental energy reached the location of the spring, he was jolted with shock, as if struck by a heavy blow. He realized, to his astonishment, that the gravitational force there was an astonishing 50 times greater. It is worth noting that with his current strength, he could barely endure 20 times the gravity. The sudden increase of 30 times was an insurmountable chasm, a perilous abyss where a moment's carelessness could lead to his utter destruction. Yet at that moment, Wu-He was consumed by urgency. Akin to an ant on a hot pan, frantic and restless. The reason for his turmoil was clear, if all went as expected. The seemingly inconspicuous liquid before him could very well be the fabled life elixir. This elixir was no ordinary substance. Its value was on par with the rarest of celestial herbs. Its formation required an exceedingly rare and perfect alignment of celestial, terrestrial, and human factors, making even a mere trace of it a coveted treasure. Given its rarity, even in the grand and renowned auction houses outside, one would need a fortune in the trillions to even dream of acquiring a fraction of the life elixir. The opportunity lay before him, and he could not allow it to slip away. Despite the perilous path ahead, Wu-He gritted his teeth, summoning all his courage, and resolutely raced toward the spring. However, just as he approached the spring, an overwhelming pressure descended upon him, the terrifying 50-fold gravity akin to an invisible giant hand, forcefully pinning him to the ground. In an instant, Wu-He found himself utterly immobilized, as if an immense mountain were pressing down upon him, leaving no possibility of escape. The grandeur with which he had fled now stood in stark contrast to the unfortunate predicament he faced. Wu-He's arms trembled slightly, his palms pressed firmly against the ground, as he exerted every ounce of strength to gather his soul energy into his hands, striving to lift his overwhelmingly heavy body. Each surge of effort left him utterly exhausted, yet he gritted his teeth, resolute in his refusal to yield. After a prolonged and arduous struggle, his physique, nourished by a staggering 50-fold life energy, began to acquire a modicum of strength, slowly raising him upward. However, this was merely the inception. A fierce determination and ferocity gleamed in his eyes, as if he were challenging the very world itself. In his unsteady right hand, he gripped a delicate vial. Despite his arm being nearly numb from overexertion, he endured the pain, inch by inch elevating the vial toward the spring's direction. As the vial's opening neared the spring, Wu-He felt his heart leap into his throat. He concentrated intently on the motion of his hand, terrified of making even the slightest mistake. At that moment, a drop of crystalline liquid, imbued with vibrant life force, fell from the spring, landing perfectly into the vial. In an instant, Wu-He felt as if his right hand had been struck with tremendous force, the impact nearly causing him to lose grip on the vial. Yet, with unwavering resolve, he clung to it fiercely. In the next heartbeat, Wu-He unleashed his strength, instantaneously returning to the place where gravity was merely 20 times that of Earth, crashing heavily to the ground. Lying there, he gasped for breath, his heart still racing with the remnants of fear. Just moments prior, he had tangibly sensed the looming threat of death, convinced that his demise was imminent. After a brief respite, he swiftly retrieved a dragon's saliva fruit, radiating a mysterious glow from his bosom. The fruit was translucent, sparkling like a gem. He then carefully extracted the precious vial containing the single drop of life liquid and consumed it alongside the dragon's saliva fruit. The moment both were swallowed, a resounding roar echoed, reminiscent of an ancient dragon's bellow. Brilliant light enveloped his form, and a colossal vortex of soul energy gradually manifested above his head, voraciously consuming the surrounding life energy of the world. As time passed, Wu-He could distinctly feel a tremendous force continuously surging into his being. The wondrous energy contained within the dragon's saliva fruit not only fortified his physical form, rendering his muscles more defined and charged with explosive power, but also significantly elevated his cultivation level. With great joy, Wu-He examined his current cultivation state and couldn't help but exclaim, "How wonderful! The life energy is so abundant, and I have successfully broken through to level 45. Moreover, I can distinctly feel the significant enhancement in my physical strength. I am now likely comparable to soul beasts aged between 20 to 30,000 years." Chapter 120. Tempering as that drop of concentrated life spring slid down his throat. An indescribable sensation instantly spread throughout his body. It was as if every cell was bathed in warm and pure energy, embarking on an unprecedented journey of transcendence. Wu-He could distinctly sense subtle transformations occurring within himself, perceiving a slight rejuvenation. Nevertheless, due to the considerable distance from the age of 20, this sensation of youthfulness was not particularly pronounced. Regardless, the once dormant neural pathways within his body now seemed to have been reinvigorated, pulsating with vitality and joy, tirelessly transmitting an unwavering flow of life energy to every corner of his being. With a heart full of curiosity and anticipation, Wu He cast a glance at the enigmatic spring, a surge of complex emotions welling up within him. Was it greed that compelled him to seek more of the precious life spring, or was it the courage hidden deep within that urged him to confront the unknown? After a brief moment of contemplation, he resolved to make another attempt. As far as he was aware, this spring produced an average of 1 drop of the invaluable life essence every minute. Logically, there should be some remnants of the spring water left on the ground. However, to his astonishment, the reality was quite the opposite. It turned out that the area was subjected to a gravitational force 50 times that of normal, causing the newly emerged spring water to vanish into the earth almost instantaneously. Remarkably, these waters did not simply disappear. Rather, they were swiftly absorbed by the surrounding flora. Consequently, the vegetation in this region exhibited an extraordinary lushness. They thrived vibrantly, some even showing signs of evolving into spiritual herbs. Nourished by the life spring, these plants flourished with a unique radiance, as if imbued with a certain spiritual essence. Wu He took a deep breath and suddenly stood up. With a swift motion of his hands, several beams of light flashed, revealing a few gemstones radiating a mysterious glow in his grasp. These gemstones constituted all of his current possessions. With utmost care, Wu He meticulously placed several precious crystals at the edge of the 50-fold gravity zone near the spring. This location was exceedingly perilous, yet it was the sole place where he could harness the maximum potential of the crystals. He was acutely aware that should he encounter an emergency from which he could not extricate himself, he would unhesitatingly summon the power of these crystals to call forth his armor. Even if granted but a fleeting second to perform the Zen seal, he held an unwavering confidence in his ability to escape the terrifying gravitational field. Having completed all necessary preparations, Wu He resolutely stepped into the treacherous 50-fold gravity region once more. The moment he crossed the threshold, the immense gravitational force descended upon him with the weight of a mountain, while at the same time, a dense and almost tangible life energy surged towards him like a relentless tide. In the blink of an eye, his legs buckled involuntarily, and he found himself kneeling on the ground. However, in stark contrast to his initial experience, this time he did not succumb like a flower battered by a tempest. Instead, despite the unimaginable pressure bearing down upon him, he stubbornly persisted. At this moment, Wu He distinctly felt his resistance to the 50-fold gravity gradually strengthening. This sensation was extraordinary, as if his body were instinctively adjusting and adapting to the harsh environmental conditions surrounding him. Moreover, he keenly sensed that his life energy was dissipating at an alarming rate, while the soul force, which he should have been able to control, had become erratic, swirling chaotically within him. Fortunately, the continuous influx of life energy from the external environment seemed to recognize his plight, ceaselessly pouring into his body and providing crucial support. Although a brief exposure to such an environment would not immediately inflict significant harm on his body, prolonged residence in this realm would inevitably lead to internal damage, despite the persistent and timely replenishment of life energy. After all, the relentless external pressure and depletion would ultimately surpass the limits of what the human body could endure. Wu He anxiously awaited, as each passing second felt like an eternity. After a full half-minute, that precious drop of life essence finally began to coalesce slowly into form. Wu He dared not exhibit even the slightest negligence, exerting every ounce of his strength to manipulate the bottle in his hands with great care. Just as he successfully caught the life spring, he wasted no time in swiftly moving towards the outside. This time, it seemed that Lady Luck had favored Wu He, despite the perilous nature of the endeavor. He emerged unscathed. Upon successfully stepping out of the treacherous zone and returning to the 20-fold gravity area, an indescribable sense of exhilaration surged within him, as if every cell in his body was rejoicing in unison. Simultaneously, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that his soul power level had significantly increased, rising by a full half-level. After a brief moment of respite, Wu He focused his mind and retrieved the bottle containing the life spring once more. He gently unscrewed the cap and poured the solitary drop of the life spring into his mouth. In an instant, a warm and gentle life energy began to flow through his body like a meandering stream. Wherever it traveled, it not only washed away the long-accumulated impurities within him, but also initiated a meticulous repair process for the bodily injuries he had sustained from being in the 50-fold gravity environment. Wu He was acutely aware that the precious life energy he possessed required meticulous refinement to unleash its utmost potential. Consequently, he seated himself upon the ground, closed his eyes, and devoted his undivided attention to guiding this formidable energy through the meridians, circulating it throughout his body. Time slipped by unnoticed, and before he realized it, 2 hours had elapsed. After this protracted period of absorption and refinement, Wu He slowly opened his eyes and rose to his feet. At that moment, he felt an invigorating surge of energy coursing through him, as if he had undergone a profound transformation, his strength having ascended to new heights. Wu He profoundly felt the immense benefits bestowed by the life spring. Although the twilight gradually enveloped the surroundings, it did nothing to quell his fervent desire to enhance his prowess. With a heart brimming with anticipation and unwavering determination, Wu He resolutely re-entered the enigmatic and perilous 50-fold zone. To his astonishment, this time he did not succumb to the overwhelming pressure as he had before. Through relentless effort and adaptation, his legs had remarkably learned to barely support his frame within this daunting realm. He maintained a precarious balance in a slightly strained semi-squat posture, enduring the challenges of this environment. Thus, Wu He persevered on this solitary island, tirelessly undergoing such trials. For a full 3 days, he resembled an indomitable warrior, consistently displaying high spirits and tenacity. On average, every 2 hours, he would bravely venture into the 50-fold zone, yet each time he would remain for merely a fleeting minute. He was acutely aware that lingering even for a second longer would significantly heighten the risks. Therefore, upon successfully receiving the precious life spring, he would decisively retreat from the area without a moment's hesitation. Subsequently, Wu He devoted the next 2 hours to meticulously refining the recently acquired life spring, gradually assimilating its surging energy into his being. Upon completing this process, he would once again plunge into the 50-fold zone, patiently awaiting the emergence of the next drop of life spring. This cycle continued, an unending loop. Chapter 121, reached level 50. Chapter 122, preparing for the hunt. Chapter 123, the snow mastiff's initial battle. At this moment, the distance between Wu He and the fearsome steel-blue rock tiger was a mere 2 meters. The massive tail of the steel-blue rock tiger loomed ominously before him. Wu He was acutely aware that if he possessed sufficiently formidable strength, a single, precisely executed attack aimed at a vital point would render the defeat of the fierce steel rock tiger merely a matter of time. Thus, he held his breath and focused intently, cautiously extending his left hand to begin the installation of the enigmatic snow mastiff armor summoner. The sunlight cascaded upon the summoner in his grasp, refracting into a dazzling brilliance. Subsequently, he gently inserted the immensely precious gold element crystal into the summoner. The snow mastiff armor was about to merge. In a hushed tone, Wu He whispered softly. Yet, despite his deliberate attempt to lower his voice, the incantation seemed to harbor an inexhaustible reservoir of magic, instantaneously triggering a remarkable transformation. In an instant, a resplendent silver light erupted, illuminating the surroundings like a bolt of lightning cleaving through the night sky. Subsequently, a magnificent suit of gleaming silver armor enveloped Wu He's form at an imperceptible speed, fitting him flawlessly as if destined to be one. Simultaneously, a chilling aura of frost emanated continuously from his being. This frigid sensation was so intense that even the nearby Kinganjian tiger could distinctly perceive the creeping cold. Beneath its once mighty fur, its body involuntarily trembled, as if ensconced in an unseen intimidation. Swiftly, with a flicker of thought, Wu He's hand moved with remarkable speed, and in an instant, a formidable thunder axe materialized in his grasp. This axe was no ordinary weapon. Its blade and edge appeared as crystalline as ice, clear and transparent. Yet, one must not underestimate this clarity, for it signified its unparalleled sharpness. Wu He's gaze was like a blazing torch, fixated intently on the formidable steel rock tiger before him. After a prolonged observation, he finally discerned a crucial point on the creature, an articulating joint that the steel rock tiger frequently employed when it lashed its tail back and forth. Drawing upon years of combat experience, Wu He concluded that this was indeed the beast's Achilles heel. Taking a deep breath, he leapt upward with tremendous force, propelling himself like a released arrow straight towards the pre-identified joint. However, just as Wu He emerged from his concealed position in the grass, the seemingly tranquil steel rock tiger, which had been lying still on the ground, suddenly sprang into action. Its robust tail transformed in an instant into a weapon as unyielding as steel, sweeping towards the airborne Wu He at an extraordinarily cunning angle. Wielding an overwhelming force that far exceeded Wu He's initial expectations, Wu He could not help but inwardly lament his predicament. He had initially believed that his actions were sufficiently discreet, impervious to detection by the formidable blue steel rock tiger. Yet, he had overlooked the innate and extraordinary perceptiveness of felines, which is magnified when a foe stealthily approaches from behind. However, this mighty and arrogant beast regarded Wu He with utter disdain. To it, he was but an insignificant human, his meager cultivation hardly worthy of consideration, posing no threat whatsoever. Thus, the beast displayed a complete indifference to Wu He's every move. Even when it saw him leap into the air, attempting to launch an attack, the beast merely flicked its powerful tail with casual nonchalance, as if swatting away an annoying mosquito. Faced with such a ferocious counter, Wu He's heart sank. At that moment, He found himself at a crossroads with only two paths to choose from. The first was to grit his teeth and endure the immense damage from the impending strike, seizing the opportunity to deliver a lethal blow to the beast's tail. The second was to swiftly redirect the axe's attack, engaging in a fierce contest of strength against the blue steel rock tiger's tail, thereby gaining the initiative for a counterstrike. Nevertheless, regardless of the chosen response, both options posed significant challenges for Wu He. Yet, he was no mere lamb awaiting slaughter. His exceptional intellect shone through in this critical moment. Without hesitation, he hurled his heavy axe directly above his head. Simultaneously, his agile hands formed a mysterious seal at his waist, and he uttered three clear and potent words: Zen Seal. In that critical instant, the formidable blue steel rock tiger, with its nearly 5-meter-long steel tail, struck with the swiftness of lightning, mere centimeters from Wu He's face. Miraculously, however, due to the extraordinary Zen Seal he had invoked, the once unstoppable steel tail seemed to be ensnared by an invisible force, rendered immobile in midair. Wu He, undeterred, continued his ascent, akin to an agile cheetah, effortlessly grasping the suspended axe. Harnessing the powerful inertia and gravitational acceleration from his descent, he plummeted like a shooting star, crashing down with blinding speed. A sharp crack resounded as the formidable thunder axe's razor-sharp blade easily cleaved through the resilient flesh of the blue steel rock tiger's tail. The tremendous force did not wane. Rather, it surged forward, severing the tail from the colossal body in an instant. Just as he was about to bring the lethal blade down to sever the robust tail, Wu He deftly released the energy-draining Zen Seal. Although the massive tail continued its descent with the momentum gained, Wu He remained remarkably composed, as if every aspect of the situation lay within his control. With a subtle flicker of movement, he glided like a specter, evading the roaring, severed tail with an ease that belied the precision of his maneuvering. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, devoid of any sense of delay. Then, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. As Wu He seized the fleeting moment when the steel rock tiger was still reeling from surprise, he swiftly drew forth two grenades, their safety pins already removed, from his waist. Without a moment's hesitation, he forcefully inserted them into the creature's anus. This astonishing sequence unfolded with the swiftness of lightning, leaving spectators scarcely able to blink. Following this breathtaking act, Wu He dared not linger, propelling himself away from the tiger's striking range with remarkable speed. He was acutely aware that a cataclysmic explosion would soon ensue, and a moment's carelessness could ensnare him in its wrath. In the blink of an eye, the steel rock tiger emitted a heart-wrenching scream, a sound so piercing it seemed to penetrate the very soul, sending shivers down the spine. In that instant, it experienced an excruciating pain, akin to 1,000 arrows piercing its heart, radiating from its tail. As it instinctively turned to investigate, it was horrified to discover that its robust, iron-like tail had been severed cleanly, leaving no possibility for mending. Almost simultaneously, driven by instinctual rage, the steel rock tiger executed a primal pounce, baring its menacing fangs in a desperate attempt to devour Wu He whole. However, the abrupt loss of its tail rendered its body unbalanced, and as it leapt, it crashed to the ground like a colossal beast in freefall. In that very moment, the two grenades within the tiger detonated simultaneously, unleashing a thunderous explosion. Countless lethal fragments erupted in all directions, most striking the tiger's lower half at bizarre and unforgiving angles. These shards, akin to merciless blades, tore through the steel rock tiger's tough hide, embedding themselves deeply within its flesh, inflicting catastrophic injuries. The agony surged from within like a relentless tide, crashing wave after wave against the tiger's nerves. Unable to withstand the excruciating torment any longer, it collapsed onto the frigid ground, emitting mournful wails of despair. Its once formidable and resilient lower body had become a grotesque sight, unrecognizable and horrific. The bladder and rectum, once distinct systems, now melded into one due to this horrific calamity, rendering them indistinguishable. Its powerful hind legs, typically a source of explosive strength, now appeared feeble and redundant. Even the slightest attempt to exert force would double the volcanic pain, as if it sought to consume the creature whole. More grievously, having lost its vital tail, this once dominant tiger had completely forfeited its sense of balance. Even the simplest act of rolling over, once trivial, now felt like a Herculean struggle, each effort a battle against fate itself. Yet, Wu He was no benevolent savior, filled with pity. In this moment, his resolve was clear and unwavering. There was no hesitation or doubt. Confirming that the steel rock tiger could no longer mount a vigorous defense, he emerged from his hiding place. The warm sunlight cascaded like a golden veil over the snow-white armor he donned. The immaculate sheen of the armor glimmered ominously under the sun's rays, exuding a chilling radiance. Beneath this eerie glow, the surface of the armor shone with a brilliant metallic luster, reminiscent of an ancient artifact, radiating unmatched majesty and power. Wu He gazed coldly at the fallen Kinganjian tiger, which lay helpless on the ground, despite the evidently favorable circumstances surrounding him. He maintained a high level of vigilance and caution, opting for the most prudent and conservative strategy to confront the potential situations that may arise. With a swift motion, Wu Yi dashed like lightning to the rear of the colossal and imposing Kinganjian tiger. In a heartbeat, the gleam of his sharp axe flashed, carving two fierce arcs through the air, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind and two resounding thuds as it struck the powerful hind leg of the tiger. In an instant, a chilling sound of tearing flesh echoed as the resilient tendons connecting to the muscles were brutally severed. The sudden surge of pain coursed through the Kinganjian tiger like a tumultuous flood, rushing towards its brain with overwhelming force. In that moment, the colossal beast, once fierce and formidable, let out a heart-wrenching roar that seemed to echo with despair. Yet, despite the tempest of rage and murderous intent swelling within, longing to devour this seemingly insignificant human, the harsh reality loomed before it. Its legs were crippled, and its lower body lay in a gruesome state, rendering it utterly powerless. At that moment, Wu Yi approached the giant tiger head, which towered 2 or 3 times his height, now bowed low in defeat. The once fierce eyes of the tiger were now filled with profound despair and a raging fire of hatred. In a silent vow, the Kinganjian tiger promised that if there were a next life, it would never again underestimate a human it deemed harmless. Alas, fate was unkind, and at this juncture, it had reached the end of its life, deprived of the chance to fulfill that oath. Wu Yi, wielding his razor-sharp axe, summoned all his strength to his arm and swung it fiercely. The axe blade sliced through the air with a sharp gust, directly cleaving towards the Kinganjian tiger. With a resounding crash, the tiger's formidable skull shattered, as if it were fragile porcelain, brains and blood splattering everywhere. In that moment, the radiant armor on Wu Yi's body suddenly vanished, revealing his somewhat fatigued form. Clearly, after an intense battle, shedding the armor brought a degree of adverse effects. Yet, to his surprise, perhaps due to acquiring the 4th soul ring, Wu Yi could barely withstand the discomfort brought on by this negative state. Nevertheless, he swiftly produced a small, exquisitely crafted jade vial from his pocket. Upon opening it, a potent aura of life wafted forth. Inside lay the invaluable life spring. He cautiously poured a single, crystalline drop of the life essence into his mouth and swallowed gently. The moment the drop touched his tongue, it transformed into a powerful, yet gentle warmth that swiftly spread throughout every corner of his body. The dense life energy, as if imbued with magical properties, began to fill the void created by the intense battle. His pallid complexion gradually returned to a healthy hue, and his weakened breath began to stabilize and strengthen. Subsequently, Wu Yi extended his right hand towards the lifeless Kinganjian tiger and made a gentle beckoning motion. In an instant, a deep black soul ring emerged and floated towards him. As the soul ring approached, Wu Yi's martial spirit, sensing a delectable feast, eagerly opened wide, creating a powerful suction that drew the soul ring in with astonishing speed. Observing this scene, Wu Yi could not help but shake his head with a sigh. Such a pity. The Kinganjian tiger possessed considerable strength, had it devoted more effort to cultivation. It might have become a formidable 10,000-year soul beast by now. Although a twinge of regret lingered in his heart, Wu Yi quickly adjusted his mindset, fully aware that in this perilous world, opportunities and challenges coexisted, and only by maintaining a calm and forgiving heart could one venture further. Time passed quietly, and soon half a day had slipped away. At that moment, Wu Yi, who had kept his eyes tightly shut, slowly opened them. This was a rare occasion for him to absorb a soul ring alone in the wilderness. Fortunately, this area was predominantly the territory of 10,000-year soul beasts. However, to his delight, perhaps due to the overwhelming pressure from the powerful soul beasts, other weaker ones dared not approach, allowing Wu Yi to complete the absorption process without any disturbances or interruptions. Everything progressed smoothly, leading to the flawless fusion of the soul ring with his own soul power. Upon successfully absorbing this 5th precious soul ring, an indescribable sensation surged within him. He could distinctly feel the transformative change occurring within his body, as a torrent of energy flowed through his meridians like a raging flood. Undoubtedly, his strength had undergone a significant qualitative leap, even more astonishingly with the integration of the new soul ring. The previously dormant 5 elements armor seemed to awaken with renewed vitality, activating one by one. They shimmered with dazzling brilliance, emanating an aura that was both thrilling and intimidating, as if ready to charge into battle for their master. At this moment, Wu Yi was relying on the meager control over his soul power, a gift bestowed upon him as the Soul King. With unwavering focus, he carefully summoned the soul power within him, gradually extending it towards the ground. Before long, several small stones scattered on the earth began to tremble, as if drawn by an enigmatic force, and then they ascended into the air, landing steadily in his outstretched palm. With the stones now in his possession, Wu Yi stood atop a height, gazing down upon the rugged boulder bear, which was struggling to ascend the towering tree. A sly smile crept onto his lips as he began to hurl the stones one by one towards the creature below. Initially, the stones fell like raindrops, but for the thick-skinned boulder bear, they posed little threat. It merely sensed small objects dropping from above, landing upon it with a ticklish sensation, akin to leaves cascading down in a gentle breeze. Thus, the boulder bear paid little heed to these minor disturbances, continuing its relentless climb. However, as time passed, Wu Hiyi's rate of stone throwing increased, both in speed and in quantity. Although each individual stone lacked significant impact, their cumulative effect began to vex the boulder bear. Gradually, it became evident to the creature that no matter how hard it tried, it could not successfully reach the tree's summit. The prolonged futility only exacerbated its already irritable temperament, filling its heart with a tempest of frustration and rage. At that moment, the boulder bear suddenly heard a swift whoosh, followed by a sharp pain in its right eye. Instinctively, it looked up to discern the source of the assault. To its surprise, perched upon a high branch was a peculiar little monkey clad in eccentric attire. Just as it glanced upward, another stone struck its left eye with pinpoint accuracy. In an instant, an unnamed fury surged within the boulder bear, causing its entire body to tremble with rage. It opened its gaping maw and unleashed a deafening roar directed at Wu Hiyi in the tree above. The sound reverberated, as if seeking to rend the very fabric of its surroundings. As Wu Hiyi beheld the foolish and clumsy rock bear finally provoked to wrath, a triumphant smile graced his lips. His hands moved with increasing swiftness, deftly picking up stones to hurl at the boulder-like creature below. In an instant, as the rock bear opened its mouth to roar, several fist-sized stones shot forth like meteors, striking precisely at its throat. Caught off guard, the rock bear was suddenly seized by a violent cough, tears and mucus streaming uncontrollably from its eyes and nose. Despite its name, signifying its formidable strength capable of shattering rocks with ease, it clearly had little interest in swallowing such debris. After a strenuous effort to expel the stones from its mouth, the rock bear, now furious, glared with bloodshot eyes and charged directly towards the large tree where Wu Hiyi perched. It collided forcefully against the trunk, once, twice, thrice, each impact resonating with a dull thud, causing the tree to sway violently, branches and leaves cascading to the ground. Yet, Wu Hiyi, situated atop the tree, remained unperturbed. With the strength of a soul king coursing through him, his feet seemed firmly rooted to the branches. Regardless of the tree's tremors, he stood resolutely, a hint of disdain curling his lips, as if mocking the utterly foolish rock bear below. However, the rock bear, positioned beneath the tree, found itself in a wretched state. Although the trees in this forest were only a mere 10,000 years old, their sturdiness rivaled that of some soul beasts with 10 times that age. Ignoring this, the hulking creature continued to batter the trunk with all its might, yet each attempt only left it dizzy and disoriented. As if swarms of bees buzzed chaotically within its head, its internal energy swirling uncontrollably, leaving no part of its body unscathed. Finally regaining a semblance of composure, it could hardly contain its rage, unleashing a series of furious roars directed at Wu Hiyi. Yet, mid-roar, it suddenly seemed to realize something, abruptly ceasing its vocalizations. Noticing Wu Hiyi's lack of further stone projectiles, its fury reignited, and it resumed its thunderous bellowing, as if to curse, "You detestable monkey. If you possess any courage, come down." Meanwhile, perched on the branches, Wu Hiyi seemed to have developed a rather mischievous sense of humor. Initially seeking a suitable soul beast to hone his skills, he unexpectedly found himself toying with the rock bear, reveling in the amusement without the slightest intent to cease. As the standoff persisted, the enormous rock bear remained fixated on Wu Hiyi, who showed no inclination to descend. The creature blinked its large, bell-like eyes, seemingly contemplating its next move. After a brief moment, perhaps finding the stalemate dull, it turned away, redirecting its attention to the tree laden with sweet honey, pondering how to scale it to claim the delectable treasure. Seeing the seemingly foolish rock bear turn its back, Wu Hiyi breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, he had no intention of letting it off the hook. Swiftly, he gathered another handful of stones. Just as the rock bear, growing increasingly agitated from its repeated failed attempts to climb the tree, began to lose its patience, Wu Hiyi seized the moment to hurl the stones down like a torrential rain. In an instant, the rock bear's recently subdued fury ignited once more, and it whipped around, glaring menacingly at Wu Hiyi while emitting a low, threatening growl. Thus, a new cycle of standoff commenced, repeating this back and forth for over a dozen times. Once in a state of cheerful amusement, the rock bear now found itself devoid of patience, its anger flaring, eyes sparkling with rage. When this confrontation reached its 18th iteration, the rock bear could no longer endure. It opened its gaping maw, a surge of powerful soul energy rapidly coalescing within. In the blink of an eye, a compressed blast of soul energy shot forth like a lightning bolt towards Wu Hiyi. Startled by this sudden turn of events, Wu Hiyi was nearly caught off guard. Fortunately, his physical prowess was formidable, and in that precarious moment, he deftly turned his head, narrowly evading the lethal strike. Though he escaped unharmed, the encounter left him shaken. Simultaneously, he keenly sensed that the previously stifling atmosphere behind him had grown inexplicably brighter. Whipping around, His eyes widened in disbelief. The once lush and thriving canopy above had been ravaged, leaving a gaping hole, as if struck by a cannonball. This opening measured nearly 10 meters in diameter, with branches and leaves scattered chaotically, the scene a testament to the ferocity unleashed. Wu Yi took a sharp breath, his heart racing as he patted his chest, muttering incessantly, "Oh my, that nearly frightened me to death. How thrilling." He then lifted his gaze, glaring at the boulder-crushing bear, and exclaimed, "You colossal creature, how utterly lacking in martial ethics. How can you strike without warning? Moreover, to unleash such a powerful attack so suddenly from your mouth. Is this not a blatant ambush?" Chapter 127, Breaking Evil and Rending It Asunder. Reducing It to Dust. Chapter 128. The grand competition approaches. Dean Liang hurriedly dashed into the special dormitory building where Wu He and his companions resided. Upon spotting him from a distance, Mier promptly stood up and rushed forward to escort him into the conference room. At that moment, the spacious room was occupied by a group of individuals, each wearing a grave expression. Among them were Du Guyan, Yu Qianheng, Yi Lingling, Wu Miaomiao, Lin Bei, and the two brothers from the Shi family. A month earlier, Wu He had merely left a letter before setting out alone. Simultaneously, Mier and Wu Miaomiao led their respective teams on expeditions to hunt for soul rings, hoping to enhance the overall strength of their group. However, on this day, a month later, while the other six returned to the academy, fully prepared to embark on the imminent Continental Soul Master Elite competition, Wu He remained conspicuously absent for 3 days, causing mounting concern among them. After all, Wu He held significant importance to the team, serving as the core figure. Initially, even Dean Liang couldn't help but worry about Wu He's well-being. Fortunately, prior to his departure, Wu He had entrusted Yi Lingling with a precious wooden crystal. This crystal had never been utilized and now lay quietly in Yi Lingling's hand. Under typical circumstances, if Wu He were in peril, this mysterious crystal would likely exhibit some change, either dimming gradually, losing its original brilliance, or perhaps even vanishing entirely, as if it had never existed. Yet, astonishingly, the crystal continued to radiate a dazzling light each day, maintaining an exceptionally bright state, with no signs of dimming whatsoever. This anomalous phenomenon undoubtedly conveyed a crucial message. Wu He was safe and had not encountered any misfortune. Meanwhile, the upcoming Continental Soul Master Elite competition promised to be grand in scale and fierce in competition. Each empire had merely 15 coveted team slots available for various factions to vie for. Concurrently, the two powerful empires and the renowned Spirit Hall each possessed an automatic qualification slot. Thus, the total number of teams competing would reach an impressive 33. The entire event, from opening to conclusion, would span 16 days, featuring countless thrilling matchups. Notably, Wu He's team belonged to the illustrious Tiando Royal Academy, and they had successfully secured an automatic qualification due to their exceptional strength. As a result, this team was spared the arduous trials faced by others during the preliminary rounds to vie for a mere 15 advancement slots. Although this selection process was merely an internal competition within the Tiando Empire, the esteemed Dean Liang had been fortunate enough to be invited as a judge for one of the matches. Coincidentally, one of the competing teams he would officiate was the much-anticipated New Shrek Academy. Tang San, being an acquaintance of Wu He, was naturally aware of Dean Liang's reputation. When he chanced upon the dean, he hurriedly approached him with polite greetings and relayed the direction Wu He had taken a month prior. This message had been specifically entrusted to Tang San by Wu He before he departed, as sending a word of reassurance home after such a lengthy absence was undoubtedly vital for his family. However, Tang San's words caused a pang of anxiety in Dean Liang, whose expression shifted to one of concern. It was understood that Wu He had initially requested only a month's leave, yet over a month had elapsed without any word from him, leaving everyone increasingly distressed. As the group grew restless, Wu Miaomiao broke the silence with a serious suggestion to Dean Liang. "Elder Liang, in my view, we can no longer afford to wait idly. We must take proactive steps." Her beautiful eyes reflected a glimmer of anxiety and urgency. Wu He had always possessed his own ideas and style of doing things. It was likely he was entangled in a particularly challenging and significant matter. Once he resolved all issues, he would undoubtedly return to meet us in Spirit City. Despite sharing the same worries, Dean Liang remained steadfast in his faith in Wu He's character. At that moment, Mier, who had been silently standing by, suddenly interjected in agreement with Wu Miaomiao's perspective, adding, "Indeed, I have some special means of contacting Wu He. How about I leave him a message? Once he receives it, he will surely return to Spirit City. For now, let us proceed to Spirit City and await his return." Upon finishing her words, Mier swiftly retrieved a delicately crafted jade bird from her bosom, ready to convey a message to Wu He without delay. The crucial competition loomed near, and as the illustrious emblem of the Tiando Empire, they could not afford to falter simply because Wu He had yet to return. It is essential to note that the 6 individuals standing here possessed formidable strength, instilling a sense of awe. Among them were 2 Soul Kings and 4 Soul Sect members. And even the 4 substitute team members were formidable warriors boasting a 39th level ultimate soul master cultivation. In the face of such a powerful assembly, although Dean Liang felt a tinge of worry, witnessing the resolute determination of the group left him with little to say, and he could only silently pray for Wu Heyi's swift return. Time flowed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, the Tiando Empire's preliminary rounds had been fervently ongoing for an entire month. During this period, the new Shrek Academy had successfully carved their path through the competition, securing a coveted spot among the top 15 thanks to their exceptional tactical coordination and robust individual prowess. However, the Fire Element Academy and the Wind Element Academy, both once defeated by them, refused to concede defeat. Instead, they chose to unite their strengths, forming a new team named New Divine Wind, which also triumphantly claimed their entry into the top 15. Meanwhile, deep within the Soul Beast Forest, beneath a grand tree, Wu Hei savored the exquisite honeycomb nectar meticulously crafted by a group of 90,000-year-old soul beasts. The sweet and delectable flavor enraptured him, eliciting satisfied exclamations from his lips. Furthermore, he enthusiastically instructed his companion, Xiongda, imparting various tips and techniques related to the science of beekeeping. Xiongda listened intently, nodding in agreement at times, and appearing contemplative at others, seemingly captivated by this intriguing knowledge. Chapter 129. Almost missing the competition, Wu Hei, in a state of tranquil contentment, gently held a brush, meticulously applying a sweet and delectable honey glaze to the fresh cuts of meat. With patience, he instructed the robust figure of Bear on the nuances of mastering the art of grilling. Suddenly, without warning, a white shadow streaked across the sky, plummeting down with the swiftness of lightning. As Wu Hei gazed intently, he realized that a delicate and exquisite dove, as pure as jade, descended from the heavens. Upon sighting this jade dove, a vivid image of Mier's charming and adorable visage instantly surfaced in his mind. He distinctly recalled that this dove was a serendipitous find at a roadside stall when they first embarked on their journey into the junior college. This seemingly ordinary dove possessed a unique and magical ability. If an individual imprinted their soul energy upon it, the dove could convey a voice message lasting 15 seconds to anyone who activated it thereafter. When Wu Hei first encountered such an innovative means of communication via the dove, he was utterly astonished. Consequently, he and Mier joyfully each acquired one. Moreover, these doves had a peculiar characteristic. They could only be utilized once, and upon completing their mission, they would automatically disintegrate. Wu Hei initially believed that the sudden arrival of the pigeon heralded a momentous event, prompting him to eagerly listen to the entire voice message. However, upon completion, he merely squinted slightly, patted his chest gently, and muttered to himself, "Isn't it just the commencement of the elite competition? What significance does that hold?" Yet, before he could finish his thought, an unprecedented wave of fear surged within him, as if the very heavens were on the brink of collapse. Over the past fortnight, he had engaged in fierce battles with the stone-breaking bear almost daily. In the beginning, Wu Hei would provoke the bear's fury, and once it unleashed its full might, they would clash. However, this scenario did not persist for long. Within less than 10 days, no matter how he taunted or incited the bear, it remained impervious to his provocations, resolutely refusing to engage in combat. It is worth noting that during this period, Wu Hei had significantly enhanced his physical prowess through these relentless confrontations. Suddenly losing such a formidable adversary was akin to severing a vital source of income for him. Faced with this predicament, Wu Hei did not concede defeat easily. After several days of meticulous observation, he devised a plan and resolved to have a serious discussion with the stone-breaking bear. Mustering his courage, he approached the bear and proposed an enticing offer. If it agreed to continue their daily duels, he would take full responsibility for procuring the delectable honey from the trees. Initially, the bear was skeptical of Wu Hei's proposal. After all, seizing honey from a fierce swarm was no simple feat. Nevertheless, Wu Hei was evidently resolute. Without hesitation, he charged toward the great tree, disregarding the dense swarm of bees, and with almost frenzied determination, he fought to obtain the honeycomb. Ultimately, despite being stung numerous times, Wu Hei succeeded in acquiring a honeycomb the size of his fist and presented it to the stone-breaking bear. Witnessing this brave and dedicated human fulfill his promise, the bear was finally swayed. From that moment on, it eagerly looked forward to their daily skirmishes. Days passed, and Wu Hei immersed himself wholeheartedly in his life, to the extent that he completely lost track of time. One afternoon, as the sun began its descent, he received a message from the jade pigeon, suddenly realizing that much time had elapsed. Reluctantly, he set down the fragrant skewers he was grilling and approached Bear Da. Observing Bear Da's endearing and innocent demeanor, Wu Hei took a deep breath and slowly began to explain his current situation, indicating that he might have to depart. If one were to rewind to a month prior, Bear Da might have eagerly anticipated Wu Hei's early departure. However, at this moment, Wu Hei had not only imparted beekeeping skills to Bear Da, but had also taught him the art of crafting delectable barbecues. These shared experiences had forged a deep bond between them, and Bearda secretly wished for Wu He to stay. Yet, reality often proves to be merciless. Despite the profound reluctance in his heart, Wu He recognized that he must embark on his journey. Otherwise, he risked missing the crucial competition. Contemplating this, tears welled in his eyes. Ultimately, Wu He steeled himself and bid farewell to Bearda. The scene was truly poignant, as if they were long-time, inseparable friends. Bearda, too, wore an expression of heartfelt sorrow, watching as Wu He gradually receded into the distance. After Wu He turned and departed, he began to leap through the woods with the swiftness of lightning. He was as light as a swallow, moving with the agility of a nimble monkey. Before long, he caught sight of the vast territory occupied by Deming and Erming. Upon further inquiry, he learned that, astonishingly, Tang San and Xiao Wu had set off on their journey just 1 or 2 days after his departure, a month prior. What was even more surprising was that they had reportedly acquired new soul rings along the way, undoubtedly enhancing their strength significantly. Upon hearing news of these two, Wu He felt an immediate surge of anger, his spirit ignited with indignation. One must remember, just a month ago, he had engaged in a fierce and perilous battle with the formidable rock bear. That clash was nothing short of earth-shattering. How could those two remain oblivious to such a monumental event? Yet, what incensed Wu He more than anything was the realization that they had left without so much as a word, casting him aside without a second thought. Contemplating this, he clenched his teeth in fury, his fists tightening involuntarily. Nevertheless, despite the tumult of his emotions, Wu He recognized that anger would not resolve his predicament. The most pressing matter was to swiftly exit the perilous Soul Beast Forest. After all, it had been a full month and a half since he had left the academy, and if he did not act promptly, he would surely miss the crucial competition. Thus, Wu He hastily retrieved the map of the continent he carried and meticulously examined it in relation to the sun's position to ascertain his location. After thorough study and calculation, he was astonished to discover that if he chose to return to the academy first before heading to Spirit City, it would take at least a month to reach his destination, assuming no obstacles arose. Undoubtedly, this would mean missing the competition. However, if he advanced directly towards Spirit City, the situation might be different. Based on his current estimates, he could arrive in approximately 20 days. Moreover, according to the competition schedule, the finals would not yet have commenced by then. Considering all factors, Wu He resolutely decided to forego the convoluted route back to the academy in favor of a more direct path to Spirit City. After a meticulous calculation, Wu He decisively altered his original intention to depart from the forest. With the precious map cradled in his hands, his gaze was intense, fixated upon the route depicted. Silently reciting to himself, the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. It was as if he had discovered a shortcut to success. However, traversing the vast and perilous Soul Beast Forest was far from a smooth journey devoid of danger. Along the way, he encountered countless threats and challenges. Yet each time he managed to turn misfortune into fortune. This was all thanks to his mysterious and formidable Earth Tiger armor. Whenever faced with vicious foes or exceptionally ferocious soul beasts, Wu He would summon the Earth Tiger armor without hesitation. This armor appeared to possess a wondrous connection with the earth, as long as Wu He's feet were firmly planted on solid ground. He could continuously draw boundless energy from it, swiftly replenishing his own strength. With this extraordinary advantage, he was nearly invincible while standing upon the earth. Even those powerful soul beasts with tens of thousands of years of cultivation were mere trifles before him, often collapsing with a single fierce strike from his blade. Time flowed like a fleeting shadow, and before he realized it, a full 18 days had passed. After enduring countless hardships, Wu He now donned tattered garments, patched and worn, as he staggered to the towering gates of Spirit Soul City. Unfortunately, his ragged appearance was so disheveled that the guards mistook him for a pitiable beggar, unceremoniously blocking his path. Chapter 130. The right person at a glance. Wu He, being halted, looked down at his attire with a hint of confusion and furrowed brows. The once tidy and clean garments were now in shambles, riddled with signs of wear, as if he had survived a brutal and fierce battle. To make matters worse, many of the torn areas were stained with dried patches of soul beast blood, now a dark red hue, rendering the entire outfit a ghastly sight. As Wu He inhaled gently, an acrid stench assaulted his senses. Had he not been intercepted by the city defense forces at that moment, he might have remained oblivious to his own disheveled and pitiful appearance. However, lamenting the situation was futile. Instinctively, he reached for the storage device at his waist, silently praying to discover a change of attire within. Yet, upon opening the device, he was met with an empty void, the few remaining items rendered unusable by their disrepair. After an arduous 20-day journey, marked by relentless travel and frequent skirmishes, he had exhausted all his spare garments. What he currently wore was the last complete outfit he possessed. The old clothes that once occupied the storage space had succumbed to neglect and the ravages of time, now fit only for use as rags. In the midst of his despair, a thought suddenly flickered through his mind. Since entering the city offered the chance to procure new clothing, why not devise a solution right here? Thus, he hastily rummaged through his storage device once more, hoping for a glimmer of fortune. However, after considerable effort, he let out a disheartened sigh. It was then that he recalled having thoroughly emptied his storage to accommodate the precious life spring earlier and later. While assisting Lord Xiong in the meticulous organization of honey production, he had restructured the contents. Consequently, the scant remnants of clothing had become utterly elusive. In that moment, Wu Yi found himself in an utterly precarious predicament. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed numerous valuable items adorning his person, yet his pockets yielded not a single coin. He glared indignantly at the city defense forces barring his way, exclaiming with frustration, "What is the meaning of this? Do you look down upon me? I am, after all, a respectable soul master." Yet the city defense forces remained unmoved by his protestations, dismissing his righteous indignation with a shove and a chorus of shouts. "Scram! You're just a nuisance here. Humph. Every soul master arriving in this spirit city is no different. What makes you so special?" Their disdainful gazes regarded Wu Yi as if he were a mere jester. Meanwhile, soul rings gradually materialized around them, each one a formidable four-ringed soul sect master. Such prowess was commendable across the continent, and even within the elite competition, this level of strength was sufficient to meet the standards of nearly all conventional teams. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Wu Yi was momentarily rendered speechless, a wave of panic surging within him, causing him to forget to unleash his own powers. Thus, he was jostled by the crowd, stumbling to the roadside, and becoming a laughingstock in the eyes of many. This situation was truly embarrassing. Wu Yi retrieved a tattered and mangled map, glancing at the nearest small village, which would take 2 days for a round trip, a luxury he could not afford. The crux of the matter was that he was utterly penniless at that moment. Even if he ventured to the village, he could hardly exchange his meager possessions for suitable attire. Consequently, devising a clever plan to infiltrate the city appeared to be the only viable solution to his myriad dilemmas. Thus, Wu Yi remained squatting like a statue outside the city gate, secretly contemplating whether he might fortuitously encounter someone familiar who could usher him into the city. Deep down, he longed to meet someone from the Royal Academy of the Tian-Do Empire. Although he was acutely aware that he still possessed a jade dove, which, if summoned, would ensure that Mi-Er would appear to assist him, he refrained from taking that route, a decision stemming from his unique calculations and strategies. Time slipped away, and Wu Yi remained as still as stone, squatting there for an entire day. Exhausted, he even dozed off for several hours. When he finally stirred, the sky had turned a somber shade of dusk. Gazing at the darkening heavens, he could not help but feel a pang of regret, silently chastising himself for sleeping so long in the afternoon. Perhaps during that time, someone familiar had passed through the city gate. Just as Wu Yi was consumed by regret, a team composed entirely of young women suddenly caught his eye, instantly seizing his complete attention. Each member of this team was a stunning beauty, clad in vibrant blue attire that resembled blooming flowers in spring, exuding vitality and charm that was breathtaking. Their graceful figures, illuminated by the sun, radiated an endless allure of youth. In that fleeting moment, Wu Yi inadvertently looked up and locked eyes with the team leader at the forefront. Their gazes met in the air, lingering for a full 2 seconds. In that brief exchange, Wu Yi recognized her as the person he had long awaited. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly appeared before the team, blocking their path back into the city. At that moment, Wu Yi was disheveled and ragged, resembling a beggar on the streets. However, his face, having been washed, though not strikingly handsome, possessed a hint of youthful charm that was not off-putting. The sudden obstruction caused chaos within the team. The members began to murmur among themselves, their faces a mix of surprise and curiosity regarding this strange figure who had appeared out of nowhere. Some girls examined Wu Yi with intrigue, speculating about his intentions, while others, feeling timid, clutched their companion's sleeves, their expressions filled with apprehension. "Sister, what is the matter with this beggar?" Shui Yu-Er inquired, her eyes fixed curiously on the disheveled man before her. He remained silent, simply standing there, which only heightened Shui Yu-Er's unease. Although they were all elite spirit masters from the Tian Shui Academy, they were ultimately a group of delicate young women, faced with an unexpected beggar blocking their path. Even the bravest among them found it challenging to suppress their instinctive fear and discomfort. Even the typically composed being heir felt a twinge of unease. After all, this team was comprised of youthful and radiant girls, and encounters with unfamiliar men were not uncommon. Yet, as the captain, she understood that ensuring the safety of each team member was her foremost responsibility. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she addressed him in a voice as cold as ice, capable of freezing the very air. "Who are you, and why do you obstruct our path?" Chapter 131. Seeking some coins to spend upon hearing the other party's frigid and emotionless words, Wu Yi felt a tightening in his heart. He hurriedly waved his hands in a flustered manner, urgently explaining, "Oh dear, I truly apologize. I did not intend to obstruct your path. Please do not take offense." As he spoke, a bitter smile adorned his face, and he continued, "To be frank, I am also at my wit's end, compelled by circumstances to act in this manner. At present, there is indeed a pressing matter that requires the assistance of kind-hearted individuals like yourselves." Shui Bing-Er furrowed her brow, her gaze piercing as she fixed her eyes on the beggar's face, which was marred by a grimace of forced cheer. Unbidden, unflattering thoughts began to swirl in her mind. Her cheeks flushed slightly, but the hue vanished almost instantly, replaced by an expression of indignation as she glared fiercely at Wu He. Should he dare utter any unseemly or insolent remarks at this moment, she would undoubtedly unleash her formidable martial spirit, obliterating this audacious fellow without hesitation. However, Wu He seemed oblivious to the shift in Shui Bing Er's demeanor, continuing to articulate his request. My request is quite simple, really. I earnestly wish to enter the city for some matters, but as you can see, I am clad in rags, and the detestable city guards refuse me entry. Therefore, I implore you to show compassion and allow me to accompany you into the city, so I may accomplish my tasks. Upon hearing Wu Yi's words, Shui Bing and her companions felt a slight easing of their previously heightened anxiety. After all, they had been concerned that he might make some excessive or perilous demands, only to find that his request was merely a trivial one. Yet, in the blink of an eye, they began to ponder the implications. What could this ragged and disheveled man desire upon entering the city? He resembled a common beggar. And could he possibly be harboring nefarious intentions? If they were to unwittingly escort him into the city, what if he engaged in unscrupulous activities, thereby implicating them in his misdeeds? With this thought, Shui Bing Er's delicate brows knitted together, her gaze as cold as the stars as she icily questioned. This situation is rather inappropriate. Why are you so insistent on entering the city? Confronted with Shui Bing Er's incisive inquiry, Wu Yi's countenance turned a shade more awkward. He opened his mouth, seemingly on the verge of explaining, yet only managed to stammer a few words. His hesitation betrayed an internal struggle, as if countless unspoken words were lodged in his throat, leaving him at a loss for how to proceed. As Shui Bing Er's patience waned, and she prepared to lead her group around him, Wu He finally mustered the courage to exclaim, "Wait. In truth, like all of you, I am here to participate in the elite competition. Unfortunately, due to unforeseen circumstances, my journey was delayed, resulting in my tardiness." Upon uttering these words, Wu He's face flushed crimson, feeling utterly humiliated. It was one thing to be late for a class, but to be late for such a significant competition was truly mortifying. Had it not been for the rule allowing participants to submit the names of substitutes, he might have lost his chance to partake in the competition altogether. How can you prove your status as a student? Shui Yu inquired, and upon learning that he too was there for the competition, her trepidation lessened considerably. Wu He stammered, as his restless hands began to fumble over his clothing. After a moment of rummaging, he finally produced a small corner of fabric from an astonishingly obscure location. Perhaps concerned that the numerous women present might struggle to see this fragment of clothing, he took several bold steps closer to them. However, as the women noticed Wu He advancing, they reacted like startled birds, retreating swiftly to maintain a safe distance. In that instant, Shui Bing Er's movements were as swift as lightning. The water element she had been manipulating solidified into ice, transforming into a razor-sharp sword that pointed menacingly at Wu He's vulnerable throat. Had he raised his head even slightly slower or advanced a mere step further, the chilling blade would have pierced his throat without mercy. "Hey, please do not come any closer. Just stand there and show us the item that can prove your identity." In light of the situation, Wu He could only awkwardly raise the small corner of fabric high in the air. "Look, everyone, see what this is." Wu Huan excitedly waved the object in his hand and exclaimed, "This is the emblem of our school." Instantly, the crowd's attention was captivated, but upon closer inspection of the emblem, they couldn't help but furrow their brows slightly. It was marred with mottled bloodstains, intermingling hues of red, green, and black. Clearly, these marks were remnants of countless fierce battles with soul beasts. Nevertheless, the overall outline of the emblem remained distinctly recognizable. "Are you really a student of the Royal Academy of Tiando?" Shui Wu beside him gasped in astonishment, her eyes widening in disbelief. Since entering the qualifying rounds, they had witnessed the exceptional performance of a team from the Imperial Fighting Squad. The overwhelming power, particularly the formidable intimidation brought by the two Soul Kings, rendered this team nearly invincible, sweeping aside all opponents in their path. Reflecting on this, as they observed the slightly disheveled youth before them, everyone had begun to believe that he was indeed a member of the Imperial Fighting Squad. Perhaps he was merely late due to some special circumstances, temporarily acting as a substitute. Once they grasped the situation, Shui Binger and the others exchanged knowing smiles and proceeded to showcase their respective skills. In an instant, torrents of water surged, frost danced in the air, and various hues of soul power flickered and intertwined, enveloping the youth. Before long, the boy, who had appeared as disheveled as a beggar, was transformed, looking fresh and clean. Just as they were about to lead him into the city, he suddenly halted, a look of discomfort crossing his face as he spoke. I'm sorry everyone, but I wonder if any of you have some money? I encountered an unexpected situation earlier and lost all my belongings. Could you possibly lend me some money for urgent needs?" Wu He felt a wave of unease wash over him, pondering inwardly whether he had perhaps overstepped his bounds. At that moment, he unconsciously raised his hand to gently scratch his head, a hint of embarrassment unmistakably flickering across his visage. In truth, Wu He was indeed experiencing financial constraints. Typically, one must pay a certain toll to pass through the city gates, and some avaricious guards would even demand petty bribes. It was precisely for this reason that Wu He found himself barred from entry. Meanwhile, Shui Binger and the others exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a shared uncertainty regarding whether to lend money to Wu He. After all, they were acutely aware that should they extend their financial assistance, he might very well be unable to repay the debt in the future. Just as the group found themselves ensnared in this dilemma, Wu He swiftly retrieved 2 vials from his storage equipment. One vial contained a viscous golden liquid that appeared rather peculiar, evoking curiosity. The other held a clear liquid that seemed entirely ordinary by comparison, devoid of any unusual characteristics. With great care, Wu He presented the 2 vials before Shui Binger and the others, stating, "I am willing to exchange these 2 vials for approximately 2,000 gold soul coins." Wu He stood tall and straight, his face radiating unparalleled confidence. He clutched 2 bottles tightly in his hands, as if they were the most precious treasures in existence. For he was acutely aware that the quality of these 2 vials was exceptional. Should they be presented at any auction house, they would undoubtedly fetch no less than 200,000 gold soul coins. What? You are asking such a high price? Upon hearing this figure, the individuals present could not help but widen their eyes, gazing at Wu He in sheer astonishment. They found it nearly impossible to fathom that these seemingly ordinary bottles could indeed be worth such a staggering amount. Doubt and skepticism swirled within their minds. Shui Binger cautiously accepted the 2 bottles from Wu He's hands, her gaze first landing on one bottle containing a crystal-clear liquid. She gently twisted the cap open, and an invigorating, delicate fragrance instantly enveloped her senses. Shui Binger could not resist taking a deep breath, feeling as though this aroma penetrated her very soul, revitalizing her spirit. However, as she inhaled more deeply, her expression abruptly shifted, a flicker of shock crossing her previously tranquil eyes. This is a full 5 milliliters of the life spring," Shui Binger murmured in disbelief. She could scarcely grasp the reality presented before her senses struggling to reconcile what her eyes and nose were perceiving. Chapter 132. The diluted life spring. Wu He awkwardly scratched his head, contemplating how to elucidate the contents of his storage space to the other party. To be candid, amidst the seemingly dazzling array of items in his storage, the only truly valuable and precious possessions were the royal jelly and the life spring. However, a significant distinction existed between the two. The miraculous royal jelly must be tasted firsthand to genuinely appreciate its myriad benefits and wonders. In contrast, the enigmatic life spring was quite different. One only needed to gently inhale its unique aroma to instantly perceive the overwhelming and powerful life energy that seemed capable of enveloping one entirely. Imagine, if you will, carefully placing a tiny drop of the life spring into an exquisite vial, then slowly unscrewing the cap, allowing the pure and abundant vitality to waft freely into the air. It is estimated that within a confined space of approximately 25 square meters, a miraculous tenfold life domain could be established in just 1 hour. Within this extraordinary realm constructed by the life spring, whether one sought to diligently cultivate their strength, attempt to break through their current limitations, or heal various injuries to restore vitality, the results could be astonishingly enhanced, up to 10 to 15 times greater than in ordinary circumstances. Moreover, it is crucial to note that in such an environment, one would not have to endure the additional burden of environmental pressure, which could reach tenfold. It is important to emphasize that these remarkable effects pertain specifically to that designated 25 square meter area. Additionally, 2 key factors would directly influence the actual benefits received, the first being the individual's cultivation level, as those of lower cultivation would gain more substantial assistance within this life domain. The second being the number of individuals present. Fewer people would mean a more abundant allocation of life energy per person, resulting in increasingly pronounced overall effects. Should a formidable tidal Douluo level powerhouse find themselves in this space, the miraculous efficacy of the life spring might be significantly diminished, potentially reducing its duration of effect by 20 to 30%. Such limitations only serve to underscore the preciousness of the life spring, rendering its exorbitant price entirely justifiable. Thus, when Shui Binger witnessed the unfolding situation, the shock she felt was indescribable. It is essential to recognize that such a rare treasure as the life spring, even in the grandest and most illustrious auction houses, would likely not be acquired for a staggering bid of 1 billion gold soul coins. However, to Shui Binger's astonishment, Wu He merely requested a mere 2,000 gold soul coins, a proposition so unfathomable that it led her to question whether she had misheard or was experiencing some sort of illusion. At that moment, another thought inevitably surfaced in Shui Binger's mind. Wu He appeared disheveled and unkempt, resembling a beggar wandering the streets. Yet, this seemingly destitute individual exhibited remarkable generosity in the presence of such a precious life-giving spring. Could it be that his actions concealed some ulterior motive? Just as Shui Binger was engulfed in doubt, Wu He did not shy away from her inquisitive and wary gaze. Instead, he lowered his voice and explained softly, "Please refrain from raising your voice. Indeed, this is an authentic life-giving spring. However, what I offer you is a diluted version, with an actual efficacy of merely around 20 of the original. Moreover, this diluted life essence can only be utilized through oral ingestion. Naturally, if you aspire to harness its wondrous vaporous effects to create a realm of life, such aspirations are not entirely fanciful. They are indeed feasible. However, the area of the life realm thus produced will be significantly reduced, and its efficiency will diminish correspondingly. Most crucially, concerning time, if only one person employs this ability, its effective duration may dwindle to less than 30 minutes. Should you wish to extend this precious life realm for the usage of formidable individuals within our academy, it is likely that its efficacy would barely last 5 minutes. Wu He, with unwavering candor, articulated the myriad effects of the life spring in meticulous detail. It is worth noting that he had expended considerable effort to gather a substantial quantity of this miraculous essence. However, over the course of more than a month, he had already consumed a significant portion of it during his cultivation. Simultaneously, he made a startling discovery. The consumption of the life spring was subject to stringent conditions. If an individual's physical constitution did not reach the formidable level of a millennium-grade soul beast, then direct ingestion of the life spring was utterly unfeasible. The consequences of such folly could be dire. In less severe cases, it might merely result in the shattering of one's martial soul, but in more unfortunate circumstances, it could lead to catastrophic bodily explosion and immediate death. Thus, even the rarest treasures must be approached with caution, as preserving one's life is a prerequisite for enjoying them. Consequently, Wu He embarked on a quest to find the optimal dilution medium. He tirelessly experimented with various methods and materials, though the outcomes were often disappointing. Yet, perseverance bore fruit. After extensive exploration and practice, he made a remarkable discovery. The water from the lake of life emerged as the ideal diluent. Without hesitation, Wu He extracted the precious life spring he had left and began the delicate process of dilution. This endeavor required exceptional skill and patience, for a moment's inattention could render all efforts futile. Fortunately, with his vast experience and mastery, progress was remarkably smooth. Once all the life spring had been successfully diluted, a delightful surprise unfolded. The resultant liquid displayed wondrous and diverse effects. It not only created a vibrant realm of life but also became consumable by ordinary soul masters. Even more intriguingly, consuming the diluted essence yielded optimal results. After listening to Wu He's detailed and vivid explanation, Shui Bing's previous doubts dissipated entirely. However, just as she felt relieved, a thought struck her. Even if these treasures had been diluted to a mere 20 of their original potency, their effects remained extraordinarily significant, perhaps even exaggerated. Thus, if she were to trade them for merely 2,000 gold coins, it would undeniably be a lucrative deal. Contemplating this, Shui Bing pondered for a moment before decisively nodding in agreement. Simultaneously, she returned a seemingly ordinary jar of royal jelly to Wu He, as she was completely at a loss regarding its true value and proper utilization. At that moment, she calmly retrieved a pristine set of ladies' school uniforms from an exquisite package and gently handed them to Wu He. One must understand that Wu He was in quite a disheveled state. His upper garments were tattered beyond recognition, resembling those of a beggar on the street, while his trousers exhibited only minor tears and stains. Nevertheless, he was in dire need of a clean and tidy outfit. After all, appearing before others in such a disheveled manner would draw excessive attention. If he could don this reasonably decent school uniform and discreetly blend into the team, he could potentially evade notice and successfully infiltrate the city with them. In an instant, the astute Wu He grasped the underlying significance of Shui Bing's gesture. Thus, he looked at her with profound gratitude, his eyes shimmering with admiration and appreciation. Chapter 133. You want to hit me? Who do you think you are? Chapter 134. The Tianshui girl team battles the new Divine Wind. The day's event marked the 8th match in the qualifying rounds, with an atmosphere charged with tension and fervor. From the entrance on the left, the highly anticipated Tianshui Academy made their appearance. This team, renowned for its abundance of beautiful women, was indeed a stunning sight. At that moment, the host, wielding a unique sound amplification device, projected his vibrant voice throughout the arena, announcing the entry of the team. Instantly, the crowd's attention was magnetically drawn to the left side of the venue. As the crisp sound of synchronized footsteps echoed, the Tianshui Academy team, led by Shui Bing, marched in unison, akin to a well-drilled army, steadily proceeding towards the resting area beside the competition stage. Their graceful figures and light steps exuded confidence and poise, as if victory were already assured. Just then, the host shifted his gaze to the right, but unexpectedly, he faltered momentarily. After a brief pause, he continued, Now approaching us is our new Divine Wind team. He quickly added, leading the charge is Captain Feng Xiaotian. As soon as the words left his mouth, the audience erupted in laughter. It turned out that the host had been suppressing a chuckle to maintain a professional demeanor. But upon seeing Feng Xiaotian and Hua Wushuang, he could no longer contain his amusement. The faces of these two gentlemen appeared grotesquely swollen, resembling giant pig heads, a sight both ridiculous and comical. An astute observer could easily discern that they had undoubtedly encountered some unusual circumstances before taking the stage, leaving the audience curious about the nature of their predicament. At that moment, Wu entered the spectator area with a light step, like a nimble cat. He navigated through the crowd with stealth, ultimately settling into a corner at the back row. From this concealed vantage point, he could survey the entire arena. As his gaze fell upon the hilariously absurd scene before him, a smile crept upon his lips. Previously, Wu Yi had held a lofty regard for the medical standards of the Douluo continent. In his view, their medical technology was exemplary, particularly in addressing issues of swelling. However, the events unfolding before him completely upended his previous assumptions. There, on the competition stage, the two contestants appeared, sporting heads swollen with lumps. The comical sight elicited uproarious laughter from the audience. The explanation for this ridiculous state was not difficult to fathom. It is worth noting that under Wu Yi's command, there exists a remarkable healing soul master named Yu Lingling. For her, treating minor injuries such as sprains and bruises is a mere trifle. It is precisely due to the profound influence of Yu Lingling's exceptional medical skills that Wu Yi has developed an illusion that all pain can be swiftly alleviated. However, despite the somewhat disheveled appearance of these two individuals at the moment, they are, in fact, not in serious trouble. After all, last night, Wu Yi exercised great restraint during the confrontation, deliberately targeting soft tissue areas that would not jeopardize their foundational strength. Consequently, although their appearance may appear comical, they still possess the capability to engage in battle. Observing their bruised faces, Wu Yi could not help but burst into hearty laughter. As his laughter gradually subsided, he slowly withdrew his gaze and directed it toward another section of the audience not far away. There, perhaps, lay more intriguing stories waiting for him to uncover. In the audience seats ahead, a strikingly charming scene emerged. Upon closer inspection, he discovered several individuals clad in the standardized uniforms of the Tiando Empire, sitting upright and neatly, evidently well prepared to witness the impending thrilling competition. At this moment, Wu Yi's mental prowess was exceptionally powerful. Having reached a refined state, he could effortlessly evade detection by these individuals and even discreetly probe their soul power levels with meticulous precision. Upon perceiving their soul power levels, a wave of indescribable satisfaction surged within him. It appeared that during his absence of over a month, this group had not faltered in their training, diligently honing their skills. Now, it was evident that each of them had made substantial progress in their cultivation. Lost in delightful reverie, a smile crept upon Wu Yi's lips. However, this state of bliss was short-lived, for with the referee's command, the competition officially commenced. The arena instantly erupted with energy, the atmosphere growing tense. The first to strike was Huo Wuxuang, whose figure dashed forward like a bolt of lightning, reminiscent of an arrow released from its bow. The ferocity of his attack elicited an exclamation of familiarity from Wu Yi. I know this style all too well. Indeed, Huo Wuxuang had charged ahead with the same thunderous momentum the night before, showcasing the explosive power inherent in his martial spirit. Almost simultaneously, Feng Xiaoyan did not show any signs of weakness. With a mighty flap of his enormous wings, he soared to the side of the arena, evidently intending to execute a flanking maneuver to trouble his opponents. Meanwhile, Shui Binger wore a chilling smile, reminiscent of frost in the dead of winter, sending shivers down one's spine. She softly uttered, if this were in the past, I might have had to weigh my options as you two charged from different directions. But now, heh. Before her words could fade, a clear cry of a phoenix echoed through the air. In an instant, a colossal ice phoenix martial spirit ascended like a bolt of lightning, exuding a chilling aura that surged forth like an overwhelming winter tide towards the Nu Shifeng team. This formidable pressure instantly imposed a terrifying debuff on the entire Nu Shifeng team, causing them to feel a heavy weight that slowed their agile movements and rendered their strikes sluggish, diminishing both their speed and attack power by a staggering 10%. At this juncture, Shui Binger stood atop the Ice Phoenix, embodying an ethereal ice goddess. She wielded a crystalline ice staff, the Ice Phoenix spreading its wings as if enveloping them in a boundless, bone-chilling domain. Just then, her assistant, Shui Wu, shouted a command and unleashed her soul skill, Blizzard. In an instant, a fierce wind howled, and snowflakes danced down like goose feathers. Within the Ice Phoenix's domain, these snowflakes rapidly coalesced into razor-sharp ice shards, intertwining with the flurrying snow to create a breathtaking yet treacherous tableau. This blizzard not only further reinforced the domain established by the Ice Phoenix, but also left the members of the Nu Shifeng team in dire straits. They could distinctly hear the chilling howls of the wind around them, and all attributes related to speed plummeted dramatically, as if they had sunk into a frigid mire from which escape seemed impossible. With an expression of calm assurance, Shui Binga gently raised her delicate hand and pointed toward the rear ranks of the Nu Shifeng team, softly uttering the words, freeze. As these words left her lips, the already biting cold air intensified, accelerating its flow. Driven by her soul power, the cold wind swiftly crystallized into numerous sharp ice spikes of varying shapes and sizes, glistening ominously as they hurtled toward the rear ranks of the Nu Shifeng team. In this life-or-death moment, Wu Wu's eyes flashed with a resolute determination. Without hesitation, she unleashed her ultimate life-saving technique. Resist fire ring, she cried, and in an instant, a raging inferno erupted around her, forming a blazing fire ring that encased her protectively. However, to her astonishment, this seemingly impenetrable barrier faltered, crumbling under the overwhelming force of the ice. In the blink of an eye, the once menacing fire ring was ensnared by a thick layer of ice, as if time had come to a standstill. The teammates standing behind Huo Wu had no time to activate their martial spirits before they were entirely encased in ice, rendering them as immobile as exquisite ice sculptures. At this moment, Huo Wu's sense of indignation surged like a tidal wave, reaching a peak of intensity. Her flames, forged through countless trials, had never feared the cold. Despite her lips trembling from anger and anxiety, an unrelenting torrent of soul power surged from within her like a flood bursting through a dam. Then, a miracle occurred. Suddenly, the surface of the massive ice block encasing the resist fire ring began to fissure with intricate cracks, rapidly spreading like a spider's web. With a resounding crash, the entire ice block shattered into countless shards, the chilling aura dissipating into the air as the heat radiating from Huowu evaporated it entirely. In that fleeting moment, Huowu felt her soul power surge dramatically, astonishingly elevating her cultivation level by an entire grade. Suddenly, a tremendous surge of heat erupted from her petite figure, resembling a blazing sun illuminating the surroundings, creating a striking contrast against the icy aura emitted by the opposing Tian Shui girl group. This powerful warmth not only dispelled the surrounding chill but also significantly alleviated the deceleration effects experienced by Feng Xiaodian and Huo Wushuang, allowing them to regain their agility. However, the battlefield was ever-changing. Almost instantaneously, Feng Xiaoyan's formidable soul skill surged forward, while Huo Wushuang unleashed a fierce punch accompanied by a howling sound. Chapter 135, The Battle of the Flame Dragon Armor against the Black Rhino Armor is about to commence. Feng Xiaodian and Huo Wushuang each possessed unique characteristics. One excelled in speed, his soul skills striking like a sudden tempest. The other wielded unmatched strength, rendering his skills as powerful as a thunderclap. At that moment, even though the members of the group behind Shui Binger unleashed their respective soul skills, they still appeared powerless against the relentless onslaught of Feng Xiaodian and Huo Wushuang. Before long, 3 members had been eliminated, departing the stage in dismay. Just as the audience's attention focused, Huo Wushuang's ferocious punch was poised to crash into Shui Yuer's delicate face. At a critical juncture, Shui Binger, quick-witted and agile, swiftly cast her soul skill, Resistance Light. A dull thud resounded as Huo Wushuang was forcefully repelled. Simultaneously, Shui Wu, without hesitation, darted to Shui Binger's side like a specter, instantly preparing to unleash the soul fusion technique. She then unleashed the stunning soul fusion skill, Snow and Ice Falling. In an instant, it seemed as if the sky had been torn asunder. Countless ice crystals, varying in shape and size, cascaded like a torrential downpour. Imbued with a piercing coldness and astonishing speed, overwhelming the new Godwind Academy's side. Those unfortunate enough to be struck by the ice crystals were rendered helpless against the formidable assault, falling from the stage like kites severed from their strings. The power exhibited by this soul fusion technique was utterly terrifying, not only reversing the tide of battle but also successfully suppressing the searing heatwave raised by Huo Wu. Meanwhile, a relatively thick and extraordinarily sharp ice crystal shot towards Huo Wu like lightning. Unexpectedly, this ice crystal appeared entirely within Huo Wu's blind spot. At that moment, Huo Wu remained oblivious, yet fortunately, she was not entirely unprepared. However, in that direction, no matter how hard she tried, she could not effectively mount a defense. Just as the critical moment approached, Feng Xiaodian unhesitatingly abandoned the singular opportunity to eliminate Shui Wei, seemingly frenzied as he sprinted toward Huo Wu. Almost simultaneously, Huo Wushuang resolutely forsook resisting the powerful onslaught of Snow and Ice Falling, pivoting sharply to dash toward his sister, Huo Wu. Despite their speeds reaching an apex akin to 2 meteors streaking across the sky, they ultimately could not intercept that lethal ice crystal before it struck Huo Wu. As the impending blow loomed, Huo Wushuang experienced a flash of inspiration. He recalled the mysterious elemental crystal, glowing with fiery red light, gifted to him by Wu He after he had been brutally beaten the previous night. At that time, he had merely regarded this crystal as a form of compensation from Wu He, although Wu He had explained its proper usage. Huo Wushuang had never had the opportunity to experiment with it. Yet at this moment, the urgency of the situation left no room for hesitation or doubt. He vividly remembered Wu He stating that using the elemental crystal would bestow upon him an unprecedented surge of power. Flame Dragon Armor, merge. With a deafening shout, Huo Wushuang raised the radiant crimson crystal high, as if it were the source of his strength. His voice reverberated like thunder, capturing the attention of everyone present. However, the scene unfolding before them was rather difficult to behold, even inducing a sense of embarrassment. Nevertheless, this peculiar spectacle successfully drew Mi'er's attention. She searched for Wu He's figure with her beautiful eyes, pondering internally, where on earth has he gone? Why can't I see him? Meanwhile, Wu He, preoccupied with seeking amusement, was not inclined to reveal his whereabouts. Like a mischievous child, he delighted in this rare freedom and joy. Mi'er resolved that once the competition concluded, she would surely seek out Huo Wushuang to inquire about Wu He's specific circumstances. Just then, the fire crystal in Huo Wushuang's hand erupted with numerous dazzling rays of light, scattering like shooting stars before swiftly converging to form a magnificent suit of armor. In the blink of an eye, the armor securely enveloped Huo Wushuang, achieving a flawless fusion. As Huo Wushuang donned the armor, all present were momentarily stunned. As if time had frozen, only Wu He displayed uncontainable excitement, dancing in elation. Although this summoning scene differed from his original vision, the message it conveyed was unmistakably clear to everyone. Unity had returned. This thought simultaneously ignited hope within the hearts of all the faculty and students of the Heaven Do Royal Academy. They felt a renewed sense of excitement, though they still could not locate Wu He. Shui Binger, positioned close enough to hear the incantation murmured by Huo Wushuang, gasped in astonishment as she witnessed his transformation. After merging, Wu Wuxuang experienced a significant enhancement in both power and speed, effortlessly shattering the colossal ice crystal looming behind Wu Wu with a mere flick of his hand. As he reveled in the newfound strength coursing through him, not only could he wield his martial soul, but his own energy was terrifyingly potent. Wu Wuxuang felt as though all the knowledge regarding the armor's capabilities had been transmitted directly into his mind, filling him with exhilaration. Observing the flame dragon armor, Shui Binger also produced a sky blue crystal. At that moment, an astonishing realization surged through her mind like a tidal wave. The pressure was overwhelming. As if boundless fiery energy was ruthlessly tearing at her body, threatening to shatter her entirely at any moment. Shui Binger was struck with dread. Cold sweat beating on her forehead. She could no longer afford to be concerned about many other matters. The aura emanating from her adversary was too terrifying. A strength far beyond mere measure. If she did not unleash her utmost capabilities, defeat would surely await her. Upon this realization, Shui Binger unhesitatingly raised high the crystalline azure gem in her hand, which sparkled with an enchanting brilliance. Taking a deep breath, she shouted with all her might. Black Rhinoceros Armor, unite. In response to her fervent cry, the azure gem erupted into a dazzling radiance. In an instant, the light transformed into countless tiny stars. Reminiscent of a resplendent galaxy in the night sky, these starry lights swiftly converged and seamlessly fused with a suit of silver-black armor. In the blink of an eye, this majestic armor snugly enveloped Shui Binger's delicate form. At that moment of armor integration, she distinctly felt an overwhelming force surge into her body like a torrential flood. The magnitude of this power was enough to instill both awe and trepidation. After a moment of careful contemplation, she was astonished to discover that this was an energy reaching the level of a soul emperor. Yet, she herself was merely a level 35 soul sovereign. A staggering difference of 3 significant stages. This vast disparity made Shui Bingo acutely aware that the difficulty of this battle far exceeded any she had faced before. Simultaneously, the rules governing the use of this mysterious armor flooded her mind with clarity. At that moment, the atmosphere on the arena thickened with palpable tension, as if the very air had solidified. The two adversaries stood facing each other, their formidable auras colliding and intertwining, with a breathtaking confrontation imminent. Poised to erupt at any moment, they simultaneously resolved to allow their respective teammates to withdraw from the arena, which was about to become a fierce battleground, by conceding. For them, this conflict transcended mere victory or defeat. It was a quest for the ultimate pursuit of strength and honor. Achievable only through a life-and-death duel in a 1v1 confrontation, Feng Xiaotian fixed his gaze intently on Wu Wuxuang, his eyes drawn to the blazing inferno dragon armor he wore. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words, his intended expression caught in his throat, unable to emerge. After much hesitation, he ultimately chose silence, turning away and descending from the arena. Chapter 136. The battle commences. Chapter 137. Miscalculation. Meteoric spear's torrent of destruction, shattered demon S fury, annihilated by the torrent. Smooth as mirror water. Shui Bingo grasped the meteoric spear tightly, with unwavering focus as she channeled the immense energy contained within the kill technique to the spearhead. As the energy accumulated, the tip of the spear began to radiate a brilliant light, akin to a meteor on the brink of eruption. When the energy reached its zenith, Shui Bingo injected her soul skill, ice-sealing power, into it without hesitation. In that instant, the originally emerald-green spiraling energy of the torrent underwent a remarkable transformations. As if enchanted, instantly turning into a chilling azure hue. This shift in color not only dazzled the eyes but also imbued an aura of cold resilience. Soon after, the meteoric spear in Shui Bingo's grasp surged forth like a roaring ice dragon, embodying unparalleled destructive might and stunning beauty, charging directly at Wu Wuxuang's inferno dragon armor. This scene was nothing short of iconic, a classic reborn in this otherworldly realm, providing a unique visual delight. Beside them, Wu Yi was unable to contain his excitement. Had he not wished to return to his team too soon, he would have undoubtedly been dancing with joy. However, despite the fierce battle unfolding, Wu Yi was acutely aware that Wu Wuxuang would not yield easily. Indeed, just as the torrent was about to strike the inferno dragon armor, Wu Wuxuang bellowed. Third soul skill, Rage of the Tyrant Dragon. Accompanied by his roar, a torrent of searing flames erupted from his body, enveloping him entirely. Simultaneously, the ice crystals at his joints melted away, restoring his agility. Although Wu Wuxuang had promptly activated his third soul skill, he understood that no ordinary soul skill could withstand the onslaught of the incoming torrent. At this critical juncture, he seemed to have only one option, to unleash his own ultimate skill to counter the impending attack. Yet, time was of the essence, and the torrent approached with lightning speed, leaving Wu Wuxuang scant moments to gather strength for his ultimate technique. With fierce determination, he swung his arm, sending the flame blade arcing through the air, before forcefully tossing it backward. He then clasped his hands before his abdomen and murmured, "Meditation seal." As he uttered this incantation, a mysterious and potent force erupted from him. He attempted to utilize the armor's special ability to temporarily halt time, granting himself a precious chance for survival. However, he was utterly unprepared for the reality that this skill bore no efficacy against the 5-element armor. The moment he invoked this skill, though everything around him appeared to freeze, the ice-sealing torrent continued its relentless advance toward him. With a resounding crash, the torrent, infused with lethal energy, collided violently with him. The sheer force of the energy broke through his defenses effortlessly. Simultaneously, the lethal energy surged within him like a wild stallion, racing uncontrollably. Yet, unexpectedly, a chilling presence subdued the previously rampant lethal energy. It was Shui Bing'er, who, upon witnessing Huo Wuxuang preparing to employ the meditation seal, had simultaneously unleashed the same skill. Thus, the two forces intertwined and collided within the torrent, ultimately merging into a far more terrifying existence, the eye-sealing soul skill. In the blink of an eye, this eye-sealing technique encased Huo Wuxuang entirely within an immense block of ice. At this moment, he endured the dual torment of the external lethal energy's impact and the excruciating pain from the chaotic energy within. Compounded by the biting cold that assailed him, truly a torturous ordeal. Behind him, the emblematic post of the sealing power flickered into view, following Huo Wuxuang's lead. Both entered a mysterious realm where time seemed to have crystallized. Upon witnessing the ice-sealing torrent strike its target with precision, Shui Bing'er understood that this fierce battle was nearing its conclusion. With a fierce cry, she declared, "Torrent summit," and prepared for her final, devastating assault. The sharp spikes atop her head glimmered with a frosty light, resembling an indomitable sword, as she lunged fiercely toward her opponent. In that moment, as the spike pierced through her foe's body, the time-stopping effect of the meditation seal abruptly dissipated. The sudden shift took everyone present by surprise, leaving them momentarily incapable of reacting. In an instant, accompanied by a deafening roar, both Huo Wuxuang and the fiery dragon armor he wore were subjected to immense force, shattering in an explosion and transforming into a radiant card. However, Shui Bing'er showed no signs of hesitation. In response to Huo Wu's frantic and clawing roar, she maintained her composure, lightly waving her hand to draw the card into the belt at her waist. Immediately after, a powerful energy began to coalesce in the palm of her right hand, gradually forming a crystal that emanated a mysterious purple light. Through the translucent surface of the crystal, one could clearly see Huo Wuxuang, who was now in a comatose state, peacefully slumbering within. The majority of the onlookers were utterly bewildered by the events that had transpired, completely at a loss. However, those from the Royal Academy of the Tiando Empire had some inkling of understanding. Though only Wu He truly grasped the essence of the situation. After all, the demonic sealing technique was a skill he had never previously unleashed, representing a novel and astonishingly powerful ability for others, like Mir. The most terrifying aspect of this skill lay not only in its extraordinary power, but also in the absolute control it exerted after stripping away one's soul power. Every individual present could distinctly sense that, although Huo Wuxuang had not lost his life, his condition was dire. His body was riddled with gruesome wounds, and more alarmingly, all his soul power had been completely siphoned away. At that moment, Huo Wuxuang resembled a lifeless object, entirely ensnared in a state of seal. Yet, the scene was even more unsettling. Despite being trapped within the purple crystal, unable to move, the spectators could still perceive the faintest signs of life emanating from him through the transparent crystal. This sight instilled an indescribable dread within the hearts of all present. After all, in the face of such a bizarre and unknown seal, no one could predict how long it would endure. At this moment, Shui Bing'er gently removed her heavy armor, her graceful silhouette once again revealed to the audience. She elegantly gestured to the referee, signaling that the match had concluded and the final results could be announced. Only then did the still-dazed referee awaken from his stupor, pulled back from his state of shock. He took a deep breath, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions, and then, with all his might, proclaimed, "The victor of this qualifying match is the Tianshui Academy." Shui Bing'er slowly placed the crystal containing Huo Wuxuang before the members of the new Divine Wind team. Her beautiful yet icy visage remained unchanged, but her gaze was as profound as a frigid pool. She then spoke in a voice so cold it seemed to freeze the air around her. "This is not my own power. Yet the armor has informed me to conceal the target for a duration of 30 minutes. Having uttered these words, Shui Bing'er unhesitatingly stepped down from the platform. Her steps appeared light, yet they carried an imperceptible urgency. Just as she was about to exit the venue, she suddenly halted, casting a deep glance towards the direction of the Royal Academy of the Tiando Empire. That gaze was imbued with complex emotions, leaving its deep meaning elusive. Once Shui Bing'er completely left the venue, the facade of aloofness she had maintained began to crumble under the weight of her inner fear and shock. She trembled and collapsed to the ground, no longer resembling the noble and captivating figure she had been moments earlier. Meanwhile, Wu Yi successfully retrieved 2 crystals. As the crystals returned, all of Huo Wuxuang's previously exhausted soul power surged back into his body, nearly neutralizing the considerable side effects of using the armor. Chapter 138, Shining Brightly for the Dream in One's Heart. Chapter 139, The Challenge Against the Spirit Hall is imminent. The resonant and slightly impassioned voice of Wu Yi surged forth like a mighty wind, emanating from the uniquely shaped, mysteriously glowing microphone spirit held by the host, swiftly spreading in all directions. This voice seemed imbued with an inexhaustible penetrating power, effortlessly slicing through the clamor of the crowd and the barriers of the buildings, reaching every corner. People raised their heads, searching for the source of the voice. Yet all they could hear were the clear and resounding words echoing in the air, with no sight of the speaker. Simultaneously, a remarkable phenomenon unfolded above the entire venue, as a peculiar music began to resonate from the 4 cardinal directions. This music bore no resemblance to the soothing elegance of classical melodies, nor did it echo the dynamic fashion of contemporary pop. Rather, it was infused with an ineffable exotic charm. At times, it soared high like an eagle gliding through the sky, while at others, it sank deeply like a tiger lurking in the depths of the forest. At moments, the rhythm was as brisk as a fierce storm, and at other times, it flowed gently like a babbling brook. A tapestry of wondrous notes interwove to create a dreamlike symphony, transporting everyone into an unprecedented auditory feast. For the dreams held dear, one must fight valiantly like a tempest. This stirring and grandiose music, akin to a blazing inferno, ignited the long-buried fervor and passion within the hearts of the listeners. Each individual felt as though they were amidst a fierce battleground, brimming with boundless strength and fighting spirit, yearning to charge forth and engage in combat. It is vital to note that Wu Hei is a person of immense ambition, unwilling to settle for mediocrity. In recent days, he has not merely indulged in a life of luxury and pleasure. Instead, he has diligently toiled, tirelessly seeking inspiration and material. After enduring countless hardships and traversing myriad landscapes, he has finally, with great effort, succeeded in crafting two soul-stirring battle anthems. At this moment, as the music's melody ascended to its climax, the rousing song resonated like thunder, proclaiming, "The undefeated hero, scars are eternal sparks." These lyrics sliced through the air like a lightning bolt, striking deep within the soul and stirring a profound yearning for victory and an unyielding spirit in everyone present. Just as astonishment enveloped the crowd, a figure descended like a meteor from the heavens, crashing to the ground and stirring a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, the figure stood unwavering at the forefront of the assembly, resembling an immovable mountain. This individual was none other than Wu Hei, wearing a quintessential boyish grin, radiant and inviting. Yet, beneath that seemingly innocuous smile lay an oppressive aura of formidable power, as if a mere gesture from him could unleash tumultuous waves. Shui Bing'er gazed at Wu Hei, her body trembling involuntarily, as she murmured, "Is this guy really from the Tiando Royal Academy? How can he be so powerful?" Her voice betrayed an unmistakable hint of fear. Beside her, Wu Shuang and Feng Xiaotian fixed their gaze on Wu Hei, their eyes ablaze with fury and hatred. Feng Xiaotian gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Indeed, it is this guy. He utterly crushed us that night without giving us a chance to retaliate." Wu Shuang clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white, clearly ready to strike at any moment. Meanwhile, Tang San, who had remained silent, felt a stir of excitement within him. After a period of arduous training, he sensed a remarkable surge in his strength. Now, facing a formidable foe, he felt no fear but rather a desire to engage in a contest to validate his own capabilities. Across from him, Hulaina regarded Wu Hei with keen interest. Though she did not wield her martial spirit or soul power, even a mere glance or casual word from her radiated an alluring charm potent enough to captivate most men. Alas, Wu Hei was an unyielding straight man, entirely immune to such enchantments. Ignoring Hulaina's gaze, Wu Hei turned to the referee and shouted in a brazen tone, "Referee, you may announce the commencement. Let us not waste any more time." Having said that, he swiftly pivoted to face his teammates, unhesitatingly issuing combat orders. At that moment, he quickly retrieved two shimmering crystals from his pocket. He first presented one to Yilingling, and then gently placed the other in Lin Bei's hand. Both Yilingling and Lin Bei appeared to have anticipated this arrangement, seamlessly accepting the crystals and swiftly stowing them away, their movements reflecting the precision of countless rehearsals. Subsequently, the commander directed his piercing gaze towards Du Guyan, articulating in a resolute and decisive tone, "Du Guyan, once the battle commences, you are to immediately unleash the poisonous mist, ensuring it blankets the battlefield as extensively as possible." Du Guyan nodded slightly, signaling her understanding of the task. He then shifted his focus to Wu Miaomiao, continuing with the instructions, "Wu Miaomiao, you are responsible for seizing my second soul skill. Remember to time it impeccably." Wu Miaomiao solemnly nodded in response. Turning to Mi-Er, he moderated his pace slightly. Yet his command remained unequivocal. "Mi-Er, your role is to leverage your agility, maneuvering across the battlefield and finding every opportunity to disrupt the enemy's spellcasting." Without hesitation, Mi-Er replied, "Understood." Finally, he granted the remaining team members a degree of autonomy. "As for the rest of you, feel free to choose your combat methods based on your strengths and preferences, but ensure you cooperate and adhere to commands." Upon hearing this meticulously organized tactical arrangement, the other 5 team members collectively exclaimed, "Received, Captain." Their voices harmonized in a resounding chorus that echoed through the air, leaving an indelible impression. In that instant, an intangible force seemed to coalesce among the 7, akin to a well-trained army forming a tight-knit battle array. Meanwhile, Hulaina, standing aside, gazed intently at the man named Wu Hei with her enchanting, captivating eyes, feeling a mix of astonishment and admiration. She had never encountered someone with such formidable charisma. With just a few words, he had galvanized the previously hesitant team members, uniting their fighting spirit into an astonishing momentum. As everyone immersed themselves in this tense and exhilarating atmosphere, the referee, having received Wu Hei's prompt, wasted no time and decisively blew the whistle to signal the official start of the match. With the referee's command, both teams sprang into action almost simultaneously. Under the guidance of their respective captains, the team members activated their martial spirits, creating a dazzling array of colors that illuminated the entire arena. The 3 Soul Kings from the Spirit Hall were no ordinary adversaries. Their martial spirits and soul rings were a flawless combination, representing the pinnacle of excellence. Furthermore, The four soul ancestors standing behind them were equally formidable. Their soul ring configurations, while not unparalleled, were certainly above average compared to other ordinary teams. Such a powerful combination was akin to a terrifying nightmare for any opposing team. However, their adversaries this time were the royal squad from the Tiando Empire. This team was not to be underestimated, particularly their captain, Wu He, whose strength remained unfathomable. In the realm of Wu Hui, there exist three formidable soul kings, among whom Mir and Wu Miaomiu boast an impressive configuration of 5 soul rings each, a testament to their exceptional prowess. The remaining 4 members, albeit slightly lacking in soul power, have nonetheless ascended to the realm of Soul Zone, each possessing 4 soul rings of commendable caliber. When one compares the cultivation levels of both teams, it is evident that they are evenly matched, neither yielding an advantage over the other. Just as the spectators anticipated a stalemate in this fierce confrontation, Wu Hui unexpectedly unleashed the power of his martial soul and soul rings. In an instant, everyone present felt an overwhelming pressure, as if a colossal mountain had descended upon them, rendering them utterly immobilized, ensnared in place. A closer inspection revealed Wu Hui's soul rings. A staggering display of 1 purple and 4 black, among which one of the black rings, an ancient relic of 10,000 years, was entwined with a faint red aura. Any soul master with a modicum of knowledge about soul beasts would recognize that such a soul ring could only originate from an unparalleled ruler, a soul beast on the cusp of reaching 100,000 years of cultivation. This sudden revelation left the 7 powerful members of the Spirit Hall gasping in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief, as if they had witnessed an unimaginable phenomenon. Could this individual be a monster? How could such an extraordinary configuration of soul rings genuinely exist in the world? One among them could not restrain his exclamation, and the words reverberated through the audience like a stone cast into a tranquil pond, inciting a wave of murmurs and astonishment among the onlookers, who were rife with curiosity and shock at the unfolding events. In stark contrast to the surrounding commotion, Wu Wushuang and Feng Xiaodian maintained an extraordinary calmness, standing still, their gazes locked upon the evolving situation, as if contemplating their strategic response. At that moment, Wu Wei swiftly produced a uniquely designed spiral steel spear from his storage space. Gripping it firmly with both hands, he radiated an aura of immense power. He then turned to his companion, Tianheng, and commanded, "Let us strike first. Dragon's Fury. Dragon scales activate. Lin Bei, join me." With a resounding battle cry, Wu Hui launched himself like an arrow towards their adversaries. Simultaneously, Tianheng and Lin Bei followed suit without hesitation, mounting a fierce offensive against their foes. In an instant, the arena was enveloped in a tumultuous atmosphere of combat, heralding the imminent eruption of a breathtaking conflict. Chapter 140. Power Struggles. Chapter 141. Advantages and disadvantages. Hu Laina felt every hair on her body stand on end, as though struck by a powerful electric current. Her once smooth and lustrous hair had transformed into an exaggerated frizz, a most ludicrous sight. The thought of her disheveled appearance ignited a furious blaze within her, nearly boiling over. Yet, amidst the fierce battle, the other combatants remained undeterred by Hu Laina's predicament. As the skirmish raged on, Yu Tianheng suddenly darted closer to Hu Laina. "Look at your hair. You've turned into a frizzy mess. Why not share some of that electricity with me? I'd like to experience that exhilarating sensation." A mischievous grin adorned Yu Tianheng's face as he teased Hu Laina. Typically poised and gentlemanly, he occasionally indulged in playful antics, particularly when he stumbled upon something amusing during battle. Upon hearing Yu Tianheng's remarks, Hu Laina's eyes widened in fury, flames of wrath seemingly igniting within them. "Get lost," she bellowed, and with that outburst, a faint electric current crackled from her clenched fist. In that fleeting moment, Yu Tianheng felt a pang of regret and disappointment wash over him. He muttered to himself, "Oh dear, I've truly lost out this time. I would have preferred to be struck by that current just moments ago." After engaging in a fierce exchange with Yin for several rounds, Yu Tianheng's soul power had severely depleted. At that moment, he yearned for a means to replenish his energy with the electric force Hu Laina had unleashed. Instinctively, he cast a pleading glance toward Mir, yet in an instant, he dismissed the notion of seeking her assistance. Meanwhile, Lin Bei moved stealthily like a specter through the toxic miasma enveloping Du Guyan, astonishingly unnoticed by anyone. With effortless grace, he tossed a soul technique stone, a seemingly mundane throw that, unbeknownst to others, possessed a remarkable enchantment, establishing an unbreakable connection with Wu Hui and Xie Yu in an instant. At this moment, Wu Yi, regardless of how fiercely he attacked, remained in a state of vibrant energy and spiritedness, showing no signs of fatigue. In stark contrast stood Xie Yu, who could distinctly feel his stamina rapidly depleting at an alarming rate. Even worse, not only was his physical strength diminishing, but his invaluable soul power seemed to be mercilessly siphoned away by an invisible hand, plummeting drastically. Yin shared this unsettling sensation, astonished to find that Yu Tianheng grew increasingly vigorous in battle, his assaults becoming fiercer and more relentless. Initially, Yin held back, refraining from exerting his full strength. However, as the conflict escalated, he gradually recognized the dire situation. Even after he unleashed all his power without reservation, it became evident that the disparity between them had widened, making comparison futile. "Are you four merely going to stand there in shock? Focus your fire and eliminate that detestable support over there," Yin shouted in exasperation. He attributed all their current setbacks to Yi Lingling, who had been quietly positioned at the back of their team. It must be noted that Yan's frustration was not entirely without merit. After all, the soul techniques employed by Yi Lingling were indeed extraordinary. Her formidable support capabilities fundamentally altering the course of the battle. In an instant, the four teammates sprang into action like arrows released from a bow. Their faces fierce as they charged towards Wu Yi and his companions, evidently intent on seizing the opportunity to breach the defenses and strike hard. Yet, how could Wu Yi allow such an endeavor to succeed so easily? With a flicker of his gaze, he conveyed a clear directive to Wu Miaomiao beside him. Understanding his intent without hesitation, Wu Miaomiao swiftly shifted, directly exchanging opponents with Wu Yi. Meanwhile, Hulaina encountered Mier, an exceptional archer who skillfully exploited her range during attacks, employing a strategy known as kiting to continually harass Hulaina. Although Hulaina's face flushed with anger, her temperature soaring into a state of fury, she found herself utterly helpless against Mier's agile and evasive tactics, unable to lay a finger on her. The maddening sensation of being so near yet unable to seize the enemy was infuriating. At that moment, Wu Yi noticed that the four ordinary participants had recklessly charged into the toxic mist. Initially, he intended to rush forward to stop them, fearing for their safety. However, to his astonishment, their movements were so swift that they plunged into the mist without a moment's hesitation. Watching the figures disappear into the toxic fog, Wu Yi shook his head in resignation, muttering to himself, "I had intended to use you four to practice my skills and familiarize myself with my marksmanship. Alas, I never anticipated you would be so eager to meet your demise." With a sigh, he displayed a hint of regret. Indeed. As the four participants darted into the toxic mist, Wu Yi swiftly stowed his weapon away, recognizing that the fierce competition was nearing its conclusion. And the outcome was about to be revealed. The four brave competitors, having rushed into the mist, unwittingly absorbed the immense toxins it harbored. These toxins were the colorless and odorless phantoms unleashed by Du Guyan. Once this mysterious phantom toxin infiltrated the human body, it could ensnare the victim in a terrifying illusion from which escape was nearly impossible. Once ensconced in the illusion, the four stood frozen like statues, rendered mute and forced to endure their punishment. Unless Du Guyan chose to dispel her soul technique, it would be exceedingly difficult for them to extricate themselves from that bizarre realm. Seeing the immobile quartet, Lin Bei reluctantly returned, realizing that he was the only boy amidst the toxic fog and thus bore the burden of the labor. He ultimately reached the location of the four and unceremoniously hurled them off the stage. Meanwhile, Hulaina was fervently pursuing Mier. Yet, after a strenuous effort, Hulaina discovered that all her powerful soul techniques had been neutralized by Mier's arrows. This revelation stoked her frustration. Puffing up her cheeks as she indignantly exclaimed to her brother, they are infuriating. None of my formidable soul techniques could even touch them." When Hulaina noticed the four participants silently eliminated, her heart sank. She understood the situation had shifted, prompting her to signal Xiaoyu and Yin to retreat immediately, consolidating their strength to avoid being picked off one by one. "Brother, shall we employ that move?" Hulaina whispered to Xiaoyu, sensing it was time to unveil their secret technique. In an instant, he grasped Hulaina's delicate hand tightly, and after exchanging a glance, they chanted in unison. "Wu Infusion Technique, Enchanting Charm." In that fleeting moment, light flickered, and their bodies drew together like magnets, merging seamlessly into one. As they fused, their soul power surged like a tumultuous tide, while a gentle pink mist began to rise from them, dispersing into the surroundings. Merely inhaling a trace of that pink mist left everyone present feeling weak and drained, as if more than half their strength had been siphoned away. With their attributes plummeting by a staggering 50%. "This is utterly tyrannical," someone exclaimed in disbelief. Meanwhile, Lin Bei and Yi Lingling, who had been hiding in the toxic fog, found their concealed forms gradually becoming visible due to Du Guyan's significant drop in soul power control. Even worse, the soul technique Lin Bei had previously cast on Xiaoyu crumbled instantaneously as the latter executed the Wuhu infusion technique, losing all efficacy. As the pink mist continued to spread and thicken, it became evident that, before long, it would completely envelop the area, obscuring everyone's vision. At that point, they would find themselves trapped in a true state of sensory deprivation. Miao Miao quickly employed the techniques of fear and imitation on that Xiaowu outside. As Wu Yi suddenly uttered those words, both the fiercely competing contestants and the spectators outside were momentarily taken aback. After all, the rules of the competition explicitly prohibited external interference with the ongoing matches. However, it made no mention of whether the participants within the arena could exert any influence over the audience outside. While everyone remained in a state of shock and hesitation, a dense pink haze began to spread rapidly. Without hesitation, Wu Miao instantly unleashed her two spirit abilities, executing them with astonishing speed. Then, an unexpected figure materialized on the arena. Chapter 142, Transformation into Bibi Dong. In the brief moment following Wu Miao's remarkable display of skill, a thick and vivid crimson mist surged forth. It spread with lightning speed, obscuring the vision of everyone present in an instant. From that moment on, every member of Wu Yi's team found themselves enveloped in an unprecedented state of chaotic confusion, devoid of any perception or clarity. Within the depths of this intense red fog, each individual realized that they could no longer see their teammates, as if they had vanished without a trace. In stark contrast, the opposing figures flickered into view like ghostly apparitions, evoking a chilling sensation. It is crucial to note that this eerie red mist was a passive effect triggered by the soul fusion technique unleashed by the enchanting demon. Its power was beyond imagination, capable of debilitating the enemy's attributes by a staggering 50%, including vital aspects such as mobility and reaction time. In such dire circumstances, the senses that individuals relied upon for survival were rendered nearly ineffective. Yet, astonishingly, the enchanter herself remained completely unaffected. Her abilities enhanced beyond what they were prior to the fusion. In this extreme disadvantage, the enchanting demon seized every opportunity. Her cunning eyes locked onto the supportive roles within the opposing team, clearly identifying them as primary targets for attack. Yiling Ling and Lin Bei were undoubtedly in the most perilous position at that moment, although they were not entirely without means of counteraction. Claiming that they felt no anxiety would be a blatant falsehood. After all, they were merely at the soul master level, a significant gap in cultivation compared to their foes. At that critical juncture, Lin Bei suddenly detected a faint whisper of wind near his ear. With his keen perception, his body instinctively reacted, sidestepping just in time. In an instant, a glimmering curved blade shot past where he had just stood like a bolt of lightning. In that fleeting moment, Lin Bei broke out in a cold sweat, filled with dread. Had he not trained alongside Mi-air, honing his ability to sense changes in airflow, he might have perished from that single attack. Almost simultaneously, the enchanting demon seized the opportunity and hurled a razor-sharp flying knife toward Yiling Ling. According to her initial plan, this strike should have easily incapacitated both Yiling Ling and Lin Bei. However, to everyone's astonishment, just as the knife was about to strike Yiling Ling, a mysterious staff seemingly descended from the heavens, positioning itself firmly before her. The enchanting demon widened her eyes in disbelief, as the figure before her was one she had never imagined would appear at this moment. How is this possible? The incredulous words escaped her lips, surprisingly emanating both masculine and feminine tones simultaneously. Teacher, what is happening? Why have you come down to assist them? Hulaina's anxious exclamation dominated the scene, as if she could no longer bear the unfolding events. At that very moment, the previously pervasive pink mist in the arena transformed into a spectacle that left Hulaina utterly astonished. Simultaneously, Bibi Dong appeared like a specter between the enchanting demon and Yiling Ling. She stood tall, her magnificent robe billowing in the wind, gripping a staff that radiated mysterious light. Without a moment's hesitation, Bibi Dong raised her staff and gently struck it against the ground. Instantly, a formidable pressure surged forth like a tidal wave, causing the air itself to feel heavy and oppressive. Accompanied by a violent surge of soul power, a howling tempest erupted. In the blink of an eye, the neatly arranged gifts scattered across the arena, swirling chaotically. Thus, Bibi Dong revealed herself without reservation to the crowd. A soft exhalation captured everyone's attention when they realized that the figure in the arena was none other than Bibi Dong herself. Nearly every onlooker echoed the same incredulous question. Old Ghost, why has Her Holiness the Pope personally descended into the fray? The formidable Ju Douluo, Yuguan, turned to the nearby Ghost Douluo, seeking answers in his expression. Yet, Ghost Douluo merely replied ominously, "You ask me? How would I know?" Just then, Bibi Dong, who had been seated in her main position, abruptly rose, her face etched with disbelief. She widened her eyes, her lips quivering as she muttered, That is not me, but it is utterly terrifying." The figure before her, bearing an uncanny resemblance, emanated an aura far surpassing her own. This overwhelming presence felt like a towering mountain, suffocating all those present with its weight. Bibi Dong was internally astonished. She had never imagined such a terrifying entity could exist. At that moment, the invisible restraints that had bound their bodies suddenly dissipated, leaving the spectators in stunned silence. They soon discovered that the mysterious figure impersonating the Pope stood fearlessly before them. Seeing this scene, Wu Yi couldn't help but feel a surge of joy, knowing he had gambled wisely. For Xiaowu, the one who instilled the deepest fear within her was undeniably Bibi Dong. After all, she had witnessed Bibi Dong mercilessly slay her mother. At this juncture, Wu Miao Miao's transformation into this incarnation of Bibi Dong cleverly tapped into Xiaowu's profound fear, significantly amplifying her own power by no less than 20-fold. However, even with such formidable power at her disposal, if this battle were to end in defeat, it would undoubtedly lead to a disgraceful loss of dignity. Chapter 143, The Shift of Offense and Defense. In reality, despite Wu Miao Miao's seemingly imposing presence and overwhelming aura, her soul skills were strictly confined to the realm of Soul Kings and below. Opposing her was Bibi Dong, whose strength was nothing short of terrifying, far surpassing the imagination of ordinary individuals. Even though Wu Miao Miao managed to momentarily assert her dominance in terms of momentum through some special means, her true combat prowess remained firmly anchored at the Soul King level. Fortunately, amidst this heart-stopping confrontation, Wu Miao Miao made a startling discovery. The exalted Pope of the Spirit Hall possessed an innate twin martial spirit. Consequently, the number of soul skills at Bibi Dong's disposal doubled, reaching an astonishing total of 10. Faced with such a shocking reality, Wu Miao Miao could not help but feel a surge of elation within her. Yet, she understood the gravity of the situation and knew she must not reveal her emotional turmoil. Thus, she suppressed her excitement, striving to maintain the cold demeanor characteristic of Bibi Dong. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hulaina, a part of the martial spirit fusion technique, was experiencing unprecedented inner turmoil. It is important to note that the control of this fusion technique had always rested in her hands. However, upon witnessing her revered teacher, Bibidong, standing in opposition, her heart was overwhelmed by a complex mix of admiration and confusion. This chaos of emotions undoubtedly exerted a significant negative impact on the martial spirit fusion technique they were jointly executing, leading to considerable disruption in the newly formed entity. Seeing that the demoness had yet to launch an attack, Wu Miaomu refused to remain idle. In a swift motion, she raised her left hand, gripping her staff tightly, and gently tapped its tip against the ground. Simultaneously, she called out in a clear voice, Soul-Devouring Spider King, third soul skill, Spider Summoning. At that moment, several gigantic, purple-black demonic spiders darted forth from behind her like phantoms. These spiders were exceptionally agile, their robust legs propelling them directly towards the demoness. Confronted with the sudden appearance of these spiders, the previously hesitant demoness no longer hesitated. With a swift motion, she raised her gleaming long knife and surged forward like a bolt of lightning, meeting the oncoming spiders head-on. The long knife in her hand erupted with brilliant light, unleashing a torrent of sharp blade energy that swept toward the swarm of spiders. Seizing this opportunity, Wu Miaomu swiftly maneuvered, resembling a ghost as she silently approached the demoness from behind. Death Spider Queen, 5th soul skill, 1,000 blades, 10 dull, Wu Miaomu shouted with fervor. In her grasp was a staff exuding a mysterious aura, which transformed into an enormous scythe, whistling as it descended towards the demoness' back. However, just as the staff was about to strike, a resounding clash echoed. The demoness had reacted with remarkable speed, turning at the critical moment to block Wu Miaomu's lethal blow with her crescent blade. Where the two weapons met, sparks flew, and the powerful impact resonated through the surrounding air. In that instant, their gazes locked in the air. Wu Miaomu's beautiful eyes suddenly glimmered with an eerie pink light, and in the next moment, she appeared to have her soul forcibly extracted, losing all vitality. Simultaneously, the filter of Bibidong that had enveloped Wu Miaomu vanished without a trace. Observing this, the demoness seized the opportunity without hesitation. Without a word, she swung her crescent blade with the speed of a windmill, creating a whirlwind of sharp sounds as she launched a ferocious attack against Wu Miaomu. At this moment, control had shifted to Xiaoyu. It is crucial to understand that his sister, Hulaina, harbored profound feelings for Bibidong, even knowing that the person before her was an imposter. She found it difficult to strike. However, once control passed to Xiaoyu, the situation changed entirely. He would show no mercy. In a mere instant of contact, the tides of battle dramatically reversed. The demoness, who had been on the offensive, found herself on the defensive, while Xiaoyu seized the initiative like a tempest. Miaomu, Mia cried out anxiously. At that moment, both De Guyen and Wu Yi understood all too well the feeling of being ensnared by enchantment. In essence, enchantment is a potent means of mental interference, forcing opponents into a specific illusion and exerting control over them. Usually, as long as the caster's cultivation surpasses that of the controlled, escape becomes exceedingly difficult, even if the latter comprehends the principles behind it. Although Wu Yi and Du Guyen were ardent to rush forward and assist, time was of the essence, and they feared that by the time they arrived, the outcome would already be decided. Just as the situation hung by a thread, dozens of sharp arrows pierced the air, shooting towards the demoness with lightning speed. The howling wind roared like a fierce beast, abruptly interrupting the demoness' relentless assault. The gleaming curved blade was now less than 2 centimeters from Wu Miaomu's delicate form, as if it would pierce her in the next moment. However, the demoness reacted with remarkable swiftness, leaping gracefully out of harm's way. She then tilted her head slightly, her piercing gaze locking onto the archer, Mir, who stood tall with her bow drawn. In that fleeting moment, the enigmatic pink mystery appeared. Though it had yet to envelop the entire area, it did not deter the demoness from shifting her target. In an instant, she directed her focus towards Mir. The demoness' enchanting eyes were veiled in a faint pink hue, exuding a lethal charm that would ensnare anyone who dared to gaze into them, drawing them into a dreamlike pink illusion from which they could not escape. All team members, quickly close your eyes. Do not look into her eyes. Yu Tianheng shouted without hesitation. Regrettably, Yu Tianheng's warning came a tad too late. Almost as soon as his words fell, all the team members, including himself, were ensnared by the formidable allure of the enchanting adversary. At that moment, each of them appeared dazed, their gazes unfocused, as though they had completely lost their sense of self. The enchantress, observing the group of opponents now firmly within her grasp, could not help but feel an indescribable sense of triumph and delight swell within her. A sly smile crept upon her lips, reminiscent of someone celebrating a partial victory with champagne. In her hands, she clutched 2 crescent-shaped blades that glimmered with a chilling light, her wrist flicking gracefully to create a dazzling display of knife choreography. The blades wove through the air, forming a silvery net that seemed poised to reap the lives of her foes at any moment, just as she was about to eliminate them one by one. An abrupt and excruciating pain surged through her mind. The agony felt akin to 1,000 steel needles piercing her brain simultaneously, so intense that it was nearly unbearable. In an instant, her once steadfast grip on the twin blades faltered, causing them to clatter to the ground. Simultaneously, those who had been under her influence, including Wu Yi, suddenly broke free from their shackles. Except for Mier, the others wore expressions of bewilderment, utterly oblivious to the unfolding events. They exchanged glances, their hearts laden with confusion and shock. Wu Yi's expression was one of utter embarrassment as he self-reproached, I never anticipated that despite my countless precautions, I would ultimately fall under someone else's control. At that moment, a voice tinged with mockery resonated from a short distance away. Me, your lightning arrows are truly exhilarating. But could you refrain from firing so many next time? The speaker was none other than Wu Miao Miao, who had just managed to rise slowly from the ground. It turned out that Me had unleashed a powerful current using her unique soul skill, which had instantly struck Wu Miao Miao. Although the agony of the electric shock was indescribable, it had successfully stimulated her nerves, allowing her to break free from the controlling state in a remarkably short time. However, this method was undeniably cruel. Had the situation not been urgent, Me would likely not have resorted to such tactics. Nevertheless, Wu Yi and the others remained perplexed by the bizarre scene before them. They watched as the enchanting figure suddenly clutched her head in pain, and could not help but speculate on what had caused such an unexpected turn of events. Chapter 144, The Sudden Awakening of Yin. Captain, you must devise a countermeasure swiftly. I can't hold this guy for much longer. Wu Miao Miao panted as she sprinted toward her companions. At that moment, each person bore some degree of injury. Yi Ling, not daring to waste a moment, quickly cast a healing spell to tend to their wounds and restore their strength. Upon hearing Wu Miao Miao's words, Wu Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. What? You actually managed to control this troublesome adversary? Wu Miao Miao nodded slightly, responding with a light-hearted tone. Indeed. It was I who temporarily subdued him with my fifth soul skill. However, this fifth soul skill is somewhat unique. A mysterious smile graced her lips as she noted the curiosity in the eyes of her companions. She continued to explain, though it is called control, it does not directly manipulate the opponent's actions in the traditional sense. Instead, it secretly plants a seed of subconscious suggestion deep within the enemy's mind. Only when specific conditions are triggered, such as the opponent performing a certain action or behavior, does this seed begin to sprout, enabling me to exert effective control over them. Despite Wu Miao Miao's efforts to simplify her explanation, the intricacies of her soul skill still seemed somewhat convoluted to the onlookers, who exchanged glances as they endeavored to digest her information. Wow, this is truly a concept-level soul skill. One of them marveled. Imagine if one could meticulously design a unique and special triggering mechanism, then the duration of this soul skill could be entirely at the user's discretion. The user would merely need to cleverly guide the target to engage with that specific mechanism to effortlessly activate the skill. Moreover, if the user consistently directed the target to avoid the trigger, it would be akin to planting a time bomb within the opponent, poised to explode at any moment and deliver a devastating blow. Observing the excruciating expression on the enchanting figure before them, Wu Yi boldly speculated, could it be that the psychological suggestion you applied causes severe brain damage whenever they employ charm-based soul skills? In response to Wu Yi's inquiry, Wu Miao Miao remained silent, yet the enigmatic smile on her face seemed to convey all the answers. At that moment, Yan's furious roar suddenly thundered through the ears of everyone present. Hey, you lot, do you think I don't exist? How dare you chat so animatedly here? Following this, Yan bellowed, first soul skill, Hell Magma Surge. Only upon hearing Yan's sudden outburst did the group snap back to reality, realizing with dismay that they had completely forgotten about him amidst their focus on the unfolding situation. It was crucial to note that the fierce battle had seemingly only eliminated 4 individuals, meaning Yin continued to lurk in the shadows, poised to strike. And this Yin was no ordinary foe. He was a formidable opponent with the cultivation of a Soul King. With his level of power, how many among the group dared to confront his soul skills head-on? He was indeed a rarity among them. As Yin unleashed his first soul skill, Wu Yi and the others immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. In an instant, the ground beneath them began to tremble violently, as though the very world was about to be torn asunder by this force. Faced with such a terrifying spectacle, there was no need for Wu Yi to utter additional warnings. Instinctively, everyone reacted, scattering in all directions like arrows released from a bow. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. For reasons unknown, Wu Yi's movements seemed to lag behind those of the others, resulting in him bearing the brunt of Yan's soul skill. Suddenly, from the ground where Wu Yi and the others had stood, 5 colossal magma columns erupted violently, surging upward with tremendous force, unleashing relentless heat and destructive power in a fierce assault. Caught unawares, Wu Yi was struck directly by one of the magma columns on his arm. In an instant, 2 ghastly burn marks appeared on his arm, the skin singed black from the intense heat, exuding a nauseating scent of charred flesh. Wu Yi gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, vigorously shaking his injured arm in an attempt to alleviate the searing sensation that coursed through him. At that moment, his face contorted in agony and rage, rendering him a figure of grotesque terror. Yin, I truly must express my gratitude to you. Although Wu Yi verbally uttered the words of thanks, it was evident to all that his tone was laden with an uncontrollable fury. Were it not for you, how could the aftermath of mental manipulation be so effortlessly unraveled? With a lingering sense of trepidation, Wu Yi spoke up. Just moments ago, the situation had teetered on the brink of crisis. As the dominant force in control, yet you had astutely exploited Hu Lai's irresistible charm skills, directing the assault squarely at Wu Yi, launching a mental domination offensive that was far more ferocious than that typically faced by ordinary individuals. The potency of this attack was such that, even after the mental constraints on others had been successfully lifted, Wu Yi continued to feel a lingering fog clouding his thoughts, rendering him somewhat dazed. However, At that very moment, he witnessed Wu Miaomiu break free from the mental shackles in a remarkable manner. She resolutely braved the full force of Mir's attack. Enduring the tremendous impact with her unwavering will and resilient body, not only did she successfully liberate herself from the control, but she also ignited a spark of inspiration in Wu He, the realization that intense pain could indeed serve as a means to invigorate the mind and shatter mental chains. With this revelation, Wu He made a rash yet resolute decision. He boldly accepted the soul skill unleashed by Yan. It is important to note that Yan's soul skill was no ordinary flame. It was a torrent of molten lava, imbued with extraordinary heat. Such reckless abandon would undoubtedly inflict unimaginable harm upon his body. Yet astonishingly, after enduring such terrifyingly high temperatures, Wu He appeared to suffer only minor burns on the surface. In truth, however, the agonizing pain that coursed through his very bones distorted his features, a level of suffering that defied description. Thank you for your generous hospitality. Now allow me to demonstrate my prowess. Wu He proclaimed loudly, swiftly retrieving the summoning device for the flame dragon armor from his waist. With a resolute gaze, he firmly grasped the device and called out, "Flame dragon armor, unite." In an instant, a brilliant radiance illuminated the surroundings, and a magnificent suit of armor, predominantly adorned in vibrant red, enveloped Wu He's form like a streak of lightning. Wu He stood majestically in place, first elegantly flicking his arm, followed by a swift and graceful dance of his hands, and in the next moment, he successfully summoned a blazing bow. The bow, resplendent in fiery red, glimmered with a searing light on its string, as if poised to unleash a lethal arrow at any moment. This scene instantly ignited the fervor of the audience both inside and outside the venue, prompting spontaneous cheers. After all, the flame dragon armor had previously made an appearance in a qualifying match. However, its performance then had been far from satisfactory, yielding rather dismal results. Although the spectators understood that this armor possessed considerable strength, the earlier defeat left them skeptical about its true prowess. Thus, the excitement of the audience lasted but a fleeting second, largely stemming from the novelty of witnessing this armor once again. At that moment, Yin sneered from across the field. Merely a display of flashy techniques. Behold my third soul skill, Hellfire. As the words fell from his lips, a fierce conflagration of black and red flames erupted around him, enveloping his entire being. These flames not only bestowed immense enhancement upon Yan's physical form, significantly amplifying his strength, speed, and defense, but also emanated a terrifying aura that instilled a sense of dread. Wu Yi's lips curled into a subtle smirk as he regarded the audacious Yan. Finding amusement in the latter's arrogance, he was acutely aware that the flame dragon armor he donned possessed a formidable power that could rival even that of a soul emperor. In stark contrast, Yan's cultivation level paled in comparison, being a whole tier below his own. Without a trace of fear, Yan charged forth like a ferocious beast, intent on confronting Wu Yi. Yet, Wu Yi remained unfazed. He swiftly raised the blazing bow firmly held in his grasp, unhesitatingly unleashing its signature technique, the flame missile. In an instant, countless missiles ablaze with searing flames erupted from the bowstring, resembling a torrential meteor shower as they hurtled toward Yan. The missiles were densely packed, forming an insurmountable wall of fire that effectively sealed off Yan's advance. Chapter 145, The Splendid Elimination. Seeing this, Yan attempted to evade the missiles with remarkable speed. However, the sheer density of the projectiles made it impossible for him to evade entirely, leaving him severely suppressed. Yet, before Yin could employ any other soul techniques, Wu Yi's barrage of flame missiles abruptly ceased. This was not out of mercy, but rather due to the immense energy consumption required by the technique. Seizing the fleeting moment when Yin hesitated in the wake of the missile onslaught, Wu Yi deftly replaced the blazing bow with a razor-sharp flame blade that gleamed with radiant brilliance. Wu Yi closed his eyes tightly, focusing intently to summon the surging soul power within him. This powerful soul energy flowed through his meridians like a mighty torrent, ultimately converging in the palm of his hand. With a soft exclamation, he abruptly infused the soul power into the armor he wore. In an instant, the gems embedded in the armor radiated a dazzling brilliance, and the fire elements contained within were instantly activated. Threads of flame danced upwards from the surface of the armor, swiftly entwining around the blazing blade he held. The once cold blade seemed to be imbued with life, trembling slightly and emanating a searing heat that sent shivers down one's spine. Without hesitation, Wu Yi swung the blazing blade with fervor, each strike igniting a spectacular display of fire. The pale red flames flickered like the tongues of a lively serpent, clinging to the edge of the blade, bestowing upon each blow not only the inherent sharpness of the weapon but also the terrifying power of the searing flames. Such a formidable assault would deter even the mightiest adversary, one wielding the supreme earth and fire elemental martial soul of the Flame Lord, from confronting it head-on. For this was not merely a physical attack, it was an amalgamation of blistering firepower that, if struck, would yield dire consequences. The blade's sharpness was beyond question. Merely observing it visually conveyed an indomitable aura. The glimmering, icy blade seemed capable of rending the very fabric of space, severing all obstacles in its path. At that moment, Yin, engaged in combat with Wu Yi, was employing a myriad of bizarre maneuvers and techniques, darting left and right, exerting every ounce of effort to evade the relentless barrage of Wu Yi's ferocious strikes. Yet, despite Yun's extraordinary agility, he appeared somewhat beleaguered in the face of such a fierce onslaught. At that juncture, Wu Yi astutely sensed an opening in his opponent's defenses. A surge of elation coursing through him, the opportunity had arrived. He swiftly twisted a knob on his armor, and a resplendent beam of light suddenly materialized before him. This was none other than a mysterious and powerful finishing move, its energy fluctuations causing the surrounding space to tremble. Wu Yi gazed intently at the blazing blade of the flame knife in his hand, its fiery glow illuminating his focused expression. With great care, he delicately pressed the sharp edge of the knife against the mysterious assassination scroll before him. In that instant, the scroll seemed to awaken, unleashing a torrent of formidable soul energy that surged forth like a mighty flood, drawing in the scattered soul forces from the surrounding air. These energies converged as if magnetically attracted, continuously flowing toward the blade of the flame knife, ultimately merging into it as though consumed by the very flames themselves. The sealing magic of the flame knife's slaying scroll was designed to vanquish evil and eliminate monsters, merging with the fire and dissipating at dawn. As Wu Yi softly intoned the incantation, an intensely heated energy began to surge and gather wildly along the blade of the flame knife. Now, allow me to demonstrate the unparalleled might of the sealing strike. With a thunderous shout, Wu Yi tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword and swept it forward with a fierce motion. Instantly, the flame blade in his hand erupted in a dazzling burst of light, unleashing a massive crescent-shaped blade engulfed in roaring flames, hurtling towards Yin, who was still attempting to flee. Realizing there was no escape, Yin hastily summoned his martial soul skills for self-preservation. With a mighty roar, he radiated brilliance, successfully manifesting his martial soul, and struck the ground forcefully with both palms. His second soul skill, Granite Rock, was unleashed, and a towering stone wall rose in response, resembling an impregnable fortress before him. Yet, despite its formidable appearance, the stone wall proved utterly futile against Wu Yi's full-force demon-cutting strike, rendering all its efforts as mere child's play. Once, a venerable elder imparted a profound truth, regardless of the circumstances, when employing any form of attack. One must exert only 70% of their strength, reserving 30% for unforeseen events. This wisdom, akin to a guiding principle, became etched in the hearts of every warrior. Wu Yi embodied this teaching to its fullest extent. In that breathtaking moment, although his charged strike seemed overwhelmingly powerful, he had only utilized 70% of his strength. With a calm demeanor and fluid movements, Wu Yi slowly brought his hands together before his abdomen. He then uttered a mere 3 words, Zen Seal. However, these seemingly mundane words were imbued with astonishing power. In an instant, the entire world changed, the vast sky, the solid ground, and the onlookers both inside and outside the arena were frozen in place, as if ensnared by a binding spell. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Wu Yi leaped nimbly, appearing as if he had teleported to a spot 5 meters behind Yin. His earlier 70% forceful strike accurately struck Yan's second soul skill. A deafening explosion reverberated through the air as the colossal flame blade clashed with Wu Yi's demon-cutting strike, the collision generating a shockwave that threatened to tear the surrounding air apart. Remarkably, these two formidable forces were evenly matched, resulting in a stalemate. Ultimately, Wu Yi's potentially lethal strike dissipated into nothingness amid the fierce clash with Yan's soul skill. Yet, the events did not conclude there. As the very fabric of time seemed to freeze, Wu Yi had stealthily appeared behind Yan. Simultaneously, the remaining 30% of his strength was swiftly recharged. And without hesitation, he unleashed a more ferocious attack, a 50% force demon-cutting strike. As this devastating attack was released, Wu Yi deftly lifted the constraints of the Zen Seal, unbeknownst to Yin, who was still reveling in his success at fending off Wu Yi's lethal strike. Disaster loomed. A triumphant smile adorned Yan's face as he mused, Haha, my second soul skill is indeed powerful, effortlessly blocking this fatal blow. However, this self-satisfaction was fleeting. In the blink of an eye, a brilliant slash surged from behind Yin like a bolt of lightning. He had no time to react, not even the luxury of turning to defend himself. Stunned by the sudden turn of events, he could only watch in horror as the terrifying strike bore down upon him. When the 50% force demon-cutting strike made contact with Yin, an astonishing sight unfolded. A massive Bagua Taiji symbol emerged on the surface of his body. This enigmatic pattern shimmered with radiant light, directly thwarting Yan's instinct to evade. Yet, Wu Yi was relentless. He swiftly maneuvered his hands and leaped into the air. In a flash, he executed an extraordinarily flamboyant all-law flame fist, penetrating Yan's form as if he had teleported. With a thunderous explosion, Yan's body erupted, sending shockwaves radiating outward and raising clouds of dust. As the smoke gradually cleared, a delicate card floated serenely in midair, vividly depicting Yan's likeness, lifelike and striking. Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Yi reached out and seized the card, placing it before the Bagua ray at his waist. In an instant, the card transformed into countless specks of starlight, resembling the twinkling stars scattered across the night sky, as they gracefully merged into the crystalline disk of his belt. After completing this sequence of actions, Wu Yi casually discarded the newly formed crystal as if it were a worthless piece of refuse, casting it beyond the arena. By a stroke of fortune, the thrown crystal landed perfectly in the hands of a member of the spirit hall below the stage. The member stared at the crystal in his grasp, momentarily frozen in place, his face a canvas of astonishment and disbelief. There is no need for haste or alarm. One should simply await patiently. In half an hour, he shall undoubtedly break free from the crystal. However, well, Wu Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. a sly smile creeping upon his lips as a chilling, guttural laughter erupted from his throat, sending shivers down one's spine. This eerie and spine-chilling laughter seemed to emanate from the depths of hell, leaving listeners with a prickling sensation at the nape of their necks. At that moment, the demon, who had previously collapsed on the ground, slowly rose to his feet. After a torturous struggle and deep contemplation, he appeared to have finally grasped the reason behind his excruciating headache, which had rendered several of his soul techniques ineffective. Moreover, his comrades had been eliminated by the Tiendo team. With this realization, a fiery rage ignited within the demon, burning fiercely. At this moment, a singular thought consumed his mind. He must eliminate Wu Yi, the core of the opposing team. Chapter 146. The threat of the full moon. The demon tightened his grip on his weapon, his gaze filled with wrath and resolve, fixated on Wu Yi before him. In contrast, Wu Yi, undaunted, turned his head, and through the heavy visor of his armor, their eyes met, sparking an electric tension in the air. Suddenly, the demon spoke. I possess a technique known as the full moon. His voice was as cold as frost on a wintry night, devoid of any emotional nuance. He continued, if you can withstand this strike, we shall concede defeat. Upon hearing this, Wu Yi's heart quivered momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. At that instant, images of the full moon soul technique flashed through his mind. It became clear that this so-called full moon technique was no ordinary move. Rather, it was an extraordinarily unique skill unleashed after the two had executed their martial soul fusion technique, channeling their soul power to its fullest extent. The weapon employed in this technique was the dual blades of the evil moon, yet at this moment, the blades were significantly longer than before. As the demon began to spin rapidly, the edges of the dual blades flipped outward, connecting seamlessly to form a ring reminiscent of a full moon. When the tornado was fully unleashed, the surrounding airflow was astonishingly fierce. Each gust seemed to transform into a sharp, crescent-shaped blade, glimmering with a chilling light. Possessing unparalleled cutting power, anything caught within its grasp would likely be reduced to mere fragments in an instant. Wu Yi profoundly comprehends the immense power encapsulated within this skill, for it possesses the terrifying capability to effortlessly sever Tang San's formidable external spirit bones. Moreover, with the aid of this skill, they have triumphed over numerous formidable spirit emperors boasting strengths exceeding level 60, their illustrious achievements capable of leaving one in sheer astonishment. Thus, one must never harbor even the slightest disdain towards this extraordinary ability. Wu Yi was acutely aware of the fiery dragon armor adorning him, which favored a balanced melee combat style. However, when faced with formidable attacks, employing the black rhinoceros armor would undoubtedly be more advantageous, renowned for its exceptional defensive capabilities. The black rhinoceros armor offered better resistance against fierce assaults, allowing for strategic counterattacks. Yet, against rapid slicing techniques, its lack of agility would become apparent, rendering it less adaptable than other armors. At that moment, Wu Yi's mind raced with the abilities of two distinct armors. One was the Earth Tiger armor, boasting remarkable agility akin to a fierce tiger, which, when the user stood on solid ground, could draw boundless energy from the earth, providing a continuous restorative power that greatly enhanced endurance. The other was the Snow Mastiff armor, known for its rock-solid defense akin to the hardest metals, equipped with uniquely destructive metallic weapons capable of delivering lethal strikes in an instant. These fleeting thoughts flashed through Wu Yi's mind like lightning, vanishing almost as quickly. At this juncture, the alluring figure before him had only one option left, to attack. Having spoken his piece, he wasted no time, unleashing his soul skill with the swiftness of a galloping steed. Confronted with such a rapid offensive, Wu Yi had little room for alternatives. The instant he relinquished the fiery dragon armor, he swiftly retrieved the summoning device for the Snow Mastiff armor from his inner pocket. The entire process was devoid of any flamboyant gestures or special effects. Only a brief and striking transformation as the vibrant red hue of his armor shifted to a chilling silver. In that moment, the power within Wu Yi had irrevocably changed. Could this be the latest soul skill he had comprehended? Mi Air, watching from the sidelines, murmured in awe. The current appearance of her leader was simply magnificent. Lin Bei, while supporting the injured Yu Tianheng, could not help but exclaim in admiration. Enough with the useless chatter. Though we may not currently be the primary targets of their assault, we are still a complete team. 7 against 1, how could we possibly lose? Wu Miao Miao suddenly raised her voice, alerting everyone to their current situation. It was only then that they collectively realized they were still on the arena, engaged in a team battle rather than a display of individual prowess. Yi Lingling began to move her hands gracefully, summoning green light that streaked through the air like shooting stars, landing accurately on each individual. Wherever the light touched, it felt as if a gentle spring breeze had brushed against them, bringing warmth and vitality. She called out sweetly, rest assured and charge forth. As long as I possess even the slightest trace of soul power, I will ensure your wounds heal swiftly. Meanwhile, Lin Bei's gaze was sharp as an eagle's. With a flick of his wrist, an unassuming stone shot forth like lightning, striking Yu Tianheng squarely. With a loud thud, the stone hit its mark. Lin Bei shouted, charge. Brothers, as long as I still draw breath, I entrust all my strength to you in this round. Though Yu Tianheng had felt fatigued and unsteady at that moment, it was as if he had been injected with a surge of might. He sensed the soul power coursing through his veins like a raging torrent, and his stamina surged forth, seemingly inexhaustible. It should be noted that since the match began, Lin Bei had remained sheltered behind Du Guyan, protected by her vigilant defense, only maneuvering within a limited range to evade attacks, resulting in negligible depletion of his own soul power and stamina. Concurrently, Du Guyan transformed in an instant into a lithe serpent woman. She opened her petite mouth and expelled a dense mist of dark green. The mist, as if alive, surged toward the enemy, gradually coalescing into a straight line that accurately targeted its mark. As the toxic fog was confined within a specific area, its potency and concentration surged dramatically. Anyone who came into contact with this mist would experience dizziness, difficulty breathing, and even a peculiar purplish hue on their skin. Wu Miaomiao understood well that even if they triumphed in this match, a fiercer contest awaited them. Given her current condition, it was nearly impossible for her to serve as a key combatant in the next battle. However, at that moment, she could not afford to dwell on such thoughts. With a single thought, her martial spirit was instantly awakened. A powerful force surged forth like a tidal wave, rushing toward Wu He and forcibly extracting one of his soul skills. The skill, shimmering with resplendent light, transformed into a crystal-clear stone radiating a captivating azure glow. Floating gracefully in midair, seemingly imbued with infinite mysterious power. Faced with such a precious stone born of a soul skill, Wu Miaomiao hesitated not for a moment. She reached out her right hand and grasped the azure stone tightly, swiftly activating the immense energy within. Accompanied by a resonant and awe-inspiring declaration, Black Rhinoceros Armor, Merge. A black light erupted like a bolt of lightning piercing the night sky. In an instant, a magnificent set of armor, entirely black and gleaming with a metallic sheen, materialized around Wu Miaomiao. Chapter 147, The Conclusion of Allure. In such an extraordinary circumstance, Wu He stood tall, resolutely facing the overwhelming pressure and power emanating from the formidable soul skill conjured by his enchanting adversary. At that moment, he was wholly focused on the impending assault from his foe, utterly oblivious to the movements of his own teammates. Surprisingly, even a crucial soul skill had been stealthily swiped from him without his awareness. Wu Miaomiao, firmly gripping the radiant meteor spear, twisted her body and unleashed a sweeping strike toward the wind disk formed by the soul skill known as Full Moon. However, in an instant, she was astonished to find that the meteor spear, once firmly in her grasp, had been propelled from her hand as if struck by an irresistible force, soaring away like an arrow released from its bow. Her unexpected action shattered the tense standoff, drawing Wu He's attention toward her. With a fleeting glance, Wu He spotted a figure clad in black rhinoceros armor racing towards him, evidently coming to his aid. Although this ally's intervention did not yield any significant results, it effectively distracted the alluring adversary for a brief moment. In that ephemeral instant, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Wu He's sharp eyes, keenly seizing the fleeting opportunity for a counterattack. Without hesitation, he twisted the knob at his waist, and with a dazzling burst of light, a formidable battle axe, the Thunder Axe, materialized in his grasp, crackling with fierce lightning. Wu He gripped the massive weapon tightly, his muscles taut as he channeled all his strength into his arms. With a powerful thrust, he swung the axe upwards, tracing a fierce arc through the air. In an instant, the resonant clash of metal reverberated throughout the arena, as if attempting to pierce the heavens. The force and momentum of this strike were unparalleled, evoking an intense atmosphere of life and death confrontation that enveloped all present. After executing the upward motion, the previously whirlwind-like spinning of the enchanting foam momentarily faltered. Though this hesitation was but a fleeting moment, in the realm of skilled combat, such an instant could determine victory or defeat. Seizing this ephemeral chance, Wu He successfully sent the enchanting figure hurtling several meters away. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the adversary, despite being struck back, persisted relentlessly in unleashing its soul technique, continuing to spin frantically in the distance. At that moment, an image flashed through Wu He's mind, an object incessantly rotating, launching fierce assaults upon others. Was this not reminiscent of the battletop he had played within his childhood? In that moment, Wu He experienced a profound revelation. To conquer such a formidable adversary, one must continuously spin and gather strength like a top. Realizing this, he unhesitatingly shouted to Wu Miaomiao beside him, "Miao Miao. Cease your trivial probing techniques and unleash your ultimate move, aiming directly at the wind disk atop it with all your might." Upon hearing his call, Wu Miaomiao's gaze became resolute, devoid of any hesitation. She swiftly raised her hand, twisting the knob at her waist, and a dazzling light erupted from her palm, revealing a mysterious sealing sticker. In that space suffused with enigmatic power, the air seemed to be imbued with life, with soul energy swirling like a lively stream, continuously converging at the tip of the meteor spear. With both hands firmly gripping the spear, her gaze unwavering and focused, all her strength coalesced in her arms. Without a moment's delay, she unleashed her ultimate technique, the Cascading Torrent Strike. Accompanied by a crisp utterance, Cascading Torrent Strike of the meteor spear shattered the demons in rage, extinguished in torrents, as tranquil as a mirror. In an instant, a colossal water dragon roared forth from the spear's tip, propelled by a tempestuous momentum, surging forward with the force of a tidal wave. At that moment, the enchanting adversary was wholly concentrated on executing her sole technique, the Round Moon, attempting to breach the enemy's defenses with the concentrated wind disk. Yet, no matter how foolish she was or how focused on her relentless assaults, she could not ignore the powerful energy wave rapidly approaching from behind. Just then, Mier and Yutian Hung also sprang into action to assist. Mier exclaimed, "Multiple arrows, lightning arrows." Arrows shimmering with electric brilliance shot forth like a tempest toward the enchanting foe. Meanwhile, Tianheng bellowed, Wrath of the Dragon. Thunderous Dragon Claw. His palms transformed into two fearsome thunder dragon claws, pouncing toward the enchanting adversary with earth-shattering ferocity. The trio's skills were unleashed almost simultaneously, with the two electrifying assaults following closely behind the water dragon formed by the cascading torrent strike, colliding fiercely against the enchanting foe's soul technique, Round Moon. In an instant, the battlefield was illuminated with blinding light and thunderous roars, shaken by the intensity of the clash. Faced with such a ferocious combined attack, the enchanting adversary could no longer devote her full attention to Wu Yi. At that moment, he had donned an impenetrable tortoise shell, its defense akin to an unassailable fortress. Moreover, with the unexpected assault from behind, she realized the perilous nature of the situation. If she did not respond with utmost effort, the consequences would be dire. Thus, she made a decisive choice, abandoning her assault on Wu Yi to fully focus on resisting the wave of combined soul techniques from behind. However, fate has a penchant for mischief, and often, events unfold in ways contrary to one's initial expectations. Even though her razor-sharp crescent moon blade successfully withstood the overwhelming force of the cascading torrent strike, who could have anticipated that this seemingly ordinary strike concealed such immense intricacies? It turned out that the cascading torrent strike harbored a dual-layered electric attribute of soul power, which slithered into the enchanting adversary's body like a cunning serpent through the crescent moon blade. In that instant, a deafening crash echoed, as if the very heavens trembled. Whether it was due to the tyrannical force of the electric attribute's soul power or the expiration of their combined form at that moment, Hulai Na and Xiaoyu were jolted apart as if struck by lightning. The unfortunate Hulai Na was left to endure the overwhelming might unleashed by the still resounding cascading torrent strike. Her delicate form swayed precariously under the onslaught of this terrifying force, her complexion paling to that of parchment, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead. On the other side, Xiaoyu, abruptly separated, barely had time to concern himself with Hulai Na's plight before he heard a furious roar from behind. "You there, where are you looking? Brace yourself for my thundercleave." It was Wu Yi, who had stealthily gathered power for his ultimate technique, the thundercleave. Taking advantage of the enchanting adversary's redirected focus, with both hands gripping a massive axe radiating with lightning, he intoned, "Thunder Axe's thundercleave, shatter evil and annihilate. Cleave as if through clay, chaos shall be dispersed." As his words fell, a brilliant streak of lightning struck toward Xiaoyu. Simultaneously, mysterious, multicolored bagua symbols materialized on both Hulai Na and Xiaoyu. Wu Yi and Wu Miao Miao simultaneously adjusted their stances, their muscles taut as if every nerve had been summoned to its utmost limit, poised to confront this final, lethal strike. Raging waterfall, thunderous fist, accompanied by two thunderous roars. They unleashed their respective ultimate techniques in unison. In that moment, it seemed as though the very air was torn asunder, with powerful energy waves crashing toward the two siblings. Xiaoyu, like tumultuous tides. A resounding explosion echoed, and a brilliant burst of light erupted from the spot where the siblings stood. As the radiance dissipated, only two peculiar cards, emanating an otherworldly glow, remained at the site. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Wu Yi and Wu Miao Miao swiftly approached to retrieve their respective cards, aiming them without hesitation at the Tai Chi symbol adorning their waists. In an instant, both cards transformed into shimmering black and purple light, merging into the Tai Chi diagram. Shortly thereafter, a breathtaking sight emerged as two translucent black and purple crystals, radiating an enigmatic glow, gently materialized in Wu Yi's hands. He carefully grasped these precious gems, feeling the immense power they contained. Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Yi turned and presented the crystals to the other members of the Spirit Hall team. "Do not fret unnecessarily, this is akin to the crystal Yen obtained earlier," he asserted, his voice steady and resolute, easing the tension that had gripped his teammates. After properly handling the crystals, Wu Yi turned to the still astonished referee and called out, "Stop dawdling," and announced the results of the match. His words resonated like thunder, rousing the referee from his state of shock. Chapter 148, Special Circumstances. With the conclusion of the contest, the Tian-Do Royal Academy emerged victorious. As the referee's triumphant voice rang out, the entire arena ignited with fervor, the audience erupting in deafening cheers and applause. The atmosphere so electric it seemed capable of lifting the roof off. Once the results were declared, Wu Yi and his teammates embraced tightly, tears of joy streaming down their faces as they expressed their elation and excitement. This victory held profound significance for them, as it nearly assured them of the championship trophy. However, while the other team members reveled in the euphoria of their triumph, Wu Yi remained vigilant, his keen eyes scanning the crowd until they locked onto a figure outside Tang San. Indeed, following this intense battle, Wu Yi's true strength had been laid bare. Reflecting on the previous confrontation between the new Godwind team and the Tian Shui Academy, it was evident that Shui Bing-Er and Hua Wu Shuang were able to unleash formidable Soul Emperor-level power, not only due to their inherent potential and the unique compatibility of their martial souls with their armors, but also thanks to the explosive synergy achieved through their perfect fusion with the armor. Yet now, as Wu Yi harnessed the power of his armor, Tang San perceptively noted that his combat prowess had also reached the level of a Soul Emperor. In earlier times, each soul ring Wu Yi acquired had only granted him a modest increase in combat strength, typically by 2 levels. However, After successfully obtaining 5 soul rings, this enhancement had astonishingly escalated to a remarkable leap. Such a rapid advancement undeniably caused Tang San to regard Wu Yi with newfound respect and apprehension. If one were to rewind time to when Wu Yi had yet to ascend to the ranks of a Soul King, it was true that he could wield Soul King-level abilities at that stage. Nevertheless, the utilization of such formidable power came with significant repercussions. Yet, at this moment, Tang San acutely sensed that the once dreaded aftereffects of Wu Yi's soul skills appeared to have inexplicably vanished. Wu Yi summoned an indomitable armor, swiftly transitioning into another form of armor. Remarkably, after executing 2 distinct soul skills, he exhibited none of the exhaustion of soul power, stamina, or mental energy that one would typically expect. This prompted an unspoken urgency in both Tang San and Wu Yi as they exchanged glances, each feeling an intense sense of anxiety. Though their acquaintance had not been lengthy, their shared interests had fostered a bond, and in the absence of conflicting interests, they had become close friends. However, once they stepped onto the battlefield, their identities transformed, and former allies became adversaries, especially when facing a formidable opponent like Wu Yi. Such a transformation was indeed torturous. Nevertheless, their gaze did not linger for long, and within a few seconds, they each averted their eyes. As the team members returned to the resting area, they could no longer contain their dissatisfaction, directing their frustrations at Wu Yi, chastising him for his late arrival. "If you had come even a moment later, we might not have held together," they complained. After a morning of grueling battles, their energy and stamina were nearly depleted, leaving them utterly exhausted. Their greatest desire was to rest thoroughly, for a crucial final awaited them that afternoon. After hastily consuming some simple fare, everyone returned to their respective rooms to recuperate, seeking to replenish their energy for the decisive contest ahead. At that moment, only Wu Miao Miao and Mi Er remained in the spacious lounge. "Why haven't you two gone back to rest yet?" Wu Yi took a gentle sip of the steaming tea and inquired with concern. Upon hearing this, Mi Er instantly perked up, her face aglow with excitement as she replied, "He Gidge, I wish to hear you recount your experiences during this time. I hardly participated in the morning's battle, so I am not tired at all." With that, her bright, sparkling eyes were filled with eager anticipation as they gazed at Wu Yi. Wu Yi glanced at the girl before him, who had grown alongside him, and felt a surge of emotions within. The present Mio had blossomed into a graceful young lady, exuding the charm of adolescence, yet her innocent and carefree nature remained unchanged. At times, the sight of her adorable visage made Wu Yi yearn to gently pinch her rosy cheeks. Ultimately, however, he merely raised his hand to lightly tap Mi Er on the head, gently urging, "Little one, hurry back to rest. After we finish this afternoon's final and return to the academy, I shall recount the tales of my past month in detail." Mi Er, with a glum expression, covered her head, her heart filled with frustration and anger. She turned away huffily, her footsteps heavy. Yet, just as she reached the doorway, she abruptly halted, spun around, and pointed a finger at Wu Yi, exclaiming loudly, "All right, you promised. Upon returning to the academy, you must explain everything thoroughly. And you, don't you know it's time to rest now?" At that moment, Wu Yi was gazing intently at Wu Miao Miao. Deep down, he was aware that this girl harbored a unique and complex affection for him. However, despite the youthfulness of his exterior, his inner soul belonged to a man in his 20s, steeped in the culture of solitude. As the saying goes, while he may not have experienced it firsthand, he had certainly witnessed the dynamics between men and women. Yet, he was reluctant to confront even Mi Er